Yellow passes up here. Hello everyone, Samia here. We are just waiting for this hearing to begin, the Senate confirmation hearing for Secretary of Defense James Mad Dog Mattis. There is Senator McCain right there, chatting it up.
Okay.
Good morning, Senator Cruz. Good morning.
Well, good morning, all. For the information of the members, at about 15 minutes before the last question, you will be notified and asked that the committee will immediately proceed to consideration of Senate Bill 84, which is to provide for an exception to a limitation against appointment of persons as Secretary of Defense within 7 years of relief from active duty as a regular commissioned officer of the Armed Forces. This bill, when enacted, would authorize retired General James Mattis to be appointed as Secretary of Defense. It's important that we have all members present for the consideration of that bill, and when there's about 15 minutes left in questioning, you'll be notified, and I hope people will all come back to vote on this important issue of the waiver. Good morning, and I would like to first recognize two of our distinguished colleagues who are here today, former colleagues. We were all three together during the Coolidge administration, and we're very glad to see you back here again. And I don't know, should we do the opening statements or have them?
Why don't you, yeah, why don't you let them make their statements, then we'll make it.
Have them make that. So I know that in the interest of our friends' times, maybe we could begin with Senator Nunn and Senator Cohen making their introductory remarks, and we're honored to have you back before the committee again, two very distinguished, most distinguished members that I have had the opportunity and honor to serve with. In deference to your age, Senator Nunn, we'll begin with you.
Here we go. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Chairman McCain and Senator Reid. It's a great honor to return to the Senate Armed Services Committee with my good friend for many years, as you observed, Mr. Chairman, Bill Coyne, for the purpose of introducing Jim Mattis on his nomination to be Secretary of Defense. Before praising our distinguished nominee, and I will praise him because I think he deserves it, I want to commend you, Senator McCain and Senator Reid, and the members of this committee for your excellent work in passing significant reform legislation in the most recent Congress. Your continuous efforts to make our military more efficient and more effective are essential to our nation's security, and we owe you our thanks. I know from experience reform is not easy. Everything you do is tough in that arena, and it doesn't get the notice that it deserves, except for the people who oppose their reform. Those are the ones who notice it. So congratulations on that legislation, and I know there's a lot more to do, but you've made some progress. I also want to commend my good friend and congratulate my good friend, Senator David Perdue, for becoming a member of this committee and continuing a strong Georgia tradition of service on what I believe is the best committee in the Senate. Mr. Chairman, Senator Reid, and members of the committee, in September of 1950, my great-uncle, Carl Vinson, as chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, presented to the House of Representatives a strong case for Congress to pass a waiver to allow General George Marshall to assume the position of Secretary of Defense. So there's some history here. Today, I urge you to pass the same type of waiver for Jim Mattis, who retired from the Marine Corps 3.5 years ago. I believe that the law requiring a Secretary of Defense to be out of active duty at least 7 years does remain relevant today, but there is also a good reason that there can be, on occasion, case-by-case, common-sense exceptions through congressional actions. The Congressional Research Service has written an excellent paper on the legislative history of the separation from military service requirements. When the original statute was passed in 1947, the Department of Defense had just been created by merging the Department of War and the Department of Navy. There were several very famous generals and admirals emerging from World War II who were highly publicized heroes, including a few 5-stars. And Congress did not want one service overpowering the newly created department. So that, to me, is an important part of the history of this legislation. Mr. Chairman, Senator Reid, and committee members, I believe that exceptions to this restriction should be based on the experience, the skills, and the character of the nominee, and our country's need to ask them to serve in this important role. I also believe that your examination of Jim Mattis's credentials, character, and record will convince you that he, like George Marshall, should be granted a waiver and confirmed as Secretary of Defense. Mr. Chairman, I've followed Jim's career for a long time because when I was chairman of this committee, my staff director, Arnold Pernaro, who's here today, also a Marine, repeatedly told me that a young officer by the name of Jim Mattis was demonstrating strong leadership capabilities and had a very long runway ahead. Mr. Chairman, and Senator Reid, and Chris, and Liz, and members of the staff who know Arnold Pernaro will understand my reluctance to ever admit that Arnold was always right, but in the case of Jim Mattis, he was dead on point. Jim Mattis became one of our nation's most effective and respected military leaders. Jim has the experience and skill to be an excellent Secretary of Defense. He has the deep knowledge about the many challenges we face around the world today. He understands not only the importance of civilian control of the military, but he's also written the book, so to speak, on the relationship of today's voluntary force and civil society, which deserves a great deal of attention. Jim's experience as combatant commander clearly demonstrated his ability to effectively work with diplomats and national leaders. Mr. Chairman, Senator Reid, and members of the committee, over the last 3 years, Jim Mattis has become fully engaged in civilian life, from the world of business to the NGO world to the college campus. He has quickly learned what I call the Admiral Crowe rule, that after retirement as a 4-star, if you jump into the back seat of your car, you will go nowhere until you move to the driver's seat and turn on the key. He learned that one pretty quickly. Jim Mattis has been a valuable corporate board member and has learned business lessons that will help him make the Department of Defense more efficient. Jim has gone from the Marine Corps spit and polish to the business coat and tie to whatever they wear on campus these days. As a professor, he has developed a rapport with young students by quickly figuring out they're not quite the same as Paris Island recruits. In summary, Mr. Chairman, Jim Mattis is a rare combination of thinker and doer, scholar and strategist. He understands, respects, and loves the men and women in uniform and their families. He also understands the structure and the organization of the Pentagon, and he knows what the building has to do to give the troops the tools they need to do their job of protecting our nation's security. Jim also knows the awesome powers and responsibility of our military forces and the challenges of our complex and very dangerous world. He understands that our military cannot be our primary tool to meet every challenge, and he strongly supports the important role of diplomacy and has been outspoken in the important need of giving the State Department the resources they need to be fully effective. My bottom line, Mr. Chairman and Senator Reid and members of the committee, is that I believe Jim Mattis is exceptionally well qualified to lead the Department of Defense. I urge this committee and the Senate to pass a statutory waiver to allow him to serve our nation in this new role and to confirm him as Secretary of Defense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Nunn. Senator Cohen.
Be here this morning to testify on behalf of General Mattis. Senator Nunn, Senator Reid, Senator Inhofe, I think you may be the only three who are still here in the Armed Services Committee when 20 years ago I came before the committee seeking your endorsement for Secretary of Defense. So it's been 20 years, and what a difference a generation makes. Because at that time, when we first met, you were a young captain in the Navy, and took us on a trip. Senator Nunn mentioned to China, where we met Deng Xiaoping and also did some great work on the way back in Korea. So I thank you for all of the years you've devoted to this country. You remain a hero of mine and to millions of people, not only in this country, but the world over. So it's a real honor for me to be here with you.
Thank you.
And with Senator Nunn. I served 18 years here in the Senate. He served 24. And I must say that the experience of working with Senator Nunn was one of the true highlights of my political career. So it's a pleasure for me to join with Senator Nunn. I want to associate myself with the remarks of the former senator from Georgia and simply submit my own written statement, which is quite brief, to the committee, and I'll try to summarize. Jim Mattis, I first met when I went to the Pentagon. He was a young colonel. And as Senator Nunn has pointed out, he had a reputation even then. This is somebody to watch. He's young, he's smart, he doesn't really belong behind a desk, although he may belong there right now. But at that time, he wanted to get out into the field. He is a warrior by nature. And I want to say that he has the nickname of Mad Dog. It's a misnomer. It should be Braveheart, because what really characterizes Jim Mattis is his courage. And Mr. Chairman, you've written about this in terms of why courage matters. And you quoted from Churchill, said that courage is the first of human resources because it guarantees all else, all the others. And so we've seen the history of Jim Mattis in terms of being a warrior, a Braveheart on the battlefield. But that's really not why we're here. If he were only a great warrior, you'd say, well, there are a lot of other warriors as well. He comes because he is a man of thought as well as action. And sometimes it's said you can judge a people by the friends he makes, the company he keeps, but also by the books he reads. General Mattis has some 6,000 books in his library, most of which, if not all of them, he has read. And he can refer to either Alexander the Great, General Grant, Sun Tzu. I suspect he's probably the only one here at this table who can hear the words Thucydides' trap and not have to go to Wikipedia to find out what it means. And so he is a scholar as well, and a strategic thinker as well as a great warrior. These hearings are important. Not only because you get a chance to listen to the views of the nominee in terms of what is his or her, in this case, his experience, what does he see as the world events that we're going to be confronted with? What does he bring to the table in terms of giving you confidence that the person making that judgment, and after all, he's number two. He's number two in the chain of command. It goes from the president through him to the combatant commanders. That's it. That's why it's so important that you have a chance not only to assess his background experience, but also his character. That really is what you need to know, because no one goes to the Secretary of Defense or any major position and can anticipate everything that's going to come at him. They talk about the tyranny of the inbox. Well, you have it tyranny in the inbox in the Pentagon, and things come at you with the velocity of a heat-seeking missile. And so you have to then look and say, how do I deal with this? Who is it who's making the decision? And in that case, I think you should take great confidence in this man, who understands what it means to be in battle, and he understands what it means not to go into battle. And he has the love for his troops is returned in a way that I've not seen before. His troops, men and women alike in all services, love this man. And they love him because he loves them and what they do for our country, what they're willing to risk for our country. And so you look at his character. He's a humble man with very little to be humble about. But if you were to go to his hometown and see that he's a devoted son to his 94-year-old mother, Lucille, in Richland, Washington. If you look, you'd see he's a member of the board of the Tri-City Food Bank. And on any occasion, you can out see him helping to distribute food to needy families. And you'll also see him refuse to exempt himself from jury duty. He was called to serve on a jury involving a gross misdemeanor case. He could have been exempted, but he said, no, I'm here to serve. So he's one of 6 people in that Benton County District Court. Beyond that, what is most impressive to me is that he takes the time without any fanfare to visit the Gold Star families. That is something that is a heavy, heavy responsibility, to go to the families talk to the people who've lost their sons and daughters, husbands, wives, in battle under his command. And so it tells me a lot about who Jim Mattis is and why you should take that into account. And finally, I feel a senatorial speech coming on, so I'll try to just sum up right now. One of my other heroes, in addition to Senator McCain, is Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. And he's a hero because he not only was a great Supreme Court justice, he was also a veteran of the Civil War. And you cannot read any opinion of his without seeing how he reflects back upon his time in battle. And there's a great, I think it's 1894 Memorial Day speech you all should read. But in the conclusion of the speech, he says, whether a man accepts from fortune her spade and will look downward and dig, or from aspiration her axe and cord and will scale the ice, the one and only success that is his to command is to bring to his work a mighty heart. Members of the committee, this man, Jim Mattis, brings to the job of the Secretary of Defense a great and brave heart, and I hope you will vote to confirm him quickly. Thank you.
I want to thank both Senator Nunn and Senator Cohen. I view as one of the great privileges of my time here in the United States Senate was the honor of serving with both of you. And so I think it means a lot to me personally, but also to members of the committee that you would come here today on behalf of this nominee. Thank you for being here.
And could I pay special recognition to Senator King?
No.
I was going to add from the great state of Maine, and someone we used to call governor and now proudly call senator. Nice to see you.
He represents the geriatric part of this committee. So
Led by.
I thank both Senator Nunn and Senator Cohen for being here. Obviously, the committee meets today to consider the nomination of General James Mattis to be the Secretary of Defense of the United States. 2 years ago, General Mattis, the last time you came before this committee, the idea that we would be meeting again under the present circumstances would have been hard to imagine, most of all by you, but I, for one, could not be happier. All of us recognize the unique, indeed historic nature of this nomination. General Mattis enjoyed a long and distinguished career in uniform, but current law would bar him from serving as Secretary of Defense for 3 more years. While I strongly support retaining the law, I also believe that our nation needs General Mattis' service more than ever. So after this hearing, the committee will meet to consider special legislation to allow General Mattis to serve as Secretary of Defense. If confirmed, General Mattis would have the honor of leading a team of Americans who represent everything that is noble and best in our nation. Our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines do everything we ask of them and more. They make us proud every day. Our many defense civil servants also sacrifice day in and day out for our national security and rarely get the credit they deserve. I'm confident that no one appreciates our people and values their sacrifices more than General Mattis. And yet, as we meet today at a time of increasing global threat and disorder, for 7 decades, the United States has played a unique role in the world. We've not only put America first, but we've done so by maintaining and advancing a world order that has expanded security, prosperity, and freedom. This has required our alliances, our trade, our diplomacy, our values, but most of all, our military, for when would-be aggressors aspire to threaten world order. It's the global striking power of America's armed forces that must deter or thwart their ambitions. Too many Americans seem to have forgotten this in recent years. Too many have forgotten that our world order is not self-sustaining. Too many have forgotten that while the threats we face may not have purely military solutions, they all have military dimensions. In short, too many have forgotten that hard power matters, having it, threatening it, leveraging it for diplomacy, and at times, using it. Fairly or not, there is a perception around the world that America is weak and distracted, and that has only emboldened our adversaries to challenge the current world order. The threat posed by violent Islamic extremism continues to metastasize across the Middle East, Africa, Asia, Europe, and but for those who remain vigilant, our homeland. It should now be clear that we will be engaged in a global conflict of varying scope and intensity for the foreseeable future. Believing otherwise is wishful thinking. So if confirmed, General Mattis, you would lead a military at war. You, of all people, appreciate what that means and what it demands. At the same time, our central challenge in the Middle East is not ISIL, as grave a threat as that is. It is a breakdown of regional order in which nearly every state is a battlefield for conflict, a combatant, or both. ISIL is a symptom of this disorder. At the same time, Iran's nuclear weapons ambitions have been postponed but not halted, and it continues to modernize its military, expand its malign influence, and seek to remake the region in its image from Syria to Iraq to Yemen. In Asia, the rise of China is shifting the balance of power in ways that increasingly challenge longstanding U.S. interests. We see a new assertiveness in China to confront U.S. allies and partners, make vast territorial claims with no basis in international law, carve out spheres of influence, and revise the current order. North Korea is testing nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles at an alarming rate. Our intelligence community publicly assesses that North Korea could soon develop a nuclear-capable intercontinental ballistic missile that is capable of striking the U.S. homeland. This may become a defining crisis for the next president. And then there is Russia. Over the past 8 years, under President Vladimir Putin, Russia has invaded Ukraine, annexed Crimea, threatened NATO allies, intervened militarily in Syria, leaving a trail of death and destruction and broken promises in his wake. Russia's military has targeted Syrian hospitals and first responders with precision weapons. Russia supplied the weapons that shot down a commercial aircraft over Ukraine. Russia's war on Ukraine has killed thousands of Ukrainian soldiers and civilians. And in the most flagrant demonstration of Putin's disdain and disrespect for our nation, Russia deliberately interfered in our recent election with cyber attacks and disinformation campaign designed to weaken America and discredit Western values. Each of our last 3 presidents has had great expectations of building a partnership with the Russian government. Each attempt has failed, not for lack of good faith and effort on the U.S. side, but because of a stubborn fact that we must finally recognize Putin wants to be our enemy. He needs us as his enemy. He will never be our partner, including in fighting ISIL. He believes that strengthening Russia means weakening America. We must proceed realistically on this basis. We must build a position of significant strength vis-a-vis Russia and any other adversary that seeks to undermine our national interests and challenge the world order. We must reestablish deterrence, and that is primarily the job of the Department of Defense. But for too long, the Department of Defense has planned and optimized itself for short-term, episodic contingencies. Whether against great powers or global terrorist movements, we now face a series of long-term strategic competitions with clear military dimensions that often occur below the threshold of armed conflict. What makes all of this worse is that America's military technological advantage is eroding. Our competitors, especially China and Russia, have gone to school on the American way of war, and they are rapidly modernizing their militaries to exploit our vulnerabilities with advanced anti-access and area denial capabilities. Indeed, the entire model of American military power projection is increasingly being called into question on land, at sea, and in the air, and especially in space and cyberspace. In light of these threats, business as usual is not just misguided, it is dangerous. All of these problems are compounded by the self-inflicted wounds of the Budget Control Act. For 5 years, national defense spending has been arbitrarily capped. As global threats have risen, defense spending has often fallen in real terms. Each military service has deferred critical modernization and shed capacity, which has damaged readiness. Worse still, what we do spend is producing less combat power. In constant dollars, we spend nearly exactly the same amount on defense as we did 30 years ago, but we are fielding 35% fewer combat brigades, 53% fewer ships, and 63% future combat aircraft squadrons. All this while overhead costs that do not add to combat power have steadily increased. In short, we have done grave harm to our military, as each of our Joint Chiefs of Staff has repeatedly testified to this committee. Meanwhile, our national debt has increased nearly $4 trillion over the life of the Budget Control Act. The President-elect says he wants to, quote, fully eliminate the defense sequester and, quote, rebuild our military. If so, he will find many allies on this committee. The Budget Control Act is harming us in ways that our enemies could only dream. We must repeal this legislation and increase the defense top line. This will not be cheap, but it pales in comparison to the cost of failing to deter a war, or worse, losing one. For all these reasons and more, I believe the nation needs General Mattis. We need to stop deterring ourselves and return to strategy, aligning our ends, ways, and means to address global threats. We need to resize and, more importantly, reshape our military, giving our warfighters the most advanced capabilities so they never find themselves in a fair fight. We must continue to reform the Department of Defense so more of its limited dollars are spent on increasing the lethality of our military, not adding to its bureaucracy. That especially means improving defense acquisition, which still takes too long and costs too much to deliver too little. I'd like to conclude by saying a few words about trust and accountability and about the relationship between this committee and the Department of Defense. One of the few benefits of my advanced age is the sense of perspective it affords. In recent years, I have witnessed a steady loss of trust and deterioration of relations between Congress and the Department. It is felt on both sides, and there's plenty of blame to go around. Department leaders have too often treated members of Congress as afterthoughts to be notified, not partners to be meaningfully consulted. And Congress has too often sought to bend the Department to its will through ever-growing amounts of legislation, trying to manage it from afar rather than oversee it. We cannot afford to go on like this. Our challenges are too grave. The wide margin for error we once enjoyed in the world is gone. We need to take more risk if we are to maintain our strategic and technological advantage. We cannot let fear of failure slow us or stop us from innovating. These are challenges that the Department of Defense and the Congress, especially this committee, must manage together. The only way to restore this trust is to start trusting each other. If confirmed, you would have to trust us to be your partners in major decision-making and in sharing the greater risks that are necessary to win in a more competitive world. In return, if you will be accountable to us, and you will be, we must trust you to determine how best to get the results we demand with fewer statutory and regulatory impediments. In short, let's make it our common mission to restore accountability. If we can do that, though the threats we face may be great, I am confident we can succeed. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me join you in welcoming General Mattis to this morning's hearing. I thank him for his many decades of distinguished service to the country and to the Marine Corps, and I appreciate his willingness to return to public service, this time in a civilian capacity. In addition, let me also recognize and thank Senator Sam Nunn and Senator and Secretary of Defense Bill Cohen for their distinguished service and their very thoughtful, eloquent words this morning. Thank you, gentlemen. General Mattis began his long and distinguished career in the United States Marine Corps as a second lieutenant commissioned through the ROTC program at Central Washington University. He has served the highest echelons of the Marine Corps and capped his service as the commander of the United States Central Command. General Mattis, if you are confirmed as the Secretary of Defense, you will lead the department during a time when the United States faces many complex and multifaceted challenges that do not offer quick or easy solutions. Some of these challenges about traditional help oversee national security policy for a president who lacks foreign policy and defense experience and whose temperament is far different from prior presidents. I think many Americans and many in this body on both sides of the aisle are rightly concerned about how he may respond when he is tested by Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other transnational threats such as cyber. Considering some of these hotspots in
All right, guys, looks like we're having some technical difficulties. They have interrupted our Mad Dog feed. Stand by. All right, guys, looks like we've gotten it back.
partners on the ground in Iraq and Syria have made significant gains in recapturing areas once held by ISIL, including operations directed at Mosul and Raqqa. However, ISIL continues to find new ways to terrorize innocent civilians and recruit new members. In the long term, successful military action against ISIL, al-Qaeda, and other violent extremist groups must be complemented by non-military efforts by the international community to address the circumstances that led to the rise of such groups. Again, echoing some of the comments that my colleagues mentioned about the complementarity of the State Department and other agencies with respect to national security policy. In North Korea, Kim Jong-un has destabilized the Korean Peninsula, and recent nuclear tests and ballistic missile developments further threaten the region. Regimes as authoritarian and insulated as North Korea's are brittle and prone to collapse, and how we deal with North Korea's missile capabilities and its potential for collapse will be an ongoing debate and challenge for the Department of Defense. Russia has perpetrated aggressive action against its neighbors and has roundly rejected the post-Cold War international order that is whole, free, and at peace. Furthermore, Russia's employment of hybrid warfare tactics in an effort to undermine democracy and to destabilize neighboring countries cannot be ignored. In light of the intelligence community's recent assessment that President Vladimir Putin ordered an influence campaign designed to undermine our presidential election, this committee will be interested to hear your views regarding the best posture with regard to Russia going forward, both in the cyber realm and on the ground in Eastern Europe. In addition to these broad strategic challenges, we must also grapple with issues specific to the Department of Defense. For instance, this committee has done its best to allocate extra funding to support full-spectrum readiness, including additional home station training, flying hours, steaming days, depot maintenance, and installation sustainment. General Mattis, given your extensive military experience, I would welcome your assessment of current readiness levels and your thoughts on what else can and should be done. Our men and women in uniform remain this committee's top concern. Recruiting and retaining a sufficiently sized, trained, and equipped military with the necessary character and talent to meet national defense requirements is a paramount goal. To that end, I strongly support Secretary Carter's decision to develop gender-neutral occupational standards for all military occupations and to open service in all occupations to those who meet those standards regardless of their gender, to include service in ground combat units. For the first time, highly talented and motivated female Marines and soldiers are being assigned to units that were previously closed to them. Successful implementation of this decision requires strong leadership to ensure that individual success of the service member and the collective success of their unit and their service, and I expect you to provide that leadership. I remain concerned that too often our service members and their families fall victim to financial problems. This is an issue, I think, of importance. A deployed soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine hearing from a spouse back home about unscrupulous financial companies is unacceptable, and so I hope you pay particular attention to the Military Lending Act, which I and the Chairman have made a very strong priority in this committee. Defense budgets, I think we'd all agree, should be based on our long-term military strategy. However, defense spending is subject to the Budget Control Act, as the Chairman has pointed out. And the defense investments that have been made to rebuild readiness and modernization platforms and equipment are in jeopardy. In addition, we must be aware that simply adding additional funding to OCO, for example, or increasing defense spending at the expense of other government agencies creates other problems and is not an effective long-term solution. One of your first tasks of the new administration will be to submit a fiscal year 2018 budget that addresses these issues and goes to the point that the Chairman made of repealing the Budget Control Act. General Mattis, if confirmed, you will manage the Department of Defense grappling with many extraordinarily difficult challenges and require strong civilian leadership. In order to serve as the Secretary of Defense, Congress must provide an exception to the statutory requirement that currently prohibits individuals from being appointed if they are within 7 years of their military service. Earlier this week, this committee held a hearing on civilian control of the armed forces, which was illuminating and instructive. I hope you will candidly share with the committee this morning the actions you will take to ensure your tenure reflects and protects the principle of civilian control of the military if you are confirmed. When he assumes office, President Trump will become Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces. I continue to hope that the gravity of the office of the President and the magnitude of the challenge our country faces would encourage him to be more conscientious and thoughtful with his comments. However, in the 2 months since his election, President-elect Trump has made a number of defense-related policy statements addressing North Korea's ICBM capability, our trade relations with China, and an expansion of U.S. nuclear weapons. Most troubling is the President-elect's repeated praise for the leadership of Vladimir Putin and his seeming indifference to Russia's efforts to influence the presidential election. Many have supported the waiver legislation in your confirmation because they believe you will be, to paraphrase Thomas Jefferson, the saucer that cools the coffee. I look forward to hearing how you intend to manage the relationship of the Department of Defense with the NSC and with the President. Again, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the committee's careful process in considering this nomination, and I look forward to hearing from our nominee.
Thank you, General Mattis. There are standard questions that we required to ask, and I would go through those very quickly and point out, in order to exercise its legislative and oversight responsibilities, it's important this committee be and other appropriate committees of Congress able to receive testimony, briefings, and other communications of information. Have you adhered to applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest?
I have.
Will you ensure that your staff complies with deadlines established for requested communications, including questions for the record and hearings?
I will.
Will you cooperate in providing witnesses and briefers in response to congressional requests?
Yes.
Will those witnesses be protected from reprisal for their testimony or briefings?
Yes.
Do you agree, if confirmed, to appear and testify upon request before this committee?
I do.
Do you agree to provide documents, including copies of electronic forms of communications, in a timely manner when requested by a duly constituted committee, or to consult with the committee regarding the basis for any good faith delay or denial in providing such documents?
Yes, sir.
Have you assumed any duties or undertaken any actions which would appear to presume the outcome of the confirmation process?
I have not.
Welcome before the committee, General Mattis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Reed. It's an honor to come before you for this confirmation hearing as the President-elect's nominee for the position of Secretary of Defense. I request my written statement be accepted for the record.
Without objection.
I want to thank all of you on the committee for taking time to see me during my courtesy calls, and I thank you for your willingness to accommodate this hearing and consider my nomination. I have testified previously in front of this committee, and I've always held it in the highest regard. And based on my past year's experience, I do trust this committee and each member of it, and if confirmed, I will demonstrate that trust. I wish to thank former Senator William Cohen for so kindly introducing me this morning, and I'm equally grateful to the long-serving former chairman of the committee, Senator Sam Nunn, for his strong support. It is humbling to be considered for this position, and I thank the President-elect for placing trust and confidence in me. When this unanticipated request came, I was enjoying a full life west of the Rockies. I was not involved in the presidential campaign, and I was certainly not seeking or envisioning a position in any new administration. That said, it would be the highest honor, if I am confirmed, to lead those who volunteer to support and defend the Constitution and to defend our people. All my remarks today recognize that it is only with the advice and consent of the Senate that I can be confirmed. I know the senators of this committee are well aware of the many global security challenges we face. We see each day a world awash in change. Our country is still at war in Afghanistan, and our troops are fighting against ISIS and other terrorist groups in the Middle East and elsewhere. Russia is raising grave concerns on several fronts, and China is shredding trust along its periphery. Increasingly, we see islands of stability in our hemisphere, democracies here in Europe and in Asia under attack by non-state actors and nations that mistakenly see their security in the insecurity of others. Our armed forces in this world must remain the best led, the best equipped, and the most lethal in the world. These demanding times require us to put together a strong national security team here in Washington. If confirmed, I will lead the Department of Defense and be a forthright member of that team. I recognize that I will need to be the strongest possible advocate for military and civilian personnel and their families. I will foster an atmosphere of harmony and trust at the Department with our interagency counterparts and the congressional committees. As swiftly as the President-elect's national security team is confirmed, I will work to make sure our strategy and military calculus are employed to reinforce traditional tools of diplomacy, ensuring our President and our diplomats negotiate from a position of strength. In addition to ensuring collaboration across government and the adoption of an integrated strategy, we must also embrace our international alliances and security partnerships. History is clear. Nations with strong allies thrive, and those without them wither. If you confirm me, my watchwords will be solvency and security in providing for the protection of our people and the survival of our freedoms. My priorities as Secretary of Defense will be to strengthen military readiness, strengthen our alliances, and bring business reforms to the Department of Defense. Our military is the envy of the world, representing America's awesome determination to defend herself. Working with you, I will endeavor to keep our unique all-volunteer force second to none. We open the door to all patriots who are eligible and meet the standards, provide them with the training, equipment, and leadership essential to their success, and ensure all service members are treated with dignity and respect. I recognize my potential civilian role differs in essence from my former role in uniform. Civilian control of the military is a fundamental tenet of the American military tradition. Both the Commander-in-Chief and the Secretary of Defense must impose an objective strategic calculus in the national security decision-making process and effectively direct its actions. Civilian leaders bear these responsibilities because the esprit de corps of our military, its can-do spirit, and its obedience to civilian leadership reduces the inclination and power of the military to oppose a policy if it is ultimately ordered to implement. If the Senate consents and if the full Congress passes an exception to the 7-year requirement, I will provide strong civilian leadership of military plans and decisions and the Department of Defense. I recognize under the Constitution it is the Congress that raises, sustains, and supports our armed forces through annual authorizations and appropriations. For many years, I have watched you in action and testified before you. I look forward to collaborating closely for the defense of our nation. I am mindful of the extraordinary privilege it is to be nominated for this position. I will hold service members, civilians, and their families foremost in my thoughts and work to give the Department the best chance for victory if you confirm me. Finally, on a personal note, I have worked at the Pentagon twice in my career, but few people may know I'm not the first person in my family to do so. When in the wartime spring of 1942, my mother was 20 years old and working in military intelligence, she was part of the first wave of government employees to move into the still unfinished Pentagon. She had come to America as an infant and lives today on the banks of the Columbia River in the Pacific Northwest. Little could she imagine in her youth that more than 90 years after she immigrated to this country and 75 years after she first walked through the doors of the War Department, one of her sons would be sitting here before you today. Thank you. May I take your questions?
General, I neglected, would you like to introduce members of your family who are here with us today?
Thank you, Senator. They're safely west of the Rockies as well right now.
Very quickly, our uniformed military leaders have said that, have testified before this committee that the Budget Control Act has put the men and women serving in uniform at greater risk. Do you agree with that?
I do, sir.
I believe that we are in serious trouble in Afghanistan as the Taliban is able to mount greater and more serious attacks on capitals across that nation. Do you agree with that assessment?
They have made advances and eroded some of our successes, Chairman.
And the ANA is sustaining unsustainable, over a period of time, losses.
I need to review the actual casualty figures and the recruitment, sir, but I believe that's correct.
Do you believe that we have a strategy that will allow us to regain control of Raqqa?
I believe we do, sir. However, I believe that strategy needs to be reviewed and perhaps energized on a more aggressive timeline.
It seems to me that some of the actions we're taking, 50 troops here, 200 there, is smacks of mission creep. Is that, is there, do you think that there is some aspects of that?
Chairman, I'm not current on this issue. If confirmed, I will get current very quickly.
I just returned from a trip to the Baltics, Georgia, and Ukraine. They are incredibly worried about our commitment to them. And one of the major priorities.
Once the new national security team is confirmed, I want to sit down with them and come up with a coherent, integrated strategy that uses diplomacy, military.
I'm specifically speaking of the Baltics.
I do, sir.
On a trip that I took with Senator Graham and Senator Klobuchar, we went to Mariupol, close to the front lines, where with the president of Ukraine, where we took part in various ceremonies and meetings with these brave Ukrainians, 10,000 of whom have been slaughtered by Vladimir Putin in his invasion of Crimea and Ukraine. And I know you can appreciate the fact that there was a ceremony where the president of Ukraine gave their highest award to the mother of a young man who had just been killed by a Russian sniper a couple of days before. It's always very moving, and it brings home graphically what the Russians have done in Ukraine and Crimea. Crimea in blatant violation of the Budapest Agreement, for which they recognized Crimea as part of Ukraine in return for Ukraine giving up its nuclear inventory. What do you think we ought to do about Russia, General Mattis? Do you think we ought to maybe have sanctions against Russia, or basically sit by as we have for the last couple of years and watch their aggression, by the way, including their precision-guided weapons against hospitals in Aleppo? The list goes on, of the atrocities that have been committed by Vladimir Putin, while we again try a reset. I've watched 3 presidents commit themselves to a new relationship with Vladimir Putin. All 3 have been an abysmal failure. Should we ignore the lessons of history in our relationship with Vladimir Putin, and what should we be doing?
Chairman, history is not a straitjacket, but I've never found a better guide for the way ahead than studying the history. Since Yalta, we have a long list of times that we've tried to engage positively with Russia. We have a relatively short list of successes in that regard. And I think right now the most important thing is that we recognize the reality of what we deal with Mr. Putin, and we recognize that he is trying to break the North Atlantic Alliance, and that we take the steps, the integrated steps, diplomatic, economic, military, and the alliance steps, the working with our allies to defend ourselves where we must.
You are a distinguished student of history, and as we are all aware, that following World War II, a world order was established, which has held for basically the last 70 years. Do you believe that that world order is now under more strain than it's ever been?
I think it's under the biggest attack since World War II, sir, and that's from Russia, from terrorist groups, and with what China is doing in the South China Sea.
And that would argue for us making sure we're adequately prepared to meet these challenges.
I think deterrence is critical right now, sir, absolutely, and that requires the strongest military.
Do you think we have a strong enough military today in order to achieve that goal?
No, sir.
I thank you. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General, for your testimony and for your service. As I mentioned in my opening statement, your comments at CSIS indicated that, despite misgivings about JCPOA, in your words, there's no going back, and short of a clear and pleasant violation, that was enough to stimulate the European action as well, that we have to essentially stay the course. Is that still your view?
Sir, I think it is an imperfect arms control agreement. It's not a friendship treaty. But when America gives her word, we have to live up to it and work with our allies.
There also is, as I pointed out, and as you recognized and have pointed out much more eloquently, challenges arising from the non-nuclear aspects of Iranian contact. Proxy support, interference with shipping. In fact, there was an incident this week of provocation. How do you apply appropriate pressure to the Iranians to contain their behavior in these areas without jeopardizing the solidarity of the European and world community and the durability of the JCPOA?
Chairman, once the new national security team is confirmed, we'll work together, but I think to publicly display what Iran is up to with their surrogates and proxies, their terrorist units that they support, to recognize the ballistic missile threat, to deal with their maritime threat, and to publicly make clear to everyone what they're doing in the cyber realm all helps to constrain Iran.
Thank you. General, if you are to become the Secretary of Defense, you will be a critical component of the intelligence community. You produce intelligence through the Defense Intelligence Agency, and you can consume intelligence because it is the basis of most every recommendation or decision that you would make. We are in a very a unique situation where we have the President-elect disparaging the intelligence community, questioning its conclusions and questioning its motivations, suggesting perhaps that there would be some actions taken, perhaps bordering on retribution, for intelligence analysis that is being done, we presume, I certainly presume, based on the tradecraft and allegiance to the facts and the best judgment that they can make. Do you believe if you observe behavior such as that, disrupting the intelligence community, disparaging it, undermining it, ignoring it, again, I could go on, do you feel you have an obligation to the country and the Constitution to inform the committee of those actions?
Senator, I can tell you that in my many years of involvement in the military, I had a close relationship with the intelligence community. I could evaluate their effectiveness at times on a daily basis, and I have a very, very high degree of confidence in our intelligence community.
And if you see that community being undercut, not debated about their conclusions, but undercut or somehow ignored or selectively being listened to or ignored, again, do you feel you have an obligation to make us aware of this so that we can exercise our responsibilities?
I'll be completely transparent with this committee, sir, but I would not have taken this job if I didn't believe the President-elect would also be open to my input on this or any other matter.
Thank you. You have talked about the situation with respect to Russia. One aspect of that is operations in Syria. There has been some discussion of on and off during the campaign of cooperating with the Russians in Syria. Do you think there's a possibility of that, a likelihood of that, or would that be a good approach?
Senator, Russia, to quote the chairman's opening statement, has chosen to be a strategic competitor. They're an adversary in key areas, and while we should always engage and look for areas of cooperation, and even in the worst years of the Cold War, President Reagan and Secretary Shultz were able to work with Russia, the Soviet Union at that time, and reduce the nuclear weapons. So I'm all for engagement. But we also have to recognize reality and what Russia is up to, and there's a decreasing number of areas where we can engage cooperatively, and an increasing number of areas where we're going to have to confront Russia.
Thank you.
Senator Inhofe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to take all of my time here because every question I was going to ask, the chairman has already asked, and I like the answers. I also have been honored to have known you for 30 years, and that's not normally the case. And so I'm so excited that you're willing to do this. The two things that we're concerned with are readiness and what's happening, that I'm concerned with, is readiness and our U.S. influence. A year ago, you said that you stated our influence in the Middle East is at its lowest point in 4 decades. And I agree with that. We had also confirmation testimony last November by General Goldfein that said continuous combat operations and reduced overall budgets have driven readiness to historically low levels. And I look and I see Senator Cohen and Senator Nunn. I spent time with both of them. I admire them so much, but this isn't like it used to be. I mean, right now we have 1/3 of the Army Brigade combat teams are ready to fight in all types of warfare. The current Air Force is the smallest and oldest in the Air Force history, yet only half of its fighter squadrons are ready to fight in intensity combat. And General Mattis and your Marines, the aircraft, their combat Marine aviators are at historical lows right now in terms of flight time. Same thing with the Navy. We have the requirements for 308 ships, and we only have 274. So this is not like it used to be. And I would only say this, that I really believe that we'll have to relook at the priorities that we have in this country, and I enjoy quoting.
I'm much more comfortable with you doing that than some arithmetic. So I think I'm with you. I share 100% of your frustration and your goal, ma'am. I can't tell you I know how to get there other than giving you my best military advice.
Thank you. I also want to briefly touch on women serving in every military occupational specialty, and you and I have had a chance to visit about this at length. I'm particularly proud of the work that has been done on this.
Are changed. The standards are the standards, and when people meet the standards, then that's the end of the discussion on that. I would also add that what we're talking about here is somewhere north of 50% of our force is made up of women. And the reason we're able to maintain an all-volunteer force with very, very high recruiting standards is because we go to males and females. And that same application of that human capital has got to show that where they can best serve, that's where they go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Mattis, let's talk about Israel for a few moments. Would you agree that the United States shares common values and strategic interest with Israel?
Israel is a fellow democracy, and I think Israel's security is very, very important to the United States.
Are there any other democracies in the Middle East?
No, sir.
Would you agree that the threat of Iran's regional belligerence and nuclear ambitions are a shared threat both to the United States and to Israel?
And I agree, and I would add also to our Arab partners in the region.
And I think you said that we're going to have to live with what the administration has done with regard to the energy agreement with Iran. Are you confident that we can monitor the situation with regard to possible violations? Do we have that capability?
I'll have to get in and look at the classified data if you confirm me, Senator. I believe we can have it. I just can't respond authoritatively right now if we've got those processes in place.
In your opinion, what did the United States' failure last month to veto the UN resolution with regard to Israel do to our bilateral relationship with Israel?
Sir, I'd have to get back and look at that. I say that because I've read what's in the newspaper and what's going on in both Tel Aviv and Washington and New York, but I do not have a very authoritative view of that right now. I think we have got to restore a better relationship with Israel and with our Arab allies. I think there's a sense on their part that we are indifferent to the situation they face, the security situation that they face.
And we certainly don't need to send the signal that we're indifferent to their situation, do we?
The greatest generation came home from World War II recognizing whether we like it or not, we're part of this world, sir. We're going to have to remember that lesson.
And I realize this was a foreign policy question, but you're going to be part of the national security and foreign policy team. And let me say that one of my greatest concerns with regard to our failure to veto this resolution, and therefore to let it be adopted by the UN Security Council, is that people will argue that this establishes international law. And somehow this Congress and this new administration are going to have to send the signal that we do not recognize that with regard to the Israeli presence in certain sections of Jerusalem, we do not recognize that resolution as international law, and we're in a tough position there. If you'd like to comment on that, I'd be glad to hear your thoughts, sir.
Sir, I think ultimately we're going to have to promote peace between the Palestinian and the Israeli authorities there, and that's going to take time to build that kind of trust, and we should be a partner in trying to build that resolution between those peoples.
When one speaks of Israel maintaining its qualitative military edge over neighbors in the region, what does that mean to you, General?
Sir, it has to do with the technology of the military equipment provided. I would only add that we also have improving relations between Israel and some of those neighbors, and where we can work in terms of partnership with both Israel and the Arab neighbors, we can strengthen everyone's security and stability in the Middle East.
Do you believe their qualitative military edge needs to be revitalized?
I'm not aware that it's not vital now, that it's not fully formed right now.
And with regard to the Thucydides trap, of course, Secretary Cohen has insulted every member of this committee by suggesting that we don't readily understand that. But with regard to that, as I understand it, this occurs when a rising power tries to meet the power of an already existing and established power. Do you think that is a risk when it comes to our relationship with China, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region?
Sir, I believe that we're going to have to manage that competition between us and China. There's another piece of wisdom from antiquity that says fear, honor, and interest always seem to be the root causes of why a nation chooses to go to hostilities. And I would just say that what we've got to do is engage diplomatically, engage in terms of alliances, engage economically, and maintain a very strong military, so our diplomats are always engaging from a position of strength when we deal with a rising power.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, General Mattis, and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve this country. I have read that in 2005, as commander of the Marine Corps Combat Development Command, that you asked researchers to, quote, unleash us from the tether of fuel and explore ways to improve the efficiency of military vehicles in order to reduce the strain that energy put on supply lines, because you, not only when you commanded the 1st Marine Division during the 2003 invasion, but you had also seen what happens when our troops outran their fuel supplies. So can you speak to why you think this is important, and will you, as Secretary of Defense, continue to support the military's effort to pursue alternative and more efficient sources of energy to reduce our reliance on conventional fuel supplies?
Yes, Senator, we will take advantage of every advance in terms of extending our legs, extending our energy efforts. And certainly there's a lot of progress that's been made. I've been living in Silicon Valley for the last several years, so you can understand my interest in what they're doing out there in the private sector.
Well, thank you. I think our military is way ahead of much of the rest of government and much of the private sector, and those are lessons that can be shared that will benefit the private sector as well. Chairman McCain talked about the threat that Russia poses, and listening to your responses, it sounded to me like you also believe that Russia poses a threat to the United States and to the, I think you said, the transatlantic alliance. Today, for the first time since the fall of communism, American troops arrived in Poland as part of the European Reassurance Initiative. How important is it for us to continue these initiatives to reassure our European allies that we will continue to support them? And how concerned are you that some of President-elect Trump's statements with respect to continuing to support NATO, to support our allies in Europe, has undermined our ability to continue this initiative? And will you support the ERI continuing as Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I do support ERI. NATO, from my perspective, having served once as a NATO Supreme Allied Commander, is the most successful military alliance probably in modern world history, maybe ever. And it was put together, as you know, by the greatest generation coming home from a war to defend Europe against Soviet incursion by the military, their military. Yet the first time it went to war was when this town and New York City were attacked. It's the first time NATO went into combat. So my view is that nations with allies thrive and nations without allies don't. And so I would see us maintaining the strongest possible relationship with NATO.
Thank you. And are you concerned about some of the statements that President-elect Trump has made with respect to our historic European allies and to NATO? And how have you had a chance to have discussions with him, and how confident are you that he recognizes what you've just said about the importance of those relationships?
Senator, I have had discussions with him on this issue. He has shown himself open, even to the point of asking more questions and going deeper into the issue about why I feel so strongly. And he understands where I stand, and I'll work with the other members of the team, national security team, once the Senate confirms them, to carry these views forward.
Thank you. You talked about, I think Senator Inhofe raised the issue of readiness for our troops. And when you and I met, we also talked a little bit about the National Guard and the importance of the Guard as being part of the one force that we depend on. Readiness is obviously a concern for the National Guard as well. And in New Hampshire, for example, our National Guard has experienced a 32% decline in force structure since 2007, much more than many states that are smaller than we are. And they've had trouble with training rotations, resources, equipment, other aspects of readiness. Can you commit to us that you, in addition to trying to address readiness with our active duty forces, that you will also look at the Guard and Reserve and try and ensure that they also have access to what they need to be ready for deployment?
Senator, I share the chairman's view that we have shrunk our military capability, and one of the things that forces on us is the awareness. It's not just a strategic reserve anymore in the National Guard, it's also an operational reserve. That means they have to be ready to go on very short notice. That's just a reality when we've shrunk our military to the point we have, yet not reduced our strategic obligations. So we are going to have to keep the National Guard and the reserves of all the armed forces at the top of their game. We can't deploy them without having them at a high state of readiness, mostly in equipment and training. There are some things, obviously, they don't do because they're not on duty 365 days a year. But as an operational reserve and strategic reserve, they'll be critical.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General Mattis, for your past service to this country, and thank you again for your willingness to step forward in service once again. I was happy to see your responses to the advanced policy questions affirm the importance of nuclear weapons, which you describe as fundamental to our nation's security. And your statement that, quote, we must continue with the current nuclear modernization plans for all three legs of the triad, end quote. When we talked in my office about the triad in our meeting last week, you brought up, I believe, a very important point that bears repeating, relating to the ICBM force. And there's a broad recognition that the legs of the triad have different strengths. The bombers are visible, and therefore they have what I call signaling value. The submarines are highly survivable, and the ICBMs are the most responsive leg, and they can be launched at a moment's notice. You mentioned what you called the targeting challenge of our ICBM force and what that targeting challenge poses for our adversaries. Could you explain that further?
Ma'am, in my review of the triad that you brought up here, Senator, I looked at each one of those legs. Is it necessary? And I haven't had access to all the classified data, but I had a fair amount of background on this, and some of the aspects of why we have a triad have not changed. So in looking at each leg of it with the ICBM force, it's clear that they are so buried out in the central U.S. that any enemy that wants to take us on is going to have to commit 2, 3, 4 weapons to make certain they take each one out. In other words, the ICBM force provides a cost-imposing strategy on an adversary. And again, what we're trying to do is set such a stance with our triad that these weapons must never be used ever again. And so the deterrent value of the ICBM force is that an enemy would have to basically use 3 or 4 times as many weapons to take out each individual one. So that's the targeting challenge the enemy faces against the ICBM force.
Thank you. And in your answers to this committee's advanced questions about whether we are deterring hostile activity in cyberspace, you say no, and you continue on to state, quote, "To be deterred, our adversaries must know they will suffer consequences from cyber attacks that outweigh any gains they hope to achieve. If they choose to act as adversaries, we will treat them as such," end quote. I completely agree and believe that more costs must be imposed on those who are responsible for cyber attacks. So this gets to the issue we've discussed in great detail on this committee, which is the lack of an overall policy to respond to cyber attacks. When we discussed this in our recent meeting, you made a point that I believe is also very important, which is that the lack of a policy is potentially destabilizing because adversaries unaware of our boundaries may take a provocative action that forces the United States to act militarily. I believe you characterized it as, quote, stumbling into a conflict. Essentially, we don't want to find out what constitutes an active war in cyberspace the hard way. Can you elaborate on that point for us?
Senator, I believe a lot of crises and even wars have started from miscalculation. So while it's important we make clear what we stand for, I think in an area such as you're bringing up here, cyber, it's also important that our adversaries know what we absolutely will not tolerate. And by making that clear, you're less apt to have somebody stumble into a situation where now we're forced to take action. That said, putting together a policy like this is not something the Department of Defense can do alone. We certainly have a key role, a fundamental role, but at the same time, from our Treasury Department to our Commerce Department to our Homeland Security, we need to get a lot of people in the room and put this policy together. I realize it's a new domain, but that doesn't give us an excuse not to address it on an urgent basis.
Thank you, sir. I look forward to working with you on that. This committee has been focused on cyber. We are looking for a policy, and I look forward to developing one with you. And I invite you to come to Nebraska and visit Offutt, and would love to be there when you're there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Not required. Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to continue some of the line of questioning started by Senator McCaskill. Do you plan on rolling back the opening of infantry positions to women based on your previous statements?
Senator, I've never come into any job with an agenda, a preformed agenda of changing anything. I come in assuming the people before me deserve respect for the job they did and the decisions they made.
I asked specifically because in previous speeches, one from the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco on April 16, 2015, you were asked specifically about whether we should open infantry positions and Special Forces combat jobs to women. And you said you did not think it was a good idea. You said when you mix, you know, that when you mix eros, when you mix affection for one another, that could be manifested sexually. I don't care if you go anywhere in history, you will not find where this has worked. Never has it worked. And then in a previous speech on April 23, 2014, you said the idea of putting women in there is not setting them up for success. Could we find a woman who could run fast enough? Of course we could. Could we find a few who could do the pull-ups? Of course we could. That's not the point. That's not the point at all. It's whether or not you want to mix eros. And so in both of these question and answer sessions, you said you do not think you could do it. Have you changed your view on this issue?
Senator, I was not in a position to go back into government when I made those statements. There are many policies that have been enacted over many years, including the years since I've been on active duty. I'm coming in with the understanding that I lead the Department of Defense, and if someone brings me a problem, then I'll look at it. But I'm not coming in looking for problems. I'm looking for ways to get the department so it's at the most lethal stance. And in that regard, it's all about military readiness. I'm looking for military readiness and what we can do in that regard.
Do you plan to oppose women serving in these combat roles?
I have no plan to oppose women in any aspect of our military. In 2003, I had hundreds of Marines who happened to be women serving in my 23,000 person Marine division. And this is 10 years before I retired, and I put them right into the front lines alongside everyone else.
So you no longer believe that Eros is a problem when men and women are serving together?
I believe that if we are going to execute policies like this, we had better train our leaders so they can handle all things that come from a policy that's decided in this town. That's our responsibility, to train our young leaders who are going to be dealing with factors that perhaps their fathers did not have to deal with.
In your book, Warriors and Citizens, and the interviews that you did afterwards, you were talking about the disconnect between civilians and the civilian elite's view of the military and the military's view of itself. And you cite various policy debates that you think there's a disconnect, and two that you cite. You said in recent policy debates, such as those about allowing homosexuals to serve openly, retaining a residual force in Iraq and Afghanistan, cutting military spending, assigning women to combat units, and other items. You believe that the American public is not nearly as concerned as it should be that the changes to military policies are accruing risk to our forces. We fear that an uninformed public is permitting political leaders to impose an accretion of social conventions that are diminishing the combat power of our military, disregarding our warfighting practitioners' advice. Do you believe that openly serving homosexuals along with women in combat units is undermining our force?
Senator, my belief is that we have to stay focused on a military that's so lethal that on the battlefield it will be the enemy's longest day and their worst day when they run into that force. I believe that military service is a touchstone for patriots of whatever stripe. I mean, it's simply the way that they demonstrate their commitment. And I believe that right now the policies that are in effect, unless a service chief brings something to me where there's a problem that's been proven, then I'm not going in with an idea that I'm going to review these and right away start rolling something back.
Do you believe that allowing LGBT Americans to serve in the military or women in combat is undermining our lethality?
Frankly, Senator, I've never cared much about two consenting adults and who they go to bed with.
So the answer is no?
Senator, my concern is on the readiness of the force to fight and to make certain that it's at the top of its game, so when we go up against an enemy, the criteria for everything we do in the military up until that point when we put our young men and women across the line of departure is they will be at their most lethal stance. That's my obligation as I move into this job.
So
that's how I will look at the
Thank you. And for the record, I'd like in writing whether you believe a gender. Understood, sir. Just for the record,
Senator's
you answer
time
that
has
question.
expired.
Thank you.
Please adhere to the rules of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cotton.
Thank you. General Mattis, welcome to the committee. Thank you for your many decades of service, and thank you for your willingness to answer the call to serve once again. In his speech on our defense in Philadelphia, President-elect Trump committed to a 540,000-man Army, a 36-battalion Marine Corps, a 350-ship Navy, and an Air Force with at least 1,200 fighter aircraft. Do you agree that these numbers are the correct targets for which we should aim for our armed forces?
Sir, in my discussion with the President-elect, he wants to strengthen the military. I'll have to look at those numbers in particular I would tell you that he takes the issue seriously, as you can see from what he's proposed there, and I believe that that is the right direction. The timing, the phasing of that, and making certain that whatever you've already bought for us is fully maintained. These are challenges that we'll have to look at for current readiness and future readiness of the force. But I believe the direction he has outlined is accurate.
Thank you. Do you have a perspective on what is a more urgent priority, current end strength or the aging equipment of our armed forces?
Senator, I think that we have a reset problem in several of our armed forces coming out of many years of hard use. That reset has not been achieved. We also have a current maintenance problem where ships are at sea longer because the ships that are supposed to relieve them are not prepared. And then we've got to look at the future force to make certain, like in my case, every time I went to fight, somebody had done something 20 years before that put me in a dominant position. So we're going to have to balance all that, and I look forward to working with this committee in figuring this out, trying to get the right balance for that.
Thank you. I want to return to the nuclear triad discussion you had with Senator Fisher, in which you expressed your support for it. When we look at the triad we have today, though, it's getting somewhat long in the tooth. I think every leg of that triad may be older than I am. We're undertaking a significant modernization program today. Are you committed to the continuation of the Columbia-class submarine?
Yes, sir, I am.
The B-21 bomber?
Yeah, a manned bomber, yes, I am, sir.
The ground-based strategic deterrent?
I am, sir.
Long-range standoff cruise missile?
I need to look at that one, sir. My going-in position would be it makes sense, but I need to look at it in terms of its deterrent capability.
Secretary Bob Gates, for whom we both served, me many levels lower than did you, wrote in his books that a common misunderstanding in Washington is the deputy secretary of any department manages the department. He said that only the Secretary of Defense can truly run the department and really run major critical programs. He cited as some examples the mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle, unmanned aerial ISR assets in theater, and the so-called golden hour of getting combat care to troops who are wounded on the battlefield. Just three examples of that. He had to prioritize and invest his time and influence and prestige to accomplish within the department's bureaucracy. As you look forward to serving as Secretary of Defense, what are the 2 or 3 priorities you think that are both most urgent and most intractable in which you will need to personally invest your time and influence and prestige?
In strengthening the military, sir, there are times when the Secretary himself has to overrun any kind of obstacles, but you want to set up a department that by and large can do that as a matter of its core processes. And in this case, what Senator McCaskill brought up earlier, where I cannot come before you and tell you that we have an audit, an ironclad audit to show you where we're spending money, means that we're going to have to get some people, I don't know if it's the deputy or the chief management officer, who are focused 24/7 on getting these business practices down to a point that I can win your confidence when I come up here and ask for money. At the same time, I think that the decisions on the use of force, the active oversight of operations overseas, and the engagement with our allies are things that I'm going to have to spend a lot of time on based on some of the questions and comments that have been given here today.
Thank you again for your willingness to serve our country once again.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to join the rest of my colleagues in thanking you for your service and your willingness to serve again. You and I have discussed the issue of civilian control over the military, and I am extremely concerned by the precedent that you're assuming this office would set. And I think you, in some respects, share that concern, because civilian control of the military is a bedrock principle that goes to the very founding of our republic. And I am not going to elaborate on my reasons for feeling so strongly about it. I'd like to place in the record a statement to that regard, if there's no objection, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. But let me say very bluntly, if there were ever a case for a waiver of that principle. It is you at this moment in our history. Senator Cohn made reference to your heart and your caring for your troops and their caring for you, and I believe that your appreciation for the costs of war in blood, treasure, and lives, and the impact on veterans afterward will enable you to be a check on rash and potentially ill-considered use of military force by a president-elect who perhaps lacks that same appreciation. And so I think you will have a critical role as Secretary of Defense in providing a check on that kind of action. And in that regard, I want to focus on one of the costs of war, which is post-traumatic stress disorder. I call it post-traumatic stress, an invisible wound of war. The chairman and I worked together to support a measure called the Clay Hunt Veteran Suicide Prevention Act, and I thank him again for his leadership on that issue, which focuses on the difficulties that veterans have and the impact in causing suicide among veterans. Again, an invisible and often disregarded costs of war. 20 veterans every day still commit suicide in the greatest country in the history of the world. I'd like a commitment from you that you will address the issues of post-traumatic stress and veterans and work with the VA on attempting to fight this scourge of suicide in our military.
Senator, this cuts to the very heart of any of us here who have ordered troops into harm's way, and how could they come home to this great country carrying something that puts them into that sort of despair. I'm guided largely by Dr. Jonathan Shea from Boston, from Cambridge, and what he has done in his study of this issue, and you have my full commitment on this.
And you and I have also discussed veterans of past wars who may have been discharged with less than honorable status because of PTS that was undiagnosed at the time, partly because it wasn't even regarded as a condition or a diagnosable condition. And I think you expressed your interest in addressing that issue as well.
Yeah, there are appeal processes, but I need to look at those processes and whether or not the framing guidance to those appeal boards takes this into account, and I don't know that right now, but I will look at it.
General, you expressed your commitment in response to previous questions to the Columbia-class Ohio replacement program, and I welcome that commitment. I think it's essential as part of our nuclear triad. You and I have also discussed the Virginia attack class submarine program, the construction of 2 a year. I assume you will remain committed to that program because it is so vital to our undersea strategic superiority. It's one of the areas where we have an asymmetric advantage.
Absolutely, Senator.
And I think you agree, too, because you mentioned our support for Israel, that the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program is important to our strategic edge in the world and to our allies like Israel and others around the world, including in NATO, that will depend on it.
Yes, sir. Many of our allies have bet their air superiority on the F-35 program, and it bonds us tightly together with them.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, first of all, thank you for your service. Thank you for taking the time to visit with us personally prior to in our office. As I think back, I thought perhaps one of the biggest challenges that you may face is differentiating between that of a military leader versus a civilian leader coming into the Department of Defense. Could you perhaps just share very briefly your philosophy on the difference in how you would perhaps share the difference and address any questions anybody on this committee may have concerning how you would respond militarily versus that as the civilian leader?
Senator, the military is under civilian control in this country, and the result is that once they've had their say, they've given their input, the military leaders stand back. and then carry out the decision to the best of their ability. In changing roles here, I have to make certain that I'm carrying out that responsibility, principally to advise the elected commander-in-chief on the use of force in a way that takes into account all of America's basically different strengths, economic, diplomatic, military. Generally speaking, we would use military as a deterrent role, as a reassurance to our allies, and certainly in most cases as a last resort. So the role of the Secretary of Defense is a broader portfolio than that of a military officer. Further, it is a position of civilian control that works with the Congress to maintain civilian control of the military. This is not just up to the executive branch. Civilian control of the military is also a responsibility that is shared with this committee in particular and with the broader Congress. And I still remember my first day in 1969 standing at the newly discovered position of attention in a barber shop, and on the wall was the picture of the President of the United States wearing a suit, the Secretary of Defense in a suit, the Secretary of Navy in a suit, and below that was a list of photos of the commanders, my Marine commanders. It was on its first day in the military, it was a graphic display of civilian control of the military. They're in the executive branch, but I have learned the role of the Congress over many years of testimony.
Thank you. 2 years ago, you advised us that this committee must lead the effort to repeal the sequestration that is costing military readiness and long-term capability while sapping troop morale. Likewise, the President-elect has called the rescinding of the threat of sequestration. So did the unanimous report of the bipartisan National Defense Panel, which was cited by the President-elect. Sometimes I think we misunderstand in this country that the #1 priority that we should be looking at is the defense of our country, because if we're not free, nothing else really matters. When you talk about sequestration, we seem to have a misunderstanding that somehow expenditures for defense should be equalized with the expenditures for non-defense discretionary spending. Would you care to state your opinion and how you would advise the President with regard to sequestration and the elimination of those caps and what it means to the United States military?
Senator, I understand the need for solvency and security because no nation in history has maintained its military power if it did not maintain its fiscal house in good order. At the same time, I believe that this country has got to be prepared to defend itself. The idea of a government of the people, by the people, for the people remains a radical thought in many people's minds in this world, and we're going to have to be able to fight for it. So as a result of that, I believe that we can afford survival. I don't believe in mathematical calculus that basically makes the Congress spectators as salami slice cuts come in, and you do not have control over that. If I can't make the argument for you for why we need a military program, then I'm willing to lose it. But if I can make that argument, should you confirm me, I don't want the Congress in a role where sequestration is making decisions for you, and you're not able to influence this.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have a series of questions under cyber, but I'd like to ask if I could submit those for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your service and look forward to supporting you in this nomination.
Thanks, sir.
Senator Rono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General Mattis. I hope that you can provide me with a yes or no answer to this question, and then I'll move on to other questions. Is there something innate in being a woman or LGBT that would cause you to believe that they could not be part of a lethal force?
No.
Thank you. We have strategic interests in the Indo-Asia-Pacific AOR, and I believe the Obama administration's concept of a strategic rebalance should be continued. And I know that you are well aware of the armies in this part of the world, what's happening with China and North Korea. Will you continue our commitment to strengthening our presence in the Indo-Asia-Pacific AOR, recognizing the strategic importance of this part of the world to our national defense and our national security?
Senator, the Pacific Theater remains a priority in my mind.
So you will continue that commitment to strengthen our
I will look
presence?
at which commitment, ma'am?
A commitment to this part of the world, the Indo-Asia-Pacific part of the world, in terms of military resources, in terms of our presence, in terms of strengthening our allies in this part of the world.
Yes, we have worldwide responsibilities, and certainly the Pacific looms large in that.
Thank you. The President-elect has taken to Twitter, tweeting defense companies on program costs and expectations. Understandably, the companies have responded. These tweets have impacted markets, created instability and some uncertainty within the industry. And while we all agree that we need to ensure that our contractors deliver the systems our warfighters require on time and within costs, I don't think that this is the best way to get that point across, especially if you are the President of the United States. So my question is, should you be confirmed, how would you deal with industry and their concerns and the President-elect if he continues to use Twitter to express his views and opinions about major defense acquisition programs, which has legally binding contracts already in place?
Senator, it's not my role to comment on the President-elect's statements, other than to say I believe it shows he is serious about getting the best bang for the dollar when it comes to defense dollars. And that is where I find common ground with him. I want to be able to come to you and say, here's the money you gave us and here's what we did with it. And I see his statements about the cost of certain defense programs as showing his serious side about keeping these costs under control.
Well, we on this committee have spent a lot of time, particularly under Chairman McCain's leadership, looking at the costs and the timeframes for delivery of various systems. So certainly we share that. It's a matter of how best to go forward as we ask these questions. And in my view, using Twitter as a means is not the most efficacious way to do that. Turning to our allies, once again in the Asia-Pacific area, you have indicated that you believe we are stronger with our allies and partners in Asia, and the President-elect Trump has made some statements regarding some key allies in the region, Japan and Korea, suggesting at one point that we wouldn't defend them if necessary. Do you consider these kinds of statements damaging, and what would you do to strengthen these alliances should you be confirmed?
Sir, I think that we have a long history in this city with presidents, secretaries of defense asking allies to carry their fair share of any kind of defense burden when they share in the benefits. And I've lived through these kind of discussions in NATO and elsewhere. So what I would do, to answer your question, is I would find common ground with our allies, but I wouldn't just take traditional allies. I'd be looking for new allies and make certain that we're creating as many allies as we can as we try to keep peace and stability.
I agree with you. In response to a question from Senator Shaheen, you said that you support the ERI. Do you believe that we need to have a parallel effort in the Indo-Asia-Pacific area?
Each region has its own unique characteristics, Senator. I believe that we have a fair number of similar troop deployments in the Pacific already that send the kind of message that ERI sends to Europe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, very much. General Mattis, thank you for appearing in front of our committee today. I will start with some basic yes or no questions, sir. Can I get your confirmation that you will make cutting wasteful spending a priority?
Yes.
Do you commit to working with me to combat and prevent military sexual assault and retaliation?
Absolutely.
Do you commit to leveraging the unique capabilities of our Guard and Reserve forces to enhance our national security missions?
Yes.
Will you provide me with advance notice should you decide to make any changes to the gender integration policies that are in place?
I will always keep this committee informed, ma'am.
I appreciate your commitment, and I want to thank Senator McCaskill for bringing up the Sapper course. We've had discussions about this in the past. When I graduated my engineer officer basic course in 1993, I and the 11 other women that attended that course were not afforded the opportunity to even compete for the sapper course. So I am glad that we have rectified that in the years since. Flash forward 10 years, 2003. Operation Iraqi Freedom 1. I was a transportation company commander serving in Kuwait and Iraq. I had an assigned weapon, a M9, 9mm pistol, but I also had assigned to me an M16 rifle, because the joke that we had in the military was that sometimes the most effective use of an M9 is to simply throw it at your adversary. So when I met with you last week, you emphasized that you are committed to making our military more lethal. To do this, I think one place you need to start is with our military's small arms. Russia continues to upgrade its service rifle, and all while we continue to modify our M4s, many of our troops still carry M16s. The Army can't even figure out how to replace the M9 pistol, first issued in 1982. Take a look at their 350-page micromanaging requirements document if you want to know why it's taking so long to get this accomplished. Our military's current service rifle shoots a bullet that, as you noted, is illegal for shooting small deer in nearly all states due to its lack of killing power. Do you agree that we cannot grow a more lethal force while using outdated small arms and ammunition?
I do agree with that approach, ma'am. I have been away for several years, and as you know, the Army, the Special Forces, the Marines have all been working on creating a more lethal round for the M16, M4. So I'm not current on it right now on what they've done with the actual ammunition to perhaps increase the lethality, so I would have to get current on that. But I'm in 100% agreement with the approach you're taking.
Certainly, lethality is very, very important, and we do need to relook that, because I do think that we need to be on par with any of our adversaries. I'm well aware of your experience in CENTCOM, and I thank you for your great service. That region will inevitably and rightfully remain a major focal point when talking about Islamic extremism. However, I do believe we need to look at other regions around the globe, and we cannot turn a blind eye to ISIS in regions outside of the Middle East, such as in Southeast Asia. There are many news reports that have showed those areas are very active. In reports from last year, I noted over 57 Philippine government forces have been killed in battles linked with ISIS groups. There was also an attempted U.S. embassy bombing in Manila, and many other ISIS-claimed attacks throughout that region. Secretary Carter did agree with my assessment on ISIS in Southeast Asia, and President Obama was made well aware of my concerns. However, we have yet to develop a strategy to combat ISIS, especially in those regions where we are not focusing. How should our new administration address the rising threat of ISIS in Southeast Asia, and will you commit to working with me on this, sir?
Absolutely, Senator. The way we do this, I think we have to deliver a very hard blow against ISIS in the Middle East so that there's no sense of invulnerability or invincibility there. There's got to be a military defeat of them there, but it must, as you point out, be a much broader approach. This requires an integrated strategy so you don't squeeze them in one place and then they develop in another, and we really are right back to square one. We've got to have an integrated strategy on this, and it's got to be one that goes after the recruiting and their fundraising as well as delivering a military blow against them in the Middle East. And that way you slow down this growth and start rolling it back by, with, and through allies.
I appreciate it. God bless you, General. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. General Mattis, in your 44 years of service, you've built a distinguished resume and demonstrated an unwavering commitment to this country. Having said that, we need to weigh your qualifications today against the need to change an important law that seeks to preserve the ultimate civilian control of the military. But in doing so, I believe we also need to consider another factor, which is the temperament of the incoming White House team. Something you said earlier struck me. It was crises and wars start by miscalculation. I want to go back and remind folks about something that could have happened a number of years ago. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, Air Force General Curtis LeMay and other military commanders urged President Kennedy to launch a preemptive raid on Cuba. Many people believe that would have provoked a Soviet nuclear response. In the end, we averted a nuclear exchange and were fortunate enough to have individuals in the White House who showed a great deal of both restraint and calm during a very intense crisis. We hope it's not so, but the next administration could well encounter a similar situation. Granted, every situation is unique. What assurances can you provide that, if confirmed, you'll approach a time of crisis with the same temperament that you've shown us today? And I would point out that isn't always consistent with your nickname, and provide sound policy and guidance to the President-elect, particularly as it relates to something as serious as the use of nuclear weapons.
Senator, first, I assure you that that nickname was given me by the press, and some of you may have experienced similar occasions with the press where perhaps they didn't get it quite right.
Touche.
But I would just say, Senator, that what you must always have is have a team of people together who, it may not be a pretty process, but you look at all options. You don't default to one, and I want to point out default particularly to the military one prematurely, that you have your diplomats, you have everyone in the room as we look for every possible solution. And in that regard, what the military can do by being strong is you provide the strongest deterrent, and thus you provide the strongest support for our diplomats to try to find a non-military option. It's the peace through strength idea. It goes back all the way to George Washington. So that's my overarching approach, sir, if that addresses your question.
It does. And in a related question, I'm fortunate enough to represent the men and women who work at our national labs, people who work every day to ensure that our nuclear weapons are safe, secure, and reliable. How important do you believe that deterrent is in terms of priority within your mission set? And will you continue to support the civilian control, both in authority and administration, of that deterrent?
I consider the deterrent to be critical, Senator, because we don't ever want those weapons used. And so either the deterrent is safe and secure, it is compelling, or we actually open the door for something worse, whether it be an accident, technical accident, or a political accident. So to me, it's of absolute priority.
And the issue of civilian control?
No reservations, sir.
You testified before this committee back in January 2015. You probably remember that. And you suggested that if you were in our shoes at the time, one of the things you would ask the Obama administration is the following questions. What are the key threats to our vital interests, and in what priority level? Now, as the potential Secretary of Defense in a new administration, how would you answer that question?
Sir, I would consider the principal threats to start with Russia, and it would certainly include any nations that are looking to intimidate nations around their periphery, regional nations nearby them, whether it be with weapons of mass destruction or I would call it unusual, unorthodox means of intimidating them, that sort of thing. And at the same time, as the chairman's pointed out, we face now an era where we're going to be fighting the terrorist threat. I mean, that's simply a reality. We're going to have to address that one.
Thank you for the candidness of your answers. I think I'm out of time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General Mattis, welcome. Thank you for the generous amount of time you spent with me in my office. I'm going to go back to a couple of the things that we've discussed, but I just wanted to tell you that we are, I think Secretary Cohen's characterization of Braveheart couldn't more perfectly put the, your personality and your legacy in proper perspective. Now, I want to talk about this. Now, unfortunately for me, I think Chair McCain's brought it up once or twice. It's one of the rare, it's actually the only instance in 2 years that I was able to correct him on something and know that I was right. He said it was a 200-page RFP for the next generation handgun. It's almost 700 pages. Now, I want to talk a little bit about why I think this is making our men and women on the battlefield less lethal, less prepared, less capable than they should be. When you start a program in the Air Force in 2008, then you decide with DOD that it should be the next generation handgun. Then you let from 2008 to 2017 transpire. You create a nearly 700-page RFP, and we haven't even down-selected the suppliers yet. And we're supposed to replace the last generation handguns by 2020. Frankly, I think we should be replacing them sooner than that if it makes our soldiers safer and more lethal on the battlefield. This is a great testament to what's wrong with defense acquisition. And this is not about counting beans. This is about saving lives. And this is about killing the enemy. This is what we've got to fix. So I'm not going to get you into the details except to say here's a mentality in the DOD that's got to get fixed too. When I had my staff, because I wanted the exact number, so I had my staff tell me what the exact page count, this is 680 pages. Now, interestingly enough, they'll probably come back and say, well, it's only 340 because you printed out on single page, not double-sided. Because they already came back and said that there's only 39 pages of technical specs. Well, if there's 39 pages of technical specs, what is all this other garbage in this document? Because that's the stuff that's preventing us from getting a more lethal, more reliable, more effective weapon on the battlefield. I'm going to keep on pounding on this thing. I could not possibly imagine what the capabilities you bring in terms of recommending to us how we need to fight wars and take the fight to the enemy on the battlefield. But I do know business, and I do know that the business of the DOD has to change, and it needs to start with this kind of stuff. You gave me a good answer in the committee. I just want to keep on pounding this. I'm going to bring my prop here so that we all get it right. 680 pages, 9 years, and we're not even in down selection. So it's 10 years plus, a decade for a pistol. I can break down and put together my .40 caliber pistol pretty easily with a blindfold on. In other words, they're relatively simple devices. I know that we have special applications for special operations, et cetera. That can be dealt with. But this one-size-fits-all, it's okay to go 9 or 10 years to get a new lethal weapon, has to stop. Now, so all I want from you, I know that you're going to do a great job of leading our armed services. I have no doubt about that. Wouldn't even question, would never presume to know how to take on the enemy and eliminate them. You know how to do that, and I look forward to supporting your nomination in the waiver later today. I need your commitment that we're going to get away from the words that I heard in the last administration to fixing defense acquisition, and we start operating. And that when you come before this committee, you can almost invariably assume, you and your deputies, it's going to be about what progress have you made so that we end this cycle that is costing us money and making it a more dangerous place for our soldiers that are out there taking the fight to the enemy. Do I have your commitment?
You do, Senator, and I can't defend this. I will say that at times there have been regulations that required us to do things.
That's going to be my last question. I'm going to be true to time, General, and you're one of the last people that would be before this dais that I want to interrupt, but I want to get this point in and get finished in my 36 minutes. Here's the other thing that we need to do. If somebody goes back and reviews this over the last 9 years, they're going to find out Congress is responsible for some number of these pages. And we need, as I told you in our office, to put a mirror down at that witness table from time to time and say, it's this long because somebody got a provision in the NDA or somebody got a provision in an appropriations bill that cost us to be less efficient. And I hope that I have your commitment to come in here and say, it is this way in part because of muscle memory in the DOD, and it's this way in large part because you guys are forcing inefficient processes that are making my women and men on the battlefield less safe and less capable. And I would welcome that feedback from you as Secretary.
Well, I will bring it to you, sir. Obviously, it requires collaboration with this committee, and I'm eager to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent questions. Senator Warren?
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to be here. And thank you General Mattis, and thank you for meeting with me last week and being so generous with your time. I'm hoping I can just follow up on a couple of the conversations we had, and I'm hoping you can give me yes or no answers so we can cover as much ground as possible. We all learned at last week's cybersecurity hearing technological threats to our nation are evolving and growing in number. And to face those threats, we're going to need our best and our brightest. Massachusetts leads the nation in innovative defense work and scientific research that helps protect our service members. The Natick Soldier Systems Center develops cutting-edge equipment for our service members in areas like nutrition and protective gear. MIT's Lincoln Laboratory conducts advanced research and development to strengthen our air and missile defense, cybersecurity, and other capabilities. Cambridge is one of only 3 places in the country with a Defense Innovation Unit experimental, DIUX, which leverages the expertise of entrepreneurs and tech firms to accelerate the delivery of advanced products into the hands of our service members. So, General, do you agree that it's critical for DoD to invest in innovation to enhance our national defense?
Absolutely.
Good. Do you believe that DoD should strongly weigh the intellectual resources of a region when evaluating where to locate facilities such as DIUX and other research-based commands, especially in situations where the military is partnering with academic and technical organizations?
We should embrace any area where we have that sort of opportunity.
Thank you. Next, I want to ask about something else. You recently edited a book on civilian-military relations, and in one of the book's essays, McCubbin Thomas Owens, another Marine Corps veteran, wrote that good civilian-military relations are not the same as constant agreement, and that this misperception may be, and I'll quote him, the result of promoting yes men who are politically safe and who will not readily fulfill their obligations to provide the best military advice as forcefully as possible. Owens also wrote that effective policy requires that, quote, we insist that soldiers present their views frankly and forcefully throughout the strategy making and implementation process, and that this is key to healthy civil-military relations. So let me start. Do you agree with these statements?
I do, Senator.
Good. Defense Secretary is a civilian job, but does your belief in the importance of frank advice extend to the relationship between the Defense Secretary and the President's other national security advisors?
Absolutely, Senator, and I would not have taken this nomination if I didn't have that belief.
Good. And what about the President himself? Under what circumstances will you advocate for your views forcefully and frankly?
On every circumstance, Senator.
I am very glad to hear that. Thank you. You know, in public remarks at a think tank in May 2015, you said that Russia wants to promote its own security, quote, through instability, and is, quote, trying to create a sphere of unstable states along its periphery, intimidated. I assume you stand by this assessment today?
I do, Senator.
Good. As Defense Secretary, when it comes to advising the President on the threats posed by Russia, will you advocate for your views frankly and forcefully to the President to speak about these threats and the need to take them seriously?
I will, Senator Warren.
Thank you very much. I hope that that is right, because if you end up in this job, our national security may well depend in part on your willingness to voice your opinions, even when others disagree, even when you are under pressure to remain silent. We are counting on you. I see that I'm about out of time. I have some other questions I'd like to ask about women serving in the military and LGBTQ in the military, but I will submit those as questions for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
General Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General, welcome. Good to see you again, and thank you for your exceptional service to our nation, which is continuing. You wrote co-wrote last August in an article where you were stated as saying, quote, "The international system as we know it and as we created it is under assault from the forces of entropy that fill vacuums and corrode order when the United States is not actively engaged," unquote. In the Arctic, Russia has filmed a vacuum left by the U.S., and as you know, General, just in the past few years, the buildup in the Arctic by the Russians has been quite dramatic. A new Arctic command, 4 new Arctic brigades, 14 operational airfields, 16 deep water ports, 40 icebreakers with 13 more on the way, 3 nuclear-powered, huge new land claims in the Arctic for massive oil and gas reserves, the most long-range air patrols with bear bombers since the Cold War, a SNAP military exercise in 2015 that included 45,000 troops, 3,400 military vehicles, 41 ships, 15 submarines, and 110 aircraft. What is the effect on the United States not being actively engaged in the Arctic, as you mentioned in your article?
Senator, I think America has global responsibilities, and it's not to our advantage to leave any of those areas of the world absent from our efforts.
What do you think Russia is trying to achieve in the Arctic with that massive military buildup?
I don't know. I believe, however, that we are going to have to figure it out and make certain that we're not seeing an expansion of these efforts to dominate what have been up until now part of the international commons.
What role would you see of increased U.S. presence and involvement with regard to our role in the Arctic versus what the Russians are doing?
Senator, with the new sea routes of communication that are opening up as the sea ice retreats, I think we're going to have to recognize this is an active area, whether it be for search and rescue, for patrolling, maintain sovereignty up along our Alaska coastline, that sort of thing.
So, General, as you probably know, the centuries of America's Arctic are in Alaska. Can I get your commitment to come to Alaska, see our outstanding military in the state that the chairman knows Billy Mitchell called the most strategic place in the world?
Yes, sir. I'll get there, sir.
Excellent. Need to get the chairman up there as well soon. I want to turn to China. China's leaders have stated that they're not militarizing the South China Sea. Do you agree with them?
No, I do not.
Yesterday, in his confirmation hearing, Rex Tillerson commented that we should prohibit access to the islands in the South China Sea, prohibit access to the Chinese. What is in your view, should our response to China's militarization of the South China Sea be?
Sir, we're going to have to put together a policy that is put together by State Department, by Treasury, by DOD. We're going to have to integrate this so that we're not dealing with an incomplete or incoherent strategy. But the bottom line is, sir, the international waters are international waters, and we've got to figure out how do we deal with holding on to the kind of rules that we've made over many years that led to the prosperity for many nations, not just for ours. This has been part of why many nations have got more prosperous because of this freedom of commerce.
You've emphasized, I think rightfully so, our allies as a key strategic element of U.S. national security. What role should they be playing with regard to our response in the South China Sea?
Sir, my view is you always want more allies with you than fewer. I've never gone into any fight in an all-American formation. I've always fought alongside allies, but also I believe allies contribute greatly to deterrence and modifying the behavior or misbehavior of those who would disrupt the global order.
Let me end by just mentioning that there's a number of us who believe that over the last several years, the U.S. has lost credibility internationally, where our adversaries no longer fear us and our allies don't trust us. Perhaps the most glaring example of that is Iranian actions in the Persian Gulf, harassing U.S. naval ships, taking sailors hostage. I just want to finish with that one question. how do we regain our credibility internationally? And you're a historian. Do you believe that the new administration will have its credibility challenged early in its tenure?
If confirmed, Senator, I have to assume that our credibility will be challenged as simply part of the responsibility that I carry. I think the way you maintain credibility is when you give your word on something, you live up to it, and you put together policies, even though it's more difficult, by, with, and through allies, so that they're at the table as we put the policies together, so they're with us when the policies come under pressure.
Is it a dangerous period when you're trying to regain credibility?
It is, sir.
Senator's time has expired. Maybe you can stop by while refueling. It's a good place for refueling, I think. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General Mattis. I'll join my colleagues in thanking you for your service. You've spent your entire life in service of the country, keeping us safe, and we all know the most important function of federal government is to keep its citizens safe at all times, and you've done that with honor and with integrity. So thank you on behalf of a grateful nation. Many of my colleagues have quoted from your book that you edited, Warriors and Citizens, and I'm going to follow suit because I'd just like you to elaborate on a passage that I thought was interesting and I think is worthwhile for us to know more about as how you will approach this job as a strategic thinker, providing strategic advice to the President as well as to the Congress. And so I'm going to ask you to comment on this. This quote is, because the American public holds its military in such high regard, we are putting it at greater risk. We have allowed our strategic thinking to atrophy, allowing our policymaking to become flabby, because our military's high level of performance has lulled our sensibilities. This is both a political failure and a moral one. If you could elaborate on what you meant by political failures, moral failures, and how those of us who are involved in policymaking have become flabby.
Well, it certainly was not meant in any personal sense.
Well, I understand that. I understand that. Although I do have to have my Fitbit, that's true.
Senator, it goes back to a belief I have that America has two fundamental powers. One is the power of intimidation. I was part of it. And America will defend herself, and our idea, this experiment that we call America, and that's all it is an experiment in democracy. But the other power, I think that perhaps we have used less in the in recent years, last 20 years maybe, is the power of inspiration. And I think that the power of inspiration of America at times has got to be employed just as strongly. And because the U.S. military is devoted to being the top in its game in a competition where second place is last place, we should not simply be turning to the military because it's a very capable military, because it's well led. It's now a national treasure. I'm the first to admit that. But it doesn't mean we should be turning to the military to answer all of our concerns in our relations with the world. And that's the source of where I was coming from for that statement.
Oh, very good. Yeah, in terms of strategic thinking, which you will be intimately involved in for us, and as a student of history, you know as well as anyone else that we can't fight the last war, and throughout history that seems to have repeated itself all too many times, and we need to be thinking forward. In our meetings, or in our meeting together, I was struck by a statement that you made where you said that as a commander in the field, you benefited from decisions that were made 10 to 15 years before you put on the uniform and was in command. We're facing an unprecedented time of change. And when we look at technology and how it's transforming our world, we're probably in one of the most exciting times to live. And the world that we see today is going to be radically different in 10 years. That means weapon systems are likely to be considerably different. We can see how cyber has changed political warfare and has given leverage to political warfare in an unprecedented way, as been evidenced by the Russian attacks on our political system here and their interference in our political system. In the biotech area, we're seeing dual-use technologies like CRISPR that will give enemies a low-cost yet very high-impact weapon, and also the areas in artificial intelligence. We recently had a study came out that said that artificial intelligence may be one of our most important weapons to maintain a unique asymmetric advantage over adversaries. How do you plan to be thinking about where we need to be 10 to 15 years and to utilize these strategies and understanding the threats much different?
Senator, we have to make certain we're not dominant and irrelevant at the same time, dominant in a past form of warfare that is no longer relevant. And I believe the way you do this is you get your strategy right, and that starts with getting our policies right. So you match your strategy, economic, diplomatic, military, covert, education, all of this. You map that to ensuring that you're going to be relevant for the future. Once you do that, you also adopt that in the paradox of war, the enemy always moves against your perceived weakness, so you cannot opt out of certain things. Bottom line, you get to a point where you have the fewest big regrets when the crisis strikes. You will never have no regrets because we're dealing with something that is fundamentally unpredictable. But it also means we're going to have to enlist the civilian communities that are leaders in some of these areas that you and Senator Warren have both talked about, artificial intelligence and what the labs are doing, and make certain we're harvesting those lessons learned and the advances they have, but more importantly, that we're integrating them. It does no good to be the best in just the lab and you don't mainstream what you've learned from it. So it's a matter of how do you maintain current readiness, because if we fight tomorrow, the young men and women have got to be at the top of their game. But at the same time, we've got to be looking out. So like me, somebody who's not even in the military yet, 10 years from now looks back and says, what we did today wrote the headlines that we want to read 10 years from now.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
On behalf of Chairman McCain, let me recognize Senator Perdue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, thank you for your extraordinary lifetime of dedication and commitment and service to our country and your willingness to serve again. I was very impressed in our conversation this week with your humility and with your acuity of the global situation today. Several past secretaries of state have actually said in recent years that the greatest threat to national security is our own federal debt. Do you agree with that, sir?
I do, sir.
Today, we sit in a situation in 2017, we have the smallest Army since World War II, the smallest Navy since World War I, and the oldest and smallest Air Force ever. Sir, do you think we can meet the missions of what we're talking about with the 4+1 challenge mission we have today, with Russia and China, the symmetric threats, the traditional symmetric threats, but growing, the asymmetric threats of ISIS and other terrorists around the world, with rogue nations developing nuclear capabilities like Iran and North Korea, and then this new hybrid warfare that we're seeing in Eastern Europe and around the world, and even here at home, cyber warfare, and now the arms race in space. Sir, do you believe that that's a tenable situation, that we can meet the missions that we're looking at asking our military to do today?
Senator, I believe we have to strengthen our military due to the situation as you describe it. I think it's accurate what you're describing.
Sir, in the last 30 years, we've disinvested in our military in the 70s. We recapped it in the 80s. We disinvested in the 90s. We recapped it in 2000. And now, in the last few years, we've disinvested again. Such that today, and you know this, but I have a question for you because we need your leadership in this. You're going to be straddling the civilian advice world and also the military world under Secretary of Defense. Today, we're spending about 100 basis points less than our 30-year average. That's about $200 billion less than our 30-year average. That's not the most important number, though. The most important number is the last time we had a Secretary of Defense actually do a bottom-up mission requirement request for funds was Secretary Bob Gates in 2011, did a 5-year plan. And for 2016, he requested a number that in today's dollars was $100 billion greater. And that was before than what we allocated in 2016. And that's before ISIS, before Crimea, before Syria. Sir, I have, you can't speak to the specific number, but I'd like to know how you plan to address your goal of solvency and security in an environment where today, every dime we spend on our military, every dime we spend on our VA and veterans, and every dime we spend on most of our domestic programs, frankly, is borrowed, given that in the last 8 years we've borrowed 35% of what we spend as a federal government. And today, the baseline budget for the next 10 years says that we'll do the same thing. That means that every dime that we spend on the U.S. military, every dime you're going to be concerned with as Secretary of Defense, is fundamentally borrowed. In that situation, General, how will you approach being Secretary of Defense and addressing the needs of the military with us in that environment?
Senator, as has been mentioned by several of the members of this committee, one of the most important things we do as a government, the most important thing, is maintain the independence and the freedom of this country. So to me, that's a priority. At the same time, we have got to try to figure out, and you've seen the waxing and waning of our military size and our strength, as we try to adapt that military to the realities. We don't want a military that just breaks the bank, but at the same time, we cannot solve this debt problem on the backs of our military alone. This is why I think I need to support strongly the congressional leaders who are trying to repeal sequestration, the Budget Control Act, to ensure that we put the Congress back into a position to prioritize where this money is being spent. And we're going to have to make hard calls, but I consider it an abrogation of our generation's responsibility to transfer a debt of this size to our children.
General, thank you so much for your perspective, your willingness to serve, your history, and for what you're going to do for our country in the next decade. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of Chairman McCain, let me recognize Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, General. It's great to be back with you. I associate myself with the comments of Senator Blumenthal that the traditional restriction to Secretary of Defense that requires some period in civilian life before serving is a very important one. And I also agree with him that features of the times, features of, frankly, my concerns about the incoming administration, and features in your background, I think, make this an opportune moment to make an exception. And in particular, the fact that you are somebody who writes a lot and has a lot of things in your background you can write about, but that you chose to work with others to write this book about the warriors and citizens, about the very issue that is at issue in the waiver, the connection between civilian and military life, the similarities and the differences, trying to understand the different cultures and find strategies to better enable each to understand. The fact that you chose that is something that I think speaks particularly to your suitability for a waiver in this exceptional circumstance. General Mattis, you've testified before us often, and you've also written, a long-term interest of mine is the belief that we shouldn't be at war without a vote of Congress. You authored a piece entitled Using Military Force Against ISIS in March of 2015, in which you said, a strong authorization to use military force, supported by a majority of both parties in both houses of Congress, will send an essential message of American steadfastness to our people and to the global audience. Its passage will demonstrate our country's fundamental unity and enable a broader commitment to deal firmly with the real and growing menace. Is that still your opinion?
Yes, Senator, it is.
And isn't it the case that congressional engagement around an authorization of use of military force is part of what civilian control is? We exercise civilian control of the military through appropriate congressional oversight and through taking our responsibilities, like the Article I war powers responsibilities, seriously.
I think congressional oversight and appropriations, authorizations, are a critical part of civilian control of the military.
General Mattis, you spoke, and I was very glad you did, about the complex situation in the Middle East, and one of the items that should be on our table, as difficult as it is trying to do what we can appropriately do to find a peace between Palestine and Israel. It's difficult, just like finding a peace in Ireland was difficult, but we shouldn't give up. We played a pivotal role in that important Good Friday Accord in the 1990s, and I think it's important that we continue to play it, and I'm happy that you mentioned that. Obviously, this is a peace that would need to be hammered out between Palestine and Israel, Palestinians and Israelis. But should the United States military stand willing to provide security assistance, for example, as it does to provide peacekeeping along the border between Israel and Egypt in the multinational force of observers, in your opinion?
Senator Kane, I'd have to look at the specific commitment before I came back and answered that question. But I don't have a going-in prohibition to engaging along those lines, but I'd have to look at the actual mission.
If it were to be in the desire of the parties as they are talking about a potential peace, if they saw a valuable role for the United States to play in peacekeeping between the nations, would you think that would be an appropriate use of the American military, similar to the peacekeeping we provide on the Egypt-Israel border since the late 1970s?
Peace in that area serves in our vital interest, and so if we could contribute, it certainly is something we should look at.
One last area of question, General Mattis. I was really intrigued. You talked about in the Middle East, Israel and others, Arab nations in the Middle East, feel we're indifferent to their security concerns, and that was the phrase you used, indifferent. And when I travel, I hear the same thing. And I try to match up two feelings because I will hear that, and I think that's an accurate perception of what I hear when I travel. But I also sit here in this body where we approve, for example, 10-year memorandums of understanding, spending significant American dollars to provide security assistance to Israel. We're in multiple theaters of war in the Middle East, and we've been there since 2001. It's not like we're not there. And so I try to match up our investment of blood, talent, and treasure with a feeling of leaders in these countries that why are you indifferent to us? And the only way I can understand it is we're actually present, but we don't communicate a clear strategy. We're kind of here on this issue and that issue, but there's a good deal of uncertainty about what and when what we'll do tomorrow and what we'll engage in and what we won't. We had a testimony before this committee a year or so ago from a military officer, a senior officer, who said, we have O plans but no strategy. A lot of O plans for every contingency, but the strategy is unclear. Do you think that contributes to this feeling of indifference or concern among allies in the Middle East and elsewhere?
Senator, I think you summed it up. There's tangible and intangible elements to this. Certainly on the tangible, we're tangibly engaged across the board. Intangibly, people do not know where we stand too often. There's a question. And I believe, too, that the lack of an integrated strategy at times has had us working against one issue with someone while working for the issue, and it just created confusion, sir.
Thank you very much, General Mattis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On behalf of Chairman McCain, let me recognize Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Senator Reed. General, welcome back to this committee, a committee you've spent a lot of time before, and I want to start just by thanking you for your many decades of service, your service risking your life and leading your men into harm's way to protect this country. We are grateful, and you are being called back to service once again to protect this country. I think you're going to be an extraordinary defense secretary. I am proud to support your nomination. And I think you are going to be confirmed by a strong bipartisan vote. One of the reasons for that is over decades serving, you have earned a reputation for candor, for strength, for not blowing smoke, which is a rare thing in the town of Washington, D.C., and also as a Marine's Marine. Indeed, you'll remember my chief of staff as a former Marine, and when you came by my office to visit, I don't think I've ever seen my chief of staff more excited. Senators don't do anything for him. He's completely unimpressed by any of us, but if Elvis Presley had walked into the office, he wouldn't have been more thrilled than to see you walk in, General. And so thank you for your willingness to come back once again and help pull this country back from the precipice. I think we're in very perilous times. When you and I talked, you talked about what you call the strategic mismatch between the commitments being placed on our military right now and the capacity that's been provided to meet those commitments. Can you share your views on what's needed to fix that? How do we rebuild the military to ensure we can do everything that's necessary to keep this country safe?
Senator Cruz, first point I would make is the hard-used equipment that we've brought back from the wars, if we're going to continue to use it, it's got to be refurbished, it's got to be at the top of its game. Second point is that this committee and this Congress has provided a lot of money for a lot of ships and planes and other equipment, and if we don't maintain that gear, it's worthless. So we're going to have to increase our operations and maintenance funds. Further, as the world situation dictates this, we are going to have to adapt and strengthen the military. The one commitment I would give you, Senator, is that as we're doing this, I'm going to be working with our allies to make sure that it's not only the American taxpayer who's carrying this burden. Those nations that share our values, those nations that share perhaps just our security concerns, we're going to work with them so that we maintain the strongest alliances possible. So I'm not coming to you trying to get the American military to do what is rightly more of an alliance kind of work or coalition or partnership work.
So one of the areas we discussed was the need to maintain air superiority going forward, and you referenced that need just a minute ago. And I think an important piece of that is the F-35 program, which I believe successful completion of the F-35 program is critical to future mission success, both for us and for key allies like the United Kingdom and Israel. And right now we have over 200 F-35s fielded today, and just this week, the Marine Corps began the first F-35 overseas deployment. Now, all of us are concerned about limiting costs, and that needs to be a focus going forward. But can you highlight for this committee what separates the F-35 from legacy aircraft and the advantages it provides to our military in future combat situations?
Senator, the F-35 is critical for our own air superiority in the future because of its stealth characteristics and some of its electronics capability that's inherent to the airplane, which actually magnifies each individual aircraft's capability. But it is equally important, if not more so, to some of our allies, and I say more so because this will be the total fighter strength of their Air Force. So to them, it's an all-in sort of situation. So the F-35, the President-elect has talked about the costs of it, but he has in no way shown a lack of support for the program. He just wants the best bang for the buck.
Sure. And I look forward to working closely with you to strengthen that program. My final question is you have long been a defender of the warrior ethos, and you and I have both been concerned that sometimes a political agenda at the Pentagon has gotten in the way of a warrior ethos. Can you describe for this committee the importance of restoring the warrior ethos and why that matters for our ability to keep this country safe?
Senator, the primitive and often even atavistic aspects of the battlefield tests the physical strength, the mental agility of everyone, but most of what it tests is the courage and the spiritual side of the troops we put in harm's way. And oftentimes it's only unit cohesion, leadership, and the belief in themselves and their comrades that allows them to go through what they have to go through and come home as better men and women, not as broken. And so the warrior ethos is not a luxury, it is essential when you have a military.
And General, I'm confident that's the first time in a Senate hearing the word atavistic has been used.
Senator's time has expired. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Mr. Chairman, I bring news from the Intelligence Committee where at the opening of the hearing on the new director of the CIA, all the power went off and the room went completely dark. I think that proves
clear cyber hack.
Either the Almighty or the architect of the Capitol has a sense of humor. General Mattis, one of the comments you made earlier about fear, honor, and interest are the bases of all wars is now in my telephone. If it ever gets hacked, they'll find that quote along with those of Lincoln and Churchill. So thank you for that thought. General Mattis, you've been a warrior. This job, you need to move from being a warrior to a manager. Two very different sets of skills, and particularly the manager of the sprawling bureaucracy that the Defense Department has become. And as you know, we're constrained for resources. Even if we're able to get rid of the Budget Control Act, even if we're able to get rid of sequestration, there's still always going to be limits on resources. I hope that you will examine with a fresh set of eyes the administrative structure of not only the civilian side, but the military side of the Defense Department in order to be able to find and free up resources for the modernization, readiness, training, all of those elements. I just think this is going to be a very important part of your job. I'd like your thoughts on that.
I agree, Senator, 100% with this. I think that right now what we face is a time when with technology and with new approaches, we can do some of the things that lie behind what you're asking for there. For example, skip echelon, where you don't need something at each echelon, you remove it and you actually expedite processes and this sort of thing. What we don't want to do is continue to have layer upon layer of bureaucracy that's not value added. But how we go through and remove it is probably going to take collaboration with this committee, because in many cases those elements are there as part of our organization set by the Congress. So I'll have to come to you and show you what I propose to manage it better and show you what the problem is. And if I get your agreement there, I think we can move forward on it.
I think that's very important, and I hope that can be a specific, not just a general commitment, but a project, if you will, an identified specific project to look into those. I didn't expect to quote Churchill so soon, but one of his comments you suggest, the sum total of all committee deliberations is usually no, and that's what makes it so difficult to get things done. Nuclear modernization. One of the things that concerns me looking out beyond the budget of this year or next year is what I call the nuclear modernization bulge. The cost of the Ohio-class replacement, the B-21, which is moving forward, missiles. Also, not often mentioned, a serious upgrade of the command and control system. The NAOC, the National Airborne Operations Center, as you know, is a plane that's older than many of the people in this room, not you and I, but many of the people in this room. I think how we deal with that is something that has to have some special attention, because if we don't find additional funding for that bulge, then all the other acquisition programs will be squeezed out. Do you agree with that assertion?
I agree both that the additional funding has got to be found, because it will squeeze out everything else if we don't find a way to do it, but also that the command and control, in light of the cyber situation we face right now, sir, that has got to be a high priority when we look at the modernization of the triad.
Another subject, I believe I understand your position on this, but are you supportive of elevating Cyber Command to a full unified combat command?
I've got to look at the actual breakout, Senator, so I understand which duties stay in which place, because the way they're set up right now, it may not break apart quite as well if we hold that same organization. So we'll just have to look at it, and if we go down that road, make certain that they're fit for function at that point. Well, philosophically, I am okay with it.
Yeah, and I appreciate the subtlety of your answer, because the worst result would be to create a new unified combatant command and leave remnants of the function in other places so that you ended up with duplication. I think that's
you summed up my concern, sir.
I think that's an apt concern. Well,
sure.
General Mattis, I am so pleased that you are willing to continue your service to the country, to come back to this side of the Rockies, as you suggest. And I appreciate your testimony here today. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Senator.
Mr.
Chairman.
Colonel Graham.
Thank you. Appreciate that. General, what if I call you Mr. Mattis? How about Mr. Secretary?
Whatever
works, right?
I'm only a nominee right now.
Okay, right, Mr. Nominee. What's the capital of Israel?
Capital of Israel that I go to, sir, is Tel Aviv, because that's where all their government people are. But
do you agree with me that the capital of Israel is Jerusalem?
Sir, right now I stick with the U.S. policy.
Okay. Do you support moving the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem?
I would defer to the nominee for Secretary of State on that, sir.
Okay. Do you support maintaining qualitative edge for Israel against all potential adversaries in terms of their military capability?
I do, sir.
Okay. Do you support a two-state solution?
I do. If that brings peace to the Middle East, I'm eager to see it work. If there's another solution, I'd be happy to hear what it is.
Absolutely. Who's in charge of the Palestinian community?
That's a good question, sir. I think there's a number of people who think they are.
It'd be hard to have a two-state solution if one of the parties really doesn't have anybody in charge.
There's nothing easy about the two-state solution.
Do you think Hamas is a terrorist organization?
I do, sir.
Do you think they would abide by any agreement that the Palestinian Authority negotiated with Israel, given the state of affairs as we know today?
Only if forced to.
Okay. I'd like to know how we would force them, but let's move on. North Korea. Did Trump tweet a red line when he said, not going to happen?
I'm not going to characterize the president-elect, sir. I would just tell you that the seriousness that he takes.
That tweet?
Pardon, sir?
How would you characterize what he said? He commented on their ICBM ambitions, and he says, not going to happen. So, to me, I hope it's a red line. I mean, I'm not arguing with him. I'm not so sure I've done it that way. But do you think we should have a red line when it comes to the ICBM program in North Korea?
Sir, it's a serious threat, and I believe that we've got to do something about it. And I think.
Do you believe it's in our national security interest to make sure that North Korea never develops a missile that could hit the American homeland with a nuclear weapon on top of it?
Yes, Senator, I do.
Do you believe that necessary force should be on the table?
I don't think we should take anything off the table, sir.
Okay. When it comes to Iran, you said in terms of the agreement we have, we gave our word. Is that what you said?
We did, yes, sir.
I think President-elect Trump gave his word to the American people, I'm going to change this deal because it's terrible. Do you expect him to keep his word?
Sir, once the national security team is confirmed, once it's confirmed by the Senate, I'll work with the other members.
Do you think it's a terrible deal?
The best possible situation we can make for America in this regard.
Do you think it's a terrible deal?
It's not a deal I would have signed, sir.
How would you make it better?
Sir, the first thing is I would ask the Congress to have a joint committee from banking, armed services, and intel to oversee the implementation of the deal, and should there be any abrogation of it, should there be any cheating, then the Congress would be kept informed on a routine basis of what's going on so that you know what's happening. At the same time, we're going to have to make certain that our intelligence services are fully staffed to watch over them. And that involves working with our allied intelligence services that have unique capabilities to work inside the country. Further, we'd put together a combined missile defense, air and missile defense capability for our Gulf allies so that they can work together with us. And every time we catch Iran up to some kind of terrorist activity, we would take that to the United Nations and display it for the world to see.
Well, thank you very much. Do you believe Iran's behavior outside their nuclear program has been destabilizing in the Mideast?
Absolutely.
Do you believe that when they held our sailors hostage, that was an affront to America?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe they deserve to be sanctioned based on what they've done in the Mideast, test firing 4 missiles in violation of UN resolutions, that the regime deserves to be sanctioned for their behavior outside their nuclear program?
I believe that sanctions will work best if they are international so that they cannot evade them.
Are we going to give the world a veto of what we do?
I would never give the world a veto.
Finally, do you support additional sanctions against Russia for all the bad things they've done in the past and likely to do in the future?
Senator, I would like to get with the new national security team, craft a strategy to confront Russia for what it's done.
Are you familiar with the sanctions that Senator McCain and I introduced along with Democrats?
I have not read them.
I'm going to send them to you, and I'd like you to respond in writing whether or not you think they will be a deterrent and we should do it. Thank you for your willingness to serve.
Yes, sir.
Senator Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General, for stepping to the plate again. You've committed to being unrelenting in addressing military suicide if confirmed. I appreciate your approach to treating mental health, just like physical fitness, as a readiness issue. And it's not tied, as you know, to deployments or to combat experiences happening across the board. And as we look at this, one of the things we were able to do back in 2014 is this committee and this Senate was able to pass legislation that provided a mental health examination for every service member, Army, Guard, Reserve, across the board every year. And this is the year coming up that the heads of all the services have said they're going to implement this. Do you, if confirmed, do you commit that you'll move forward to assure that they keep to that schedule?
I will do my best, Senator. I'll look at if we've got the assets in place to actually allow the commanders to meet that schedule. It'll probably be something where we've got to make certain that we've allowed for that.
One of the other things you talk about assets, the most recent NDAA included a program to train military physician assistants in psychiatric care. And that would help to fill the gap in terms of being able to provide care and treatment to all who need it. If confirmed, will you ensure that that program is carried out faithfully?
That sounds like an excellent program. That would address the one concern I'd have, that we make a program, but there's not enough assets. So
right, there's no point in doing something if the back end is not in place. And we'll work very hard to make sure the back end is in place so that it can be carried out. My colleague and friend, Senator Blumenthal, was talking about mental health assistance for veterans. You know, obviously, we want to make sure it's in place for service members as well. But we also want to talk about the handoff. When you're finished, and when you're finished serving and you become a vet, and General Corelli, who I'm sure you're very familiar with, has extended an incredible amount of time in trying to prevent suicide among veterans. And in talking to him, one of the things he told me was the biggest challenges was when you're done on DOD, on the Department of Defense side, and you're handed off to the VA, that the drugs and prescriptions you may be receiving as a service member to help with challenges, that they're not included in the VA schedule. And so you may be receiving treatment with prescription X, and it's no longer available. And at one of the most vulnerable times, you look up and the help and care you need is not available. I'd like your commitment that you'll meet with the VA, sit down with them to make sure that there's no gap in what's called the formulary, that there's no gap in the handoff, so that we stand up and do what we're supposed to do for our veterans.
I will meet with them. So I think there are issues like this that are characterizing the handoff. From medical records to formulary, there's a whole lot of them. And so we've got to come up with some kind of process that addresses what the fundamental problem is, and that is that we're not using the medical records coming out of DOD for a seamless transfer over. And I realize there's some law involved here about disability and all, but we've got to address this.
There's a whole bunch of challenges, as you said. This particular one where you look up and one day you're being treated here, and the next day, the things you're being treated with are no longer available, may be the most urgent.
Okay.
I want to follow up on Senator Graham's comments regarding North Korea, because obviously the ICBM test would be an incredible game changer. If confirmed, what approach would you recommend to the Commander-in-Chief as a more effective U.S. strategy to send a message to North Korea?
Sir, it's going to take a international effort. It's going to have to require nations in the region as well as us to work together on this, and that's going to be challenging with at least one or two of the nations. But also, I think we're going to have to look at our negotiation stance and working with State Department to see if we have the right stance for the way ahead.
We look forward to also working together on that, because Senator Graham was talking about red lines, and sometimes when you send a message, obviously, in your case it has always been that way. When you send a message, you keep it, you let them know what's coming, and do the appropriate thing. The last thing I want to ask you about is nuclear modernization is very, very important. We have a lot of it moving forward. One of the things we've worked on is commonality, that we have the Navy, we have the Air Force, and in many cases what the Navy has done or what the Air Force has done, we reinvent the wheel and have the other the other part of the services redo the same thing. And so what I would like to make sure is that the Air Force and the Navy and their respective program managers, that we enhance the commonality, because it can help save us money, but at the same time, it will also make the modernization more effective. Instead of running two parallel lines that don't even match at the end of the day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sass.
Thank you, Chairman. General Mattis, thank you for your past service and for your soon.
Could I just, Senator Mattis, did you have a response to Senator Donnelly very quickly?
Yeah, Senator, I'd like to talk with you or send someone over to talk to your staff about specifics under the commonality, so I know what the problem, as you obviously have studied this. So I'd just like to get some more data, sir.
Thanks, and I look forward to your confirmation.
Yes, sir.
Senator Sass.
General, thanks for your past service and for your soon-to-be future service. Could you tell me, do you believe that the U.S. military has a sophisticated, broadly understood cyber doctrine?
No, I do not believe so.
When will we? Can you unpack for us a little bit of the path toward a both offensive and defensive strategy?
Right. Because of the cyber domain, Senator, it is not something the military can do in isolation. This is going to require us to work with Homeland Security and a number of other government elements in order to make certain what we do in the military realm is connected to what they're doing in their realm, because cyber cuts across everything we do today. And so you can't do something in isolation, and that slows down the process. Now, I've not been part of it up until now, but I anticipate that's part of the reason why I can't give you a positive answer right now.
Thank you, sir. I'm one of only about 5 people in the Senate who's never been a politician before. So I've been here 24 months, and over those 24 months, we've consistently heard that we're right around the corner from having a cyber doctrine. Do you think we will in 18 months?
Sir, I've got to scope this problem and figure out what are the issues that have caused us not to have an integrated policy right now. And especially being this is going to take an integrated effort by the executive branch and probably up here on Capitol Hill. There are also perhaps privacy concerns, constitutional concerns as part of this. We're going to have to put all of this together and take it one step at a time and come out with what we think we can do quickly. And I would hope that part of it can be done faster than 18 months from now. But this is a very big issue.
Thank you. Do you think it's possible that a traditional espionage operation could constitute an act of war? For example, if Russia were to hack and publish U.S. continuity of operation plans, would that be an act of war?
Senator, I think I'd have to study act of war and the ramifications of making that statement. Generally, to me, an act of war means we're going to war if it happens. That's a grave decision, and I wouldn't put it on automatic pilot. I would make certain we know where we stand, make certain we know what happened, and then you would have to act appropriately.
Many of us here are concerned that the public crisis of confidence, the accelerating public distrust is partly related to the perception that governmental responses in the executive branch right now to different foreign hacks are treated differently, partly based on the partisan and political assumptions people make about them. If you look back to the OPM hack 18 months ago, we were told that this was a fairly traditional espionage operation, but it seems to me when 22 million or whatever the exact number is of Americans who've been serving their government have their information hacked and stolen and potentially leaked, that isn't just traditional espionage operation, and certain uses of that data in the future, we need to countenance what that might mean. Could you tell me, do you believe that the U.S. should be actively deterring these sorts of cyber attacks? And I assume you're going to say yes. Can you tell us a little bit more about what the doctrine of deterrence looks like in the cyber domain?
Senator, the answer is yes, and my personal information was part of that leak, so I understand it in rather personal terms. But I would also tell you that we have got to put together a doctrine that works. I have looked at several different doctrines back when I was on active duty. I looked at nuclear warfare doctrine, mutual assured destruction. It will not work, by the way. I came to the conclusion that that one was not the right way to go. but we're going to have to come up with the guiding principles for how we're going to deal with this sort of thing, and right now I can't give you a good answer.
I have only a few seconds left, so in closing, could you just tell me a little bit about what you think our human capital pipeline looks like in the cyberspace? Are we prepared for the kinds of battles we're going to be facing going forward?
Senator, I think we have to get the best possible people in. This is a complex area that requires technical expertise, and once we get the policy written, that will help us to guide recruiting and organization and that sort of thing. We've got to get the policy right up front.
Thank you, sir.
Captain Nelson.
You take me back a few years, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Sass, those were very appropriate and thoughtful questions. And I think this committee is going to have a chance to dig in depth on a number of those as we explore with the future Secretary of Defense those questions about cyber. General, I think there are a number of us here that are quite disturbed about the President-elect's attitude toward Vladimir Putin. How do you differ with what the President-elect has expressed about Putin?
Senator, yeah, I'm not sure where it differed. I can tell you that my view of Putin is that he has chosen to be both a strategic competitor, to quote the chairman's opening statement, but and an adversary in key areas where I certainly go along with the President-elect saying, again, he wants to have an engagement there. Even in our worst years of the Cold War, we actually still engaged with the Soviet Union, for example. But I have very modest expectations about areas of cooperation with Mr. Putin.
What if the President-elect came to some conclusion with Mr. Putin with regard to NATO? Now, you have certainly been involved in that because you were involved in the transitioning of NATO. What would be your advice to the President-elect about the best posture for NATO in the future against the Russians?
Senator, if we did not have NATO today, we would need to create it. NATO is vital to our national interest, and it's vital to the security of the United States. It's vital to the protection of the freedoms of the democracies that we're allied with.
I certainly agree. But some comments by the President-elect have said that maybe members of NATO ought to be treated differently if they don't pony up with the money. Does that start to tangle up and disentangle NATO?
Senator, I'm confident that the President-elect expects us to live up to our word to include NATO in Article 5.
I hope you're right. And I assume by your answer that you certainly will stand up.
100%, Senator.
Thank you, General. You have commented, General, on the political objectives must be clearly defined to ensure military success in Iraq and Syria. How will your recommendations for pursuing Iraq and Syria differ from the Obama administration?
Senator, I think the most important thing is to know when you go into a shooting war how you want it to end. And by setting out the political conditions that you're out to achieve up front and coming to agreement on that in the national security team and with the Congress, then you give it full resourcing to get there as rapidly as possible. And I think it's getting there as rapidly as possible is probably where it would differ from the current administration, where it would be a more accelerated campaign from what the President-elect has already called for.
You are a four-star. Do you anticipate any tension with a three-star, General Flynn, in his position?
No, sir, I do not.
Does that mean he will respect your rank?
Sir, the national security decision-making process, as you know, you need different ideas to be strongly argued. You don't want the tyranny of consensus, of groupthink early. It's been compared in some cabinets to a team of rivals even, and it's actually healthy. It's not tidy. It'll be respectful of that, I'm certain, and I don't anticipate that anything but the best ideas will win, sir.
Thank you, General.
General Mattis, we are going to move forward right away on the issue of the waiver as soon as immediately. We want to thank you for appearing before the committee. I know you eagerly look forward to additional appearances before the committee in the future. And so we thank you. Jack, you got any?
No, sir, just adjourned.
Thank you very much, General. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And we will, in about 1 minute, convene the committee on the issue of the Mattis exception legislation. We'll just wait just a minute while. Yeah.
Chairman? All right, so we have proxies on everybody. And for those folks who are not here, they have authorized you, even if their representative is not here, to vote aye.
Okay. Well, the committee will come to order, and we now proceed to consideration of Senate Bill 84. We have a quorum to provide for an exception to a limitation against appointment of persons as Secretary of Defense within 7 years of relief from active duty as a regular commissioned officer of the Armed Forces. The bill, when enacted, will authorize retired General James Mattis to be appointed as Secretary of Defense. A copy of the bill should be before you. Also before you is a copy of Section 179 of the recently enacted continuing resolution that provides for expedited consideration of a specifically described bill. S-84 is the qualifying legislation prescribed in Section 179. As qualifying legislation, S-84 is entitled to an expedited procedure that will enable the incoming President to nominate and for the Senate to give advice and consent for General Mattis to serve as Secretary of Defense, hopefully on the evening of the upcoming Inauguration Day. I remind our members that this transition of administration takes place once again at a time of war. When President Obama took the oath of office in 2009, he had the distinct advantage to begin his term with Robert Gates as his Secretary of Defense. I believe our next Commander-in-Chief in our nation will be well served to have James Mattis on duty as Secretary of Defense as early as possible in the new administration. I will invite the Ranking Member, Senator Reid, to engage in a colloquy to discuss this historic legislation. Nearly 70 years ago, our nation was also at war, and the Congress took the extraordinary action to grant an exception to allow President Truman to appoint General George Marshall as Secretary of Defense. At that time, the Congress stated that granting such an exception should not be repeated. During the hearing Tuesday, we heard from two prominent historians and scholars of civil-military relations, both with significant experience in the Department of Defense. Both of them stated their support for the 7-year cooling-off period that's currently in the law, but they also recommended that this committee approve an exception for the second time in 7 decades. Obviously, I support this bill, and I ask that all our members, Democrat, approach this extraordinary task with the spirit of bipartisanship that is the hallmark of the Armed Services Committee. I urge you to follow the recommendation of Dr. Hicks on Tuesday to submit for the record a statement of your views on this extraordinary and historic legislation so that future senators may understand the context of the action we take today. If there's no objection, I propose that the record of this hearing be left open for member statements for 1 week to allow as many of you as wish to include a statement to do so. Without objection, it is so ordered. I note that we have a hard stop for 3 p.m. for all senators' classified briefing on Russian interference in our election. For that reason, I encourage our members to submit written statements for the record, but as many as would like to speak, an opportunity to do so before we vote on the bill. Finally, I invite the attention of the members to the requirement of Section 179 that provides for the expedited consideration of this bill. In order to avail ourselves of the expedited procedure, the bill may not be amended. It's also my preference as chairman to have full and open consideration of our amendments in committee proceedings, but today I request our members refrain from offering amendments since it's not allowed under the legislation. I don't consider this procedure as establishing a precedent on how this committee will conduct its business. This is an extraordinary time, and I thank all the members for their consideration. Senator Reid.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe our colloquy will be on the floor later as we consider the bill. I want to thank you for convening this committee markup to consider S-84, a bill that would provide a one-time exception from the longstanding law requiring individuals to be at least 70 years relieved from their military service before being appointed Secretary of Defense. I also want to thank you for holding Tuesday's hearing to examine civilian control of the armed forces and the implications waiving this statute would have on civilian-military relations and on the development of defense policy and strategy. I found the testimony from both expert witnesses to be informative, and I believe the hearing helped underscore the gravity of waiving this requirement on civilian control of the military. As we consider this legislation today, we must be extremely careful that we do not irrevocably harm civilian control of the armed forces. As I stated earlier this week, civilian control of the military is enshrined in our Constitution, and we must never take it for granted. I have a number of concerns about changing the statutory requirement, including the possible politicalization of our armed forces and the impact of so many recently retired general officers serving at the highest echelons of government will have on the development of national security policy and how that may shape the advice that will ultimately be provided to the President. Furthermore, I'm deeply concerned that providing a waiver to General Mattis, regardless of his qualifications and his distinguished military career, will set a dangerous precedent that an exception to the long-standing statute could be construed as an ordinary legislative change to be used frequently for future nominees. Nevertheless, I will support a waiver for General Mattis to serve as the Secretary of Defense based on his testimony this morning, his commitment to civilian leadership, and his military expertise, which I will believe will serve him well in addressing the many global challenges we face. However, as history has demonstrated, Congress has enacted an exception one time since the creation of the Department of Defense, and waiving the law should happen no more than once in a generation. Therefore, I will not support a waiver for future nominees, nor will I support any effort to water down or repeal the statute in the future. This requirement has served the nation well for the past 7 decades. It is up to this committee to ensure that the principle of civilian control of the armed forces, which is the bedrock of civilian and military relations, remains a defining tenet of our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any members that would like to make comments at this time, please seek recognition. All right. If there are no further remarks, then I'll entertain a motion that the committee report out the bill.
I move.
Is there a second? Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Inhofe.
Aye by proxy. Aye by proxy, sir.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Sessions.
Aye by proxy.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Wicker.
Aye.
Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. Cotton.
Aye.
Mr. Rounds.
Aye.
Mrs. Ernst. Aye. Mr. Tillis.
Aye.
Mr. Sullivan.
Aye.
Mr. Perdue.
Aye.
Mr. Cruz.
Aye by proxy.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Graham.
Aye by proxy.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Sass. Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Nelson.
Aye.
Mrs. McCaskill. Aye. Mrs. Shaheen.
Aye by proxy.
Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Donnelly.
Aye.
Ms. Hirono. Aye. Mr. Kane.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. King. Aye. Mr. Heinrich. Aye. Mrs. Warren. No. Mr. Peters.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
24 ayes, 3 nays. The motion is agreed to.
I want to thank all members for their cooperation, and hopefully we can get this done before the 3 o'clock so that people who have plans can fulfill those. And I want to thank every member for their cooperation, and if there's any further business, if not, this hearing is adjourned.
Okay, guys, that Mad Dog Mattis hearing, that meeting is adjourned. We just heard from Senator John McCain, Arizona's very own. We are going to go ahead and show you now part of the Mike Pompeo hearing. This was happening simultaneously. This is happening at the same time as the Mattis hearing, so we weren't able to take this live. So I want to go ahead and play this back for you. In case you missed it, Mike Pompeo being considered CIA director. Representative Pompeo's hearing took place earlier today.
Called the JPOA. And I think whatever one thinks of the settlement in its entirety, under this, Iran has shipped some 25,000 pounds of enriched uranium out of the country. It's dismantled and removed two-thirds of its centrifuges. It's removed the calandria from its heavy water reactor and filled it with concrete. And it's provided unprecedented access to its nuclear facilities and supply chain. Iran's estimated breakout time has moved from 2 to 3 months to a year or more. In November, on Fox News, you said you can't think of a single good thing that's come from the Iran nuclear deal, not one. Now, thus far, the CIA has provided oversight to this committee with very solid analysis of what the level of compliance is, and thus far, it has been extraordinarily positive. I'd like you to comment on this because, and particularly your comments, because this nuclear deal is in effect just that. It doesn't include other things that are bad things that Iran has done. It's just the nuclear agreement, and they have, in fact, conformed to it thus far. So would you comment, please?
Yes, Senator. First, you have my commitment that we, if I'm confirmed at the agency, will continue to evaluate their compliance with the agreement in the way that you've just described the agency has been doing to date. I concur with you that that work has been good and robust, and that intelligence, I think, important to policymakers as they make decisions. I think my comments were referring to the post-January 2016 rampage of Iranian increased activity. And that's, I know you share my concern about that as well. And so when I was speaking to the risk that Iran presents, it was certainly from those activities, whether it's the fact that we now have had missiles that we've had to fire back at into Yemen, the Iranian-supported Houthis. The list is long. They're still holding Americans in Iran. Those were the concerns that I was addressing that day. You have my commitment as the director of the CAF, if I'm confirmed, that we will continue to provide you the intelligence to understand both what's taking place in the nuclear arena with respect to the JCPOA and its compliance, as well as to the set of activities that are outside of that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Senator
Thank you,
Rubio.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pompeo, thank you, first of all, for your service to our country repeatedly in the Army and Congress and now here in this new role. I know we're going to have a closed hearing later today, so the questions I'm about to ask you, I ask that you answer based on open source information available to the general public, and also your understanding of the law of war as a graduate of West Point and your service as an officer in the U.S. Army. First of all, your understanding as an officer in the U.S. Army, is military targeting of civilians a violation of the law of war?
Oh, Senator, intentional targeting of civilians is absolutely a violation of the law of war.
Based on open sources and information available to the general public and the conflict in Aleppo, Syria, have Russian forces conducted repeated attacks against civilian targets?
Senator, based on open source reporting, it appears that they have.
Do you believe, based on your knowledge, again, acquired through open sources and your just general knowledge of geopolitics, that Russian military forces could conduct a repeated attack against targets in Aleppo, Syria, without the express direction of Vladimir Putin?
It seems intensely unlikely to me, Senator.
And again, all of the answers you just gave are based on open sources, unclassified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The second question I have is, and I think you've already said that you accept this as a fact, that there is indeed an effort by Russian intelligence and others associated with the Russian government to conduct a campaign of active measures in the United States designed to sow doubt about the credibility of our elections and our democracy, to sow divisions and chaos in our politics, to undermine the credibility of political leaders and the like. You agree to that assessment, that we are in the throes of an active measures campaign that probably predates this campaign, but it's certainly ratcheted up?
Yes, Senator. It's a long-standing effort of the Russians, and frankly, there are others out there engaged in the similar set of activities. It is something America needs to take seriously and a threat that we are vulnerable to today.
And in fact, it is the exact activity they've undertaken, for example, in Europe and in other countries as well, that we've seen the same sort of pattern in other places, correct?
Yes, Senator, and I'll add to that. We have elections, important elections taking place in the year ahead in Europe and around the world, and we need to be deeply cognizant of all of the foreign actors with malign intent who are attempting to impact those elections as well. And I think the CIA has a role in trying to understand that threat in a deep and fundamental way and sharing that with each and every member of the policymaking community.
Now, again, not asking you to rely on any intelligence or classified information, just in your judgment, as you see the state of American politics and the political discourse, a president-elect who has questioned at times the judgments of our intelligence agencies, opponents to our president-elect who continuously question the legitimacy of his election, the shameful leak in the media regarding unsubstantiated, unsourced information designed to smear the president-elect, the fact that Russia and Vladimir Putin have become a dominant theme in political coverage in this country for the better part of 3 months, if not longer. As you look at all of that, in your personal opinion, is Vladimir Putin and the Russians looking at all this and saying, we've done a really good job of creating chaos, division, instability in the American political process?
Senator, you put a lot into that, but let me try and unpack it just a touch. I certainly want to make sure I talk only about my observations and judgments based on unclassified information,
Yes,
but I have no doubt that the discourse that's been taking place is something that Vladimir Putin would look at and say, wow, that was among the objectives that I had, to sow doubt among the American political community, to suggest somehow that American democracy was not unique. I believe it is fundamentally unique and special around the world. It shouldn't surprise any of us at all that the leadership inside of Russia views this as something that might well redound to their benefit.
And my last question involves an area that you may not get asked by anybody else on the committee, you might, but it regards the Western Hemisphere. And I just ask if you will pledge to work within the interagency to ensure that collection and coverage of the Western Hemisphere, and in particular nations like Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Ecuador, Bolivia, that we focus on threats that may emanate from those places.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Congressman, for coming up to visit. At a time when the president-elect is on record as supporting torture, blocking Americans' ability to protect themselves with strong encryption, and has encouraged the outsourcing of intelligence gathering to the Russians, it's my view you're going to have an enormous challenge to be an advocate for honorable policies. it's already clear that several key members of the President-elect's national security team advocate illegal policies. So this morning, my view is we need to find out what you're for. And I'm just going to tick through some of the issues we talked about in the office. Let's start with surveillance, if we could. You recently wrote an op-ed article saying that Congress ought to pass a new law reestablishing the collection of all metadata. Those are your words, all metadata. So you would basically get the Congress and the country back into the business of collecting millions and millions of phone records on law-abiding people. You go on in this op-ed article to say that these phone records ought to be combined with publicly available financial and lifestyle information into a comprehensive, searchable database. So you would be in favor of a new law collecting all of this data about the personal lives of our people. And I think it would be helpful if you could start by saying, are there any boundaries, in your view, to something this sweeping?
Senator, you and I did have a chance to discuss this. There are, of course, boundaries to this. First and foremost, they begin with legal boundaries that exist today. That piece that I was referring to was talking about the U.S. government's obligation to do all that it can in a lawful constitutional manner to collect foreign intelligence important to keeping America safe.
Congressman, that's not what you were talking about. You said collecting all metadata.
Yes, Senator.
All metadata.
Let me, if I might just continue. Yes, I still continue to stand behind the commitment to keep Americans safe and by conducting lawful intelligence collection. When I was referring to metadata there, I was talking about the metadata program that the USA Freedom Act has now changed in fundamental ways. You should recall, voted for the USA Freedom Act, and I understand its restrictions on efforts by all of the U.S. government to collect information.
But you wrote this op-ed since the passage of the law. So after the law passed, you said, let's get back into the business of collecting all of this metadata. And I'm curious what kind of information about finances and lifestyles would you not enter into your idea of this giant database?
Well, Senator, first of all, I have to begin by saying today that would be, in most instances, what you referred to there would be unlawful under current law. And so, as the director of the CIA, you have my assurance we will not engage in unlawful activity. But I think this committee, the American people, demand that if there's publicly available information someone has out there on our public available site, I think we have an obligation to use that information to keep Americans safe. If someone's out there on their Facebook page talking about an attack or plotting an attack against America, I think you would find the director of the CIA and the intelligence community grossly negligent if they didn't pursue that information.
Congressman, I don't take a backseat to anybody in terms of protecting this country when our security is on the line. I wrote the section of the Freedom Act that gives the government emergency authority to move when it's critical to protect the country. That's not what we're talking about here. You're talking about your interest in setting up a whole new metadata collection system, which is far more sweeping than anything the Congress has been looking at. And if you would, before we vote, I would like you to furnish in writing what kind of limits you think there ought to be on something like this. Let me see if I can get in one more question. The President-elect had indicated on the Apple issue that, in effect, he thought that there shouldn't be strong encryption and that he basically would consider pushing for mandated backdoors into encrypted products. And that's been the position of the FBI, some very influential members of Congress. Now, you have not been a cheerleader, as far as I can tell, for weakening strong encryption, which is something I think that sounds constructive. If you're confirmed as CIA director, are you willing to take the president, the FBI, and influential members of Congress on this issue? Because I think it's clear weakening strong encryption will leave us less safe. And I'd like to hear your views with respect to strong encryption.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this Mike Pompeo hearing because Mike Paish is going to be joining you. So I'm going to transition out of this, and we're going to take you live now. Senate Democrats speaking out against the Attorney General nominee. Wow, happening now.
Demonstrate that he will provide that independent voice and assure that the President of the United States completely adheres to the law when it comes to conflicts of interest or controversies, and we are encountering an administration that seems to be prone to those conflicts of interest in unprecedented scope and scale. On voting rights, Senator Sessions said about Shelby County versus Holder that it was good news, even though it gutted an essential enforcement provision of the Voting Rights Act. When 250,000 citizens in his state were denied photo identifications necessary to vote because Department of Motor Vehicles offices were closed, he did nothing. In effect, no comment. His antipathy and hostility to that vigorous advocacy as a champion, not a bystander, not a passive follower of the law, but as a zealous advocate, is lacking. And that is one of the key reasons that lack of commitment, ironclad commitment to civil rights is one of the reasons that I have said that I will oppose his nomination. And I want to introduce now Senator Hirono, to be followed by Senator Duckworth and Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal, and aloha to all of you. I've served with Senator Jeff Sessions throughout my time in the Senate, and I respect him as a colleague. But I have deep concerns about how Senator Sessions would use his prosecutorial discretion as Attorney General to address a number of critical issues. During his confirmation hearing, I pressed Senator Sessions for a commitment to vigorously protect every citizen's right to vote, particularly with regard to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which safeguards Americans from discriminatory voting laws. He did not give me a satisfactory answer that he would scrutinize states' voting laws for discriminatory effect. I also asked Senator Sessions whether he would honor the Department of Justice's consent decrees that address police misconduct and enhance accountability. Senator Sessions did not adequately assure me that his department would uphold these agreements without revisiting or renegotiating these agreements. I pressed Senator Sessions for a commitment to defend Roe v. Wade in federal court and to enforce laws that guarantee the constitutionally protected right for a woman to choose. But Senator Sessions did not disavow his past comments that Roe v. Wade was one of the worst Supreme Court decisions ever made, and he does not acknowledge that that decision has a constitutional basis. Should the Supreme Court be presented with a case that gives them the opportunity to overturn Roe v. Wade, I asked Senator Sessions what he would direct his Solicitor General to do, whether he would direct the Solicitor General to go in and argue for overturning Roe v. Wade. He said that was a hypothetical and that he would not be responding. That was not reassuring to me at all. Over the past 2 months, I've heard from hundreds of my constituents and a number of prominent civil rights organizations, including a number of them who testified yesterday before the Judiciary Committee. After all of this, I will vote against the nomination of Jeff Sessions to serve as our Attorney General. I am deeply concerned about how he would use his prosecutorial discretion to uphold voting rights, protect civil rights, and protect a woman's right to choose. Now we turn to Senator Tammy Duckworth. What's good for you? Right here is good.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. Thank you for being here. As an American living with disabilities, my life isn't like many of my colleagues in Congress. Getting around can be difficult. You saw what I had to do to get into this room today. I can't always get into restaurants or other public spaces, and I have to spend a lot of time planning on how to get from one place to another. And I understand that not everyone thinks about these things, and for most of my adult life, I didn't either. But after I became injured in combat during my service in Iraq, I learned how important the protections of laws like the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act are to ensuring millions of Americans with disabilities can live and thrive with dignity. Without them, Americans like me wouldn't be able to get to work, go to school, hold a job, pay taxes, go shopping, or do any of the things people take for granted. And that's why I'm speaking out today, because it matters deeply to me who the Attorney General of the United States is. The Attorney General is charged with protecting disability rights and deciding whether to enforce or erode the protections countless Americans depend on. In the critical areas of healthcare, education, employment, voting, and others. And we have a nominee who has a record of speaking up against disability issues. He's called the protections for people with disabilities, and I quote, unnecessary and even, and I quote, dangerous. He called laws requiring public schools to accommodate students with disabilities, and I quote, the single most irritating problem for teachers throughout America today. He voted against expanding hate crime protections to people with disabilities. The hate crime against an 18-year-old man with disabilities recently in Chicago should remind us that hate is not limited to any skin color, and that civil rights laws, from hate crimes to voting rights to disability rights, protects us all. I'm speaking up because I think it's important for Americans to understand that disability rights is a civil rights issue, and it's an issue that my lawyer, the Attorney General of the United States, should be committed to advancing. And if Senator Sessions is confirmed, I am deeply concerned about what will happen to citizens with disabilities, to citizens with different racial backgrounds, to citizens with different sexual orientations, and to other marginalized Americans. Thank you for coming here today. And I will now be joined by my colleague and classmate, Senator Cortez Masto.
Good job. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you as well on behalf of my colleagues. Thank you for joining us today. Similarly, as a former Attorney General and a former federal prosecutor, I take very seriously the important role that our nation's top law enforcement officer plays in our system of government. That's why I am deeply concerned about the President-elect's choice of Senator Sessions to lead the Department of Justice. I'm troubled by the controversial and racially insensitive rhetoric that Senator Sessions has used in the past. The Ku Klux Klan isn't okay, and the NAACP isn't un-American. I'm even more troubled by his far-right positions on issues ranging from immigration and criminal justice reform to civil rights and voting rights. The DREAM Act isn't a reckless proposal for mass amnesty. Hate crimes and discrimination against the LGBTQ community can't be ignored. And the Voting Rights Act deserves to be restored, not gutted. This is an agency that is tasked with the equal protection of all Americans. We can't afford to have an Attorney General who only cares about protecting some Americans, who doesn't care deeply about the communities that are underserved and discriminated against, and most desperately need that help. As the next Attorney General, Senator Sessions will have enormous prosecutorial discretion. And his record in public office indicates to me that he often hasn't recognized the humanity of the people hurt by his extreme positions, whether it's undocumented immigrants, the African American community, or the LGBTQ Americans. It has been an ugly and divisive election season. Many of my constituents in Nevada are fearful about what lies ahead under a President Donald Trump. They deserve an attorney general who they can trust to vigorously defend their rights and uphold our laws with impartiality. At a time when our nation needs to come together and heal, Senator Sessions is not the right choice to lead the Department of Justice, and that's why I will not be supporting him to be our next attorney general. Now, I'd like to open it up for questions for my colleagues and I.
Go ahead.
Senator Sessions said that you would follow the law. You noted that also yourself this morning, but to what degree do you think that's becoming more subjective? Do you think there's different opinions about what following the law means? Is that really core here?
Well, you know, Senator Cortez Masto made a key point, which is the Attorney General has enormous sweeping powers and discretion, as do prosecutors generally, to investigate, to prosecute, to pursue particular penalties. All are within her or his discretion, virtually unreviewably. There is no recourse from decisions by the Attorney General to avoid prosecuting or to pursue charges. And so your question is absolutely right. I asked Senator Sessions about the FACE statute, which protects clinics against intimidation or harassment. He said he would follow the law. Well, more than following the law is necessary. He has to lead to protect a woman's right to make decisions about her own reproductive rights. And to make rights real, the Attorney General of the United States has to be a champion, a zealous advocate, a legal conscience. When I asked him about the DACA young people, the Dreamers, he said he would defer to the Department of Homeland Security. Wrong answer. He should be the legal conscience. He should be the one telling the Department of Homeland Security, you have a moral duty in the spirit of the law, in the interests of fundamental fairness and due process, not to use information submitted to the government of the United States in good faith by young people who thought they would be given legal status to remain here. To then, in effect, bait and switch them is a violation of fundamental fairness and due process, in my view. That would have been the answer of a champion of civil rights and due process. So it really is a matter of discretion and of pursuing and protecting privacy rights for women's health care, disability rights for people who may have a case, and the Attorney General has to be that lawyer, in effect the people's lawyer, and pursue the law in a vigorous and proactive way.
Let me add something with regard to the Voting Rights Act. When the Supreme Court decided in Shelby to eliminate a key provision of the Voting Rights Act, what we were left with is what I refer to as Section 2 of the Act that imposes the burden on those individuals or organizations such as the NAACP to pursue a claim that a state's voting law is discriminatory. That is a very high burden. And recently, the Attorney General had weighed in two cases, one involving a Texas voting law, another North Carolina. The Attorney General's office came in proactively to challenge those laws under Section 2. We need an Attorney General that would do that. Post-Shelby, some 14 states have already passed laws that probably should be scrutinized under Section 2 for their discriminatory effect. And if an Attorney General exercising his or her prosecutory discretion decides, we'll just leave it to the NAACPs of the world to challenge these laws, they are going to have their resources stretched even further. So that's what I mean about prosecutory discretion, to make sure that individual rights, and particularly in this case voting rights, are preserved.
Yeah.
Senator, I actually had a question almost directly on that. Obviously, since Shelby, a lot of civil rights groups have had the resources stretched pretty thinly, with Sessions looking like he's probably going to get confirmed. That seems like it's going to be an even bigger problem. Republicans stepped up with a lot of court cases against Obamacare, different things over the 8 years that President Obama's been in power. Do you guys have any plans, or are you starting to formulate any plans to introduce your own court cases or possibly help with efforts for some of these civil rights groups? Because it frankly looks like he's going to get through and you guys aren't going to have the things that you're looking for out of the DOJ.
Well, we're not here to predict or prognosticate what the result is going to be on the vote of the nomination. But part of what we intend to do is to hold Senator Sessions accountable if he becomes Attorney General. And we can do it through the Judiciary Committee, which has oversight hearings. We can do it through the nominations of Assistant Attorneys General for specific divisions. The Civil Rights Division will have an Assistant Attorney General who can be held accountable and reviewed as to his or her nomination. And we have the power, each of us, to support legal actions as Attorneys General. Senator Cortez Masto and I frequently filed amicus curiae briefs. I have done it here as a United States Senator. And I have actually thought seriously about what proactive steps we can take to support or initiate legal action. I miss the courtroom, and I'd be happy to be back in it.
You talk a little bit more. I mean, you've thought seriously about what kind of would that entail? I mean,
Well, I don't want to go into the details at this point about specifics about what it might entail, but it's not a sudden or huge departure because we have supported court action in the past. And in fact, some members of the House and I believe the Senate have initiated actions in court.
The senators who were here and voted for it and the new ones, is there any regret about changing the filibuster rules for nominees?
I don't know whether were you around?
Yes, I voted to change the rules because we needed to make sure that the president's nominations would at least come up for an up or down vote, and I think that's appropriate, except for Supreme Court nominees. So I do not have a regret that I voted to change those rules.
I have no regrets because I think it's a fundamental democratic principle that the majority should decide, and that's the reason that I voted. I think it was my second or third vote here 6 years ago that the filibuster should be completely abolished. Some of my senior colleagues told me at the time, you'll be in the minority, you'll regret it. There were only 17 votes in favor of it, so there's been a bipartisan consensus that some 60-vote threshold is appropriate for some offices, but I have no regret.
On the Supreme Court, since the president-elect has indicated that he would nominate someone kind of in the mold of Justice Scalia and his judicial philosophy, do any of you see yourselves being able to support that kind of justice to the court?
I don't want to monopolize that.
I think we need to take it as it comes. Let's wait until we get that nominee and see who they are and look at their record.
That's also what I have said my approach would be. I've never sat on a nominee, but I've argued 4 cases before the United States Supreme Court. I was a law clerk on the court to Justice Blackmun, appointed by Richard Nixon, thought to be a judicial conservative. As it happened, he became one of the more progressive legal thinkers of the time. I will review every nominee on her or his merits and qualification. I have no litmus test.
Well, I wouldn't want to have a litmus test either, but if there is a justice who will apply originalism or some version of it and who has taken certain positions against a woman's right to choose, that is, in my view, a fundamental constitutional right. And I would scrutinize such a nominee very, very carefully.
Yeah, and let me add to that, because I think we're all in agreement. We would evaluate them on their individual merit. There is no litmus test. However, what I think many of us are also going to be looking at is their application of the law and how they apply it, legal precedent, and their respect for it or not. And diversity. I think there needs to be more diversity and application on real-world consequences that the United States Supreme Court has on Main Street America. So there's a lot of things that we would be looking at. Now, I don't have a vote. I'm not in the judiciary. But as somebody that would be voting in the United States Senate, those are things that I would be looking at.
Could you help me understand, I guess, how your opposition to Jeff Sessions is different than, or goes beyond just a policy difference? And I say that like on Voting Rights Act, he's not alone on the Republican side in not supporting the legislation to undo what the Supreme Court did to the Voting Rights Act. So what makes him specifically any different than any other maybe Republican that has a different policy view on that law?
Let me address this, because this goes to prosecutorial discretion, and this is why I've been very vocal about this. And you need to understand, part of what the tools that a prosecutor has is using that discretion. That means they can decide whether to take a case or not, whether they can defend somebody or not, fight for justice or not, fight for any type of discrimination or not. It is an important tool, and it's something that when a prosecutor comes into office, they should be questioned about how they wield it and their values and understanding of the law and the precedent, and what they've done in the past to fight for individuals that are vulnerable or those. I will tell you, the law is not black and white. And when it comes to exercising that discretion, the prosecutor wields a lot of clout. And that's something, this is unique to this position as the Attorney General of the United States. And it's something that, rightfully so, should be on the record on how Senator Sessions would utilize that discretion. That was one of the most important things for me. And as I watched those hearings, listened to what he had to say, I asked him to come speak with me individually. He did not come speak with me. As a prosecutor, I wanted to sit down and talk to him about that. And so those were my concerns. And it is very unique to this position.
Yeah, I would just add, you know, Jeff Sessions is a colleague and friend of ours. And we have disagreements on certain issues and policies. We also have agreements. I agree with him in a profound respect for the law enforcement community and the dedication and courage that they show every day. I agree with him that there should be more vigorous prosecution of corporate executives who are criminally culpable, and they should be held accountable. And on a variety of other issues, we have agreed. So it's not just policy disagreements on abstract issues. These disagreements go to core constitutional principles. And the champion that the Attorney General needs to be at this point in our history, particularly with this presidential administration, not only enforcing but championing rights and standing up to the president, saying no to Donald Trump, speaking truth to power.
So I mean, I'm not sure how many Republican senators supported that bill to fix the Voting Rights Act, but I'm not sure that there was any. So would that, in your view, eliminate any Republican senator who's an attorney who might be nominated to the Justice Department, or is it something particular to Jeff Sessions?
It is the entire record of his public career. Yes. And that record combined with the testimony that he gave when he equivocated in response to some of these questions. He equivocated when I asked him whether he would enforce the Emoluments Clause and the Stock Act against the president or members of his family. He equivocated when I asked him whether he would appoint an independent prosecutor to pursue Deutsche Bank, owed more than $300 million by Donald Trump. He equivocated when I asked him whether he would abstain from voting on potential fellow cabinet members. Those kinds of answers, combined with his whole record, are what persuade me that his nomination should be opposed.
I was very struck by the answers he gave to Senator Franken's line of questioning during the hearing themselves. If you look at that whole record, there is a record of him, my understanding is, as U.S. attorney bringing forth 20 to 30 cases opposing civil rights. This is not a policy thing. This is him as a prosecutor doing this. And that's a real problem. And he may be living, it seems like in a we may all be living in a post-facts world, but his answers, again, he equivocated and outright did not answer those questions and denied what is fact. And that's a problem for the top lawyer of the United States.
Thank you very much. I got to
Thank
move
you.
on to
I
the
do
next
too.
one, but thank you. Thank you all for being here.
All right, there you go. Senate Democrats denouncing Sessions as a pick for Attorney General. We'll see what happens. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We'll keep the live coverage going right now. Take you to the White House. Josh Earnest at the podium.
Why was that coordinated with the incoming administration's decision to go to the WTO? And the detailed fact sheet put out underscores how much this dumping of metals has hurt American workers.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any sort of sense of regret in the administration not having acted earlier, given the amount of angst and rhetoric there's been about American workers not being defended enough by this administration, at least on the campaign trail?
Yeah. Well, again, I think when you consider the entirety of the record that I laid out at the beginning, I think there is no legitimate argument to be made about the forceful efforts that we've undertaken to protect the American people and protect the American economy from unfair trade practices originating anywhere around the world, but particularly in China. That is something that we have made a priority, and the American people and our economy have benefited from it. With regard to the timing of this announcement, I would just note that there were, as I mentioned, numerous bilateral efforts by the Obama administration to persuade China to take strong steps to address the excess capacity in the aluminum sector. So that would explain the timing, which is we tried to work this out before we went and filed the case at the WTO. But we haven't shown any hesitation about filing cases at the WTO. The United States, under President Obama's leadership, has filed more cases at the WTO than any other country in the world. And all of the cases that have been decided that we have filed are cases that we've won. So that, I think, should be an indication of just how rigorous a process we pursue in protecting the American people and protecting the American economy, and most importantly, protecting American workers. I think it would probably be an overstatement to suggest that we coordinated this announcement with the incoming administration, but I'm sure that they were informed one way or another about this step as we were taking it.
This was as recently, I think, as September. President Obama brought this up with Xi when he was in China.
That's correct.
So you're saying that the president's own personal attempts to persuade Chinese leadership failed. That's what led to this decision to file a complaint.
I think what you can assume is that these kinds of matters are important enough to President Obama that he doesn't hesitate to raise them at the highest levels of the Chinese government. And when we don't see the kind of response that we would like to see on the timeline that we would like to see it, then we don't hesitate to go to the World Trade Organization and hold them accountable for their actions. And thus far, when we've done that, we haven't lost a case.
Lastly, you also had a number of announcements from State Department, from Treasury, and then from the NSC here in regard to Syria, touting the first actions against Syrian officials for use of chemical weapons. Why did it take so long, given that your own releases acknowledge that there were attacks in 2013 and every year since the initial U.S. recognized attack that nearly led to U.S. military action? Why now?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think it's important to understand that this is obviously not the only response. The United States did succeed in 2014 in working closely with Russia to persuade the Assad regime to declare the existence of their chemical weapons stockpile, to cooperate with an international effort to secure those weapons and destroy them. And That obviously is a step that didn't just enhance the security of the people in Syria who were facing the brunt of these chemical attacks, but it also eliminated the risk that any of those weapons would fall into the hands of terrorists who might use them other places. So we obviously were pleased about the impact of that step. What we have been concerned about since has been the willingness of the Assad regime to weaponize otherwise legitimate industrial compounds like chlorine and use them to wreak havoc, attack, wound, and kill innocent people, innocent Syrians. And so that's why, again, that you've seen the forceful response, both in terms of the priority we placed in rounding up and destroying their declared chemical weapons stockpile, but also in terms of holding accountable, at least through financial sanctions, those who are involved in producing these weapons and carrying out these attacks. There have also been international efforts that have been supported by the United States to have a broader international investigation into war crimes about the use of these kinds of tactics and the use of these kinds of weapons. So I think you have seen, I know you have seen, a robust response from the United States with regard to the use of chemical weapons that is commensurate with the national security interests that this question raises for the United States of America.
But the administration has called out use of weaponized chemicals for years now, post that agreement that you referenced. In fact, in violation, the U.S. has said, of that agreement in many ways, at least in principle. So why now sanction if these are well-recognized attacks, at least from a unilateral position, these sanctions could have happened much earlier?
Yeah. Well, with regard to the precise timing for these individuals when they were put forward, I'd refer to the Treasury Department, because obviously they have to do the forensic work to determine exactly the most effective way to implement these kinds of penalties. This obviously stems from the intensive investigations that they do in the financial sector. They obviously work closely with the intelligence community to develop these options. But it is does indicate another element of our forceful response on this matter.
So would it be wrong to assume that the U.S. attempts at diplomatic efforts with the Assad regime via Russia and the long drawn-out, ultimately fruitless process is actually what caused the administration to pause before acting?
Well, again, I think you'd have to ask the Treasury Department for the precise timing. I think what is true is that Russia has failed time and time again to get their client state in line. They've refused to stand up to them. They've refused to persuade them. And I don't know if that's because they are unwilling to make a forceful case, or if they're unable to get the weakened Assad regime, their only client state in the Middle East, to listen to them. And that's been a subject of disappointment, and there have been a lot of lives lost as a result of Russia's failure on that score. But for why exactly that happened, I guess you'd have to consult with the Russians. Andrew.
The Justice Department Inspector General is going to investigate FBI actions before the election with regard to their probe into Hillary Clinton's email server. Is that...
All right, everybody, we are going to dip out of this coverage. We'll check back in later on the Fox 10 News Now stream with Josh Earnest at the White House press briefing. We're going to take you to another live event just starting up here. Nancy Pelosi is going to be talking about Obamacare with the hashtag #ProtectOurCare. You can see that on the sign there. this Sunday Nancy Pelosi to headline pro-Obamacare rally at San Francisco City Hall. Yesterday, the Senate approved the first step toward repealing Obamacare in a late-night session. The vote does not repeal President Obama's signature achievement, but it does set the stage for Republicans to clear the first hurdle for repeal of the massive health care law. The bill will now go to the House of Representatives for a vote expected to take place this Friday. Democrats who opposed repealing Obamacare staged a protest during the vote, breaking with rules by attempting to orally dedicate their votes to people they say would be harmed by repealing Obamacare. The all-nighter was powered by pizza deliveries to the Senate floor. Indiana Republican Representative Todd Young handed out goodie baskets filled with popcorn and Mountain Dew to reporters in the Senate press gallery to kick off the night. Right now, one of the top 5 hashtags is hashtag SaveACA, the Affordable Care Act.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky, and I represent the 9th District of Illinois, and I'm here along with my good friend Doris Matsui. The two of us are the co-chairs of the Senior Task Force. I want to thank Leader Pelosi and all of our colleagues who are here today, who are joining us. Republicans are like the dog that chased the bus. Over the last 6 years, Republicans in the House have voted 65 times to repeal all or part of the Affordable Care Act, knowing all the while that they would not succeed in that effort. But now they caught the bus. And Americans who lived in fear of pre-existing conditions or hitting the lifetime or annual limits aren't keen on doing without coverage. Being a woman will once again be a pre-existing condition, and millions of Americans will lose insurance subsidies, and millions of low-income people, their Medicaid, and now that repeal could actually happen, and it isn't going over so well. Even worse for Republicans, that they may not have really understood or expected to hear from senior citizens, because all of the seniors, after all, have Medicare, and they can mess with that later, they think. But they better think again, because Medicare is a great American treasure, and Obamacare has made it even better. For one, Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, has lowered the cost of prescription drugs. Since the passage of Obamacare, more than 10 million Medicare beneficiaries have saved $23 billion on prescription drugs. Because Obamacare is closing that gap in coverage that required senior citizens to pay the full cost of any prescription that they went to fill. So seniors in Illinois are now saving an average, for example, of $1,040 a year. And we know that $1,040 means a heck of a lot to older Americans. One of them is my constituent Ann, and she wrote to me, quote, "My drugs," and this isn't unusual, my drugs are over $4,000 a year or more. And I hit that donut hole by July or August. I am an asthmatic, and each spray is over $170 to $200, and I take 3 a month. The Affordable Care Act helps me pay for my medications in the donut hole. It probably saves me $1,200 or more a year. We also know that if Obamacare was repealed, Part D enrollees could pay up to $3,725 more for their prescription drugs while in that Part D donut hole. I actually brought some donut holes. This is a different idea, a totally different concept. You eat these, you don't fall into it. That same $3,725 represents about 15% of a Medicare beneficiary's income. 15% of their income on prescription drugs alone, and that doesn't account for all of their other health care costs. So we're here today with advocates and seniors to stand up for seniors, for the ACA, for Medicare, for Medicaid, and against Republican repeal efforts. We will not let them take away health care from Ann or any other American. And as you will hear from our next speaker, Jody Weinreich, the Affordable Care Act really matters for seniors. Thank you. Jody?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jody Weinreich. I'm 66 years old, and I live in Allentown, Pennsylvania. I'm a regional board member with the Alliance for Retired Americans. I lost my job at Tama Manufacturing 5 years ago when the factory closed and it moved to Mexico. The factory had a government contract and made Alfred Dunner pants and Air Force training uniforms until it closed its Pennsylvania plant. I would not have any health insurance but for the national exchange created by the Affordable Care Act. I was also too young for Medicare and Social Security benefits at that time. Prior to the closing of the factory, I had insurance fully paid by my employer. After exhausting trade adjustment assistance benefits in 2011, I got health insurance through the National ACA exchange for 4 years, from 2012 to 2016, until I qualified for Medicare. I would not have been able to afford the premiums or coverage it provided with the Affordable Care Act subsidies. The plan also helped cover my thyroid and cholesterol medicines. Since I turned 65, I received health care through Medicare, which the Affordable Care Act made more affordable and better for retirees like me and my husband. Tomorrow I have my annual wellness visit. How ironic that I'm having it the day of the repeal vote. Thanks to ARA, my wellness visit and my preventive tests will be fully paid for. A repeal of the ACA would leave me with co-payments and for mammograms, colonoscopies, and other preventive screenings. My husband, Irv, has struggled with high prescription drugs. He takes 12 medicines for diabetes, high cholesterol, atrial fibrillation, or AFib, and high blood pressure. His insulation alone requires 2 different medicines that he takes 4 times a day. Last October, he fell into the donut hole prescription drug coverage gap, and he had to start paying 100% of the cost of his medicines. That totaled over $500 a month just for the medicine for his diabetes. The ARA closed the donut hole by the year 2020. If the ACA is repealed, that will not happen and costs will skyrocket. Too many of my friends and neighbors have similar stories. 125 people lost their jobs when Tama's factory closed. And I know several people who used ARA exchange to get health coverage. One friend who I know through the Veterans of Foreign War saw her $500 a month health insurance premium lowered to $100 by the ACA. She is concerned about what repeal would mean to her. For sure, she would be paying much higher premiums again. She is a widow who is not yet 65, so she is ineligible for Medicare. She works at Target stocking shelves part-time at night to make ends meet. Thanks to the Affordable Care Act, at least she has health insurance coverage, but her future is not secure. Repeal of the Affordable Care Act is wrong, and will put a lot of us in a terrible health and financial situation. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce Congresswoman Matsui.
Thank you very much, Jody, and I want to thank Leader Pelosi for bringing us together and all my colleagues and all of you for being here today. Republicans are in the process of dismantling health care protections for millions of Americans and replacing their care with chaos. In their path of destruction are two programs that seniors and people with disabilities depend on to live with dignity: Medicare and Medicaid. The impact of these cuts will be felt by real people. This has real consequences. A constituent of mine, Margaret, shared with me that before the ACA, she was afraid to get a mammogram because she had to pay hundreds of dollars out of pocket for tests like mammograms. Because of the ACA, she can now routinely schedule these exams at no cost to her. With an ACA repeal, millions of people like her on Medicare would once again have to pay for preventive screenings, including diabetes and cancer screenings. For older Americans who already have a limited budget, being required to pay out-of-pocket costs, oftentimes for life-saving health services, could be absolutely devastating. Missing a preventive screening because of financial concerns could lead to serious, more costly illnesses for seniors in their future. And with an ACA repeal, the work that we have done to improve coordinated care for Medicare patients would be rolled back. Through the accountable care organizations established by the ACA, we are incentivizing value in our health care system instead of volume, providing doctors and hospitals the flexibility needed to ensure that seniors are getting the right care at the right time. Repealing the ACA would be a serious setback to our work to incentivize efficiencies in our healthcare system that would lead to better care for our patients. This is about putting patients above politics. And as co-chairs of the Senior Task Force, Congresswoman Schakowsky and I intend to stay true to that mission and fight back against Republican attempts to devastate the well-being of seniors and our families. Thank you, and I'd like now to present John Glazer, a very dedicated advocate.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'm John Glazer, and I've been retired for almost a year and a half now, and I was enrolled in Medicare Part A for the past 17 years, and in Part B since I retired. Being reasonably helpful, I don't have a lot of need for most of the services, but most of the Medicare benefits improved by the ACA Act, but I have made it has been a huge difference to me to be able to access those services. But I do want to tell you about some of them. For instance, my no-cost annual health, no-cost physical took place in June. The charges were included 18 different elements of the exam, which would normally have cost, according to my papers that they sent me from the company, $962. My cost was $12.59 because there were some tests my physician thought I should have that were not covered as part of a routine physical. But that's not a bad deal. I had a prostate exam at about the same time, and that was of no cost to me too. The prescription drug benefits I received from Medicare are equally as valuable. In April, I fell into the donut hole. In September, when I got out of the donut hole, I was paying 5% for most of my drugs. Because the Affordable Care Act is closing the donut hole, last year I saved, and think of this, $2,000 on my prescription drug costs, which was significant. But if the ACA was repealed, I would pay all of my drug costs in the coverage gap, which is currently $4,371 this year. Likewise, I would be on the hook for paying 20% co-pays for my annual physical and all of the tests my doctor orders. That would add up to a lot of money, particularly if I had an illness that meant I need more doctors and more prescriptions and more tests. But when you're living on a fixed income, you have to closely watch your expenses. If my expenses spiked, I'd have to think about cutting back on what I could spend some of the pleasures of life and some of my time on, like going out for a meal or going to a movie, or more it's important to a lot of people, visiting your grandkids. That might not be possible. I know there are seniors who have had a harder time than me making the ends meet, and I hate to think of what an unforeseen health problem coupled with losing some of Medicare coverage would mean to those who are just scraping by. It wouldn't be good. Now, it gives me great pleasure to present someone who has been an inspiration to all of us. She's been supporting senior rights since she first moved into Congress and senior programs, and she's been a great leader for us. So here we go, Rita Pelosi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, for your kind introduction, but more importantly, for sharing your story with us, which is the story of so many people in our country. I want to thank Jan Schakowsky and Doris Matsui, the co-chairs of the Senior Task Force, for bringing us together today, but for years of relentless, persistent leadership on behalf of America's seniors. Jody, thank you for sharing your story with us, and John, as I said, you as well. I'll be happy to introduce someone from San Francisco, Kathy Cochin, in a minute. But first, I want to acknowledge that in addition to our co-chairs, we have a large number of members who are vice chairs or supporters of the task force. I don't have a handheld mic, but if they would just do a shout out for them and introduce themselves as we go around.
Hello, everyone. Michelle Lujan Grisham, Congresswoman from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Lucille Roybeau Allard, Los Angeles, California.
Charlie Crist from St. Petersburg, Florida.
Joyce Beatty, Ohio.
Suzanne Bonamici, Northwest Oregon.
Pramila Jayapal, Seattle, Washington.
Gene Green, Houston, Texas.
Carol Shea Porter, New Hampshire's 1st District.
Bobby Scott, Southeast Virginia.
When we initiated the Affordable Care Act, and that title, affordable, was our goal and our purpose, because the cost of health care, the rising cost of health care in our country was totally unsustainable. Unsustainable to individuals, to families, to small businesses, to corporate America, and certainly to cities, states, and the federal government's budgets. So the point was to make it affordable. So the three purposes were the affordability driving it all, to improve the quality of care, to expand the access to it, and to lower the cost. On all three scores, the Affordable Care Act succeeded. Would we like to do more? Yes, in all three of those areas. Part of it all, though, was how we addressed Medicare and Medicaid and what that means to our country, to our seniors, and people with disabilities in particular. Under the Affordable Care Act, we were able to find savings of $800 billion, no cuts in benefits, savings, and plow them right into Medicare to prolong its life for a decade, to lower cost of prescription drugs, also known as closing the donut hole, but people tell me today that people don't know what the donut hole is anymore because it's closed. So lowering cost of prescription drugs, prolong the life of Medicare, expand Medicaid. Did you know that 50%, at least 50% of the funds used for nursing homes are funds that come from Medicaid? So Medicaid is a middle-class initiative. People think of it just as for the poor, but for seniors and people with disabilities, it is a major, major investment. So when we expanded Medicaid, it expanded that opportunity. And again, the savings in Medicare are so important to prolong its life. So what do Republicans want to do? I call it the cut and run approach. They say they're going to repeal and replace. As I've said to you over and over, my colleagues, repeal and replace has only alliteration going for it. It's alliterative, but it's not realistic. And they don't have the votes to do that in the manner they say they will, repeal and replace in one fell swoop. Instead, what they're doing is what I call cut and run. Cut the benefits and run away for it. Cut the access to Medicaid and run away from it. Cut the advantages to Medicare and run away from it. Cut the all the things we talk about in the Affordable Care Act, which Jan Schakowsky went over very well, so I won't. But cut the Affordable Care Act in terms of its benefits, its number of people covered, and its cutting of cost. Cut those three priorities and run from it. They can run from it, but they can't hide from it, because the cost to individuals, families, businesses, and hospitals and providers in our country is great. They will cut the jobs. There'll be millions of jobs cut if they repeal the Affordable Care Act. Cut the jobs and run. Cut the contributions to hospitals. Before Affordable Care Act, hospitals had to bear the brunt of uncompensated care, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars and billions nationally. In your communities, my colleagues and my friends, see what it does to the hospitals there. They want to cut that covering of compensation for uncompensated care to hospitals. Cut and run. But I am very, very encouraged by what I see across the country of people understanding what it means to them in their lives. My friend's grandchild was diagnosed a week or two ago with leukemia, 3 years old. He would have a pre-existing medical condition for the rest of his life. Lifetime limits, that would be gone. Cut the lifetime limit benefit and run. So it is, whether you're a child, whether you're a woman, as was said by my colleague, no longer being a woman is a pre-existing medical condition. Cut the advantage to women and run. This is, people understand, whether it's people in the mental health community, people in the disabilities community, addiction community, opioids community, the people who deal with children and seniors and families, et cetera. Everyone understands. Hospitals, providers understand. We need them to speak up to the members of Congress. Nothing is more eloquent to a member of Congress than the voice of his or her own constituent. And nothing is more eloquent to tell the story of the Affordable Care Act than the personal stories, two of which we have already heard from Jody and from John, but we hear them all over the country, and we'll hear more as we have rallies around the country this weekend. Jan Schakowsky had 1,400 people at a press conference on Sunday, was it?
A rally
On Saturday. But we had many events then, and the beat goes on. We'll have the big mobilizations over this coming weekend. So it is, I think there's plenty of reason to be hopeful, because while the Republicans may have an ideological opposition to the Affordable Care Act, they have to understand what it means in cost to their constituents. Cost in benefits, cost in quality of service, cost in access, and cost in dollars. So we're hoping that they will listen. But as we go forward, it's important for us to define what is there and what would be lost. I think it's easier to win a fight when something is going to be taken away from you, rather than describing something that might happen in the future that is positive. So we feel pretty confident about where we are in this past week, working with the Senate, working with the governors about how we can stop what's happening. Can we find ways of making things better? Always. My privilege now, though, is to introduce a constituent from California, Kathy Cochin, President and CEO of the Asian and Pacific Islander American Health Forum, which was founded in San Francisco 30 years ago. Thank you, Kathy, for being with us today.
Thank you so much, Leader Pelosi. It's an honor to be here and to be in this company. I'm here to say that Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander seniors are counting on the Affordable Care Act for coverage, and we are proud to stand with those fighting for repeal. In the past few years, I have worked hand in hand with our community throughout the country to build a national network to educate and enroll nearly 1 million Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders in 23 states and in 56 languages. One thing I've consistently heard from people enrolling is the difference that the ACA is making in their lives. Cancer is a leading cause of death in our community. Thanks to the ACA, almost 1 million seniors get preventative care, including cancer screenings. But if Congress repeals the ACA, those life-saving screenings will disappear. Before the ACA, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander seniors on a fixed income struggled to afford their medications, like so many other older adults, like John spoke to, and Jody. For nearly 500,000 Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander seniors, the ACA has been a lifeline, allowing them to afford their medications through Medicare. Medications that help them manage heart disease and diabetes, two diseases that plague our community. But if the ACA is repealed, there goes that help, and we return to the days of seniors making tough choices to afford the medications they need versus other things that are essential for their well-being. Over 6 years ago, the ACA brought peace of mind because it made seniors' lives better by guaranteeing that health care would be there when they needed it. And right now, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander seniors are counting on Congress to uphold that promise and to protect their care. It's been an honor to speak with you today, and I'll turn it back to Leader Pelosi.
Once again, I can thank our special guest, as I say at all of these meetings, when people come to share their story, personal or the story of their ministering to the needs of our constituents. They are our VIPs, so thank you. And I thank our colleagues. Mr. Scott is the ranking member on Education and Workforce, and he is going to be a very important force in being the custodian of the value of the Affordable Care Act, along with our ranking member on Ways and Means, Mr. Neal, and our ranking member on Energy and Commerce, Mr. Pallone. But the ranking member on the Health Subcommittee, oh, he left, but Mr. Green was here earlier. So Bobby would love to answer any questions you may have. Any questions? Yes, sir.
If the GOP does fumble this transition, what do you expect to happen? Do you expect them to double down and continue to blame Democratic authors of the ACA, and we'll see how public opinion shakes out, or do you expect them to be forced to come to the table and talk about some of the fixes you've talked about?
I am the last person to ask about what the Republicans will do. Does anybody have any idea? I don't think they have any idea, because they're just the Republicans are in the cut and run mode. Just cut the savings, cut the jobs, cut the benefits, cut the expansion of Medicaid, and run. But I do hope that we can find a place to save the principles and the value of the Affordable Care Act in a way that has results and is practical rather than being tied to an ideological. Let me just make one point, because we were talking about this earlier. To our friends in the press who keep repeating, that this was done without any Republican reaching out to the Republicans to be part of it. The Affordable Care Act is modeled off of a Heritage Foundation principle, the mandate, no free riders. It was the bill that was passed in Massachusetts.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are going to dip out of this coverage, bring it back to you a little bit later on Fox 10 News Now. Take you back out to Capitol Hill, defense nominee, Mad Dog Mattis. Back from recess.
Committee will come to order. Today we have, at this portion, 3 items of official business to consider: adoption of the rules, the security procedures, and the appointment of committee staff. Before we do that, let me just take a brief moment and welcome returning and new members to the committee, and also express some condolences to those members who are here with us for a day and are being forced to leave us after this. The truth is, this is a special committee. Most people believe that it's the president or the military's job to decide how big the military ought to be and what weapons they ought to have and so forth. If you look at Article 1, Section 8, it says it's Congress's responsibility to raise and support armies, to provide and maintain a navy, to make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces of the United States. That puts a responsibility on our shoulders, and it's a significant responsibility because, as we all know, men and women volunteer to serve our nation and defend us and put their lives at stake, but they're counting on us. The rest of the story is, for 55 straight years, Congresses with majorities from both parties and presidents of both parties have found a way to come together and pass a national defense authorization bill. 55 straight years. Now, there have been some hiccups along the way. It hadn't always been easy. But that bipartisan tradition of coming together for the men and women who serve, for the security of our nation, is also something, I think, that weighs on us and our responsibilities. This year, we've got to exercise those responsibilities in a world that's growing more dangerous and more complex. We're going to work hard. We're going to have lots of sessions of various kinds, but I am very excited about the tremendous breadth and depth of talent on both sides of the aisle that this committee has, and I very much look forward to working with each of you and the contributions that each of you will make to our product this year. Let me yield to the distinguished ranking member for any comments he makes before we move on to the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would merely echo your comments. I think you described the job on this committee very well. It is a great committee. I've been privileged to serve on it for 20 years under a number of different chairs of both parties. I think the fact that we work together in a bipartisan way to produce a very important product every year makes this committee, frankly, unique in the House at this point. And I've enjoyed working with you, respect the way you run the committee, and I look forward to an interesting year. We have a lot to do, to be sure, but as you said, we have very, very talented members of this committee, and I guess the only thing I would add, which I know you've said many times as well, we also have an incredibly talented staff that does an enormous amount of work and makes this possible, so I thank them as well, and look forward to working with all of you in the year ahead. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me go ahead and call up Committee Resolution Number 1 regarding the committee rules for the 115th Congress. The clerk will read the resolution. Read the resolution.
Committee Resolution Number 1, resolved that the Committee on Armed Services, U.S. House of Representatives, adopt the committee rules for the 115th Congress, which are stated in the copy distributed to each member.
The proposed committee rules have been developed jointly with the ranking member and made available to members' offices earlier this week. Following consultation with Mr. Smith, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be considered as read and the resolution be open to amendment at any point. Without objection, it is so ordered. Let me just say that the committee rules and the security procedures are largely unchanged from the 114th Congress, with one notable exception. In Rule 4 of the committee rules, the Subcommittee on Emerging Threats and Capabilities has been given jurisdiction over the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program, which was formerly under the jurisdiction of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces. That program, when it began, focused on nuclear proliferation. It has shifted its focus to chemical and biological weapons and counterterrorism. That obviously fits better with the Subcommittee on Emerging Threats. Thus, the rules make that change. Otherwise, they are both substantially similar to what we had before. Is there any further discussion, questions regarding the committee rules? Are there any amendments related to for the committee rules? If not, Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, for the purpose of offering a motion regarding Committee Resolution Number 1, the committee rules.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt Committee Resolution Number 1 concerning the committee rules.
Question occurs on the motion offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. So many in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A quorum being present, the motion is adopted, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Next order of business is Committee Resolution Number 2 regarding the committee's security procedures for the 115th Congress. I call up Committee Resolution Number 2 and ask the clerk to read the resolution.
Committee Resolution Number 2. Resolved that the Committee on Armed Services, U.S. House of Representatives, adopt the committee's security procedures for the 115th Congress, a copy of which has been distributed to each member.
The security procedures were again coordinated with the ranking member and made available to members' offices on Tuesday, January 10th. I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered read and open for amendment at any point without objection. As I said, this is basically the same we had last year. Is there any further discussion of the security procedures? Are there any amendments to the security procedures? If not, Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt Committee Resolution Number 2, the security procedures for the 115th Congress.
Question now occurs on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. So many in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A quorum being present, the motion is adopted, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Finally, I call up Committee Resolution Number 3, appointing committee staff for the 115th Congress. The clerk will read the resolution.
Committee Resolution Number 3. Resolved that the persons listed on the sheet distributed to the members and such other personnel as may be required by the committee within the limits and terms authorized under the rules of the House of Representatives are hereby appointed to the staff of the Committee on Armed Services, U.S. House of Representatives, for the 115th Congress, it being understood that according to the provisions of law, the chairman will fix the basic salary per annum.
As many of you know, our committee is unique in that the committee staff is integrated. They are all here to provide advice and counsel to each of you, Republican and Democratic members alike, and I suggest that you take advantage of their talents and expertise. I hate to talk about them because most of them are in the room, but as Mr. Smith said, it's a pretty outstanding group. A copy of the committee staff for the 115th Congress was prepared in consultation with the ranking member and made available to members' offices on Tuesday, January 10th. I ask unanimous consent the resolution be considered as read without objection. Is there any further discussion about the committee staff? If not, Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt Committee Resolution Number 3 regarding committee staffing for the 115th Congress.
Question now occurs on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. So many in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. A quorum being present, the motion is adopted, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Without objection, committee staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to reflect the action of the committee in adopting committee resolutions 1, 2, and 3. And if the ranking member has no further comments at this point, the committee stands adjourned for this business portion. Let me switch notebooks. Committee will come to order. The committee now meets to consider H.R. 393, granting a one-time exception to Section 113A of Title 10 U.S. Code. which limits those who can serve as Secretary of Defense to those who have not served in the military within the past 7 years. I have to confess that these are circumstances which I did not expect us to face. When General James Mattis was named by the President-elect as his nominee for Secretary of Defense, I could not have been more pleased. As I said publicly and privately to members of this committee, I believe civilian control of the military is an important principle of our government. And I also believe that this is an extraordinary situation and an extraordinary individual, the combination of which warrants a one-time exception to the law. As returning members will remember, we had 2 committee roundtable discussions in December, one with a briefing by our committee staff to go through the law and the precedent when Congress granted an exception to General George C. Marshall to serve as Secretary of Defense in 1950. The other roundtable was with respected outside experts who discussed civilian control of the military and the other issues that arise by this exception. My intention, as I made clear to the committee and to the transition team in December and since, was to have General Mattis come testify before us on his views on civilian control of the military before we vote on the exception resolution. And let me be clear, General Mattis was willing and eager to do so. I talked to him personally. He gladly agreed to come and answer our questions about the waiver or about other topics that we might have. Obviously, members know that he has testified before our committee many times in a variety of capacities. On Tuesday night of this week, however, I was informed that the President-elect's transition team would not allow General Mattis to testify after all. I think that's a mistake. There are major principles of government involved with this exception, which has been requested for the first time in 67 years. I have complete confidence that General Mattis would have answered our questions in a way that only increased the confidence in the wisdom of his selection. I think it would have added strength to his position and gotten the partnership between him and our committee off to a good start, and he recognized those advantages immediately. Unfortunately, short-sightedness prevailed. Nonetheless, we are where we are. The top priorities for this committee have always been the national security of the United States and support for the men and women who serve her. With that as our guide, I believe we should approve the exception today that allows General Mattis to serve as Secretary of Defense so that there is no gap in that important office and so that the nation can benefit, once again, from the service of this extraordinary leader, thinker, and public servant. I'd yield to the ranking member for any comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I too am very disappointed with where we're at on this for a number of reasons, which I'd like to get into. I do want to say right up front that Mr. Thornberry, the chairman, and I spoke from the moment this started, and we're on the exact same page, that we wanted General Mattis before us. I also spoke with General Mattis on the phone. He was eager to testify, eager to answer our questions, and it was, this was listed as a hearing that was going to have him testify 2 days ago. And then at the last second, President-elect Trump decided not to allow him to do that. And I think that is a large mistake, and it basically takes this committee completely out of the process. In fact, for reasons that I'll state in a moment, there's really no point in us even having the discussion we're about to have with the bill that is in front of us. And this is something that we've battled over for a long time, the executive branch, usurping the authority of the legislative branch. Now, obviously, for the last 8 years, it's been Republicans usually making that charge at a Democratic president. And here we are at the very start or even before the start of a Republican administration. And that's exactly what they're doing. They are making our committee irrelevant to this process. And civilian control of the military is enormously important. I think it would be incredibly important to hear from General Mattis, for all of the members to hear from him directly on that point. And the fact that he is not is going to make me personally oppose this change in the law. And I want to make that clear. This is not a waiver. It's been commonly called that. There is no provision in the law for a waiver. There is a law that was passed in 1950 and then amended slightly, I think, in 2008 to go from 10 years to 7 years that says that basically if you have not been out of the military for longer than 7 years, you cannot serve as Secretary of Defense. And what that means is that right now, as the law currently stands, it is against the law for General Mattis to be the Secretary of Defense. So in order to fix that, we don't have to give him a waiver. We have to change the law. And when you change a law, if you're doing it right, it goes through committee, through the House and through the Senate. And the Armed Services Committee is the committee that passed this law back in 1950 and amended it in 2008. We should have a say in that, and we don't. And the reason I say that this is irrelevant is because the bill that we are supposedly marking up today, House Resolution 3, sorry, I don't have my glasses on, 83, 93, whatever it is, this bill is going nowhere. This bill is dead. The bill that we are going to hear on the floor tomorrow is the Senate bill. So it makes no difference whatsoever whether or not we pass this bill, don't pass this bill, whatever. This bill isn't going anywhere. The Rules Committee is going to meet about 1 o'clock in the morning or something to discuss the Senate bill. So what we're doing here is literally a waste of our time because this bill doesn't mean anything. We're just going to catch the Senate bill on the fly, put it on the floor, have the debate there, and send it out. So what has happened is, in a critically important matter, who is going to be the Secretary of Defense and civilian control of the military, the incoming president's team has decided that the House Armed Services Committee is irrelevant. Now, what I think we should do is say that's not acceptable. We will not change the law for you until General Mattis appears before us. Now, I take the chairman's point that, we want to have the Secretary of Defense in as soon as is, conceivably possible. But I get the sneaking suspicion, since there's really no reason whatsoever for General Mattis not to testify, and most Republicans I've talked to have agreed with me, he can more than handle himself. He's done it many times before. I think all of a sudden they'd change their mind and he'd be available, and we'd get that opportunity. By not doing that, by saying, yeah, okay, we are irrelevant, we agree, we are abdicating our authority on this committee, and I think that is an enormous mistake. And the final point I want to make is the reason that we go through the legislative process that we go through is to make sure that pieces of legislation are as good as they possibly can be. And there's actually a couple of problems with the Senate bill. And I think the thing that we have in front of us is the exact same language as the Senate bill. Again, not that that matters since this bill isn't going anywhere. But the Senate bill, the way it is written, is different than the one that was written for General Marshall in 1950 in two ways, one of which I think is really important, the other which is potentially important. The first one is this bill does not name General Mattis as the one-time exception to this law. It is an unnamed person. Now, I believe it is also written in such a way that they only get one person. So it's not like this means that if 4 years from now or 3 years from now President Trump wants to name somebody else, he can do it without respect to this law. But it does mean if for some reason General Mattis winds up not being confirmed, not being the Secretary of Defense, that President-elect Trump could pick somebody else who violates this law, and we wouldn't have any say in that either. I think we should, in this piece of legislation, say quite clearly, we are changing this law for General Mattis and for General Mattis only. Because if we don't know who else might come along, and we don't know what their views would be on civilian control of the military or anything else for that matter. But second, and more problematic, also in 1950 for General Marshall, and this is something I didn't know, but if you serve in the military and retire, so you do your 20 years, and I believe this is just for general officers, you are, for the rest of your life, as long as you are receiving that pension, and you're legally required to receive that pension, you are subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And the Uniform Code of Military Justice is slightly different than your average criminal law. That means that General Mattis, while he is Secretary of Defense, while he is supposed to be a civilian, is going to be subject to military law. Now, I realize that that's highly unlikely to happen, but in theory, President Trump could court-martial him if he did something in violation of the UCMJ. And that's why the separation of the military from the civilian is so important. And that's why in 1950, they made sure the General Marshal was exempt from the similar requirements. It wasn't the UCMJ back then. They also, as I understand it, when Omar Bradley took over the Veterans Administration, did the same thing for him to make sure that he was a civilian. Now, if we were doing this properly, we could offer an amendment, and we could change that. We wouldn't just have to take the Senate's language and swallow it. But since we're not doing this properly, we can't. Well, we could offer an amendment, and we could change this bill, but this bill isn't going anywhere. The Senate bill will be the bill that controls it. So by abdicating our authority, I think we've made a huge mistake. The executive branch is going to, have a whole lot of opportunities to figure out how much they want from us. And I want to say that I have been consistent. Even during the Obama administration, I have spoken out when they ignored the authority of this committee, most notably when the exchange for Bo Bergdahl was done and they released 5 prisoners, and we had a requirement in law that they were supposed to notify us 30 days before, and they didn't. I spoke out very strongly against President Obama ignoring the authority of this committee. So, it's not just about, for me anyway, what party the person happens to be in. It's about the authority of this committee, and we're abdicating it. Now, the only way we can change that is tomorrow on the floor to vote down the Senate bill and say, no, the Armed Services Committee of the House matters every little bit as much as the Armed Services Committee of the Senate, and we should have our say. And by not doing that, we are not living up to a lot of what was said at the start of this hearing about exerting the authority of this committee. As the chairman said so eloquently, it's not the president, alone who runs the military. We have a say in it as well, except not today. Today we've decided to just let it go and have no say in what I think is a pretty important issue when it comes to the national security of this country and the men and women who serve. So I would urge you to reject this bill that we have before us today, except that would be kind of redundant because this bill has already been rejected. It's been rejected by the House Republican leadership. It's been rejected by the House Republican caucus. This bill isn't going anywhere. The Senate bill on the floor tomorrow is what we'll debate. So this bill is dead, whether you vote for it or not. But I would urge, that we reconsider letting the president-elect and the Senate simply roll over us and take away our authority. And with that, I yield back.
I don't want to argue with all the points that Mr. Smith made. Many of the things he said I agree with. I do think because we have a number of new members, a further word of explanation is required, and obviously Ms. Smith will have the chance to respond in any way he sees fit. The House bill that we are marking up today, the Senate bill, which is supposed to be voted on the Senate floor right now, are exactly the same words. Those words came about because they were depicted in the continuing resolution that passed last December. The CR that most people in the room voted for, and I've got the exact list of who did, the CR prescribed exactly the words that have to be in this resolution in order to be privileged in the Senate. So that's the reason that H.R. 393, the bill that the Senate is voting on the floor, are exactly the same words and should not be amended. If it is amended, then it loses its privileged status in the Senate. I think we probably will vote on the S bill tomorrow. That's because the Senate's ahead of us. They're voting on the floor right now to pass it. And therefore, we can take what they have already passed tomorrow and have it available for the President-elect to sign on January 20th. I just want to emphasize, I think a lot of the points Mr. Smith makes about how it should have been written differently are valid. I would have written it differently. But the reason it is before us in the form it is because that's exactly the language that is law right now in the CR that most people voted for. Had one other point I was going to make, and I forgot what it was. So, do you have anything else you'd like to? Before proceeding further, let me make a couple of announcements. First, if there are any amendments, they must be in writing, and 80 copies must be available at the desk for distribution. Secondly, it's the chair's intention to operate under the 5-minute rule in order to allow all interested members to speak in an orderly manner. Without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit written statements for the record. So ordered. Without objection, Mr. Smith and I have agreed to postpone any recorded votes on any amendments until the end of consideration of amendments. I call up now H.R. 393, the bill was made available and distributed to members' offices on Tuesday. Without objection, we'll dispense with the first reading of the bill. Is there any further discussion of the bill? Gentlelady from California. For 5 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for holding the briefing that we did on civilian control of the military before the break. I agree with you. It was very insightful. It was very informative. And during that briefing, all the witnesses agreed that a hearing with General Mattis was necessary to discuss the concerns of this committee surrounding the legislation that we're considering today. I want to say to all the members here, I greatly appreciate your remarks. I think you've been put in a difficult and an unnecessary position. After 7 decades and only one occasion when the Congress felt it was necessary to waive this important protection on civilian control of the military, I urge my Republican colleagues to take the responsibilities of this committee seriously. Without a hearing, we can't really satisfactorily ensure that for the American people that General Mattis will be able to adapt to the new requirements necessary for a Secretary of Defense and different from a senior military leader. How can we ensure that he will provide the appropriate counsel and, if necessary, resist the wishes of the President in the best interest of the defense of our nation and the preservation of peace to the greatest extent possible? I had certainly thought of a number of questions right on this topic that I wanted to ask him. Furthermore, the nameless language in the bill sets a dangerous precedent, and it opens the gate for subsequent nominations and confirmations of recently retired service members. This was not the case in 1950, when the waiver the law clearly applied to General Marshall and no one else. The language stipulated that, I'll quote, "No additional appointments of military men to that office shall be approved," unquote. The legislation has several other fundamental flaws that the ranking chair has raised. In addition, the future rights of the House Armed Services Committee in this matter are truly at stake. To accept without making the appropriate changes, without participating in the process at all, we are doing nothing to safeguard civilian control of our military, and we are setting the stage for an expedited and similar process for the future. So should we rush so willingly to throw away something we have held dear as Americans for so long? Reading the impassioned transcript of the executive session of this committee in 1950, there was talk of a crisis. The nation had just entered the Korean War. A sitting president was asking the Congress to act quickly to confirm and grant exception to law for a well-known general of the Army who already served as the Secretary of State. So with that in mind, I have to ask us today, knowing that this is a critical time, especially challenging time for all of us, is it, though, an immediate crisis? Are we in the same place we were as a country in 1950? What troubles me the most is that General Mattis had willingly agreed to speak before this committee in the People's House. But it is my understanding that the presidential transition team blocked him from appearing today. I don't think the American people care what the transition team thinks and would much rather hear from the nominee himself on why we in the House should grant this exception to law. Although we are required to make these laws, we are casting off our duty, agreeing to be irrelevant. So, Mr. Chairman, as I stated during our briefing in December quite clearly, we need to speak to General Mattis before I will vote to approve this action today, and therefore I cannot do that. I yield the remainder of my time.
Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, again, I want to basically associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Smith and Ms. Davis. But I would like to, again, just make one point that I think a lot of us who are struggling with this vote today want to make clear, which is that none of our criticism of this bill is aimed or intended to really be aimed at all at General Mattis himself. Again, as has been stated, he has been a frequent flyer at this committee, has testified a number of times, and I think is just an incredibly impressive individual who, if you watched his appearance at the Senate Armed Services Committee today, once again demonstrated really the, I think, very balanced, reasonable approach that he takes to a whole variety of issues in terms of use of military force, his, again, abhorrence of torture as any kind of sanctioned policy of this government, and again, I think really would be an incredibly effective Secretary of Defense. But as John Adams, a fellow New Englander, once said, we are a country of laws, not of men and women, and this really is an issue of civilian control, which I regard, and I think a lot of us do, as really one of the crown jewels of our nation, which is that the control of decisions of war-making and military force really has to rest within the civilian leadership of this country. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 enshrines that concept in terms of giving and vesting within the Congress war-making powers. Very frankly, we're in a context right now where this institution has not really held up its side of things in terms of asserting that authority. We are now today, again, with about 15,000 troops in harm's way overseas in the Middle East who are operating under an authorization of use of force that goes back 15 years ago. It's been estimated that roughly 70% of the Congress that was seated at that time is no longer here. And obviously the threat that they are dealing with is something that no one in their wildest imaginations could have estimated or figured was going to be facing this country in 2017. In 2015, President Obama actually came forward with a proposal to amend and modify that use of force, in other words, inviting the Congress to step up and engage in terms of its civilian role. And unfortunately, in the last Congress, we didn't even have hearings, let alone a vote, in terms of trying to modify and adjust what was a proper authorization of force given the threat that our men and women in uniform are facing over there. And it is important to note that our military leadership, whether it was General Dunford, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or General Mattis himself, testified before Congress that they would encourage us to step up and set that policy, that in fact it was good for the people who were at the front lines in terms of giving them the confidence to know that the American people were behind them and understood what the challenge that they were contending with in places like Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. And by the way, General Mattis reinforced that opinion earlier today, that in fact he invited civilian control to be exerted to a much greater degree than is the case today. And again, really is I think, a very disturbing trend that we had some opportunity today to turn around and to exercise by having a meaningful public hearing process and a markup, which unfortunately is not going to be the case. So again, I think for a lot of us, this is a very awkward and difficult situation because of our high regard for General Mattis, but the fact of the matter is the principle that's involved, a constitutional principle that really goes to the essential DNA and fabric of this country, is something that we really just cannot overlook and treat as a mere technicality, and for that reason I will oppose this bill. I yield back.
Again, I just want to say I agree with many of the comments gentlemen from Connecticut made on the authorization of use of force. It is not within the jurisdiction of this committee, however, to pass out such an authorization. One other point, and I feel like I'm given too much of a history lesson here, but there is one precedent for this, and that, as you've heard, is in 1950. Let me just give you the timeline of what happened in 1950. On Wednesday, September 13th, President Truman requested that Congress change the law so General Marshall could serve. That's Wednesday. On Friday, the House Armed Services Committee met in executive session. General Marshall was never a witness, met in executive session, passed out the legislation providing the exception. Both the House and the Senate passed it the same day. Friday, 2 days after President Truman asked for it, both committees had passed it out and both chambers had passed it. General Marshall was not a witness at either of them. President Truman signed the legislation on Monday. The next day, Tuesday, the Senate held a confirmation hearing for General Marshall, where he did show up and he did testify. The Senate voted on the Marshall confirmation then the next day, Wednesday, and so by Thursday, basically 1 week after the request was made, he was on the job on September the 21st. I take back nothing that I said about General Mattis should have been allowed to testify. I just want those who are concerned about the executive, legislative, and precedent to know that the only precedent in this case is that General Marshall did not testify before either the House or the Senate before the waiver was passed and signed into law. Only then did he testify at a confirmation hearing. Ms. Bardillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to briefly state my serious concerns with moving forward on this legislation without the committee having the opportunity to hold a hearing with General Mattis. While the Senate is tasked with advice and consent of nominations, the House does have a unique responsibility to weigh in on tremendously consequential legislation, and we are being relieved of this today. We have heard for years about how the executive branch has ignored the will of the legislature branch, and yet when Congress has a chance to exercise its authority, we are instead expected to be rubber stamps to an incoming administration that continues to show no indications that it will respect the critical traditions and prerogatives of our body. Mr. Chairman, I understand that you worked hard to secure an appearance from General Mattis and even received a commitment to appear prior to our consideration of this bill, and I do want to go on record saying that I appreciate that. I am disappointed, however, that the new administration has reversed course and ignored the wishes of our committee. I have stated previously that I believe the experience and the critical thinking ability that General Mattis brings to the table is very important to an administration that sorely needs that capability. This is not a vote on his nomination. This is a vote based on whether we believe we should waive a 70-year-old law that codified principles by our founding fathers. And furthermore, Mr. Chairman, it is a vote on whether we believe General Mattis, or whoever may be confirmed by the Senate for this post, will protect civilian control of the military and how that individual will actively support this critical institution. But we have been denied the opportunity to ask questions of General Mattis and really dig into the importance of this matter. And because we did not have our rightful opportunity to ask substantive questions of the General, I do not see how I can support this legislation without directly undermining this committee and this House. Mr. Chairman, I thank you and I yield back.
Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ranking member alluded to the potential for a Rules Committee meeting at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have tremendous respect for the gentleman from Washington, but as a member of the Rules Committee, I thought I could inform this committee that the Rules Committee will start meeting at 3:30 this afternoon on another matter. It's anticipated that the Senate bill will come over to the Rules Committee while the Rules Committee is in the throes of that particular hearing. It is important to the Rules Committee, I think I can say this on behalf of Chairman Sessions and all the members, that we hear from the Committee of Jurisdiction. And because the Senate bill and the bill before this committee at this point in time are identical, then the vote of this committee is very important to us. and I think would very much inform the decision of the Rules Committee whether or not to make this bill or the Senate bill in order and how we would make it in order. So I appreciate the fact that it's being done this way, and I don't think it's going to be done in the dead of night. I intend to vote for this bill in this committee, again in the Rules Committee, and again tomorrow afternoon. Ms. Cheney and I may be the only people in here who get to vote on this 3 times. And why would I do that? Because on January the 20th, the men and women in uniform of the United States need a Secretary of Defense. I don't think that there's that much, if any, opposition to the particular person who's involved here. I hear nothing but the greatest of praise for General Mattis from people on both sides of the aisle. I understand the objections that have been stated. This is not the ideal way to do this, but I'm thinking first and foremost about those men and women that wear our uniform. And for them, I intend to vote for this bill 3 times to make sure they have the right person as their Secretary of Defense on January 20th. And I yield back.
Mr. Langevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by saying how extremely dismayed I am that we're not provided the opportunity to consider the policy legislating on this matter at hand. And I want to associate myself with the comments of Mr. Smith and my other colleagues on this topic. And Mr. Chairman, I understand what a difficult position you are in, and I appreciate the comments and reflected your frustration on this issue as well. And like others have said, I want to say that nothing in terms of our concerns expressed about this bill itself reflect on General Mattis or his qualifications. That being said, while I appreciate General Mattis' decades of distinguished service to our nation, I also believe that the preservation of civilian control of the military must be one of our highest priorities, and that the House Armed Services Committee should, in fact, play an integral role in determining the status of any waiver granted to a Secretary of Defense nominee. So our military must defend our society rather than define it. And I worry that this waiver, approved without a hearing, may increase the civilian-military divide that we're seeing today. So, Mr. Chairman, this is no way to do business. And our concerns regarding civilian control of our military are not trivial, nor was the previously scheduled hearing set to be a divisive event in any way. We are not the Senate, and we did not seek to confirm General Mattis. However, the incoming administration was provided an opportunity to begin its relationship with our members on the right foot by engaging with us through an open hearing into civilian control of the military. In that endeavor, they have certainly failed. So by circumventing the appropriate processes and by discounting the influence of this committee, I am consequently less inclined to support this waiver. With General Mattis to have appeared before us today, it would have allowed history to show that this change to the law was, in fact, warranted. I would have asked him about his strategic use and views of civilian expertise within the department, within the State Department during conflict negotiations, ways in which he plans to combat civilian-military divide as a recently retired general officer, and how he views any politicization of the department as a general officer serving a political institution. So these questions, as well as those of my colleagues here today, are valuable. They are warranted and deserve answers directly from the nominee seeking a waiver from this committee. So, Mr. Chairman, his failure to appear before us today does not reflect favorably on the behavior necessary to preserve civilian control of the military, and I find this all deeply troubling. So I yield back.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the sometimes great pleasures and sometimes one of the most esoteric conversations I have with my sons is that I let them know that in this job every day we get to struggle with what the Constitution means and what it compels us to do. Sometimes to them it's a very boring conversation, but it is very true that one of the privileges of this job is that we actually have to try to embody what the words of the Constitution mean, and we struggle with that every day. And a few of those words are down in front of us, and the chairman mentioned those as part of the organizational hearing, Article 1, Section 8. And that is really the civilian-controlled military. We have that job to organize the department. And it's this issue of the civilian and military relationship and civilian control of which we're speaking, and it is no small issue that we discuss today because it is one of those struggles about the question, one of the questions within the words of the Constitution. And so this act of changing the law, I believe, it is an act of civilian control of organizing the Pentagon, and that's namely, of course, this appointment of the next Secretary of Defense. But, you know, this hearing is about that, and it's not about the merits of the Secretary-designate Mattis. I can make a case for him, distinguished military career. The greatest thing about him, he's from the great state of Washington. And that's very irrelevant to the question that we face today. To paraphrase the chairman, we're dealing with principles of government for the first time in 67 years with regards to this question. I just wanted a simple hearing to hear the Secretary-designate, his views on civilian control of the military. And why is that? Because we haven't done this for 67 years. When you do something so rarely, surely you can spend a mere moment of those 67 years to find out what the views are of the person that you're planning to put in a position of Secretary of Defense, especially one coming out of the military, especially one coming out of the military within that time frame that the existing law sets. To hear from that one person who can help us, this committee, create the record to which we can hold that secretary accountable. This oversight is no small issue. This committee oversight is no small issue. And I think we are, frankly, not starting off on the right foot when it comes to oversight. And so as a result, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your willingness to, even though it's in the rules, still your willingness to allow us to express our views. I will be voting no, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Ms. Tsongas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share your disappointment that General Mattis was prevented from appearing before this body today, and I appreciate very much your strong statement to that effect. Like many here, I watched General Mattis in the Senate this morning, and I appreciate his knowledgeable and forthcoming testimony, but it is not a reasonable substitute for his timely appearance before this committee. The deeply American principle of civilian control of the military is an organizing tenet of our government, and is why, by law, a commissioned military officer is prohibited from being appointed as Secretary of Defense without having at least 7 years of relief from active duty. This reflects a fundamental principle of the American Republic that decisions relating to raising and organizing our armed forces and to war and peace itself should rest in the hands of the representatives of the people, our civilian leadership. This bedrock belief is one that I have come to really appreciate as I have served in Congress. The unique circumstances of General Mattis's nomination necessitates the law before us today, and it is the responsibility of the Congress, the House included, to determine whether or not it is within the national interest to suspend a prohibition whose purpose is to ensure that the Secretary of Defense retains no allegiance or preference to any particular military service, that he or she is able to approach decisions on the use of military force on the basis of overall national interest and not just military assessments, and that the Secretary derives his or her power from the will of the people, not the loyalty of members of the armed forces. Historically, the size of our armed forces has grown and diminished with war and peace. Today, however, we live in the era of an all-volunteer force comprised of a permanent standing military. With this in mind, I believe that ensuring that our military remains a highly professional, nonpartisan institution is vital and demands that we closely scrutinize anything that could jeopardize its neutrality. Only one waiver has been granted since the inception of the Department of Defense, which was approved by Congress under very different circumstances. The Korean War effort was faltering as the department itself was struggling to stand up. Importantly, that waiver authorized General Marshall to take the office by name, and I continue to have reservations about the lack of specificity in the waiver request before us today. I will be opposing the legislation under consideration today for several reasons, none of which have to do with the merits of General Mattis, whose esteemed service to this country is not in question. I believe that this committee should have had the opportunity to better understand how the General intends to safeguard the value of civilian control of the military in light of his very recent service. I am deeply disappointed and concerned that his time with us was canceled by the Trump transition team, preventing us from exercising our authority and responsibility on behalf of the American people. I also have strong reservations regarding the language of the bill that is likely to come over from the Senate tomorrow. One major shortcoming, again, is that the bill fails to designate General Mattis by name. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will not support the legislation under consideration today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been quite interesting being a Marine and an infantry Marine, having to debate this issue, not just with my fellow colleagues, but among the many Marines that have contacted me through Facebook in some very colorful language. But it does show, Marines are Marines, but it does show that, you know, this general has a great following. He is well respected. I respect him. I wish that he would be here, not because I wanted to take part in the advice and consent clause that the Senate should be doing, but to actually talk about historically what are we actually doing. I fear not General Mattis. I fear the generals 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when this is another waiver that comes in, whether it's a general that just barely left military service, and 20, 30 years from now, much like we were doing in HASC, we start looking at the record and we start trying to decide and decipher what those members of Congress were saying and thinking. Like, let's be clear about one thing. When General Marshall was given this waiver, there was a lot of debate around this. And it was a debate among mostly men who, a vast majority of them had just finished serving in World War II. They had vast respect for General Marshall. They had a very intimate understanding of the military. And even then, those members of Congress were saying that this might be a bridge too far. And so for us to sit here and say that what we're doing is not necessarily significant, I think is incorrect. We are significant in the timeline of history when it comes to setting precedents in this Armed Services Committee and in Congress. So, you know, I will be voting no, and I encourage people to vote no, because we need to make sure that we're establishing the historical argument and reinforcing the historical argument for civilian control of our military. This is not a vote against General Mattis. This is a vote for us, if you vote no, for us to continue to support the idea of civilian control of the military, which has been enshrined since the founding of this country. And I think it's important that we have perspective about what we're about to do. And, you know, had General Mattis been here, my questions would have been just directly at that. Not his qualifications, because I think they are impeachable. You cannot even question that, nor his positions. I think that's the job of the Senate. My only role, my only scope, my only lane here was to talk about the historical context of what happens when you give a waiver such as this and what it means to overall our democracy and the tradition of civilian control of the military. And with that, I yield back my time.
Related to the gentleman's comments, let me just make sure everybody knows this committee will prepare a report based on our action today, and all members will have the opportunity to include additional or dissenting views in that report. If one goes back and reads the report from 1950 executive session, it's very interesting. And I don't know that it's always puts, as you look at that debate, I don't know that it always puts them all in a light, but it is interesting, as the gentleman points out, history is being made. My point is everybody will have a chance to contribute to that history. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the legislation, keeping in mind that I equally support and respect the principle of civilian-military relationship. This is from the perspective, for me, as the very grateful son of a flying tiger who served in China during World War II, 31-year veteran myself of the Army Reserve, Army National Guard, but particularly as a grateful dad of 4 sons who have served in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Egypt. Based on the extraordinary background of General Mattis and his testimony today earlier in the Senate, I believe that a waiver should be appropriate. My first choice, indeed, was to support the chairman that we would have had efforts for the general to appear before the committee today. But I believe that it is so crucial that we need to expedite believing in General Mattis, that we know he'll continue the great tradition of supporting civil-military relationship. And the confirmation is crucial for continuity for our nation's missions to protect American families and our allies to promote world peace. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. McEachin from Virginia, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, let me start off by thanking you for your efforts to get the good general to come to this committee. Mr. Chairman, I share many of the concerns that my colleagues have already expressed. All of us were elected to do a job, but today the incoming administration is asking us to abdicate our responsibilities as representatives and as citizens. The supremacy of civilian authority is a cornerstone of our democracy. The measure before us requires careful thought and reasoned debate. We cannot do our jobs, we cannot have an informed discussion, nor have confidence that we will reach the right conclusion if the general does not appear before the full committee. Unlike many of you, I've never had the privilege of meeting the general. I've never had the privilege of looking in his eyes, judging his sincerity, and making sure that he understands the gravity upon which we hold the principle of civilian authority, and to make sure that he understands the actions that are being asked for us to perform. We need the opportunity to ask these questions, to hear his answers, and to weigh his views. For years, I have observed the majority talk about holding the administration accountable. They've called for tougher oversight, closer scrutiny, harder questions. Now, at the very first opportunity, they've chosen to roll over and give the incoming administration exactly what they're asking for: no oversight, no scrutiny, no hard questions. I've heard many good things about the good general, and I wish he were here today to speak with us. But since he is not, I have to exercise my best judgment, and that is to vote against the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to working with you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Conaway.
Thank you, Chairman. I've sat here listening to much of the conversation and respect it. A lot of it's repetitive from a process standpoint. Nothing I've heard so far says that the Commander-in-Chief will not be the President of the United States. So the ultimate civilian leadership rests with the Commander-in-Chief, and he then hires someone with the advice and consent of the Senate to be the Secretary of Defense. I don't know what's magic about 7 years. I've heard nothing during this process conversation that says anyone needs a 7-year detox program to shed themselves of all the vices and nasty stuff that you get by serving in military. We've got a general officer sitting on the front row. We've got a colonel sitting on the second row, and no one would remotely suggest that they're more loyal to the military than they're loyal to the constituents they represent back home. So why is 5 years not an appropriate detox program? Why is 3 years not necessary? Now, clearly, no one in here is going to put a uniformed officer currently in service in that position. You're not going to do that. So as we move along that line of how long they've been out, I've not heard any kind of psychology or scientific evidence to say 7 years is something magic. Mr. Mattis has been out over 4 years, and so I'm quite comfortable saying that he's going to be more respectful of the civilian that he approaches that job with than his previous service as a military man. And the conversation, the debate has been high-minded and respectful, and I understand that, but this is going to be a party line vote. And you're going to send the next Secretary of Defense into his role to lead every man and woman in uniform with a split vote between the majority and the minority. And that does not send a very good message. I can assure you, those young buck sergeants and E4s, E3s out there that are going to be asked to follow the instructions of the civilian leadership would be much more pressed if it was a unanimous vote for Mr. Mattis. And so however you couch your language, I'm voting for Mr. Mattis to be Secretary of Defense today. My vote on this bill will be for Mr. Mattis to be Secretary of Defense. The process, I got it. You can make those arguments, and you've done that very, very well. I respect that. But for me and my vote, it's to vote for Mr. Mattis to be the Secretary of Defense. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like you, I also believe strongly that the founders had it right when they established laws to maintain civilian control over the government and armed forces. And like you, I was excited to hear about President-elect Trump's choice to nominate General Mattis for Secretary of Defense. He's a man of exemplary experience who has the strength to guide our nation's military at a time when we face new and dynamic threats at home and around the world. And it's because of this reputation that I was likely to support a waiver for General Mattis so that he could become our next Secretary of Defense. But President-elect Trump has refused to make him available for the hearing so we can hear from him directly about why we should provide that waiver. And the action before us doesn't even specify that it's General Mattis who will get the waiver. Yeah, I think we can all agree that with much of what our colleagues have said, but the refusal to allow him to testify despite his willingness to do so is a thumb in the nose to the House of Representatives, to this House Armed Services Committee, and to the chairman. We deserve better. Chairman Thornberry deserves better. And I have to say, on my last, I think this will be my last day on the committee, Mr. Chairman, if you can hear me from down here, I would say I think you've been an exemplary and fair chairman. You've set a standard for professionalism and bipartisanship in Congress. It's been an honor to serve with you. And I think you deserve the respect from the incoming administration to have General Mattis come testify. It looks, on the other hand, like we're going to abandon our responsibility to weigh and to limit the terms of a waiver and to give President-elect Trump assurance that he doesn't have to worry what we'll be getting. He doesn't have to worry about the House of Representatives. Our response to him saying he's not going to send someone down here, which seems petulant to me, is to say, okay, that's fine. And I think that's the wrong way to start off, whether you're Republican or Democrat. And like I said, if I were to continue on this committee, from what I know, I'd be very likely to support the waiver if he were to come here. But it's wrong for us as a committee to abdicate our responsibility in this matter. Pursuant to our constitutional duty, we should stand up without regard for party. We should demand that we be allowed to hear from General Mattis, and we should provide our constitutional check on the executive branch. Maintaining these checks and balances is how we keep tyranny from walking in the front door. It's our job. We have to do our job under the Constitution, and we're making excuses for not doing our job today. The quality of the candidate is not an excuse. And so I think we should hold the administration accountable to bring General Mattis before us, allow him to appear pursuant to his wishes, and until he does so, I would not support the waiver, and I urge my colleagues to join me. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for your service to the country. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 1935, General George Marshall wrote to a colleague, and I quote, "The great man is he who makes the minor adjustments without dishonor that permit the great issues or important matters to be carried to proper completion," unquote. This quote perfectly sums up today's hearing, and I'm afraid it's not a very flattering one on the actions that this committee is poised to take. It shows that General Marshall, who was the last and only nominated Secretary of Defense to be allowed a waiver, would not have approved of the committee's actions here today. This legislation needs not so minor adjustments in order to be carried to proper completion, and I fear we are all courting dishonor because of the refusal to make these changes. I speak, of course, of the two major problems with H.R. 393 that we have been discussing here today. The waiver must be amended so that it applies only to General Mattis. Otherwise, it becomes a blanket waiver for any nominee who meets the conditions, and that's unacceptable. And it must waive the Uniform Code of Military Justice for General Mattis specifically, so that he cannot be brought before a court-martial for laws that civilians are not subject to. It is critical that the Secretary of Defense be a civilian, subject solely to the civilian rules of law. As it stands, this legislation creates a permanent imbalance between the civilian and military leadership roles in the Department of Defense and flies in the face of a core principle of our democracy, which requires civilian control of our military and government. As another general and president once warned us, quote, "We must guard against unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist," unquote. This is less about General Mattis, who is and has indicated that he's inclined to come and appear. It is more about non-elected Trump transition staff and about a fear I have that the president-elect views the executive branch not as a separate and co-equal branch, but as a superior branch. We shall not be rolled over by the executive branch in our responsibilities as a separate and equal branch of government. Mr. Chairman, I applaud your leadership and your intellect, and I regret that I must join my colleagues in respectfully voting against this waiver, and I yield back.
Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been interesting to hear some of the constitutional arguments today, but there's nothing in the Constitution that speaks to civilian control of the military, that the president has to, in a certain fashion or manner, appoint a Secretary of War, or as we call it today, a Secretary of Defense. You'll find nothing in Article 1, nothing in Article 2. There's no amendment. In 1947, there was the National Defense Act that was established, and it did lay out the guidelines that needed a waiver with General Marshall. So we often speak that he was the only exception of having a uniformed member in a short time span take over the leadership of the Department of Defense. That's simply not historically accurate. In fact, if you go back in our history, when they were called Secretaries of War, there were many that served in a much shorter time span from the time they left uniform to the time they took control as Mr. rather than General. What is it that the objectors are truly afraid of? Do they truly want to say something but are unwilling to say it? We hear the bland words civilian control of the military as if somehow those American citizens that have borne the brunt of service or battle are somehow no longer entitled to their citizenship and are forever imprinted with some mark of Cain. What are the real objections? Do the objectors instead wish they could say, we are afraid of the warrior class? We are afraid that they might cause a war? Is that it? Historically, American battle-hardened warriors have promoted peace far more than their non-serving counterparts. They understand the human suffering on a grand scale, the chaos of destroyed communities, loss of order, no public services, and death by weapons, disease, or hopelessness is a reality. It's not academic. They also understand that we need to do anything we can to prevent such things. The greatest saber rattling often seems to occur from bloviating politicians that have never borne the sword. Do the objectors also wish to say we're afraid that they might take over the government? I don't know. Historically, if there was ever an opportunity for that concern, it was in the 1790s. President George Washington, a general, had commanded at the highest level of our nation and was revered. He appointed to Secretary of War, what we call Secretary of Defense today, men like Henry Knox, a general, Timothy Pickering, a general, James McHenry, a military surgeon, and his Treasury Department, he appointed Alexander Hamilton, a major general, and Oliver Wolcott, a general. For the equally important post of AG, he appointed men like Edmund Randolph, a general, and William Bradford, a colonel. If there ever was a nascent time and country with military leaders in charge that had the most at stake and generals in the most important post, it was then. Instead, General Washington relinquished the most powerful position in the land and peacefully transitioned government and refused a third presidential term, something that many of the opponents cannot say with their own party. And instead, what we see is a peaceful transition of government led by example. He set the example. We should have expected no less from General Washington, for he, like all the other warriors, truly understood what it meant to serve the country. If you look at our own secretaries of state, historically, nearly 1/3 had military service, with no less than 10 obtaining senior rank. Notable men like Edmund Randolph, Timothy Pickering, James Monroe, James Buchanan, Lewis Cass, George Marshall, Dean Acheson, Dean Rusk, Henry Kissinger, Cyrus Vance, George Shultz, James Baker, Alexander Haig, Warren Christopher, and Colin Powell remind us that military leaders have often made the most competent leaders of our foreign policy. Why no such concerns there about military takeover of diplomacy? One could argue that it's almost as if America seems to have a phobia of civilian control of diplomacy. Their achievements were so notable, we often forget that they even served in the military at all. General Mattis is a warrior. He will put the national security and peace of the United States above all other concerns and will uphold and defend the Constitution. He will do it with humility, distinction, honor, and continued selfless service. He needs to be wavered and confirmed immediately for the good of our warriors that serve and defend us at night and for the good of the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Chairman yields back. I'm certainly not going to cut anybody off. I just want members to know that in roughly 30 minutes, we're going to have about an hour's worth of votes on the floor, and we just want to keep that in mind. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With great respect to my colleague and the recent comments that he's made, this is in no way demeaning or in any other way putting down or saying anything negative about the extraordinary military and members of this committee and others past who served in many different positions. This is really about the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, which says it is the Congress that has ultimate control. There should be no doubt in our minds here that General Mattis is an extraordinary individual and will undoubtedly serve, just as the gentleman said, with distinction and honor. However, there should also be no doubt in our mind that this is the first instance in this new Congress, and soon with the new administration, of the ongoing power struggle between the Congress and the administration. We've seen this in the past when the Congress of the United States in the last Congress did not take up its responsibility to issue a declaration of war, or as we now call it, an authorization to use military force. The Senate did. The House of Representatives did not. We abdicated the most important power that we possess. And in fact, this committee exists for one reason, and that's to carry out the constitutional responsibility given to it in Article 1, Section 8. We're about to lose the very first power struggle, traditional down through history, between the administrative branch and the Congress. The chairman and the ranking member correctly asked that General Mattis appear before this committee. He agreed to do so, but he was told not to appear. You can take a look at this any way you want to, but this is the first of what will be many issues that will face this committee and this Congress about our role as given to us in the Constitution. It was read to us at the outset of this hearing. The civilian control of the military is fundamental. General Washington gave up his commission to become president, and indeed he did bring into positions, as we have historically, military men and women who have performed with exceptional grace, dignity, and worthiness. However, this is about why this committee exists at all. and for us to allow a nascent administration, not yet in power, to deny us the opportunity to hear from the next Secretary of Defense is not in our long-term and even short-term interests. Two major issues have been raised about the way in which the current legislation is written, both important. It's open-ended. I mean, we may not like a person who would come next. And the issue of the military code of justice is profoundly important. We ought to address those. And my good colleague from at the other end of this row could take up this matter in Rules Committee and allow us to amend the legislation on the floor. If we were to do that, then the Senate would be in a bind, wouldn't it? They might actually have to have 60 votes to pass the legislation, but it's because they want to avoid that we are now denied the opportunity to amend the bill in a way that it really should be done. But the Rules Committee could give us that opportunity. We're going to take this up. Hopefully we'll do what is right along the way here. But I just want to remind us that this is the first of many incidents. And the previous Congress and the previous Congress before that waived the most fundamental of our obligations. I hope we do not begin this Congress in the same way, but I fear that we're about to. For all these reasons, I intend to vote no.
Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to begin by acknowledging my friend Mr. Conaway's comments. In fact, in our closed-door roundtable, numerous reasons were given for why this time period, originally 10 years, but now 7 years, exists in the law. And just as one example, in a department sometimes known or infamous for its inter-service rivalries, one concern is that recently retired members of the military will have a particular allegiance to their particular service. Now, as a Marine veteran myself, it's hard to imagine a retired Marine general having any particular allegiance to the Marines. But perhaps, Mr. Chairman, that's just because my own detox is going well. Mr. Chairman, it is a true honor to serve on this committee. I'm so proud, as an American and as a Marine veteran, to serve here and to serve under you. You are someone I brag about often back in my home state of Massachusetts. But because our duty on this committee is to live up to the Constitution that you read in your opening remarks, I do not think this is a proud day for this committee. And my colleague and fellow warrior, Mr. Russell, raised in a very eloquent speech numerous examples of military leaders who have proudly served in our civilian government. Most of these are from the past. Most of them, in fact, served at a time when we still had slaves. There are laws that we have passed as a Congress that we ought to abide by. One of those laws was, in fact, the Defense Act of 1947. We have a duty and an obligation not just to live up to the Constitution, but to those laws that we, as a Congress, have passed. Mr. Chairman, you mentioned also in your opening remarks the fact that we are talking about an extraordinary individual. I couldn't agree more with that statement. I served proudly under General Mattis in Iraq in 2003 in the 1st Marine Division. But you also mentioned an extraordinary situation. And I think we all know what that means. And I believe we have a duty on this committee to live up to our private words and concerns with public debate. Fundamentally, that is our job. That is our duty under the Constitution. It is our obligation to the American people and to the men and women who put their lives on the line for that Constitution and for us every single day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You began this day telling us about the bipartisan commitment of this committee, which should be a record, I think, that is honored. In this discussion, we've heard such words as dishonor, tyranny, threat to the Constitution, democracy, and even a question as whether or not members who support this take seriously their responsibilities to this committee. Well, while all those statements were being made, Representative Bishop next to me pointed out that on C-SPAN 2, the Senate took up the matter of General Mattis and the issues of a waiver, and the vote was overwhelmingly bipartisan at 81-17. So I am going to be very proud to join the overwhelmingly bipartisan group in the Senate that voted in favor of this as we vote in favor of this today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Khanna, did I get that right?
I want to thank you, Chairman Thornberry, and Ranking Member Smith for your leadership in making this one of the House committees that's truly bipartisan. It's an honor to be on the committee. I also want to recognize Congressman Turner, who said this would be a great committee to be on, and thanks for your recommendation. I had the privilege of actually being at Stanford, where General Mattis spent some time. And I was laughing with my legislative aide, Gio, who had him for class and probably has more of an ability to now talk to him than I did. I said, that shows you where freshman members of Congress rank on the totem pole in Washington. But, you know, General Mattis, others have talked of his extraordinary service. I will say at Stanford, he had a reputation of being extraordinarily accessible to students. He talked with tech leaders and others about the future of cybersecurity and what we needed to do as a country. And so my support for Ranking Member Smith in association with his comments has nothing to do with sending a message of disunity, but more a hope that if General Mattis is confirmed, that he will take the same spirit that he had at Stanford, which is being accessible to folks and being accessible to this committee. And I have confidence that he has certainly the vision to modernize the military and to listen to folks. Thank you.
Ms. Hanabusa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's all not forget, H.R. 393, which we have before us, does not mention General Mattis. It just talks about it in broad categories. Let us also not forget that legislatures, Congresses before us felt that it was necessary to have limitations, whether it began at 10 years and went to 7. The one thing we must not forget is they never did away with it. And there's a reason why. And the reason is because of the fact that there is a basic tenet out there that many of us believe in, that it's the civilian control of the military. And this brings us to General Mattis, because of course we can't have this discussion without that in context. In 2016, General Mattis edited Warriors and Citizens, the American Views of the Military, Hoover Institute Press, and Chapter 11 of that book is one that he authored. It's called Ensuring a Civil-Military Connection. He was very concerned about this very topic. He talked about 40 years of an all-civilian, all-volunteer military, 15 years of continuous war, and what is that impact on the military? He also kept mentioning the relationships between the civilian society and military has to be strong and has to be healthy. And it has to be based on respect and understanding. He made it a point to say the scholars of civil-military relations are always fixated on the risk of military insubordination to the civilian control. He also says Scholars of civilian-military relations worry inordinately about the prospects of the American military growing resentful of its civilian masters. These are very poignant words in the context of what we are looking at today and what the Senate will do. We are not confirming him. We're not saying, General Mattis, you can't be this if the waiver goes through. We're not saying that. All we're saying is that as the equal house in the United States Congress, we as members of HASC should have had the opportunity to ask him about these thoughts, very thoughtful thoughts. But we need to know, or we have a right to know, what does he mean about the concerns that people have? How does he feel about the 7-year ban and why the waiver should be applicable to him? I think when you look and you read his writings, and he is called warrior monk, he's called mad dog, he's called all these variety of things. We, I believe, deserve the opportunity to hear it directly from him as to what his views are. Because this is a waiver that if people before us, the Congresses before us, thought it wasn't necessary, they could have done away with it. But they didn't. They kept 7 years. They put 10 years. Why? Why? What did they think that we should ignore today? What do we want to ask General Mattis? And like I said, this is not about General Mattis. This is not about whether he can be Secretary of Defense. This is about our rights and what we should be able to ask a gentleman who himself is very concerned about civilian-military relations. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're back.
Ms. Shea Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am concerned that the Trump transition team that made this decision was not elected by the people. And I heard my colleague talking about some of the wonderful men and women sitting here who are serving in Congress, but they were elected. And we were elected also. And it's our responsibility to uphold the Constitution. So I wish that, and I appreciate General Mattis' service. I know him. I have seen him in committee. I think he has been a marvelous public servant and a wonderful general and certainly is capable of doing this job. But he still should have come here, and he was willing to come here. And the Trump transition team that was not elected prevented that. And I'm concerned about that interference here. There is agreement, apparently, on both sides of the aisle that General Mattis should have come here and that he wanted to. And I think that is a really important agreement that we have. But there's another issue that I think I would like to just state for the record, and I've heard some of my colleagues talk about this as well, and that we all love this country. We're on this committee because we take this so seriously, our security. I was a military spouse. I know there's a number of people here who were spouses or served. So I do believe that that is not the issue, that it's a comment on a general. Of course it's not. It's a comment on and a belief about what we need to do and to adhere to the Constitution. And as my colleague said, this could have been changed by other Congresses, and they chose not to. So for us to step into this right now without even hearing General Mattis, I think is not a wise step to take. And my final point here is that when you look at the language, it doesn't even say General Mattis. So for those who are saying, well, let's do this because he's strong, he's been a great leader, he has all these skills, imagine if they decided that it wasn't going to be General Mattis. The way this is written, it could be a second lieutenant, technically, or a first lieutenant without all of that experience, without all of that learned wisdom and all of that warrior experience. And then would we vote differently? So I think we have to take the name out of this bill as we look at it and decide based upon that rather than whether it's General Mattis or not. So I thank you for the chance to have my say about this, Mr. Chairman, but I am going to vote no reluctantly. Thank you.
Mr. O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by saying that I have the greatest respect for my colleagues. And despite some of the things that were said, I don't think anyone in this room is afraid of a warrior class or in any way does anything but honor the service of those who put on the uniform. I don't think anyone's an enemy of the Constitution. I don't think the world will end or the Constitution will crumble or our country will fall apart if we move forward with the bill before us. But I do think that an extraordinary request is being made of the House and of this committee. And the most basic, ordinary courtesy is not being provided to this committee to answer our concerns or to hear the testimony of General Mattis directly. And I think that's important. There could be, for me, right now, this week, no greater signal of the incoming administration's belief in the fundamental principle of civilian control of the military than to have General Mattis appear before this committee to answer our questions, to give us his statements, to form the record, as one of my colleagues said. And so, for as much respect as I have for him, and as inclined as I am to support this because of who he is, and because of my profound respect for the chairman of this committee and for my friends on the other side, I think it comes down to what Mr. Courtney said earlier, which when you look at this as a matter of the people, and in this case the person, versus the law, in this country, the law should always triumph. I want to make sure that I and this committee do the right thing. And I tell you, I am compelled by Mr. Burns' argument that for the men and women who are currently serving in harm's way, it's imperative that we have a Secretary of Defense in place. And I'm also sympathetic to the argument made by Mr. Conaway that we want to do this as a unified body to the degree that we can. It should not be a decision made along partisan lines. And so I think it's important for all of us, and this is my appeal to every single member here, that we move out of this committee unified in disapproving the bill before us, compelling the President-elect to bring Mr. Mattis before us to answer our questions. We can still do that. He, the President-elect, still has the opportunity to do the right thing. It will not prevent him from being able to nominate and place and appoint that Secretary of Defense in time to take care of our service members. But I don't think there's any more awesome responsibility in our Constitution than that is given to us when it comes to sending our men and women into harm's way, many of them who will lose their lives, and many of them who will be asked to take the lives of others. And so I think we should jealously guard our prerogatives and honor our responsibility. And in doing that, I think for this committee, we need to vote no today. We need to compel the President-elect to bring General Mattis before us. And going forward, I think we can, in a unified way, do the best thing for our country, our Constitution, and the men and women who are serving in harm's way around the world. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. You know that I have great respect for this committee, for the chairman, for my colleagues, and quite honestly, even more respect for the record and the service of General Mattis. He is a military hero in our country. I'm going to be voting no today, not because I think that his record isn't a stellar one, but because to me, this is an early indication of how the Trump administration is going to deal with the United States Congress and specifically with the House of Representatives. I think that General Mattis, I think that this vote would go forward and this bill would go forward if we waited a few days and allowed him to come testify. The point has been made that he was very willing to come here and testify before this committee, which I think makes sense because he just did that in the Senate and there was no problem. So the fact that Donald Trump has kept him from coming to testify is even more disturbing. This, to me, is an early indication that Mr. Trump is going to continue to push the boundaries and see how far he can get basically ignoring the responsibility and the rights of this committee and of this Congress. And I think that there should be an early pushback to let him know that we're going to play our rightful constitutional role. And so today, by going forward with this bill, and when we vote on it tomorrow on the House floor, I think that he's going to take from that he can essentially do the same on other policy issues. And so I would say that overall it's a bad omen of things to come. I hope that my colleagues who are inclined to support General Mattis because of his stellar record will consider how this will neuter early on this committee and the House of Representatives vis-a-vis the presidency. I yield back, Chairman.
Mr. Veazey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And General Mattis is a very tremendous warrior, and I have the greatest confidence that he would be a great Secretary of Defense. But the framers of the Constitution were clear in their belief that civilian control of the military is what would be best for our country. In winning freedom from Britain, the framers noticed that the king there controlled the military, and our founding fathers did not want that sort of arrangement here on American lands. I'm already very happy that General Mattis has already shown a streak of independence and speaking out about issues like climate change, his commitment to not use torture, and pushing back against the incoming administration and reaffirming America's role in maintaining our air superiority. I only wish that he would come before the committee and answer questions before us so we could make sure that he is going to keep this independent streak and answer some of these questions and concerns that people have before the House of Representatives. Therefore, I will be voting no, but do think that this man is one of the most tremendous generals that we've had in the history of the United States military. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I can't make the argument any better than Mr. O'Rourke, Mr. Veazey, Mr. Moulton, a number of members have made it as to why it is important that we did have the opportunity to have General Mattis come before us so that we could be sure that this committee gets to do its job. I think those remarks were very well made and on point, as a number of other members were as well. I do want to just briefly apologize to Mr. Byrne. My 1 a.m. comment, I wasn't meant to imply anything. That's just what I'd heard. So you actually made me quite happy to find out that it's going to be a lot earlier than that. I wasn't, I've for years been a legislator, and I always find it interesting that no matter which party it is, when a controversial bill is passed, if it happens to be passed late, it was passed in the dead of night. And therefore, I've never believed that. It doesn't matter whether you pass it at 2 a.m. or 2:30 in the afternoon. It's the same bill. So I didn't mean to imply anything by that. Glad to hear that we are, in fact, going to be meeting earlier. And I guess the last thing I'd say is, I know the remarks about how, it'd be great if we could be unified, and it would. But again, I want to just reference Mr. O'Rourke's remarks. We could be unified. We could be unified in standing up for the responsibility of this committee without harming any of the things that have been said. General Mattis could be sworn in as Secretary of Defense if we simply said, appreciate you saying you're not going to send him. We're not going to vote for this until you do. And it has been told to me that this was some low-level transition person who made the decision not to send him. I'm quite certain that rather quickly he would be made available because, as we've all heard, General Mattis is more than willing to be here. I watched the Senate hearing. I think they got done at 12:30. They got done remarkably quickly for the Senate. We could have heard from him and been done an hour ago. So what we're really asking is that the committee stand up for itself and say, no, you're not going to push us around. We do want to hear from him. And the last remark on that is, it's great that the Senate voted 81-17 in favor of General Mattis. They had the opportunity to do their job as was intended. General Mattis, as I think most of us probably watched on TV, testified before them and answered their questions, not forever. Everybody had 5 minutes, did a good job. They had that chance. So it was a lot easier for them to take that vote. And the last thing is, civilian control of the military is something that has been talked about, and whether it appears in the Constitution or not, it's something that we have long held dear. And as I believe Mr. Moulton made the point, we also uphold the laws. And it is the law that you have to be out of service 7 years in order to serve as Secretary of Defense. And I would add that a number of members of this committee, including Mr. Conaway, actually voted for that 7-year. So if we didn't think it was reasonable when we were amending it from 10 back in, again, I think it was 2008, I forget when, we could have got rid of it. The law was made and it has a purpose, and I think some of the purposes have been brought out by other members of the committee. So there is actually a reason for it. And if there isn't a reason for it, during any number of the times that the Republicans controlled this body, or they could have got rid of it, or the Democrats for that matter. So all we're asking today is that we uphold the law and that we uphold the importance of this committee and that we don't just roll over because somebody in Trump Tower said, nope, we're not going to send him. By the way, I think 24 hours before we had already planned on having him here, it had been noticed by this committee that General Mattis was going to appear before us. He said he was going to appear before us. And then someone just decided, we don't really want him to. And for no good reason. I mean, General Mattis can handle himself. You watched him testify. I mean, what are we going to do to him? It just would have allowed us to actually do the job that we were elected to do. And so our failure to stand up for that, I think, is a mistake. And that is the reason that I'm going to be opposing this piece of legislation. I yield back, and I do with one final thing. I think this has been an excellent debate, and I want to thank members of both parties for their comments. And I think it proves what the chairman said at the outset. We have outstanding individuals on this committee, and I am privileged to serve with all of you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I agree that there's been good discussion. As I've said a couple times, I agree with many of the points that have been made. Let me just touch briefly on 3 points. As far as the text of the legislation, I think at some point the comment was made that it's open-ended. Y'all have it in front of you. It says the section applies only to the first person appointed. It's got to be not within 3 years, but it could be less than 7. It's clunky, I admit, but everybody who voted for the CR, which on the Democratic side was everybody but Mr. Castro and Mr. Gallego, supported the legislation that said that.
But the gentleman, just a quick point on the CR. We objected to that language. I just want to make it clear. The Democrats objected to that language. We just weren't prepared to shut down the government over it.
No, I understand. Well, I didn't support everything in the CR either.
Exactly.
But my point is
that
the CR language, imperfect as it is what has dictated what the language in the bill before us and the identical language in the Senate. As I said, I wouldn't have written it that way. But the reason it is the way it is, and it will apply to General Mattis, it will go away. If somebody else wants to do this, then a separate piece of legislation will have to move through Congress. Civilian control has been talked about a lot. I just refer members to the roundtable discussions as well as the testimony that the Senate had earlier this week. There's lots of parts of civilian control of the military. It's not a one string item. And so we're part of that. There's lots of parts of that. And the assessment of everybody who has at least talked to us in the Senate is that all of the civilian control protections are strong enough that they support granting this waiver. Last point, lots of talk about the prerogatives of this committee and the House. A little bit of mention, a lot of mention about executive versus legislative, not nearly as much mention about House versus Senate, which is also an undercurrent here. I just want to remind everybody that the only precedent for this was 1950, and General Marshall did not appear before us or the Senate, and that bill was passed and signed into law. So the idea that we are doing something drastically different from happened in the past, that the Constitution's going to collapse because we're not standing up for ourselves, I think is at odds with the historical record. Now, none of that argues or means that I changed my mind. This is a big deal. He should have been able to come up and talk to us. It would have got our relationship off on a good foot. It would have given him a very strong bipartisan vote of support. All of those reasons are absolutely true. And as I said in my opening statement, unfortunately, short-sightedness prevailed. But I do not believe that it is a constitutional crisis for us to follow the example that was done in 1950. If there are no, I'm sorry, one other point, and Mr. Byrne made it. All of this, the discussion that we've had here is important, but the rest of the story is men and women are risking their lives all around the world. They need a Secretary of Defense. Anything we do other than pass this bill today will mean they do not have a Secretary of Defense on January 20th. And I think it's important for the world, for them, to see that we have General Mattis in place to fulfill that important role on that day. If there's no further discussion without objection, the bill is considered as read for amendment and open for amendment at any point. Are there any amendments to the bill? If not, the chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, for the purpose of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee adopt the bill H.R. 393 and report it favorably to the House with the recommendation it do pass.
Questions on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. So, members in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Being the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman request a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Thornberry.
Aye.
Mr. Thornberry votes aye. Mr. Smith. No. Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Wilson.
Aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Lobiondo. Mr. Lobiondo votes aye. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Berdallo. Ms. Berdallo votes no. Mr. Franks. Mr. Franks votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Schuster. Mr. Schuster votes aye. Ms. Songas. Ms. Songas votes no. Mr. Conaway. Mr. Conaway votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter votes aye. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Gabbard votes no. Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Kaufman votes aye. Mr. O'Rourke. Mr. O'Rourke votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook votes aye. Mrs. Hanabusa. Mrs. Hanabusa votes no. Mr. Bridenstine. Mr. Bridenstine votes aye. Ms. Shea Porter. Ms. Shea Porter votes no. Dr. Wenstrup. Dr. Wenstrup votes aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen votes no. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Ms. McSally. Ms. McSally votes aye. Mrs. Murphy. Mrs. Murphy votes no. Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight votes aye. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Russell. Mr. Russell votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Dr. Abraham. Dr. Abraham votes aye. Mr. Castro. Mr. Castro votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes aye.
Clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, there are 34 aye votes, 28 no votes.
Quorum being present, the motion is adopted, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Mr. Brady?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Consistent with House rules, I would like to assert the right of any member to file supplementary, minority, additional, or dissenting views for inclusion in the committee's report to the House on the bill just ordered reported.
Pursuant to Clause 2L of House Rule 11, all members are entitled to not less than 2 calendar days to file such views in writing. I ask unanimous consent staff be allowed to make necessary conforming technical and clerical changes to the bill. Without objection, so ordered. No further business. The committee stands adjourned.
And Seamus Haney was taken. Think where man's glory most begins and ends, and say my glory was I had such friends. Away from the camera, Jill and Michelle have each other's backs just as much as when they're out championing our troops. Our girls are close, best friends at school, inviting each other for vacations and sleepovers. Even though our terms are nearly over, one of the greatest gifts of these past 8 years is that we're forever bonded as a family. But, of course, I know that the Obamas are not the only ones who feel like they're part of the Biden clan, because Joe's heart has radiated around this room. You see it in the enduring friendships he's forged with folks of every stripe and background up on Capitol Hill. You see it in the way that his eyes light up when he finds somebody in a rope line from Scranton or just the tiniest towns in Delaware. You see it in the incredible loyalty of his staff, the team who knows that family always comes before work because Joe tells them so every day, the team that reflects their boss's humble service here in this building where there have been no turf wars between our staffs because everybody here has understood that we were all on the same mission and shared the same values. There's just been cooperation and camaraderie, and that is rare. It's a testament to Joe and the tone that he set. And finally, you see Joe's heart in the way he consoles families dealing with cancer backstage after an event, when he meets kids fighting through a stutter of their own. He gives them his private phone number and keeps in touch with them long after. To know Joe Biden is to know that love without pretense, service without self-regard, and to live life fully. As one of his longtime colleagues in the Senate, who happened to be a Republican, once said, if you can't admire Joe Biden as a person, you've got a problem. He is as good a man as God ever created. So, Joe, for your faith in your fellow Americans, for your love of country, and for your lifetime of service that will endure through the generations. I'd like to ask the military aide to join us on stage. For the final time as President, I am pleased to award our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And for the first and only time in my presidency, I will bestow this medal with an additional level of veneration, an honor my three most recent successors reserved for only three others: Pope John Paul II, President Ronald Reagan, and General Colin Powell. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to award the Presidential Medal of Freedom with distinction to my brother, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr. Will the aide please read the citation?
Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. In a career of public service spanning nearly half a century, Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. has left his mark on almost every part of our nation, fighting for a stronger middle class, a fairer judicial system, and a smarter foreign policy, providing unyielding support for our troops, combating crime and violence against women, leading our quest to cure cancer, and safeguarding the landmark American Recovery and Reinvestment Act from corruption. With his charm, candor, unabashed optimism, and deep and abiding patriotism, Joe Biden has garnered the respect and esteem of colleagues of both parties, and the friendship of people across the nation and around the world, while summoning the strength, faith, and grace to overcome great personal tragedy. This son of Scranton, Claymont, and Wilmington has become one of the most consequential vice presidents in American history, an accolade that nonetheless rests firmly behind his legacy as husband, father, and grandfather. A grateful nation thanks Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. for his lifetime of service on behalf of the United States of America.
President. Please, thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Ricchetti, you're fired. For the press, Ricchetti's my chief of staff. I had no inkling. I thought we were coming over, Michelle, for you, Jill, and Brock and I, a couple of senior staff, to toast one another and say what an incredible journey it's been. Mr. President, you got right the part about my leaning on Jill, but I've also leaned on you and a lot of people in this room. I look around the room and I see great friends like Ted Kaufman, who's been so much wisdom. Guys like Mel Monzak. I mean, I look around here and I'm startled. I keep seeing people I don't expect. Madam President, how are you? Mr. President, look at my new boss over there. But you know, I get a lot of credit I don't deserve, to state the obvious. Because I've always had somebody to lean on. From back that time in 1972, when the accident happened, I leaned on, and I mean this in a literal sense, Chris knows this, Dodd knows this, and Mel knows this, and Ted knows this. I leaned on my sons, Bo and Hunter. And I continue to lean on Hunter, who continues to, in a bizarre kind of way, raise me. I mean, I've leaned on them. You know, Mr. President, you observed early on that when either one of my boys would walk in the room, they'd walk up and say, Dad, what can I get you? Dad, what do you need? And then Jill came along and she saved our life. No man deserves one great love, let alone two. But everybody knows here I am Jill's husband. Everybody knows that I love her more than she loves me, with good reason. And she gave me the most precious gift, the love of my life, the life of my love, my daughter Ashley. And I've continued to lean on the family. President, you kidded me once. You heard that in the preparation for the two debates, vice presidential debates that I had, only had two, that Bo and Hunt would be the last people in the room, and Bo would say, look at me, Dad, look at me. Remember home base, remember. So, and the Secret Service can tell you, Mr. President, that Bo and Hunt and Ashley continue to have to corral me. We're at one of the national parks, and I was climbing up on top of a bridge to jump off the bridge with a bunch of young kids, and I hear my sons yelling, Dad, get down, now! And I just started laughing so hard I couldn't stop, and I said, I was just going to do a flip off, full gainer off here. I said, Dad, the Secret Service doesn't want you up there, Dad. Look at me, Dad. You know, so we've never figured out who the father is in this family. And Mr. President, you know that with good reason, there is no power in the vice presidency. Matter of fact, I just did for Nancy Pelosi's daughters, who have readings of the Constitution. You probably did one for her. And they had me read the provisions relating to the vice presidency in the Constitution. And there is no inherent power, nor should there be. But Mr. President, you have more than kept your commitment to me by saying that you wanted me to help govern. The President's line often, other people don't hear it that often, but when someone say, can you get Joe to do such and such, he says, I don't do his schedule, he doesn't do mine. Every single thing you've asked me to do, Mr. President, you have trusted me to do. And that is that's a remarkable thing. I don't think, according to, I see the president of Georgetown here as well, I don't think according to the presidential and vice presidential scholars, that kind of relationship has existed. I mean, for real. It's all you, Mr. President. It's all you. The reason why when you send me around the world, nothing gets, as my mom would say, gets missed between the cup and the lip is because they know when I speak for you. And it's been easy, Mr. President, because we not only have the same political philosophy and ideology, I tell everybody, and I've told them from the beginning, and I'm not saying this to reciprocate, I've never known a president, and few people I've ever met, my whole life, I can count on less than one hand, who've had the integrity and the decency and the sense of other people's needs like you do. I know you're upset when I told the story about when Hunt and I were worried that Bo would have to, that he would, as a matter of honor, decide he had to step down as Attorney General while he was fighting his battle because he had aphasia. He was losing his ability to speak. And he didn't want to ever be in a position where, to him, everything was about duty and honor. And I said, and he may resign. I don't know. I just have a feeling he may. And Hunt and I had talked about this. And I said, he doesn't have any other income, but we're all right because Hunt's there and I can sell the house. We're having a private lunch like we do once a week. And this man got up, came over, grabbed me by the shoulders, looked me in the eye and said, don't you sell that house. You love that house. I said, it's no big deal, Mr. President. He said, I'll give you the money. We'll give you the money. Promise me. Promise me. You won't sell that house. I remember when Ashley, Mr. President, we were in the Oval, and Ashley was in an elevator. And the elevator plummeted to the, she was with a group of people, I forget which building in Philadelphia, and it plummeted to the ground. And immediately the service was worried that, you know, she may have been badly hurt. And I got up to take the call, and you didn't let up until you made sure your service followed through and made sure everything was all right. But you know, Mr. President, you know, we kid about both about marrying up. We both did that kind of thing. But the truth of the matter is, I said this to Michelle last night. Michelle is the finest first lady, in my view, that has ever served in the office. There's been other great first ladies, but I really genuinely mean it. I kid. When I got to meet Michelle's brother, and he told me about how you guys were raised, and I got to know and love your mom. If your mom were your mom 15 years older, she could have been my mom. I mean, literally, the way you were raised, the way we were raised, there wasn't any difference. And I knew that this decision to join you, which was the greatest honor of my life, was the right decision on the night we had to go and accept the nomination, the formal, be nominated at the convention. And Finnegan, who's now 18 years old, was then 10 years old. And she came to me and she said, Pop, is it okay if the room that we're in, Finnegan, Maisie, and Naomi, that we have the beds taken out? And I said, why? He said, maybe the Obama girls and your brother's children, maybe they would come down and all sleep together in sleeping bags. And I give you my word as a Biden. I knew when I left to go over to the convention, opened that door and saw them cuddle together, I knew this was the right decision. I knew it was the right decision. I really did. Because, Mr. President, the same value set, Folks, you know, I joke with my staff that I don't know why they pay them anything, because they get to advise me. Let me explain what I mean by that. As the president of the University of Delaware, where my heart resides in my home campus of Delaware, as he can tell you, I get to give you advice. I get to be the last guy in the room and give you advice on the most difficult decisions anyone has to make in the whole world. But I get to walk out, and you make it all by yourself. All by yourself. Harry Truman was right about the buck stopping at the desk. And I've never once doubted on these life and death decisions. I never once doubted that your judgment was flawed. Not once. Not once. We've disagreed and we've argued and we've raised our voices to one another, which we made a deal we'd be completely open like brothers with one another. But Mr. President, I've watched you under intense fire. I will venture to say that no president in history has had as many novel crises land on his desk in all of history. The Civil War was worse, the World War II was worse, World War I. But, Mr. President, almost every one of the crises you faced was a case of first instance. A case of first instance. And I watched that prodigious mind and that heart as big as your head. I've watched you. I've watched how you've acted. When you see a woman or man under intense pressure, you get a measure, and you know that, Michelle, and your daughters know it as well. This is a remarkable man. And I just hope that the asterisk in history that is attached to my name when they talk about this presidency is that I can say I was part of the journey of a remarkable man who did remarkable things for this country. You know, I can't let a comment go by without quoting an Irish poet. Jill and I talk about why you were able to develop the way you developed and with the heart you have. Michelle and I have talked about it. I've confided in Michelle. I've gone to her for advice. We've talked about this man. You give me insight. And I think it's because, Mr. President, you gave me credit for understanding other people's misery and suffering. Mr. President, there's not one single solitary ounce of entitlement in you, or Michelle, or your beautiful daughters. And you girls are incredible. You really are. It's not hyperbole. You really are. Not one ounce of entitlement. And Seamus Heaney, in one of his poems, said, when you can find someone who says it better, use it. He said, you carried your own burden, and very soon, your symptoms of creeping privilege disappeared. You carried your own burdens, and very soon, the creeping symptoms of privilege disappeared. Mr. President, you have sometimes been like a lone wolf, but you carried yourself in a way that's pretty remarkable. The history of the journey, your journey, is something people are going to write about in a long time. And I'm not being solicitous when I say this. And you're so fortunate, both of you, to have found each other. Because all that grounding, all that you had, made this guy totally whole. And it's pretty amazing. Mr. President, this honor is not only well beyond what I deserve, but it's a reflection of the extent and generosity of your spirit. I don't deserve this, but I know it came from the President's heart. There's a Talmudic saying that says, what comes from the heart enters the heart. Mr. President, you have creeped into our heart, you and your whole family, including Mom, and you occupy it. It's an amazing thing that happened. I knew how smart you were. I knew how honorable you were. I knew how decent you were from the couple years we worked in the Senate. And I knew what you were capable of. But I never fully expected that you'd occupy the Biden's heart, from Hunter, Ashley, my sister, all of us. All of us. And Mr. President, I'm indebted to you. I'm indebted to your friendship. I'm indebted to your family. And I'll tell you, I'll end on a humorous note. We're having lunches, and mostly, and it's whatever in either one of our minds. We talk about family an awful lot. And about 6 months in, the President looked at me and said, you know, Joe, you know what surprised me? How we've become such good friends. And I said, surprised you? But that is candid Obama. And it's real. And Mr. President, you know, as long as there's a breath in me, I'll be there for you. My whole family will be, and I know it is reciprocal. And I want to thank you all so very, very, very much. All of you for being here. Where are my grandkids? Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats until the President, Vice President, Mrs. Obama, Dr. Biden have departed the State Dining Room.
All right. Thank you, President. Okay, we're walking out this way.
Okay, everyone, we are going to replay that moment for you where Obama announces that Joe Biden is getting the Medal of Freedom. Looks like we've already lost the feed from the White House. We're going to replay this for you now. Here.
And finally, you see Joe's heart in the way he consoles families dealing with cancer backstage after an event. When he meets kids fighting through a stutter of their own, he gives them his private phone number and keeps in touch with them long after. To know Joe Biden is to know that love without pretense, without self-regard, and to live life fully. As one of his longtime colleagues in the Senate, who happened to be a Republican, once said, "If you can't admire Joe Biden as a person, you've got a problem. He is as good a man as God ever created." So, Joe, for your faith in your fellow Americans, I'd like to ask the military aide to join us on stage. For the final time as president, I am pleased to award our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And for the first and only time in my presidency, I will bestow this medal with an additional level of veneration, an honor my three most recent successors reserved for only three others: Pope John Paul II, President Ronald Reagan, and General Colin Powell. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to award the Presidential Medal of Freedom with distinction to my brother, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr. Will the aide please read the citation?
Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. In a career of public service spanning nearly half a century, Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. has left his mark on almost every part of our nation, fighting for a stronger middle class, a fairer judicial system, and a smarter foreign policy, providing unyielding support for our troops, combating crime and violence against women, leading our quest to cure cancer, and safeguarding the landmark American Recovery and Reinvestment Act from corruption. With his charm, candor, unabashed optimism, and deep and abiding patriotism, Joe Biden has garnered the respect and esteem of colleagues of both parties, and the friendship of people across the nation and around the world, while summoning the strength, faith, and grace to overcome great personal tragedy. This son of Scranton, Claymont, and Wilmington has become one of the most consequential vice presidents in American history, an accolade that nonetheless rests firmly behind his legacy as husband, father, and grandfather. A grateful nation thanks Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. for his lifetime of service on behalf of the United States of America.
Okay, guys, so if you want to share that video, you can find it on our YouTube channel. We have it clipped in full. Join me now is Carrie Lake. Carrie, we were just watching as President Obama honored Joe Biden and, more importantly, surprised him out of nowhere.
How do you pull off a surprise in Washington, D.C.? That's what I want to know, because that was a legitimate surprise.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that reaction, Joe Biden's like, oh, my, that's going to be memed for days. That's going to be a GIF on the internet.
Can we pull that up, just that moment? Because that was rich. I loved it. He looks like he was completely shocked. He was stunned.
He was already crying because President Obama was saying such nice things. I'm going to go ahead and play it one more time.
I kind of came into this a little
For the
late.
final time as president,
here we go.
I am pleased to award our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
That little part right there, just his reaction, it's just going to be the thing.
Reaches for the hanky. Tears up. I mean, the emotion of this, bestowing the highest non-military award.
Right, this highest civilian honor.
This is really an amazing moment. And you know what? What I loved about what we just saw there, because I kind of got sucked into it and glued to it after I heard you over here talking.
I was like freaking out.
What song are you talking about? It was so from the heart.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the real beauty of Joe Biden. And whatever your politics are, Joe Biden he's a real guy, and he speaks from the heart.
Right.
That was a really touching moment, and the stories he told, giving us a little bit of insight. I was just talking to somebody in the newsroom about the story he told about when his son was ill and had to leave his job, and you know, he's sick. He needs to be with his family, and how he was going to sell his house, and the president said, "No, don't do that. I know how much that house means to you. I'll float you some money.
Right.
I'll help you out." So there's a real friendship here, and look at him tearing up there.
It's such a bromance, and you know, President Obama did highlight the way Joe Biden has really worked for the middle class and fought for his people, and we noticed that on you know, during the 2016 election, whenever he was on the campaign trail campaigning on behalf of Hillary Clinton, they really kept him in, you know, those key states of Pennsylvania, Ohio. They thought that maybe he'd be able to reach out to a group that Hillary Clinton hadn't been able to connect with.
You know, I've said this all along, and you've probably heard me when we're just having discussions in the newsroom.
Right.
I always felt that had Joe Biden won, it would have been a different outcome possibly. I think Hillary Clinton...
The Democratic nomination,
yes,
right.
I think had he decided to run, you know, he decided he didn't want to run, it wasn't the right time for him. I think had he run, because of that, he's a regular guy. He's been there before, and he speaks very plainly. Like,
real,
I think
authentically.
That's one of the things that people appreciate about Donald Trump. Not
Absolutely.
everybody, but a lot of people appreciate that he's not. His words have not been filtered through some sort of a focus group.
They're both conversational. Yes. That's the thing. When you, I said that early on during the Trump rallies in 2015. When you go to a Trump rally, he's just talking to you.
Yeah.
You kind of feel like you're hanging out with him, and there's not the really big formality of fancy words. It just feels really authentic.
You don't get a bunch of sound bites that you can print out and look at and say, wow, what a beautiful orator. This man, you know, could write a book, although Donald Trump has written a book. I think Joe Biden has a lot of the same thing. He's got a lot of heart. I think he's a more sensitive guy, probably.
Right.
A little more sensitive, although I guess I can't make that complete judgment. I don't know Donald Trump personally.
Well, we've seen Joe Biden cry. We haven't seen Donald Trump cry. So we can leave it at that. We can at least make that judgment based on what we've seen.
This was a really cool moment, though. I mean, I don't know how they pulled off this surprise. Was it a surprise to everybody? Did a few people know?
Well, we didn't know about it.
Did a few people know?
They kept it quite hush-hush. I mean, we just got the alert that President Obama would be paid tribute.
You know, I watched you guys all morning.
Well, we had everything going on. We've had hearings since 7 this morning.
I know.
I've been streaming all week, like 7 a.m., 8 a.m.
Am I the only person in America right now binge watching the confirmation hearings besides
No,
you?
there's like thousands, trust me. I think yesterday we were up to 10,000 people binge watching.
I'm thinking there's so many programs out there I really want to start watching, and I should be binge watching, but I'm binge watching the confirmation hearings. I don't know what that says about me. I really don't know. Anyway, it was a really special moment, and I think if you pull the politics out, because everything now is clouded through and looked at through a prism of politics, and people can't even look at that sometimes, a moment that's just a really special moment without bringing a bunch of political baggage in. But if we pull all that away, that was a pretty cool moment.
There he is reacting again. I was just replaying the clip. Like, watch.
The old hanky in the back pocket.
Watch this.
As president, I am pleased to award our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
He just like did that really big
I'm going to give you a little history. This award, this honor, was established in 1963 by President John F. Kennedy, superseding the Medal of Freedom that was established by President Harry Truman back in 1945 to honor civilian service during World War II. So this is he's the most recent recipient of this award. This is a pretty rare honor to have bestowed upon you. And he did look stunned. I have to admit, the color of suit and everything he wore was just perfect for this award today. I'm not looking away from you. I'm just watching in the monitor over here. He's pulling his emotions together here as he's about to get the award.
And everyone's watching. I mean, how do you compose yourself in that scenario? You really had just no idea. You could tell that reaction was so authentic and genuine. Because sometimes things that are presented as a surprise are just a surprise for the media and the public. But you could just tell with the way he reacted that he really had no idea.
And I'm wondering what's going through his head here. He's like, is this really happening? Oh my gosh. And then, what am I going to say? He's always a little bit long-winded, Joe Biden.
Good old
because
Joe.
when you're telling a story from the heart and you're just kind of, I really felt like he just was there kind of forgetting the media was there, and he was just kind of thinking he was in a room amongst friends and loved ones, which he was. I loved the story he told about getting to know First Lady Michelle Obama better. That was a really special story. How he said, if her mother were 15 years older, I thought, where is he going with this? He said, she could have been my mother. We were raised exactly the same way, basically. Even though he's from Scranton, she's from the south side of Chicago. They had a similar, the way they were raised with the values that they were raised with were similar. That was a pretty cool story. And then the story about all the kids kind of moving all the beds out and sleeping on the floor. Did you hear that story towards the end?
I heard a little bit of it. I was trying to get this clipped and ready for our YouTube audience. It was nice to hear them both Obama and Biden, speak about their family's relationship with one another and how they've grown to become as close as they are. Because prior to, Obama picking Joe Biden as his vice presidential nominee, they didn't have this relationship. This is a relationship that's formed over the last 8-9 years, and we've been able to witness it.
Right, and it's become fodder on the internet. The bromance, as you mentioned, some of the great pictures between the two of them. It's been kind of fun to watch. But today was pretty special. I thought it was cool.
So many Biden and Obama memes. I'm assuming most people on the internet are posting a Biden and
right there.
Obama.
There you have it. The hug. Anyway, that was a cool moment. If you haven't had a chance to see it, I definitely recommend that you go back and look at it because Sami's got it clipped now, so it's here forever. Right?
Yeah, I tweeted it. You guys can find it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. It's titled "So Emotional: Obama Surprises a Crying Joe Biden with Medal of Freedom."
And
I feel like that's a good title.
That was very cool. One of the sound bites that I kind of pulled a quote was he said, I have to read it because I don't want to screw this up. Talk while I look for this. Fill the airspace here for a second, Sami.
Sure. Well, I know that a lot of viewers out there that are commenting right now aren't the biggest fans of this presidential duo. A lot of them tuning in are Trump supporters.
Okay, I figured it out.
What's that?
He said, this honor is well beyond what I'm deserving of. But it was basically, to paraphrase him, but it shows the gratitude of the spirit of this man, meaning President Obama, that he would bestow this upon Vice President. And this was a real connection that they made as Vice President and President. A lot of times it's really, the Vice President doesn't do all that much.
Right.
And from the way Joe Biden made it sound, is really that the president really did respect his opinion and asked his opinion on things, and he wanted to have complete honesty.
A partnership almost,
as vice president.
I really feel like there was a partnership, and you're right. Joe Biden, it seemed, played a larger role in this administration than perhaps other vice presidents did in the past.
He's got decades of experience, and I think what I really appreciated about the relationship that the president and vice president had was that earlier generation, an older generation, it was respected. You know, you could have easily gotten in there and just had a bunch of baby boomers or Gen Xers, but he said, no, I want to reach out, I want to go a little bit further, and I'm going to respect the experience that Joe Biden brings to this office and take his advice. So there you have it.
Yeah, it was quite interesting to see. I'm thinking just of previous presidential, vice presidential dynamics in the past. I think of Bill Clinton, Al Gore. They don't really have.
I think that was more of
this.
a typical presidential, vice presidential relationship.
Right.
It's kind of, you're like over in that office across town. I'm over here, and you know you're there in case something happens to me, type thing.
Right.
But this was a unique relationship. And I think you could say there was a unique relationship between Vice President Cheney and George W. Bush. I mean, Vice President Cheney had a lot of power that normally wasn't given to a vice president. I would not go as far as to say that Joe Biden had that kind of power, but he definitely had a very close relationship. And you saw it play out in this award ceremony that we just witnessed.
Right. Now, what do you think the relationship is going to be like long term between Trump and Pence?
I think there's a real respect there, and a growing respect. Donald Trump, I think, maybe made a calculated decision to choose Mike Pence based on who he could draw in, his expertise, his conservative credentials. But I also believe that this is a relationship that is growing closer, and this is just my perception of what I'm watching. And I'm sensing an appreciation that the two men have a growing fondness and appreciation for one another. Well, it's
hard to say right now.
But he's definitely using. I mean, he credited Mike Pence with helping make that carrier deal happen.
Well, it was in Indiana.
It was in Indiana, and I think there were probably some tax breaks given, and using some of his power as governor of Indiana to be able to pull some of that power. You know, that only a governor could have. So we'll see. This will be an interesting 4 or 8 years, depending on where it goes, and to see how, this. I definitely think that the vice president is becoming a more important role. It's like, why just have somebody who's there just in case? Bring that person in as
There's so much to do. Might as well spread it out.
If we're going to pay them, we might as well use their expertise, right? All right. Well, this is a very cool clip. I might have to watch this again. Because I missed the beginning part. I missed the beginning part.
I'm going to replay it for the viewers in the meantime.
It's great. All right, Samia, off to work.
All right, thanks
more work.
for hanging
See you
out.
later. Bye.
All right, guys, in case you missed it, Obama announcing that he's giving Joe Biden the Medal of
See
Freedom.
Joe's heart in the way he consoles families, dealing with cancer backstage after an event, when he meets kids fighting through a stutter of their own. He gives them his private phone number and keeps in touch with them long after. To know Joe Biden is to know that love without pretense, service without self-regard, and to live life fully. As one of his longtime colleagues in the Senate, who happened to be a Republican, once said, if you can't admire Joe Biden as a person, you've got a problem. He is as good a man as God ever created. So, Joe, for your faith in your fellow Americans, for your love of country, and for your lifetime of service that will endure through the generations, I'd like to ask the military aide to join us on stage. For the final time as president, I am pleased to award our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And for the first and only time in my presidency, I will bestow this medal with an additional level of veneration. an honor my three most recent successors reserved for only three others: Pope John Paul II, President Ronald Reagan, and General Colin Powell. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to award the Presidential Medal of Freedom with distinction to my brother, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr. Will the aide please read the citation?
Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. In a career of public service spanning nearly half a century, Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. has left his mark on almost every part of our nation, fighting for a stronger middle class, a fairer judicial system, and a smarter foreign policy, providing unyielding support for our troops, combating crime and violence against women, leading our quest to cure cancer, and safeguarding the landmark American Recovery and Reinvestment Act from corruption. With his charm, candor, unabashed optimism, and deep and abiding patriotism, Joe Biden has garnered the respect and esteem of colleagues of both parties, and the friendship of people across the nation and around the world, while summoning the strength, faith, and grace to overcome great personal tragedy. This son of Scranton, Claymont, and Wilmington has become one of the most consequential vice presidents in American history, an accolade that nonetheless rests firmly behind his legacy as husband, father, and grandfather. A grateful nation thanks Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. for his lifetime of service on behalf of the United States of America.
All right, joining me now is Mary Kate Gaffney. She'll be joining you guys at 3 o'clock for more news now, but I brought her up here early because we just keep rewatching this Joe Biden clip.
Yeah, you're very fond of him. I know that you like when he speaks. He speaks really well, and he just seems, political views aside, he seems like such a nice guy, doesn't he?
Right. I think he's one of those people where whether you agree with his politics or not, you can't help but view him as a likable person.
I know.
He makes jokes. You want to hang out with him. He's the guy that you might disagree, you might be totally to the right, but you know, if Joe Biden's like, hey, do you want to grab a drink, you're probably not going to say no.
I know, it's like you never want to hurt his feelings. He just seems like a nice guy. He'd be a nice, I don't know, he's a nice father figure, he's a nice like grandpa.
Father figure, uncle, like some relative, some older male relative.
I pulled off some random facts about Joe Biden. He remarried a school teacher, Jill Tracy Jacobs, in 1977, and has a daughter, Ashley, with her. Obviously, I think why he tugs on our heartstrings is because he endured all those tragedies.
Right. So for viewers at home that don't know the story of Joe Biden is someone who just after being elected to the Senate for the first time at a very young age, I think he was just barely 30, his wife and small infant child killed in a crash.
That's so sad.
And then later on, as we all learned last year, his son Beau Biden succumbing to cancer. It's been a very,
so sad.
You know, he's gone through a number of tragedies. Those are just a couple of the ones that stand out.
It makes him relatable. He's been through, you know, real stuff. You know, he's been through real tragedies like a lot of people in America face. Interesting, like Donald Trump, he does not drink alcohol because he said alcoholism runs in his family. Some of these probably everyone already knows. When he was a child, his classmates teased him for stuttering. He is such a nice guy. I mean, he stuttered and people teased him. Come on. And now, look where he is today.
Right. It just goes to show, watch who you tease.
Right.
They could be in a very powerful position, but you never got the sense that Biden had a chip on his shoulder. He never came off as someone who was trying to prove something, you know?
he never seems scripted or phony, at least to me. He always seems to be speaking off the cuff, and it just seems real to me, doesn't it?
Authentic, and that's something that Carrie Lake brought up as well when she was up here, just the fact that Joe Biden comes off as really authentic. And, you know, there are all these rumors out there, oh, Joe Biden didn't run for president, the Democrats didn't want him, they were afraid that because he kind of, you know, sometimes has these gaffes, these mishaps, but I think in this election cycle, voters out there were really looking for authenticity and people who are real, and that was Trump's appeal. And I think it would have been very interesting had Joe Biden been the Democratic nominee instead of Hillary Clinton, because Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton are so different, it feels like, so drastically different.
What an interesting point. What
At least in terms of the vibe they give off.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree.
Hillary Clinton comes off as a little more, you know, political, prepared, polished.
And I think
you know.
too, as a woman, you feel more pressure to not come off emotional, to not not mess up and all those things. So maybe that's why she felt she had to be so scripted.
Right, and Joe Biden doesn't hold back from showing his emotions. I mean, you're looking at this video live on the screen, Joe Biden just letting the tears flow after listening to President Obama pay tribute to him, and then the surprise moment is just everything. That moment where he's just listening to President Obama say all these nice things about him, and then suddenly Obama's just like, now we're going to award you with the highest civilian honor. And he just is so taken aback by it.
Yeah. Oh, is this right before or after he cries? I think it's, is it, yeah. He's been crying. He cried a lot through that, didn't he?
I'm going to go rewind it again to the moment. He's just like crying because he's listening, right?
Yeah.
At this point, still has no idea. Still has no idea that he's about to be surprised with this honor.
Oh, but he's already crying now.
He's already crying
he's
because...
already feeling emotional.
Well, it's because Obama has already said so many nice things about Joe Biden as a person, their relationship, so you're going to get emotional as it is, you're just listening to it. And then he's introducing it, he's looking off, and then it happens. Wait for it. Yeah. Look at that.
Oh.
It's just...
That's so real. Yeah, you know when you start to cry and you don't want anyone to see you, so you just immediately turn away. That is so... Oh, gotta love this guy. He worked hard, regardless of your political opinions. Again, he's overwhelmed. You know, he worked really hard for him,
Right.
and that's nice that President Obama did that.
I think there are a couple of politicians out there where they have served this country for so long that, again, whether you agree with their politics or not, you can't not have respect for him. I mean, I see Joe Biden, I think of Senator John McCain, our Arizona senator here. You know, they've been in the game for a long time. They've been serving this country. McCain and Biden, they themselves are friends.
Yeah.
You know, they're people where I think whether you agree with them or not, if you're a member of the opposing political party, you still can't help but like them. You know, I think there are Democrats out there that really like McCain. I think there are Republicans out there that really like Joe Biden.
I think Michelle Obama's really likable. I think when she speaks, she
Right.
seems really off the cuff and
Right.
really unscripted, even though we know she is reading prompter at a lot of her speeches, but she seems really likable to me.
Authentic.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think authenticity now is a lot more valued than ever before.
Right.
I think just with all, with social media and everything out there, and we know that things can be altered, and just authenticity is always important.
Mhm.
One more random fact I wanted to read. It says in his, when he attended Syracuse University, he purchased a puppy, named him Senator.
Oh, so he went there for law school.
Isn't that cute? Can't you see him
That's
naming
really
his puppy?
cute.
Hey, Senator, time to go outside. That's
Maybe
cute.
he was just manifesting his
Isn't
his
that
goals.
weird? Are you gonna get a puppy and name it Joe Biden? No, that'd be weird, right? Joe Biden, I said sick. No, that'd be a little past appropriate. But no, so we have that clipped on our YouTube page. This moment here.
Yeah, so if you guys want to share this video, if you're a Biden supporter, if you just want to rewatch it, you can find it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. We'd love it if you'd share it. And Mary Kate will be joining you to take you from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. here on News Now. In the meantime, guys, I'm going to go and show you guys a quick look at the Capitol building because we've been at the Capitol all day with hearings. All right, guys, Mary Kate will be joining you in just a few minutes.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We apologize, that was a little bit of a technical glitch there. We're going to take you into some top stories here in just a few moments. Stick with us. All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate Gaffney, taking you into the next few hours here on the show. We are talking politics right now. We didn't get a chance to show you the hearings for Donald Trump's pick, CIA pick for Mike Pompeo, the hearings for Mike Pompeo. We didn't get a chance to show you those, and that's Trump's CIA pick. So let's bring that up and take you guys to that. These hearings, you guys, can get pretty intense. I mean, can you imagine sitting there for that long and you know you're being filmed for hours and hours as you get questioned? There's only so many questions you can really prepare for in these hearings, and everyone's listening and everyone's watching on television and on live streams like this, so it's not easy. So we've got the Pompeo hearing. Again, this is Donald Trump's pick here, and we've got the hearings. Let me pull this up for you guys. Appreciate you watching with me here. All right, let me get the volume ready here. And let's take you to the Mike Pompeo hearings.
The JPOA. And I think whatever one thinks of the settlement in its entirety, under this, Iran has shipped some 25,000 pounds of enriched uranium out of the country. It's dismantled and removed two-thirds of its centrifuges. It's removed the calandria from its heavy water reactor and filled it with concrete. And it's provided unprecedented access to its nuclear facilities and supply chain. Iran's estimated breakout time has moved from 2 to 3 months to a year or more. In November, on Fox News, you said you can't think of a single good thing that's come from the Iran nuclear deal, not one. Now, thus far, the CIA has provided oversight to this committee with very solid analysis of what the level of compliance is, and thus far, it has been extraordinarily positive. I'd like you to comment on this because, and particularly your comments, because this nuclear deal is in effect just that. It doesn't include other things that are bad things that Iran has done. It's just the nuclear agreement, and they have, in fact, conformed to it thus far. So would you comment, please?
Yes, Senator. First, you have my commitment that we, if I'm confirmed at the agency, we'll continue to evaluate their compliance with the agreement in the way that you've just described the agency has been doing to date. I concur with you that that work has been good and robust, and that intelligence, I think, important to policymakers as they make decisions. I think my comments were referring to the post-January 2016 rampage of Iranian increased activity. And that's, I know you share my concern about that as well. And so when I was speaking to the risk that Iran presents, it was certainly from those activities, whether it's the fact that we now have had missiles that we've had to fire back at into Yemen, the Iranian-supported Houthis. The list is long. They're still holding Americans in Iran. Those were the concerns that I was addressing that day. You have my commitment as the director of the CIA, if I'm confirmed, that we will continue to provide you the intelligence to understand both what's taking place in the nuclear arena with respect to the JCPOA and its compliance, as well as to the set of activities that are outside of that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Senator
Thank you,
Rubio.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pompeo, thank you, first of all, for your service to our country repeatedly in the Army and Congress and now here in this new role. I know we're going to have a closed hearing later today, so the questions I'm about to ask you, I ask that you answer based on open source information available to the general public and also your understanding of the law of war as a graduate of West Point and your service as an officer in the U.S. Army. First of all, your understanding as an officer in the U.S. Army, is military targeting of civilians a violation of the law of war?
Oh, Senator, intentional targeting of civilians is absolutely a violation of the law of war.
Based on open sources and information available to the general public and the conflict in Aleppo, Syria, have Russian forces conducted repeated attacks against civilian targets?
Senator, based on open source reporting, it appears that they have.
Do you believe, based on your knowledge, again, acquired through open sources and your just general knowledge of geopolitics, that Russian military forces could conduct a repeated attack against targets in Aleppo, Syria, without the express direction of Vladimir Putin?
It seems intensely unlikely to me, Senator.
And again, all of the answers you just gave are based on open sources, unclassified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The second question I have is, and I think you've already said that you accept this as a fact, that there is indeed an effort by Russian intelligence and others associated with the Russian government to conduct a campaign of active measures in the United States designed to sow doubt about the credibility of our elections and our democracy, to sow divisions and chaos in our politics, to undermine the credibility of political leaders and the like. You agree that that assessment, that we are in the throes of an active measures campaign that probably predates this campaign, but it's certainly ratcheted up?
Yes, Senator. It's a long-standing effort of the Russians, and frankly, there are others out there engaged in the similar set of activities. It is something America needs to take seriously and a threat that we are vulnerable to today.
And in fact, it is the exact activity they've undertaken, for example, in Europe and in other countries as well, that we've seen the same sort of pattern in other places, correct?
Yes, Senator, and I'll add to that. We have elections, important elections taking place in the year ahead in Europe and around the world, and we need to be deeply cognizant of all of the foreign actors with malign intent who are attempting to impact those elections as well. And I think the CIA has a role in trying to understand that threat in a deep and fundamental way and sharing that with each and every member of the policymaking community.
Now, again, not asking you to rely on any intelligence or classified information, just in your judgment, as you see the state of American politics and the political discourse, a president-elect who has questioned at times the judgments of our intelligence agencies, opponents to our president-elect who continuously question the legitimacy of his election, the shameful leak in the media regarding unsubstantiated, unsourced information designed to smear the president-elect, the fact that Russia and Vladimir Putin have become a dominant theme in political coverage in this country for the better part of 3 months, if not longer. As you look at all of that, in your personal opinion, is Vladimir Putin and the Russians looking at all this and saying, we've done a really good job of creating chaos, division, instability in the American political process?
Senator, you put a lot into that, but let me try and unpack it just a touch. I certainly want to make sure I talk only about my observations and judgments based on unclassified information,
Yes,
but
sir. That's right.
I have no doubt that the discourse that's been taking place is something that Vladimir Putin would look at and say, wow, that was among the objectives that I had, to sow doubt among the American political community, to suggest somehow that American democracy was not unique. I believe it is fundamentally unique and special around the world. It shouldn't surprise any of us at all that the leadership inside of Russia views this as something that might well redound to their benefit.
And my last question involves an area that you may not get asked by anybody else on the committee, you might, but it regards the Western Hemisphere. And I just ask if you will pledge to work within the interagency to ensure that collection and coverage of the Western Hemisphere, and in particular nations like Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Ecuador, Bolivia, that we focus on threats that may emanate from those places.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Congressman, for coming up to visit. At a time when the president-elect is on record as supporting torture, blocking Americans' ability to protect themselves with strong encryption, and has encouraged the outsourcing of intelligence gathering to the Russians. It's my view you're going to have an enormous challenge to be an advocate for honorable policies. It's already clear that several key members of the President-elect's national security team advocate illegal policies. So this morning, my view is we need to find out what you're for. And I'm just going to tick through some of the issues we talked about in the office. Let's start with surveillance, if we could. You recently wrote an op-ed article saying that Congress ought to pass a new law reestablishing the collection of all metadata. Those are your words, all metadata. So you would basically get the Congress and the country back into the business of collecting millions and millions of phone records on law-abiding people. You go on in this op-ed article to say that these phone records ought to be combined with publicly available financial and lifestyle information into a comprehensive, searchable database. So you would be in favor of a new law collecting all of this data about the personal lives of our people. And I think it would be helpful if you could start by saying, are there any boundaries, in your view, to something this sweeping?
Senator, you and I did have a chance to discuss this. There are, of course, boundaries to this. First and foremost, they begin with legal boundaries that exist today. That piece that I was referring to was talking about the U.S. government's obligation to do all that it can in a lawful constitutional manner to collect foreign intelligence important to keeping America safe.
Congressman, that's not what you were talking about. Senator, you said collecting all metadata.
Yes, Senator.
All metadata.
Let me, if I might, just continue. Yes, I still continue to stand behind the commitment to keep Americans safe, and by conducting lawful intelligence collection. When I was referring to metadata there, I was talking about the metadata program that the USA Freedom Act has now changed in fundamental ways. You should recall, voted for the USA Freedom Act, and I understand its restrictions on efforts by all of the U.S. government to collect information.
But you wrote this op-ed since the passage of the law. So after the law passed, you said, let's get back into the business of collecting all of this metadata. And I'm curious what kind of information about finances and lifestyles would you not enter into your idea of this giant database?
Well, Senator, first of all, I have to begin by saying today that would be, in most instances, what you referred to there would be unlawful under current law. And so, as the director of the CIA, you have my assurance we will not engage in unlawful activity. But I think this committee, the American people, demand that if there's publicly available information someone has out there on our public available site, I think we have an obligation to use that information to keep Americans safe. If someone's out there on their Facebook page talking about an attack or plotting an attack against America, I think you would find the director of the CIA and the intelligence community grossly negligent if they didn't pursue that information.
Congressman, I don't take a backseat to anybody in terms of protecting this country when our security is on the line. I wrote the section of the Freedom Act that gives the government emergency authority to move when it's critical to protect the country. That's not what we're talking about here. You're talking about your interest in setting up a whole new metadata collection system, which is far more sweeping than anything the Congress has been looking at. And if you would, before we vote, I would like you to furnish in writing what kind of limits you think there ought to be on something like this. Let me see if I can get in one more question. The President-elect had indicated on the Apple issue that, in effect, he thought that there shouldn't be strong encryption and that he basically would consider pushing for mandated backdoors into encrypted products. And that's been the position of the FBI, some very influential members of Congress. Now, you have not been a cheerleader, as far as I can tell, for weakening strong encryption, which is something I think that sounds constructive. If you're confirmed as CIA director, are you willing to take the president, the FBI, and influential members of Congress on this issue? Because I think it's clear weakening strong encryption will leave us less safe. And I'd like to hear your views with respect to strong encryption. And would you be willing to take the president, the FBI, influential members of Congress on when they advocate it, because they're going to?
Senator, first of all, I did not mean at all to suggest you were second to anyone with respect to keeping America safe. If I implied that, I did not intend that. You should know I take a back seat to no one with respect to protecting Americans' privacy either. I think that is incredibly, incredibly important. With respect to encryption, it's a complicated issue. I know enough about it to begin to form judgments, but I want to talk to you about the process, the framework I'll use. I think this applies across a broad range of issues we'll discuss today. When we're dealing about an issue like encryption that has commercial implications, national security implications, privacy implications, I will do my best to understand what it means to the Central Intelligence Agency and what it means to our capacity to keep America safe, and I will represent its interests as my part of a larger effort to make sure that we get that policy decision right. And if, in fact, it is the conclusions of folks out at the agency and our team, and I concur in that assessment, I can assure you I will present that rigorously, whatever the views of the President are or any of the members of his team. I will do my best to get that right and represent, do my role as the director of the CIA if I'm confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pompeo, first let me say that I was very heartened by our meeting and our telephone call in which you showed that you fully understood the role that you have as CIA director to keep this committee well informed. I expressed to you my frustration of questioning members of the Intelligence Committee and then finding that there was more to the story and that there were omissions at times, not deception, but omissions. And even more frustrating, reading in the paper the next day leaks that have come from the administration, not necessarily the CIA. And I think that erodes the trust that is essential for us to perform our oversight function, which is absolutely critical since you don't have the regular oversight mechanisms. And just for the record, if you could reassure me again on your willingness to be very forthright with this committee, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am, I can assure you that we talked about the fact that I have lived that life a bit as well. And I understand it's not only that interest is so broad, right? This is what you spoke to, you mentioned it here. This is a unique space where we operate in places where the American public doesn't always get a chance to see everything. And so the willingness to make sure that we share this information to policymakers who we trust will keep this information safe and secure and handle this information appropriately is absolutely critical. You have my assurance I'll do everything to make sure that this committee has a relationship with the agency that is forthright each and every day.
Thank you. I want to turn to the issue of cyber threats and cybersecurity, which has been an obsession of mine for many years since Joe Lieberman and I tried to bring a cyber security bill to the floor in 2012, only to have it filibustered. I believe that the recent focus on the cyber intrusions in the campaigns has greatly increased the public's awareness of this problem. But the fact is that the cyber intrusions go far beyond the political space, troubling though and appalling though that is. There was a 2015 memo by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense that said that the Department of Defense is subjected, this was a public memo, is subjected to 100,000 attempted cyber attacks each day. Now, those are attempts, not all of them go through. They're from nation states, they're from terrorist groups, they're from hackers, they're from international criminal gangs, you name it. That's 3 million per month. How would you assess our preparedness in the cyber domain?
Senator, we've got lots of work to do. Maybe the best way to summarize that. Not only the government, that is protecting our systems, and we've talked a lot the last few days about the systems that belong to private entities, political private entities, but I know you've done a great deal of work in making sure that the national infrastructure, including its private sector infrastructure, has the capacity to do what it needs to keep not only business issues in the place that they need to be. A lot of these folks are subcontractors to the United States government as well, right? Private companies that have important information about American national security activities. And so we have an awful lot of work to do. There's no reason to expect that this threat is going to diminish, and that will take a whole of government effort to do that, shared by the executive branch and the legislative branch to achieve better cybersecurity for the national infrastructure as well.
Let me very quickly express two concerns about Iran. One, there are increasing reports that Iran is using its civilian air fleet for illicit purposes, including the transfer of arms to terrorist groups. If confirmed, would you make a priority to provide an assessment to Congress of whether or not Iran is using its civilian air fleet for such purposes?
Senator, I will. I'm happy to share with you, too. I've read about this as well. I'm happy to share with you in closed session the knowledge that I have. It concerns me greatly, the activities of Iran Air and Mahan Air that are taking place today in Iran.
And finally, do you believe that the monitoring and verification regime in our agreement with Iran, the JCPOA, as currently constructed, is adequate to ensure that Iran is fully complying with the agreement? Do you think that the IAEA has sufficient access and to detect any Iranian cheating?
Senator, the Iranians are professionals at cheating. And so while I think we have a very sound inspection regime, I have to tell you, I worry about the fact of the thing that we do not know, we do not know. And so you have my commitment that I will continue to improve and enhance our capacity to understand that and do everything I can to diminish the risk that, in fact, we're missing something.
Thank you.
Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Congressman Pompeo, for taking the time to sit down with me earlier this week and for your willingness to answer the pre-hearing questions that a number of us submitted to you. I hope your responsiveness to committee inquiries continues unabated should you be confirmed. That was certainly the tone that you set with me in the office, and I appreciate that. As I told you in our conversation, I've had serious concerns over the last few years that has not always been the lay of the land between the director and this committee. And I understand that the DCIA has a mandate to be fully supportive of the men and women who work there. That is critical. However, I also hope that when, if you are lucky enough to fill that very important position, that we will have a new approach of being open in hearings and with regard to congressional oversight. I want to start on an issue that was central in some of the pre-hearing questions, and in our conversation, you indicated that you would seek the counsel of experts at the CIA to determine whether adhering to the Army Field Manual and conducting interrogations was an impediment to gathering vital intelligence. You've been supportive of the use of enhanced interrogation techniques in the past, saying back in September of 2014 that President Obama has continually refused to take the war on radical Islamic terrorism seriously and cited ending our interrogation program in 2009 as an example. Can you commit to this committee that under current law, which limits interrogation to the Army Field Manual, that you will comply with that law and that the CIA is out of the enhanced interrogation business?
Yes, you have my full commitment to that, Senator Heinrich.
Thank you. Let me jump to another issue. Senator Wyden had touched on this earlier, but I want to follow up a little bit. As the director and as somebody who sat on the House Intelligence Committee over the last couple of years, you're very familiar with the changes in law that have been made under current law, the USA Freedom Act that was passed recently. What changes to that law would you encourage the administration to seek, if any?
Senator, I currently have no intention of seeking such changes. But as I think we discussed when we met, I am certain, if I'm confirmed, learn a great deal about the program and develop a deeper understanding and hear lots of views inside the agency, and I will. I'll look to experts there and experts outside. And if, in fact, I conclude that there need to be changes to the USA Freedom Act that protect America, I will bring them to you and have the full expectation that you all consider them fairly as well.
I know we were recently briefed on basically the status of being able to collect important information under that law. I would assume that there was probably a similar briefing on the House side. Were you a part of that, and do you feel like, at least with what you know today, that the surveillance that needs to be done is happening under that structure while protecting innocent Americans from unnecessary intrusion?
Senator, I've not had a chance to have a complete briefing on that, but I can say that I have not heard anything that suggests that there is a need for change today.
Jumping once again over to the JCPOA, I know that the day before you were nominated to be the director, you said that you look forward to, quote, rolling back the Iran deal. How would you characterize your position on that today, and would you stand by that statement?
Senator, just so the record can reflect that communications was approved before I was aware that I was going to be the nominee to the Central Intelligence Agency. Having said that, look, I spoke to this a great deal. It was my view that the JCPOA was a mistake for American national security. I believed that. But it's also the case that after that I came to the understanding that that was the arrangement this president thought was in the best interest of America, and I worked to make sure that it was fully implemented. And now, if I'm confirmed, I'll continue to do that in my role as the director of the CIA. I will endeavor to provide straight information to you all about the progress that the JCPOA has made towards reducing the threat from Iranian nuclear activity, and share with you when that's not happening as well.
Thank you, Congressman.
Senator Blunt. Thank you, Chairman. So, Congressman, I know we were all pleased we had a chance to visit with you privately. You quickly reached out to members of this committee and met with us, and we'll have a chance to visit later today in the classified setting. I want to go back a little bit to your discussion with Senator Wyden. One of your last comments you made there was that you gave ground to no one in respecting America's privacy, and if you want to give any examples of that in your House career, that would be fine. But as I understood what I thought was that discussion about a more expanded collection effort, it was collecting things that people had chose to no longer keep private, collecting things on social media that people had put out there. And I believe at some point you mentioned if somebody was talking about an activity that could be terrorist or other related, that the director of the CIA should have some interest in that. And am I right in saying you see a different privacy standard if someone is trying to maintain their privacy as opposed to someone who's putting information out there that anyone can see?
Mike, hit your button.
Yes, sir. I may not have added there. Look, the primary responsibility for that here in the United States is not the Central Intelligence Agency. It would be other agencies inside the federal government. So in the first instance, the focus of the Central Intelligence Agency is foreign intelligence collection. Make no mistake about that. But yes, I was referring to things that were in the public space that the U.S. government ought to make sure that we understood fully and that we didn't leave publicly available information off of things that we were using to prevent all kinds of bad and terrorist activity here in the United States. As a member of Congress, I've voted repeatedly on pieces of legislation that were important for protection of American privacy. It's something that if you come from South Central Kansas, people know. You know that being from Missouri, people are deeply cognizant of the need for a space for themselves to live away from the government. It is something that I hold dear and treasure myself as well.
On the issue of encryption, I've for some time on this committee at even public hearings, and specifically at public hearings, have had both the director of the FBI and NSA. I can recall on both of them saying encryption is the best thing out there and maybe in some cases the worst thing out there, but there seems to be a real sense that encryption is more often a cyber protection than something that we should create a way around. And what's your view of encryption in an ongoing way and what the government could or should do to try to permeate encryption that's already out there in equipment?
Senator, I always start on this topic reminded of my role as the director of the CIA. It's first to comply with the law. So as you all develop policies around encryption, you have my assurance that I'll always direct the people that work for me to comply with the law with respect to private communications. Second, I think we need to acknowledge that encryption is out there and that not all encryption takes place here in the United States. And so the rules that we put and policies we put in place here in America are things that the intelligence community is going to have to figure out a way to perform its function, knowing that that encryption will continue to be out there. And then finally, we spend a lot of time talking about how we handle encryption.
What we call the JPOA. And I think whatever one thinks of the settlement in its entirety, under
devices for Americans and for encryption here in the United States, my effort will be to understand it more fully, to make sure that I understand its impact on my role to keep America safe, and to work alongside you to develop a set of policies that achieve that goal while still achieving all the other goals that we have here in America.
And spending some time in House Intelligence seeing the relationship between the DNI and the CIA, what do you think you can do to advance the ability of the DNI to do their originally stated job of coordinating information, being sure everybody has access to the information that's out there in a better way than we have currently seen?
So the statute's pretty clear about our respective roles and responsibilities. I've now had a chance to reread that a couple of times since my nomination. I'm excited about Senator Coates' nomination, if he's confirmed. I look forward to working alongside of him. I've read the histories. I know that there have been conflicts before between the Director of National Intelligence and the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. In my role as a small business owner, I saw that too. You'd have different people with different roles and you'd see conflict. My effort was every day to work hard to make sure that we were additive, that we each found our own space, that we worked across those borders, not only individually, but that we directed that our organizations would accomplish that as well. So it's not just the two senior officials, I think, that have had conflict before. We need to make sure our organizations each understand that there is a place for the Director of National Intelligence to ensure that there's good communication among the a dozen-plus intelligence agencies, and that information is shared in a timely fashion, and that the Director of the CIA has his plate full, performing his primary functions as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Pompeo, welcome.
Thank you, Senator King.
And I always, as we discussed, I believe an outside view in an agency that tends to be, not tends to be, but is secretive is an important point of view. So I appreciate your willingness to serve. The larger question. The great foreign policy mistakes of my lifetime, Vietnam, the Bay of Pigs, and Iraq, all were based in one way or another on bad intelligence, or more accurately, intelligence that was tailored to fit the demands of the policymakers. You can't read the history of those decisions without coming to that conclusion. There is no more intimidating spot on the face of this earth than the Oval Office. Will you commit to giving the Commander-in-Chief, the President, unpleasant news that may be inconsistent with his policy preferences based upon the best intelligence that the CIA can develop?
Senator, you have my commitment, and while I today am going to avoid talking about conversations that the President and I had with as much energy and effort as I can tell you that I have assured the President-elect that I'll do that as well. I have shared with him that my role is central to him performing his function and important and critical only when I perform my function in that way. When I take the great work that these men and women put their lives at risk to develop, and I deliver that to every policymaker in a way that is straight up and forward. And I commit to doing that with you and with the President-elect.
If he doesn't say at some point, Mike, I'm disappointed in you, is that the best you can do? You failed. The President-elect's National Security Advisor, General Flynn, has been quoted as saying the CIA has become a very political organization. In your written response to our questions, you said there is a sense of a more politicized intelligence environment. That's sort of like people are saying there's a more politicized intelligence environment. What do you mean by it? Is there a sense of that? Do you agree with General Flynn, or do you not?
So I've had a chance as an overseer to observe the Central Intelligence Agencies, and when I've had a chance to sit with them, have watched them fight through fire to get the real facts. I have seen, however, I've seen political actors from all stripes attempt to try and shape that. And I don't mean in hard ways. There's no demand.
But I'm not talking about outside political actors. I'm talking, this allegation is that the agency itself has become politicized. Do you believe that?
I have my experience is that I have not seen that.
I appreciate that. There are unsubstantiated media reports that there were contacts between the Trump campaign and the Russians. If confirmed, will you commit to exploring those questions? And if you find there is validity to those allegations, refer the information that you discovered to the FBI?
I want to make clear that I share your view that these are unsubstantiated allegations.
I emphasize that.
I understand. I want to make sure that is.
These are very serious allegations.
Look, there are a number of very serious things that have taken place. The leaks that occurred as well, I consider to be intensely serious too. And I think Director Clapper's statement from last night or this morning about his concern about these leaks is worthy as well. But to your question more directly, I promise I will pursue the facts wherever they take us. The Central Intelligence Agency has that as one of its singular functions, and you have my commitment that I'll do that with respect to this issue and each and every other issue as well.
Thank you. On July 24th, 2016, you sent the following Twitter, quote, "Need further proof that the fix was in from President Obama on down? Busted. 19,252 emails from DNC leaked by WikiLeaks." Do you think WikiLeaks is a reliable source of information?
I do not.
And the fact that you used the word proof, need proof, that would indicate that you did think it was a credible source of information.
Senator King, I have never believed that WikiLeaks was a credible source of information.
Well, how do you explain your Twitter?
I'd have to go back and
sorry, I don't want to be accused of the wrong term.
I appreciate that. I'd have to go back and take a look at that, Senator. But I can assure you, I have some deep understanding of WikiLeaks, and I have never viewed it as a credible source of information for the United States or for anyone else.
I appreciate that. Thank you, and I appreciate your candor here today, and look forward to further discussions. I just hope that you will hold on to the commitment that you've made today, because it's not going to be easy. But your primary role is to speak truth to the highest level of power in this country. I appreciate, again, your willingness to serve.
Thank you very much, Senator King.
With the indulgence of all members, I made a promise to all members on the committee that were they in other confirmation hearings and they showed up, I would show them preferential treatment on recognition. And if there is no objection, I would like to recognize Senator McCain for 5 minutes of questions.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize. I'm chairing the committee for hearing on General Mattis. First of all, I'm here to support Congressman Pompeo's nomination, despite he has overcome a very poor education, and he's been able to surmount that handicap, which has been a burden for him throughout his career. I just want to, as you know, we passed legislation that only treatment of prisoners would only be in accordance with the Army Field Manual, and that law was passed. The vote was 93-7 in the United States Senate on that particular amendment. We will continue to support that and enforce that law.
Senator McCain, I voted for that, and I will.
Thank you. And if you have any recommendations you have for changing the Army Field Manual or other rules governing interrogation, you'll share those with Congress.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to take the time of the committee, but obviously the Russians have been hacking. There's no doubt about that, obviously. And whether they intended what their intentions were, whether they actually succeeded or not, there is certainly no evidence. What do you think it's going to take to deter Vladimir Putin's continued interference, not just in our elections, but attempts to have access to our most sensitive and classified materials, secrets? It is a long, long list of offenses in cyber that Vladimir Putin and the Russians have basically compromised our national security. What do you think it takes to deter him?
Senator, I don't know that I can answer that question comprehensively today, but I can tell you it is going to require an incredibly robust American response, a response that is a security-related response, that is we have to get better at defending against these, and then a response that holds actors accountable who commit these kind of actions against the United States of America. And the form, the nature, the depth, the severity of those responses will be decisions of policymakers that will be beyond me as the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. But I do view my role there as central in providing you with a deep understanding of what's taken place, how that took place, and a set of options surrounding the kinds of things in the intelligence world, at least, one might take action on so that we could successfully push back against it.
Wouldn't the first step to be to establish a policy and as to how we treat cyber attacks, and therefore from which we could develop a strategy? And right now we have no policy.
Senator, I would agree with that. It is very, very important that America, all of government, develop a policy with respect to this. And I have confirmed promise I'll work alongside you to help in developing such a policy with good intelligence.
Right now we are treating these attacks on a case-by-case basis, which is not a productive nor, I believe, enterprise that would lead to success.
I would agree with that, Senator.
Do we have the capabilities, in your view, to adequately respond to cyber attacks? I'm talking about the capabilities now, not the policy.
So now I want to be a little careful in open session talking about the full scope of American capabilities, but this is an amazing nation with incredibly smart people, and if given a policy directive to achieve the objective you're describing, I am confident that America can do that.
I thank the chairman and the indulgence of the committee, and Congressman, I'm sure you'll do an outstanding job. We look forward to working with you.
Senator Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, it's great to see you. You and I served together in the House. I saw up close and personal the tenacity of your work, how seriously you took the task there, that you engaged immediately in policy issues, and your passion was to be able to come and help. and that still remains today. Your greatest asset is no doubt Susan, and your tremendous relationship and your family, and I know that will be a great asset to the nation as well. And so thank you for stepping up to do this. Your whole life changed a month ago when you accepted the possibility of a nomination for this. And so thanks for stepping up and do it. Let me ask about the role of the CIA and its face and the direction that it looks. Can you walk me through your philosophical perspective of it being a foreign face, and what is the role in the United States for the CIA?
Well, Senator, first of all, thanks for the kind words. I enjoyed working alongside you on important policy matters as well, and right back at you, Ray Cindy.
Yeah.
Look, the Central Intelligence Agency has a mission. It's to steal secrets, and it's to be an espionage agency, getting a hold of information that bad actors around the world don't want us to know. These are foreign entities, foreign actors, foreign countries, whether it's Iran or Russia or whoever that actor may be. The intelligence agency's fundamental role is to make sure that we deliver that information to policymakers so that you all can make informed judgments about how to respond and to keep America safe. That's its function. It has lots of pieces to it. There are people pieces. We have to make sure we have the finest talent from all across America so that it can deliver that product. We need to make sure we have policies and processes in place so that we can deliver that. We need to make sure when asked to perform covert action activities that we do so in a professional way, consistent with the law, and vigorously execute the President's directives there. This is a world-class foreign intelligence service that, if it confirmed, I am humbled to have the opportunity to lead.
So let me ask about gathering intelligence and getting it in a timely basis to the President and other decision makers and policymakers. It has been one of the ongoing disputes is the speed of the turnaround. How fresh is that information? And at times for agencies to think and rethink and edit and re-edit information so that by the time you get it, it's so sterile and so old that it's not as useful anymore. Talk me through just methods and thoughts about trying to get fresh information to policymakers and the President.
Senator, it's incredible, important that the information is timely. I understand sometimes there is a trade-off between speed and depth and accuracy, right, and completeness. But that just means we have to be world-class. Businesses do this every day. I tried to do it in the times that I ran my two small companies. We have to make sure that the CIA is world-class with respect to developing this information in a timely, speedy fashion, getting it to policymakers in a way that is both reliable and timely. We've all seen this. It's a complex world with difficult foreign intelligence collections and pockets, and we have to make sure that the agency is world-class with respect to delivering that to you.
So let me ask a strange question for you. You're going to often be in meetings with Dan Coates and yourself and the President. What's the difference in the information that you're bringing to the President? How can you and the Director of National Intelligence cooperate together in bringing information, and what's the differences in the roles there as the two of you sit and bring information to the President?
Look, the DNI, and Senator Coates have confirmed in his role, will have the important function of being the President's senior intelligence policy advisor. I have the glory, if confirmed, to lead the world's premier intelligence collection organization. Certainly with respect to human intelligence, we have a unique capacity that is unrivaled in the world, and I hope to be part of making it even better. And so we'll bring a set of different perspectives. He will have spent more time evaluating intelligence that comes from different parts of the intelligence community than I will have. I will have been focused on the work that our agency does. And I have great confidence that he and I will work together to deliver a comprehensive view of Americans' intelligence posture and the information that has been derived from that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Very much, Mike, for your service, and Susan for yours as well. So, Mr. Chairman, I go back.
Senator Manchin.
Congressman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congressman, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Senator Manchin.
And also, congratulations on your nomination, and to your family, I'm sure extremely proud of you, and they should be. With that being said, we live in a troubled world today, as we all know, and I think I just want to hear your thoughts on your experiences within the military and also your experience as a congressperson and the positions you've had in Congress on what do you consider the greatest threat the United States of America faces today, and what person brings the greatest threat to our country that wants to do us harm?
So it's always hard to rack and stack, especially in times of turmoil around the world that we find today. But let me give it a throw. So I begin with the threat from terrorism as it extends into the homeland. If you ask what was the most immediate threat, I think it's certainly that. That is, it presents the most immediate threat to the personal risk to a person living in south central Kansas. And so we need to be...
A country associated with that?
Oh, boy, there are too many to name, but let's start with the activity that's taking place today in Syria and Iraq and the threat that terrorists pose, both Sunni and Shia terrorists opposed to the United States. So ISIS and Al-Qaeda would be the primary organizations today, but it extends far beyond that. We've also seen challenges from radical Islamic terrorism in Southeast Asia.
Do you believe terrorism is the highest threat that we face? I mean, you're right, I'm just saying the position you have right now, the unclassified position you have right now in your experience.
In the near-term threat to life and limb of Americans, yes. I'd put North Korea, China, and Russia right up there alongside them.
Which one has the weapons to do us harm?
Oh, goodness. So the nuclear powers are the ones that have the biggest threat to do catastrophic harm to the United States.
And which person in the world in your estimation, has the desire to do us the most harm?
Boy, to ask me for a singular individual is really a tough question, Senator Manchin. The list is long.
There's a lot of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. West Virginians are asking me continually, can we trust the intel community? And they go back, they keep referring back, because through the political, they listen to a lot of the political campaign rhetoric. We had weapons of mass destruction. We declared war in Iraq. We found out that maybe we could have taken a different course or altered that course. So they have concerns about that. And I would just like to ask, do you have confidence in the intel community, the CIA in particular, where you're going into?
I do. Look, I'd never stand here today to tell you that the agency has had perfection throughout history, nor that it'll have perfection if I'm confirmed on my watch. But I have great confidence in the men and women that work out there. They are, you know them, right? They are patriots, they're warriors, they're real people who have dedicated their life to keeping America safe. And I have the utmost confidence that if I'm confirmed, I will get an opportunity to lead a set of great Americans that aren't politicized.
Right now, I think you'd have to agree that the morale is fairly low, and they're being hit by many different angles and different sides through the political process that we go through, which can be very, very damaging, if you will. What's your first point of order, and what's your first steps that you intend to take, if confirmed, to lift that morale up and let them know that we're on the same side?
Senator, I might just respectfully dissent from the predicate of your question a bit. I've had a chance over the last few weeks to spend a little bit of time with a handful of people out there. I haven't seen the low morale that you described. Look, they're human beings. They're Americans too. They watch the political process. But what I've seen from the spirited warriors out of the Central Intelligence Agency is a desire to sort of get out of the middle of this fight and continue to perform their function, right? To do their work in a way that they know how to do. And they are... I don't mean to denigrate the leadership at the Central Intelligence Agency at all today. Director Brennan has performed amazing service to America for an awfully long time. But many of them have served under multiple presidents as well, and they know that times change and leaders change. And I think they're very much looking forward to the new administration, have confirmed me as the director of the CIA, to help them continue to perform their function in a way that they can continue to serve America.
I definitely wish you well on that and the optimistic outview you have. And my final question would be, your thoughts on sanctions. What would be your thoughts on sanctions? Because we're looking at sanctions. Are we looking at it state by state, country by country, or should we have a blanket, basically, piece of legislation here that says that any country that has been state-sponsored cyber attacks on the United States of America, should we not have basically sanctions in place to address all of them the same, or should it be country by country deciding on what sanctions that we think will be more detrimental? But I'm just saying that if it's been, the intel community confirms that it's state-sponsored sanctions, shouldn't we know exactly what they're going to be facing if we confirm that?
Well, Senator, you've actually given my first opportunity to step out of the political world today and tell you, look, that decision, that policy, I think will be left to others. I do have a record with respect to sanctions. Right. I have voted for legislation authorizing sanctions on a number of countries during my time as a member of the United States House of Representatives.
Were they evaluated country by country, or do you?
Yeah, my recollection is, Senator, they were nation-by-nation sanctions that we were evaluating.
So basically, whatever relationship we have with that nation, it could be a little bit easier on one, tougher on the other. But don't you think us as policymakers should have sanctions that say, listen, if you do this to us and it's confirmed and it's state-sponsored by you, whether it be financially, whether it be economically, whatever it might be, these sanctions will go into effect immediately.
Senator, I'm going to defer on the policy question today. I'll make sure you have all the information you need to form good judgments about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Senator Manchin. Thank you, sir.
Senator Cotton.
Mike, welcome before the committee, and congratulations on your nomination to be the Director of Central Intelligence. Susan and Nick, it's good to see you again. I know that you're very proud of Mike, as we all are. This has been a very thorough hearing. We've spent Lord knows how many hours at the agency and traveling around the world, so I think I have a pretty good sense of your views on these questions. Therefore, I'll reserve the rest of my question until a closed hearing when we have a little more frank discussion. Since Senator McCain scurrilously attacked your education, I will stand up for our Army background. I will say I'm troubled somewhat by the material I found in your biography that you came in first in your class at West Point and therefore had your choice of branches and chose armor instead of infantry. I will consider this a youthful indiscretion that does not reflect on your current service, and I will see you this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Cotton.
I am glad to see, Mike, that you haven't forgotten where the razor is, like some Army veterans.
I'm preparing to deploy covertly.
Senator Harris.
Representative Pompeo, I was glad to meet with you earlier this week, and congratulations on your nomination. For clarification, have you read in its entirety the IC report assessing Russian activities and intentions in recent U.S. elections?
I have.
And do you fully accept its findings, yes or no?
I've seen nothing to cast any doubt on the findings in the report.
Okay. And your voting record and stated position on gay marriage and the importance of having a quote-unquote traditional family structure for raising children is pretty clear. I disagree with your position, but of course you're entitled to your opinion. I don't want that, however, to impact your opinion on that matter, the recruitment or retention of patriotic LGBT women and men in the CIA, some of whom have, of course, taken great risks to their lives for our country. Can you commit to me that your personal views on this issue will remain your personal views and will not impact internal policies that you put in place at the CIA?
Senator Harris, you have my full commitment to that. I would only add that in my life as a private businessman, this same set of issues was out there. I had my views at that time as well, and I treated each and every member of the workforce that I was responsible for at those times with the dignity and respect, and demanded of them the same things that I demanded of every other person that was working as part of my team.
And do I have your assurance that this equal treatment will include policies related to child care services, family benefits, and accompanied post for dependents?
Without knowing the full set of policies and benefits out at the Central Intelligence Agency, I haven't had the chance to find that out just yet. You have my assurance that every employee will be treated in a way that is appropriate and equal.
And that you will not put in place any policies that would discriminate against any members because of their sexual orientation?
Ma'am, I can't imagine putting in place any policy that was discriminatory with respect to any employee.
Thank you. And I'm also concerned about rhetoric related to Muslims from high-profile members of the incoming administration, in particular Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, with whom I imagine you'll be working closely. I don't want that to impact recruitment or retention of the patriotic and critically important Muslim men and women of the CIA, some, of course, who have taken great risks to serve our country. Can you commit to me that you will be a tireless advocate for all members of the CIA, all of the workforce?
Yes, ma'am.
CIA Director Brennan, who spent a 25-year career at the CIA as an analyst, a senior manager, and station chief in the field, has said that when, quote, CIA analysts look for deeper causes of rising instability in the world, one of the causes those CIA analysts see as is the impact of climate change. Do you have any reason to doubt the assessment of these CIA analysts?
Senator Harris, I haven't had a chance to read those materials with respect to climate change. I do know the agency's role there. Its role is to collect foreign intelligence, to understand threats to the world. That would certainly include threats from poor governance, regional instability, threats from all sources, and deliver that information to policymakers. And To the extent that changes in climatic activity are part of that foreign intelligence collection task, we will deliver that information to you all and to the President.
In the past, you have questioned the scientific consensus on climate change. Nevertheless, according to NASA, multiple studies published in peer-reviewed scientific journals show that 97% or more of actively published climate scientists agree that climate warming trends over the past century are extremely likely due to human activities. In addition, most of the leading scientific organizations worldwide have issued public statements endorsing this position. Do you have any reason to doubt NASA's findings?
Senator, I've actually spoken to this in my political life some. My commentary, most all, has been directed to ensuring that the policies that America put in place actually achieve the objective of ensuring that we didn't have catastrophic harm that resulted from change in climate. I continue to hold that view. I frankly, as the director of CIA, would prefer today not to get into the details of climate debate and science. It seems my role is going to be so different and unique from that. It is going to be to work alongside warriors keeping Americans safe. And so I stand by the things that I've said previously with respect to that issue.
So I'm not clear. Do you believe that NASA's findings are debatable?
Senator, I have to tell you, I haven't spent enough time to tell you that I've looked at NASA's findings in particular. I can't give you any judgment about that today.
Can you guarantee me that you will and we'll have a follow-up conversation on this?
I'm happy to continue to talk about it. Yes, ma'am, of course.
Thank you.
Senator Cornyn.
Congratulations, Congressman Pompeo, on your nomination and your
Thank you,
family.
Senator.
I know they're very proud of you, and I have every confidence that you will do an outstanding job as the next director of the CIA. I want to ask you about the comments that were made by the FBI director back in May 2016 when he identified what he called the Ferguson effect on law enforcement. And hang in there with me. Let me make the application to this context. Basically, the argument was that law enforcement was being self-restrained in terms of its policing activities, thus exposing law enforcement to assaults, and many of which were deadly assaults, and the public safety was not being enhanced because they were not using the full array of their authorities for fear of what might happen in terms of public opinion or political retribution. I have read your predecessor's, General Michael Hayden's book, Playing to the Edge, and it strikes me that he states the proposition well in terms of my view about what our intelligence authorities ought to do in collecting intelligence and protecting the safety and security of the United States. I don't want our intelligence officers and authorities to restrain their activities for fear of political retribution or for fear of that they will be criticized for using the lawful authorities granted by the United States government to the edge, not going over the edge, but I want to make sure that they take full use of those lawful authorities. I know that one of the conundrums that we have in a democracy is that when we start talking about what those authorities are and what they should be, there is a natural reticence to do so because, of course, in Russia and China and North Korea and Iran, they don't have those problems. In dictatorships and autocracies, they just do what they want to do without regard to any oversight, any laws, any constitution that necessarily and importantly limits what we can do in a democracy. But I think there is a danger when we start talking about the role of our intelligence agencies that either wittingly or unwittingly, sometimes misinformation or disinformation about the nature of the activity and nature of the authorities enters into the debate in a way that eventually damages or limits our ability to play to the edge of our lawful authorities and the interest of our security and safety. I just want to get an idea from you about what you think the director's role is in terms of engaging in the debate when it comes to what authorities that your agency or the FBI or other members of the intelligence community need. There was a question about metadata, which of course metadata is not content. It's the United States Supreme Court has said there's no reasonable expectation of privacy, so the Fourth Amendment isn't implicated. This is information that's routinely collected by law enforcement agencies. But my concern is, and maybe I'm not being as direct and clear as I should, I just want to know what you think your role will be in terms of standing up and defending the lawful authorities of the intelligence community in order to play to the edge of that legal authority in the interest of the safety and security of the American people.
Well, Senator, thank you for that question. It's a great and incredibly important question. I share your concerns that we run the risk of not using the authorities in a way that is important in keeping America safe if folks are afraid that there'll be political retribution. One of my tasks in that vein will be to make sure that we're doing it right, that we are doing it in a legal and constitutional way. And then when we are, to defend the people who were doing that vigorously and with all my might, and to have their backs at every single moment. You have my word that I will do that. There's a second piece to this as well, I think, that it's important, and you hit upon it, which is I think we have an obligation as leaders to share with the American people all that we can about what's going on and what's not going on, and to do so in a truthful and complete manner. It's part of why I think the oversight function is so important. To the extent we're surprising people, whether we're surprising members of Congress or we're surprising the public, we run the risk of losing those very important authorities. And so I think each of us has a responsibility, and if confirmed as the director of the CIA, I will see it as my responsibility to do everything I can to make sure that we're talking about the critical nature of these authorities and how they keep Americans safe and the goals that they have accomplished in this good work in a way that permits the intelligence community to lawfully and constitutionally do all of its responsibilities.
Mr. Chairman, can I follow up just briefly with one last question?
Senator Kemp.
And of course, none of those authorities are going to be decided in all likelihood by the Supreme Court of the United States. In other words, the Office of Legal Counsel, the appropriate authorities at the Department of Justice are going to give guidance to the CIA and our intelligence community on what those, where that line is, so you can, consistent with your commitment, make sure that you apply the law that Congress has passed and is signed by the President. But ultimately, no one's ever going to give you 100% assurance that you're playing consistent with those laws as interpreted by the Department of Justice and the Office of Legal Counsel, won't be criticized in a political format later on in such a way as to cause retaliation perhaps, or some concern that intelligence officers are going to jeopardize their career and their family's livelihood by playing consistent with the best and highest legal guidance that they're given. How do you view that role? And maybe that's just inherent in the nature of our system, but it always strikes me as a tremendous disservice to our men and women in the intelligence fields for politics to intervene and come back and undermine the lawful authorities and direction that our intelligence community is given when they're conducting their activities.
Yes, Senator, it's a real risk. It's an important part of my role to make sure that we have clarity, that those lines that you talk about are clear and bright, and so that this risk that you referred to, I've heard others talk about it as second guessing, is minimized, happens as rarely as possible, and that there aren't surprises to people as they go through. That's incredibly important, and the director of the CIA has an important role there, both making sure that we're behaving lawfully, and when we do, defending the men and women who we ask to do really hard things inside of those laws.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Chair will recognize Senator Warner for a brief statement, and then Senator Wyden for one question.
I just understand what my friend, the senator from Texas, has been saying, but I want to, 10 of the comments I just wanted to respond, put on the record. One of the things that's impressed me with you, Congressman, in our meetings is your thoughtfulness, and I think you're a student of history as well, and we've talked about that. And I think part of the responsibility of the agency that you may head is unique in that it is tasked with taking on covert activities and relies in many ways upon the oversight of this committee and frankly, the trust of the American public to not go over the edge. And I think there have been times, and we could debate those times, where clearly in the history of the agency there have been examples where, whether it was through political pressure or otherwise, the agency went over the edge, and unfortunately that in the end did not make America safer. I'd also say that in many of these areas, whether it's through changes of technology, and I know there's a robust debate around encryption and privacy in the digital age, that edge is not defined yet, both in a legal standpoint and in many times Congress has not done its job in terms of giving those policy guidances. So I want you and hope that you will carry out your duties and keep America safe. But I think we get into a treacherous area when we're trying to push over an edge where those edges are not defined or Congress has not done its job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Congressman, during the campaign, the president-elect essentially laid out something that looks to me like outsourcing surveillance. He said about Russian hacking, "I'd love to have that power." And he encouraged the Russians to hack Secretary Clinton's emails and suggested they be provided to the press, but we're now in a different period. He's the president-elect. And it's one thing to talk, as we did earlier, with respect to your idea for collecting metadata in the future, all metadata in your words, but I want to ask you about outsourced surveillance. If a foreign government, an organization, a company, or an individual provided the agency with the communications of Americans on whom there were no warrants, what would your response be?
Senator, this is a complex question that you've asked. I understand that there are policies in place, I believe at the agency, it may even be at the Department of Justice with respect to this very issue. If I can step back and tell you that, look, it is not lawful to outsource that which we cannot do under, that the agency cannot do under its laws. That is,
but that's not
too
the
clever by
question.
half.
You can't request the information from a foreign government. We understand that. But the question is, what happens if it's provided to you, especially since it's being encouraged?
Senator, my understanding is that the same set of rules that surround the information, if it were collected by the U.S. government, apply to information that becomes available as a result of collection from non-U.S. sources as well.
Mr. Chairman, your courtesy has been appreciated. I would only ask in writing, I'd like your response on that. Obviously, part of this involves minimization. There are other issues, 12333. I'd like that in writing, and I'd also like in writing, before we vote, what limits you would have on your metadata proposal, particularly since you're advocating that it apply to personal lifestyle information like. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It was the hope of the chair that we would allow the congressman an hour in between this and the closed session. We are down to 30 minutes. I'm going to recognize Senator Harris for a very brief question, if I may, and then I would ask if there are any additional follow-ups, they be moved to the closed session.
Sure. Mr. Pompeo, on the issue of climate change, I understand you're not a scientist. What I'd like to know, and what I want to hear from you, is I want a CIA director who is willing to accept the overwhelming weight of evidence when presented, even if it turns out to be politically inconvenient or require you to change a previously held position. And so what I want to hear from you is a guarantee that when presented with that evidence, you are willing to then take a position that defers to the weight of that evidence, even if it requires you to change a previously held position that may have been politically helpful to you or a position that you have taken during your tenure in elected office.
Senator, you have my commitment to that. I am an engineer by training. Facts and data matter, and you have my assurance that if I'm confirmed my role as the CIA director, I will look at the evidence and give a straight-up answer to you and to all the policymakers to whom I have a responsibility.
Thank you.
Congressman Pompeo, this brings to a close the open session of this hearing. let me add to what Senator Cornyn and Senator Warner spoke on, and that is that it's important that we realize that every president has the authority to provide direction or directives, and that has certainly been the case for every president that I've been involved with in the intelligence community, and that directive expands or contracts in some cases the ability of the agency, and all members of this committee should realize that. I want to apologize for not giving you the hour, and I apologize for the power interruption, but I want to thank you for your service to Kansas. I want to thank you for your service to the Congress. I want to thank you for your service to the country. As a board member of West Point, as you have served like I have in the past, I want to thank you for how you've used your military education, and more importantly, how that's highlighted the greatness of the institution and the role it plays in developing future leaders of the country, of which you exemplify that. For that, we are grateful. This
Thank you,
hearing's
Senator
adjourned.
Burr. Thank you, Senator Warner. Thank you.
All right, you guys, those were the hearings for Donald Trump's CIA pick, Mike Pompeo, and I've got Christy up here with me in just a few minutes as soon as she's ready to talk self-driving cars with me. You ready to come on up?
Yeah.
Love the hair today.
Oh, well, thank
Looks
you.
good.
Likewise.
You ready to go
Love
on air
it.
soon? Are you reporting at 5 on this?
I am, yes.
Okay.
We got some time. I handed it off to poor Corey, so now he has to jam to get it ready.
Let me just make this lower third really quick here. Okay. This. Perfect. And then I'll just, so we can see the beautiful Christy here.
Oh, whatever.
So you have a really cool story today, and I was excited about this when I heard it in the meeting. So you got to, are these the Google cars?
So it used to be called the Google Self-Driving Car Project, and it's now called Waymo. It's a company that's owned by Alphabet. I know this gets confusing, but you guys probably remember that we had a split between Google, and part of it was named Alphabet. That company now owns Waymo. Long story short, cool car. You don't have to worry about focusing on the road anymore. Eventually this car is going to take you everywhere you need to go, and eventually without a driver. That wasn't the case today. They're still testing. They still had a driver behind the wheel. But the last time that we saw somebody in one of these cars in Arizona who wasn't one of the testers was when the governor was in there. So it's pretty exciting to get the chance to be in the car. My photographer, Corey Goodwin, also came with me. And what would you think about this, being in a self-driving vehicle? Does that make you nervous?
It's half creepy, half exciting. You know, you don't want the machines to turn on you.
I know.
But I think it's really
movie
cool.
that's been made that predicts our future.
I don't want the
pretty
car
much.
to all of a sudden turn on me and become a transformer or something. But
That did not happen today, but it was pretty interesting. Chandler is where Waymo was based, or one of their offices, I should say. But a lot of the crew that came out with us today were from the Mountain View location of Google. We're taking a look now at the inside of the car. This particular model is a Lexus, kind of like a crossover SUV. That red button is kind of your panic button, if you will. That's the button that you can push if you want as the driver to take over. You'll notice that Liz, who's sitting in the front seat, she was in the driver's seat the whole time. She kind of, and you'll see it in a second here, kind of had her hands hovering at the sides of the steering wheel, ready to grab it if need be. They're waving. We've got John, and he's the guy with the laptop here who's keeping an eye on the road. They've kind of mapped out all of the objects around the car so it can track, the trash can that you're about to pass. It sees 2 football fields ahead. It sees the kid that's trying to run into the middle of the street.
No way.
Yeah, it can sense if there's subpar driving conditions, if there's rainy streets and it needs to slow down, and it inherently knows the speed limit. So if you are a lead foot, which I can be, admittedly,
oh, me too.
it keeps you from speeding. I mean, unless you choose to take over the vehicle, it knows the speed limit. If the speed limit changes, it can actually has the vision to look that distance, actually look at the speed limit sign and know to slow down, which is pretty cool.
I need that.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people could benefit
So you
from
can,
this.
it's self-driving, but then you can sort of change it to back to a normal car if you
Exactly.
want.
If you start missing driving, which we talked about, Corey and I discussed this on the way over. We both love to drive. For me, the thought of I can't drive anymore that'd be a bummer. So
Yeah.
in this case, if you do want to drive, you can. For the testing purposes, they have their foot on the brake, near the brake at all times, just in case.
Oh,
But
sure.
I did feel very safe. I was nervous getting into it, and then probably the first couple minutes started to loosen up a little bit. And as I watched John meticulously watch that screen, I knew that
Yeah.
we were going to be safe.
Oh, so I wonder though if once people get used to it, if they'll still keep their foot near the brake, or if they'll just sort of hang
Maybe.
out and text and.
Well, and that's obviously one of the reasons that people are advocating for these cars is safety. The woman that we spoke to from Waymo earlier, who, funny enough, her last name is Waydo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jamie Waydo works for Waymo. It just faded to be.
Such a coincidence.
I know. She was talking to us. She's their lead engineer, and she was talking to us about obviously the number of accidents that are caused every single year, accidents leading to death, I should say,
Yes.
and people texting behind the wheel. That's obviously distracted driving. One of the reasons people get in accidents, this takes away that factor. If you're distracted in the back seat, checking your phone, so what? Because the computer is monitoring everything.
And then does it use a Google Map system or something to track the fastest route to get somewhere?
I'm sure everything's kind of based off of Google Maps, so they have 3 different sensors to make it a safe ride. They basically map out the terrain around you. They get a 360 view. They have that long view, and it can even determine if it needs to take a different path, if paths in neighborhoods change. They map all of that out. So it's the benefits of the Google Map that you have now, which shows you where they're slowing and accidents. It was amazing to ride in it because my takeaway, and I mean this in a complimentary way, was that it was boring. And that's
good,
yeah,
right?
and that's even what the lead systems engineer said. She said most people go in thinking it's going to be this robotic experience and it's the Jetsons, and instead you get in it and it's like, oh,
It's just
you
a car
forget.
moving without you
Yeah,
driving.
You forget that it's
Yeah.
it's driving you. And I'm curious, have you ever seen these on the road? Have you
I don't
spotted them out
think
the
so.
window?
Are they easy to spot? I mean, does it say Waymo on the side? And
Those
Google
have a
and stuff?
label. Yeah, so usually the giveaway is this big sensor on the top, kind of a black, I don't know, like a giant thimble, if you will. That
Oh,
looks like it's
yeah.
on the top of the vehicle.
Okay, that's what they are?
They can look a little different company to company. I know there's several companies testing these.
That's
But I
cool.
asked them, do people stop and stare? Because there's a fair number of them out now, and they said all the time. People are always staring. They're telling them, like, roll your window down. Is that really a self-driving car? Are you steering
hands,
inside?
yeah.
Exactly. I had to do that. Look, Ma, no hands. And they said that they're very popular. Speaking of distracted driving, people pull up their cell phone and they're trying to film the self-driving
Oh,
car or
gosh.
take pictures. And
Yeah.
I said, how funny. One of the main threats you have to watch out for are people
Now
filming you.
people are doing it to take pictures of it.
Exactly. They're trying to capture the image and then hopefully
Yeah, they
don't
say that
crash.
texting and driving is just as bad, if not worse, than drunk driving.
Oh, I completely believe it.
Yeah.
I completely believe it because you see people, even this morning as I was coming to work, I'm not somebody who lays on my horn unless it really is
Me too.
imminent danger. I don't do
Sure.
it because I'm angry. But yeah, somebody in the car, the lane next to me, I could tell he was drifting a little bit, and then he just started to come into the lane. I could tell he wasn't changing lanes.
Yeah.
And I laid on the horn because I couldn't see, but I imagined that person was
The
distracted.
same thing
doing
happened to
something.
me on the way home from work. I thought, is he drunk or is he texting? That's the sort of thing we have to think now.
Isn't that scary that
Yeah,
the two
I
could
couldn't tell.
seem similar?
Yeah, so
and
that was...
So if you look at it from that angle, I know it's Space AG. Our 9 o'clock producer Diana said, I don't know, I'd be kind of nervous getting one of these cars. I'm going to go talk to her after this. I had the same impression, but when you look at the safety factor of it, once these are tested again and again and again and again, these cars, according to their spokesperson, have been tested for the equivalent of 300 years of driving, meaning that's the level
Oh,
of
wow.
experience
So
that
it's
you're
safe.
getting.
It
you
was safe
have-
to say it's-
Yeah, you have the safety there. And so now it's just a race between companies to see who can
get it out
Get
first.
it out first, yeah.
Well, I brought this video up. It's really short, but this is
Sure.
the Tesla and how it is able to detect an accident in front of it, kind of like you were describing.
Yeah, it
how
can
it
see
can
it far
detect.
ahead.
So there's going to be an accident here in a second, and I don't have the sound playing, but in the sound it goes beep 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 beep, and it warns this
Wow.
driver. And this Tesla that's
Oh my
driving. This
gosh.
is where the video's been slowed down. All the other cars had to get off the road real quick. This Tesla already knew and slowed
Wow.
down perfectly.
That is terrifying. I mean, it's amazing that the car could do that. That is terrifying to watch.
I
hate
know.
seeing that.
It's scary. It's crazy though that this self-driving, or I guess I don't know if it was self-driving. This was just the Tesla, and this guy emailed me and said, "Yeah, I'd already knew there was an accident that was going to happen."
Just his current Tesla he owns right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although,
Wow.
Yeah, I just thought that was I think that's one of the coolest things about self-driving cars is that they can detect the surroundings that you don't know.
Absolutely.
So
and
that's
and
cool.
this was interesting too on that note. We passed a mom with some little kids while we were driving. And granted, they were up on the sidewalk and up into the driveway, but quite easily, as we've seen in many sad news stories, kids will jet out into the middle of the road. And one of the drivers in the front told us if that child had come out, the car would have stopped to prevented it, or even if it looked like it was slowly coming more closely, the car would have gently kind of moved to the left, if the kid were approaching from the right. So they really have thought of so many things. And
instead of just like, as humans we jerk and we slam on our brakes, where the computer knows how to take care of it in a less
severe
that's cool.
manner. Yeah.
Well, you might as well start trusting the computers, right? Aren't planes basically flown now by computers?
Very much so. Yeah, and that's why. What people don't realize when you install any app on your cell phone, well, not people, many people don't realize, when you click through all the accept permissions, you're really giving access to everything in your life when you do that. And so we're already overwhelmed. Yeah, trusting and overwhelmed by a lot of technology in a good way and sometimes not so good way. But it was amazing to sit in it and ride in it because we've talked about it so many times in our pitch meetings. We've talked about it, just out and about, and to get to be somebody who sat in it was really cool. I felt very fortunate to get
that's
to.
so cool.
Yeah.
That's a great story.
Yeah, it's
very timely.
We'll get the entire view of it put together at 5, around 5:20 tonight, I think is when we're going to be going live.
Sweet. I'll air it. I should air it on here. That'd be great. So you have a package and everything?
I do, and we also have kind of a live, continuous shot of our experience within the car if you have time to watch a longer version. But I'll be kind of pulling out those best pieces and providing you guys with a little bit of background in addition to some more interviews that you don't see in that piece. But you can watch that on our Facebook, and I know some people have already tuned in, watched that, and have some comments. So I haven't had a chance to respond to you yet, but I'm going to head over and do that now.
That's awesome. Chrissy, thank you so much. And we'll catch it at 5:20, you said?
Around 5:20, yeah.
Sweet.
We'll see you guys then. Thank
Appreciate
you. Have a good one.
Thanks. All right, you guys. Well, don't forget to catch that awesome story coming up around 5:20 here on Fox 10. And if you're not in the Phoenix area, you can always go to fox10phoenix.com and watch the broadcast live from the website, or just stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream. We'll try to air that segment from the broadcast live on our stream here. Coming up next, I have Mike Paish that's going to be up here with me. We're going to be talking about a pretty crazy story. I don't want to give away too much yet. Let me see if he's available. Mike, are you ready in just a few minutes? Or is he ready now? Let's see. He's getting ready for me. He's going to come up here. We're going to talk about this story that just came out today. Come on up here, buddy.
Hey, how y'all doing?
There's that Chicago accent coming out again. You're a lot more tan than me. This isn't fair.
Hell, you know
I
what?
need to lay out more.
I've been laying out this whole past summer, so I got a lot, a lot of bronze still left.
All right.
You know, I'll get pale around March.
Yeah.
And then I'll get it back in April.
Yeah, 1 month. All
I'll
right,
get
you
it
guys,
back, huh?
Hold on 1 second while we get this video ready. All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I have my co-host Mike Paish up here with me today to talk about a really crazy story about the first dog.
Who would have thought? This dog, the first dog, Sonny, President Obama's beloved dog, attacks a visitor at the White House.
let's show you guys a picture of Sunny here.
This is the dog in question here. This is Sunny.
Oh, and you know what? It really doesn't look like, a hurtful, evil dog. It really looks adorable.
I think those are the ones that you gotta always be watching out for.
So this was pushed by TMZ today. They said President Obama had to deal with a small domestic crisis at the White House. Now, this is a family friend that visited.
Okay, well, at least it was a friend. Could you imagine if it was just, a
gosh.
regular visitor?
What if
could
it,
be a
what
lawsuit.
if it was like
It could be
Eric
lawsuit.
Trump?
And it
What do you
was,
think the Trumps would do?
well, that
Sue.
that would be a whole different situation. You think Obamacare and all the litigation that's going to be going with that is going to be bad. Could you imagine if Sonny attacked Eric Trump or Donnie?
Eric would say,
Donnie
no.
Jr.?
About that Russian hacking. I
Yeah.
think we can work something out
Yeah,
on this, right?
right.
So a family friend visited the White House, and it was bitten by Sunny, the family's 4-year-old dog.
I wonder what sparked it. I wonder, what
I
led
know.
up to that, where Sonny just went on the attack.
Sometimes dogs can sense like darkness or evilness in somebody, so maybe it sensed something in that girl. She was evil.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Family friend, I don't know. I mean, I looked up, now I know you're going to laugh at me, but I looked up this dog and the breed, and
Okay.
this is a Portuguese water dog. Again, let me bring up the picture of it. This is a
Wow.
Portuguese water dog, and they're known for being really hyper, and they can get bored easily. They really need attention, and they need to be chewing things at all times. They'll gnaw on your hands. They need chewing toys constantly. So I think it was probably feeling really hyper, and it needed to chew on something, and it shows this poor girl's face.
Yeah, I wonder if President Obama and the team is going to spin and see, this is why we need Obamacare. You think they might spin it into something?
They might, and it's so it says, we're told the incident occurred Monday when the 18-year-old was visiting the White House. Sources connected to the girl tell us she went to the pet to kiss the pet, and the dog bit her in the face.
Yeah, maybe got a little bit close. I could see that.
Oh,
I
that's
could see when you get, the dog's like, okay,
sure.
what are you doing? Okay, I'm
And
going to
then
bite you.
The dog probably thought she was just playing.
Was it a bite or a scrape?
Well, it says it left a nasty gash under
Oh.
the girl's eye. We're told the
Have we-
Obama's family physician checked on her.
Did we see it?
You want to? Yeah, we'll see it. Let's
see
show
it.
it. We got to show it.
Wow.
She posted this on social media, so she wanted people to see this. Again, this is an exclusive.
That's an attack, folks. Watch when we see that. That's.
I know that's pretty big. Let me.
Ooh,
sort of taking up
Sonny,
your
come
whole-
on, Sonny.
Viewer discretion advised. Everybody, this is a dog bite.
You know how President Obama is known to say, "Come on, man." You know how he's been known to say that now.
yeah.
Do you think when Sonny did this, he's like, "Come on, Sonny."
I bet Michelle was like, "No treats for you
Yeah,
today."
shoot.
And so.
Come on, Sonny.
I guess the doctor said she's going to be okay, but we're told she'll likely have a small scar, which upset her, which I can understand. Poor girl, having a scar now under your eye, I feel bad for her. But
You think she's going to embrace it? Be like, "Well, this happened at the White House. You want to know the story?"
hey, yeah, that's true. If you're going to get a scar, at least it's a cool story.
It's a White House scar.
Yeah. So
I'm sure that there are some people in D.C. that have White House scars that haven't been bitten by Sonny, right?
Oh gosh.
There's probably a lot of scars in that town.
Well, and
You
hopefully
could write a book on.
yeah, scars we'll never see. Scars that we'll never be told about.
Hey, the scars that you can
Title
never
your
talk
next
about.
Book title: The Scars of DC.
Yeah, the DC scars that. Because we were talking about this earlier, how many secrets DC must have. We're talking about people that work there.
Yes.
And
And again, I think I might have watched too much Scandal, too much House of Cards, but I feel like there's stuff there we don't know about.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously there is, but I'm talking about
people
relationships and
people winding up in dumpsters.
yeah, just shady stuff. That's happening.
Oh, wow.
And again, this said the bite is out of character for the breed, which typically is not an aggressive dog. But I'm reading here in my research that this dog is very hyper and needs to chew on toys constantly.
Well, Sonny probably found out that they only have a couple more days in the White House, and those White House treats are probably going to be ending soon. So Sonny's really mad.
And she said, if I don't go viral in my last week here, this has been for nothing.
Yeah.
So I looked up the law, though. The law may state that the owner is liable regardless of whether the person was bitten, regardless if that person was trespassing or knew the owner. So
Okay.
she could still sue.
Yeah.
What if this is her big chance?
This could be the chance.
No.
The chance.
Family
no,
friend.
I think You know what it'll be? It'll be some cash under the table.
Although I'm
Right? Don't you think?
maybe.
DC secrets.
Although I'm curious though. She's a family friend. Why she wanted to post pictures on social media and have this become a story on TMZ?
Well, that shows you how good of a friend you are. You know who your true friends are if they leak it to TMZ.
So, yeah, it's like, okay, we are inviting you over to the house, and now this is a story on TMZ.
Yeah, I would
I don't
have
know.
felt a little bad about that.
But I want to bring up, you said you met this dog, right? Or you met one of the dogs.
Well, I met Bo.
You didn't? Oh, you have your cell phone?
I got my phone. Yeah.
Bring it up. I want to
I
see.
knew
So you
this
met
was
Bo.
coming up. Yeah,
we
I
were
met.
studying these dogs. Like, which one was
I met
it?
Bo when I was at the White House, and I'll tell you this much: Bo looks like doesn't move at all. You know what I mean? Like it.
Oh,
it,
you mean
it
it's
wouldn't
not very playful?
On its best day, it probably wouldn't attack anybody. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Let me show you Bo, though.
And
Yeah, they brought Bo out. That's Bo.
Oh, cute.
They brought Bo out there, and he was real nice.
Yeah,
He
Mike
was-
got to go to the White House and
In May.
run the social media there when Kerry was invited, right?
Yeah.
You were sort of doing the social media at the White House.
I was doing the
and-
social media for Fox when Kerry got to interview President Obama, and that was an experience right there.
That's awesome.
We got to meet Bo, and Sonny was nowhere to be found.
That's the point. Where was Sonny?
Yeah, where was Sonny? Everyone was talking about this week, where was Sasha?
Where's Sonny?
Yeah, where's
Because you know when you have guests over, you always, if your dog is really hyper and bites, you put it upstairs, you put it in the basement or whatever.
They probably knew.
They knew.
Yeah.
So they already knew this dog likes to bite. So I don't know. I feel bad that she's going to have that little scar, but maybe she'll be able to get it fixed. There's procedures out there now that can hide scars. If you can get a tattoo removed, you can get a scar removed, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or get a tattoo on top of the scar and then get the tattoo removed.
Anyway, she has a story of a lifetime. She has a White House scar.
Yeah. Yeah.
That she could talk about.
What were the other top
There's some
stories?
scars in D.C. you can't talk about.
The scars of D.C. What was
That needs to be a book title.
What's your book that you've got coming out? Win More?
Oh, yeah.
Win More in
Yeah, I do have
2017.
that book. I
Oh.
do have that book, motivational.
I want to bring up another story. This is the one that I wanted to talk about with you, too.
Oh, what do you want to talk about? Oh, yeah, I like this story.
Trump endorses LL Bean. So these are two separate stories, but again, this is still political. Do you remember LL Bean? Did you ever have an LL Bean backpack?
No, I didn't have a backpack, but at my one place I used to work at it, like 2009, I had a LL Bean jacket.
Jacket.
You know, you see
Yeah,
that a
those
lot
were
with these
cool.
reporters, is they have these LL Bean jackets.
Because that was the cool thing when we were young, was the LL Bean backpack or the pullover, and then it became North Face, and it just got more and more expensive as time went on. But it's an interesting story. Let me see if I can bring up this tweet for you guys.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, man, does it get a lot of retweets.
14,000 people retweeted
Wow.
this. This is about LL Bean. It says, "Thank you to Linda Bean of LL Bean for your great support and courage. People will support you even more now. Bye, LL Bean." So he tweeted this because
Why didn't he include the LL Bean Twitter account? Why did he include this perfect main one that doesn't seem like it's?
because that's Linda.
Yeah,
That's
he should
her.
have.
He should have tweeted at LL Bean.
Yeah.
Wait, is that from live Maine lobster to relaxing nights in our cottages to gorgeous views on Linda Bean's perfect? Oh,
yeah.
So he tweeted her business.
Yeah.
Okay.
He should have tweeted LL Bean.
So, yeah, but
He doesn't know.
he doesn't know sometimes. So the reason why he wrote this is because it said Linda Bean is one of 10 board members who donated $30,000 to Making Maine Great Again PAC. So that was in support of Donald Trump. She donated this money.
Okay.
So Trump received one of Maine's 4 electoral votes after winning the state's 2nd congressional district. But people were sort of hammering down on her because of her getting involved in this. And so they started this group against her, Grab Your Wallet.
Jeez.
And basically the group was just saying that they shouldn't be getting involved and that he shouldn't be telling people to then go buy LLB because of it. So hashtag Grab Your Wallet is an anti-Trump movement that started in October, calling for a boycott of LL Bean after it revealed that Linda Bean, the granddaughter of the company's founder, raised funds for Donald
Okay.
Trump. Okay, so sorry, I had a hard time explaining that, but hashtag
get
grab
there.
your wallet was an anti-Trump movement that started after LL Bean was caught donating money to Trump.
Grab your
Here are
wallet.
the people that are in this grab your wallet anti-Trump group. You might be surprised. Overstock.com, Nordstrom, and Walmart.
Wow.
Walmart seems so America, though.
Yeah.
And he wants to make America great
Well,
again.
you know what?
No.
Walmart's having their own problems because did you see that they are going to be laying off a lot of people?
Oh.
So they're in the news for all the wrong reasons. So they're probably just mad right now.
They're probably mad.
Yeah.
You know, but that's just interesting. It's this group. They're angry that this Linda Bean, who's very high up in LL Bean, donated money to Donald Trump. She's allowed to do whatever she wants, and it's her money, and who cares? And now, you know, we've got Nordstrom and Overstock in this group. It's like, why do you want to put yourself in a box like that? People that shop at Nordstrom are also Republican. People that shop at Overstock are also Republican. So why I don't know. Do you think that's smart? I don't.
No, it's like, you know, what? Just there's things you got to keep politics out. Keep it out of a store. Keep it out of the Golden Globes, you know, when you're trying to watch just for entertainment fact and for the arts, and then you're bombarded with these messages from these so-called actors and actresses.
I know. It's sort of, to me, I just think Linda Bean didn't come out and say, hey, everyone, I support Trump. She did this. He thanked her for it. And he wrote this tweet because of all these companies that are making fun of her, basically, for donating money.
Well, you know what? He does have a movement that he calls it, so his tweet is probably going to help LL Bean.
The movement.
Yeah.
I love how he just goes, bye, LL Bean. Isn't that, again, conflict of interest? Like, can President Obama just tweet, like, bye, limited to?
Well, you know what? He could probably still do it since he's not president.
Yeah, I guess he can.
Yeah.
First tweet under that, in response to this, can I show this? Let's see. He says, let me scroll down a little bit. So now you're starting to advertise through your account with, like, 5 question marks. So, Christopher Cario saying, love it. What's next? Face tanning lotion? Why stop at ads? Oh, gosh. So we can't read all these responses because they're not appropriate, but...
I don't, man, it would just be so hard. Anything this guy is going to be doing, there's going to be people that are totally against it.
Yeah.
Even if he said, you know, I'm going to give $1,000 to every American in the country, there'd still be people that would complain about it. So it's a weird...
I just haven't seen this before ever, and this is political views aside, is the bullying and the boycotting and the blacklisting of people that don't have the same political views.
Yes.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've never really seen it where it was this harsh on someone before they even got into office.
I mean, yeah, Carrie was saying that she has 2 friends that are in the business, the Hollywood business, but they have to pretend to like Hillary because in Hollywood everyone likes Hillary. And they're afraid of being blacklisted in Hollywood. Isn't that ridiculous that we have to live in that sort of fear now, or people have to live in that fear? You know, no matter who you want to vote for, I don't think it should be like that.
Yeah.
So,
just keep it out of the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah?
You know, Meryl Streep, though, she's at the height of her career. She's one of the best actresses. She knows she'll be fine saying that.
Yeah.
But if you were an up-and-coming actor, would
It'd
you
be
ever
much
talk
different.
about it?
Yeah, that's why they're so tight-lipped.
Yeah.
That's why you don't hear anything.
Yeah, if I liked Hillary, if I liked Trump, and I'm in a room with people that feel the opposite, and I'm an up-and-coming actor, I probably wouldn't talk about it.
And isn't it kind of interesting now that we haven't heard anything from Katy Perry? Where is she? She's gone.
Yeah, that's weird. She hasn't
She
really
was
come out and
she was really, you know.
she was really a supporter of Hillary, and now
she's gone.
She hasn't said anything about it.
I haven't seen her. I haven't heard a song from her.
Oh, she's busy with Orlando Bloom, isn't she?
Is she still with him?
I thought she was. Remember he was
Wow.
caught canoodling with Selena last year?
Yeah.
And then she snapped her man right up and said, no. And I think they're still together. But did you hear about Selena?
Oh, with what's his name?
I looked at all
The
40
Weeknd?
pictures on
They call him
TMZ.
The Weeknd?
Yeah. Isn't that weird to you?
Well, I think she's trying to position herself to make a play at like a business deal. She doesn't, I don't think, like the person.
The Weeknd?
Yeah, it's just because he is a hot singer right now.
That's what you said. You said, no, he's got that hot song out right now. That's
of course.
why.
It's not like she's, you know, with John Mayer right now. John Mayer doesn't have a song out.
Right. So maybe that's why she was caught canoodling
Yeah.
with him behind a dumpster.
Yeah.
May I
He had
add?
a dumpster at all.
TMZ, of course, got these photos. Bring this up here. Can't really see too well. Let me pull this up. There they are. But it just looks weird because she's really hovering all over, and she's
It's a
looking
little-
right in the camera.
Right at the camera. And he's like, how did I get here? Who are you? What's going on? Looks like this is at 3:30 in the morning.
Is that what you think he's thinking?
Well, yeah.
Who are you? How did I get here?
Well,
What's going on?
Well, look at this. This looks like it's 3:30 in the morning. He looks like he's confused. Why is this dumpster here? And Selena's... Look at that. He's actually
He is so
scared.
scared.
He is scared here.
He's looking at all these cameras. He knows that she knows. Like, she's putting on a show. To me, that's what it looks like. She looks like she's putting on a show.
Yeah, look at this. He's like, if
love
this
that you
camera
said-
wasn't here, I'd start running.
I love though how you said who am or how did I get here?
Yeah.
What's going on? So
I know. Yeah, he just has that look like, is it, can one of my boys call me right now and get me out of here?
It just looks very strange. She looks very hanger-on-ish, Klingon.
Oh, she looks like a stage 5 clinger.
But I guess, obviously she's been drinking. So, to me, maybe it's not obvious. It looked like she had been drinking.
Yeah.
And she's probably feeling a little cuddly.
Yeah.
Oh, the weekend! I
3:30
love
in the
that
morning.
new song you have.
Yeah.
Who knows? So I appreciate you coming up here with
Oh,
me
no problem.
and talking about the top stories. What's important in life? Selena Gomez and Trump and
Yeah. That's what gets people
and,
talking,
and the
folks.
first dog. So
Yeah.
what do you have coming up on the show?
Well, we are going to be talking about a new report just out, says that 6 out of 10 Americans, they don't have $500 in the bank. So if they had an emergency, they don't even have $500 cash to help them out.
Oh my gosh.
So we'll be talking about that and saying, why is that, you think? Is it because people are just so addicted to coffee and they're spending it on things they don't even need?
YOLO.
I wonder. Yeah, it's
Is
that
that
YOLO,
lifestyle?
lifestyle.
Oh, it's a high five. YOLO lifestyle. That's ridiculous that we both just said that. Well, then that's good. So that's the story you have coming up next.
Yeah, we're going to break it all down. It looks like you have some
Perfect.
breaking news, too. So
All right, you guys,
got
let's
everything.
take it there. Thanks, Mike, for joining me.
Yes.
He's coming up next on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, thanks for joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. That was my co-host Mike Paish up here with me. Love having him up here talking about the latest top stories. What we're showing you now is some breaking news. Looks like it's a possible train derailment. I'm going to get you guys some more information about this. Make sure the sound is turned down because this is live from the chopper, so you can't really hear what's going on the ground right now. But I'm going to bring you guys some more information on this breaking story. Stick with me here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody. Well, you are looking at this breaking news here on the Fox News Now stream. This is a report of a 15-car train derailment in California. Emergency crews are currently on scene after this derailment happened in the area of Chapman Way and Douglas Street. If you're in the area of El Segundo in California, make sure to avoid this area at all costs. At this time, I should say, there are no injuries reported and no evacuation orders have been in place. But again, this is a massive train derailment, a 15-car train derailment, and you're seeing this live here on the Fox News Now stream. Some breaking news for you guys here. It's about 4:51 in Phoenix, and this is coming out of California, a train derailment. All right, everybody, my co-host Mike Page coming up next to take you into the next few hours here of the show, and he's going to bring you guys the latest details on this train derailment. We're live here on the Fox News Now stream.
Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Downstream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be with you here for the next 2 hours. Here we're looking at several tanker train cars derailed and overturned along the tracks. No one has been injured, according to a report from the scene there in California. We will continue to follow this live for you and try to give you as much details throughout the News Now broadcast as we can. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page. Happy to be here with you this evening. Just wrapped up there with Mary Kay. We always have fun together on the stream when we're talking about some trending topics all throughout the country and in the digital age as well. I have a story here that may shock you. It may surprise you, or you might be even one of them. See, Bankrate has just put out a new study saying that nearly 6 in 10 Americans don't have $500 in their savings account. Some might not even have a savings account. Some might say, what do you mean, a checking account? No. We're talking about a savings account. And 6 in 10 Americans from this new report says they don't have that type of cash. And it's really not only surprising, but I'll just say it, shocking is the better word when you're talking about that, because that just shows you how many people truly rely on credit cards. They think credit cards are their only salvation, and they'll use it and use it until it is maxed out. And guess what? When one's maxed out, they'll get another one, and that turns into a horrible snowball effect that, unfortunately, for so many Americans, find themselves trapped to their own money. They get a paycheck and they're barely able to use it because they have so many bills, credit card bills, store bills, as far as, types of credit cards with stores that are at malls. Probably one of the worst ones that you could get with the highest interest rates when you're talking about department store credit cards. Isn't it funny, though? People, and I'm talking about in general, millennials, they say they have nothing in the savings account, but boy, aren't they fast to go to that coffee store and get themselves that daily coffee, maybe even sometimes 2 times a day coffee. They have money for that, don't they? But they can't put away a little bit just in case if something happens, because unfortunately we don't live in a perfect world and things do happen. You need a new tire, car breaks down, and what do? We run right to the credit card, where our grandparents knew a lot better, didn't they? They paid with cash only. They didn't have the cash at the store. Guess what? They weren't getting that item. They saved up for it. And now I think we live in a world where you're not comfortable until you have a couple credit cards. Being in debt now almost seems like if you're not in debt, oh, you're not normal. You're not one of us. It's interesting, right? So only 41% of adults reported having enough in their savings account to cover a surprise bill of this magnitude. A little more than 20% said they would put it on a credit card, the report said. Go figure. Credit card. I hope for this new year people have an attack plan of how they're going to get out of debt. Take on the credit card bills and try to minimize it and try to lower it so you could, when you get the paycheck, you can actually have a life. So many people are saying, maybe in the chat, they're saying, well, Mike, it's not just credit cards, it's we're not making enough money at our particular job. And you know what I say? Time to get two. Time to work for a rideshare company, even if you have to pick up some extra cash. There's so much opportunities. What I feel like the millennials and other groups of people, they're finding a way not to be productive and not to have that entrepreneurial spirit.
what would you have done without a credit card if you didn't have one? You would go out there and you try to get, you put it up for eBay. You do something to try to get some extra cash. Let me know what you think in the comments section. Are we just finding a way now to make so many excuses? I've heard one person say, I'm in debt because, well, I need stuff and I don't have the money right now, but sooner or later I'll have the money and I can pay it off then. Hopefully that works out for you, but for so many Americans, keep putting away until we are swimming in our own debt there. So I thought that was interesting about that study, and I wanted to pass that along to you here. Hope you're all having a great evening. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Oh, look at this. We have a special guest now.
What's going on?
Marcy.
Everybody.
Let's bring this a little bit closer.
What are we talking about?
Well, I was just talking about how we're reading this new report.
Okay.
6 in 10 Americans don't have at least $500 in their savings.
Should I reveal something? Should this be a confessional?
Uh-oh. Are you going to break it down?
Let me just tell you. Okay.
Let me toss it right here. Okay.
All right. Well, because you know how we have to have a lot of outfits. We're being on air
Yes.
every day. We have to keep it fresh, get a lot of outfits. So I spend a lot more than I should on clothes. So I literally have $1 in my savings, so I don't get penalized for having nothing in it.
Oh, because you would.
I
Okay,
I like to have the cash flow in my checking account. So I'm one of these people.
Wait, do that because
I know. I did it. Make it rain. Well, no, and this is something. Did you bring up the whole millennials spend more on coffee than savings? Is that what?
I didn't bring that up yet. No, but talk about that story.
Meeting. Well, we should pull it up because I don't know the exact
Yeah.
details of it. But we heard someone in our pitch meeting. We talk a lot about millennials in a very loving way.
Yeah.
But someone brought up that there's a new study that millennials spend more on coffee every day than saving for their retirement, which I do believe, and I don't think that this is just a millennial thing. Do you? Do you think our parents, when they were 20 years old, were spending on or saving for their retirement?
Well, you know what? Maybe they weren't spending, but I don't think they were putting on credit cards.
I don't know. You're right.
See, that's the issue where people are having.
Yeah.
I don't think they had that opportunity to, though, either.
Yes, I agree.
Because how many times do you get credit card offers in the mail? I
All
would
the
say
time.
all the time.
All the time. They're making it easy, and I feel like if I didn't have... First of all, this leads me to one of these things that I'm very passionate about. I think that they should have a class at the end of either high school or college.
Very good.
To
huh?
tell you how to balance a budget, how to do your taxes,
Yeah.
all these things that they kind of slip through the crack until you become an
Yes.
adult and you're like, wait a second, how do I do all this? And unless you have really involved parents that take the time to show you, you don't know.
No, you don't know.
You don't know. How do you do taxes? I don't know.
Yeah.
So I think that someone needs to step up and do a class. It's like adulting 101, you know?
Yeah.
And show you how to do it.
Because life hits you really hard, doesn't it?
It does.
No,
And the tax man
Oh, yeah,
is unforgiving.
He's like this every April.
Every April he goes, where's my quiche? You know?
Yeah. Well, so I have
Okay.
the article here. Coffee. Some buy it
Millennials spend
occasionally.
more on coffee than retirement.
41% of them spent more money on coffee than investing.
This is according to Acorn's Money Matters report. Out of 2,000 millennials, 41% of them
That's a big
spent-
number.
Yes. So that's not more than half.
Well, it's close. It's close.
It's close to half.
Yeah.
This is interesting. But I feel like they're closer to being a baby rather than retiring. So
Yeah.
they've got more time.
They have a lot of time.
to make it up. Yeah. And I feel like some of them are just they're just trying to make ends meet. They need some coffee to wake up and get at it.
Yeah.
You
You know what's interesting, though?
What?
When I go
I'm
to
so excited for this. What?
You see how you see it in my eye before
I
I'm
do.
gonna
I see that little what's about to come out of that.
Well, when
mouth.
I'm sometimes in the nightclubs,
Yeah.
I'm seeing people really just blow it, like as far as...
And it's the guys. I hate to say
I
it.
know.
It's the guys because they want to spend a little extra money to impress the ladies.
And in my head, I'm thinking, I just hope this guy's like a hedge fund manager,
I know. But truth is, he's probably a 30,000-aire with the rest of the millennials.
Oh, they call it that 30K millionaire.
Mm-hmm.
You see it.
So kids, bottom line,
Yeah.
stop buying that delicious Colombian roast every day.
You don't have
Put that
to.
in.
Yeah, make it a weekly thing.
Yes. Yeah.
You can
If
make
you put that $5 away every single day instead of spending it on Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts,
It's going to be
you'd
a
have
lot.
a retirement fund.
It is going to be a lot.
Yeah. And then it builds on itself.
Oh, I know.
Put something in stocks.
And you know who's? Yeah, there you go.
Play the market.
Play the market a little. Be a little day trader.
Be a little day trader.
You know?
Be your own day trader.
You
I
know,
love that.
I was. This is funny too. You know who I heard is probably the worst to get stock advice from?
Who?
Is the share the share ride drivers. They always seem to have an opinion, but
God bless them, but they do. They always, and it's not just limited to fiscal responsibilities.
No.
Uber drivers will give you love advice.
Yes.
They'll give you law advice.
A little
They'll
bit of
give you
everything.
A little bit of everything. I think that's one of the. That's why people say when you get in there,
it's an
and
experience.
It's
not
an
only
experience.
it's not just a drive. It's an experience you're getting.
Yeah, it's really, and they get a whole range of customers, millennials
Yeah.
to senior citizens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they seem like they feel like they're very well versed and they.
Oh yeah, they've seen a lot.
They,
They've seen the best and the worst of the valley.
I actually had one driver say, "Look, he was really cocky, and he says,
Yeah.
look, I have a real good pulse on what's going on in the world."
I bet he does,
A
though.
pulse.
I bet he does.
Yeah.
And it's just like, is his reality our reality, though?
I know.
That's the question that you have to
Yeah.
ask. I got in one, and the driver was a little shaken up, and I was like, what's going on?
Oh, no.
Who has been in here before
Yeah.
me? And he said he had just gotten this really nice young physician who had just proposed to his girlfriend.
In the Uber?
She didn't want to sign a prenup. And he said he had to have her sign the prenup, so they broke off the engagement, and that guy
Oh.
just got in his car. So he had to kind of be a therapist
Oh
to him.
wow.
I know.
Maybe that was the family pushing the
It might have
the
been.
son. Hey,
Yeah.
you better get this girl to sign it.
Well, also, I mean, he probably didn't buy coffee. He probably put away for his retirement
Yeah.
and didn't want some broad coming and taking it.
Yeah.
Swoop it in.
Giving 50 off.
Well, she's going to Starbucks every day, not saving for her
Yeah,
retirement.
she was looking out for a 50 off sale.
We're assuming a lot here. We don't know. Maybe she was retiring soon. And
Not
had a
only
lot
do we
of
assume,
fun.
but we generalize.
I know. I love it.
Hey, but that's fun. That
But you
makes
know
it
what
fun.
story I was doing to really switch gears, but I'm like still knee deep in it right now? The MCSO,
The body cam.
the body cam footage is incredible.
So you're following the story
Yes.
that of the naked suspect.
So I think it was a week ago today.
It was
Wasn't it?
Thursday.
Yes, Thursday. Everybody kind of knows about this, raised a lot of eyebrows and a lot of questions around the valley. How did this naked woman manage to steal a deputy's truck?
Yes.
In a matter of literally seconds.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting to see. Have you seen it?
No, can we
It's
show
really-
it?
Can we pull it up?
Where is it? Is it at? Is it in
Well, we have
folder
to make sure
raw?
that it's blurred because obviously
Let's look at it
she's
before.
disrobed.
This looks like we can. Yeah, this is the one because it's for Facebook.
Okay.
So let's take the people through it.
Okay. So here's
Wait, hold on. Let's.
because I really have a good play-by-play on this.
Okay, so we're showing this. Here we go.
Okay, so
Let
this
me-
is who deputies say is 31-year-old Lisa Luna from Mesa, okay?
Okay.
They respond to a naked woman at this Gila Bend Shell station. So she walks by, he goes, ma'am, can I help you?
Mm-hmm.
And she goes,
Oh, boy.
I've been raped, but
Wow.
I'm okay. So obviously you can hear in the officer's voice, very concerned, goes, let me see if I can get you something, ma'am. Let me see if I can get you a blanket.
Yeah.
She clearly is disoriented, kind of walking around, not really answering a lot of his questions. So he goes, this is when he goes, I think I might have a blanket or something. So he starts walking around. He goes back to his truck, and you'll see he starts digging in the back seat, okay?
Okay.
Now, all this while, and you'll see, and this is actually my favorite part, Mike, I gotta show you. So he's in the back seat, right? Looking up, digging through. Look at this. Look at her face. Right there.
Wait.
In the corner.
Ooh, that was
okay?
a little scary.
So he grabs the blanket. Now count seconds, right?
Yeah.
Getting the blanket, turns the corner of the truck. She's nowhere to be found. She's in there, locked it.
Oh, she
and wait
locked
for
it already.
Wait for it. Takes off.
Oh,
Takes
wow.
off.
That's
and the guy,
rough.
the poor deputy's hanging on to the side.
Yeah.
There goes the body cam.
Oh my,
know.
that happened so fast.
So fast.
Wait, was the poor officer stuck? Like, did he have something?
Apparently he was trying to hang on, which, if anybody, this is not advised, If someone is stealing your car, do not try to hang on.
Yeah, don't
okay?
hang on.
Thankfully, he only had minor scrapes and
Sure.
bruises, was released from the hospital, but I mean, that can really,
Yeah.
that can mess you up.
Interesting, because
But
when
you saw, look how quickly that happened.
I know.
Because everyone was kind of like, how did this go down? You know, how did a woman
Yes.
manage to get in the front seat and then take off? And that's how,
Wow.
because, you know, he was being a nice guy. She said that she was sexually assaulted, which I have to say, she later said, hey, that was a total lie. Nothing
Yeah.
happened to me. I was just high on meth and spice. And yeah, so that added another felony of lying to a police.
So she's looking at a lot of time.
Several felony charges. It's a $50,000 bond. She was booked into Maricopa County Jail.
Wow. Wow.
And this is why you don't do drugs, kids.
That's, folks, not
That's-
today.
if you take away
not
one,
today.
if you take away one thing, don't do that.
Yeah.
Because
So-
she said in her initial court appearance, she went on for a while saying, I was not myself that day.
Oh no, no, yeah, yeah, that
Clearly.
was. But you know what? When you look at her, though, it wasn't like she was erratic, though. She was just kind of more
No,
mellow, right?
A little
I thought,
disoriented too.
I thought it
And
would make you all like
you have to-
erratic.
you have to agree that for as disoriented as she is, she works very quickly, as we saw.
Yeah.
It takes seconds for her to get in the truck. And I mean, that excuse of being sexually assaulted, you can hear it in the officer's voice. He's very
Yes.
concerned. He goes, okay, we're gonna, you're gonna be okay. We're gonna get this
Sure.
figured out. And I mean, the lie kind of matched up. I mean, she's disrobed, she's disoriented, she's acting like she just went through this ordeal. So at first you feel for her, but then you find out
You
it's because
find-
she's on meth and spice.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh.
I know.
Now,
Not
do
a
you-
good combination.
Now, do you think if the roles were, if it was different gender, if it was a naked man, do you think that man would have been able to even get close to the vehicle? I'm saying because do you think the officer
I don't
wanted to
know.
distance himself just a little bit because he's
I
dealing
think
with a girl that's
Obviously,
naked?
you want to be as respectful as possible because of obviously what you just said.
Yeah.
I think he didn't want want to stand in front of her, making her feel more
Sure.
uncomfortable. So of course he goes, with discretion, goes to try to get a blanket. But seriously, it's. I haven't seen body camera footage like this in a while.
I know. Yeah.
In a while.
That is interesting there. So is that going to be your story for this evening as well?
This evening I'm actually on something else.
Oh.
But I feel like this will definitely run
I
again.
call it twofer.
Yeah, twofer. Yes. I've been on several stories today. Sometimes that happens,
Hey,
the news business.
you know what? That's
We're
why.
always looking for the freshest stories to bring.
That's what makes it a little bit addicting too.
Yeah,
You know, you never know what you're going to get for a certain day.
yeah.
Makes it fun to
Absolutely.
chase.
It does make it fun to chase.
That's interesting there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Reading some of your comments.
Yeah, some of those comments, guys. Wow, very interesting.
Spice as in synthetic weed sold at gas stations. Is it sold at gas stations?
It could be. Could be. I know
mean,
there was
I'm not a
times-
Spice customer,
I
so
know
I
there was
don't-
times where it was. I don't know how
Yeah.
you're able to buy it, but
Yeah.
interesting stuff there.
Maybe
What,
that'll be a special project.
Yeah, that could be.
The inside world of Spice.
what happens after a weekend bender of Spice?
Oh my gosh.
You start
A whole
stealing. You start
weekend
stealing.
bender?
You start stealing police cars naked.
Jeez. I mean, I'm sure when that came over the scanner, everyone was like, I think we heard that wrong.
Yeah.
You know? That's when we have to do a double take.
I was thinking about it. I was like, well, in the Hangover movie, they stole the police car, but they weren't naked, so
Yeah.
they got away with it.
And they got a lot of money for that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, Marcy, I'm glad you. I love when you just,
It's been an eventful
Yeah.
Fox News Now.
No, it's
adventure
always
for me.
it's always
Yes.
good for it. I like when you pop in and just
I
want to say hello.
love it, Mike. You're
That's
great.
good. That is good. Well, you know what, folks? Let's show you the Capitol here for a little bit. Just a little bit. Thanks so much.
Capitol. Classic Capitol shot.
Thanks so much, Marcy, for always
course.
stopping by there.
or early intervention systems that don't exist right now, policies and procedures that reflect the latest
Whenever
and
we
greatest of
introduce
our
something,
profession in
whenever we teach a
2017,
principle,
the
it has
cops
to help
on the
them play.
street will absolutely benefit from this consent decree. And I say that all the time because there's a conversation out there from time to time whether or not a crime fight and a consent decree, a reform effort, can exist at the same time. And of course they can exist. They're not mutually exclusive. I have no doubt that when we eventually emerge from this consent decree, we will be better crime fighters and we will have greater, more respectful, trustful relationships with our community. And I'm looking forward to that process. We have not been standing still for the last year and a half, and I know the mayor mentioned that. We've made several reforms. We've addressed several areas that need to be addressed, but the consent decree gives us a path forward, a roadmap to the future, so no matter who is standing in particular positions, things can continue to get accomplished. So it's no longer a singular person who is pushing reform. So whether it's Congressman Elijah Cummings, whether it's City Council President Jack Young, or Chair of our Public Safety Committee Brandon Scott, or our own State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, or myself or the mayor, when all of us eventually move on down the road, this process will still stand like a mountain to finally and fundamentally address some of the shortcomings that have existed in Baltimore for a really long, long time. So I'm looking forward to this process. I'm inviting the police officers in Baltimore to have a conversation with me tomorrow to talk about what the consent decree means to them and to hear, to continue to hear their concerns. But it's a journey that we're proud to be a part of. I too received those late night phone calls that the mayor received from a very dedicated team, and the moment I start mentioning names, I'll forget them. But on our side, on our negotiation team, Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson, Chief Ganesha Martin, City Solicitor David Ralph, Suzanne Sangri, and so many others really fundamentally care about what public safety means in Baltimore in 2017. So what I'm looking forward to, Madam Attorney General, a year or so from now, for the remainder of the 18,000 police departments in America, when they look at Baltimore, they look at us as a place to go to figure out how we turn things around. So it's a proud day for Baltimore, and I'm just so glad to be a part of it. And I guess the next person is the one that keeps us all in check, because Vanita Gupta certainly keeps me in check from time to time. So thank you.
It's hard to follow the commissioner, but thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you, Attorney General Lynch. But I really also want to especially thank Mayor Pugh and the commissioner for their cooperation and I think incredibly intense focus over the last days and weeks throughout this process. And before that, obviously, the prior administration. But this mayor and commissioner have really been very clear about their commitment to reform and to enhancing the Baltimore City Police Department, and I'm truly grateful, as is the Justice Department. I want to also thank the people of Baltimore, including the city's police officers, for their commitment to this process. I know this process has not always been easy, but to the hard work also that everyone is engaged in every day to ensure public safety for the people of Baltimore. And I want to thank my team from the Civil Rights Division, including Steve Rosenbaum and Tim McGatt and the entire team for their outstanding work on this case, working with a really inspiring team at BPD and at the city for making this happen. Last August, the Justice Department announced the findings of our investigation, and we had described in that a series of systemic violations, unconstitutional stops, searches and arrests, discriminatory policing, excessive force, and retaliation against people engaging in constitutionally protected expression. These practices eroded trust, and they put the lives of officers and residents at risk. We also pledged in August that we would work together with the city and with BPD to identify the reforms that were necessary to fix the problems that we found and include those reforms in a court-enforceable, independently monitored consent decree. We listened to what community members, to what police officers, to what union leaders had to say. We read carefully the many, many thoughtful written submissions that we received in the course of this process. And I want to thank all of the stakeholders who shared their ideas with us. It was vitally important. We then spent months negotiating the agreement that we are here today to announce. As the Attorney General just said, the robust agreement that we are announcing includes a whole range of reforms that are designed to advance constitutional policing, to restore community trust, and to promote public and officer safety. Under the consent decree, the city and BPD will implement comprehensive reforms to end the legacy of Baltimore's zero-tolerance policing. And in its place, Baltimore is empowering its officers to engage in proactive, community-oriented policing. Through informed policies, training, and oversight, the city and BPD will ensure that officers conduct stop searches and arrests in a manner that complies with the law and promotes public safety. They will ensure that officers use appropriate de-escalation techniques and attempt to resolve incidents without use of force when possible, and use force in a manner that is proportional to the threat presented. They will transport detainees in a manner that keeps them safe. They will ensure that officers investigate sexual assault thoroughly and without gender bias. They will dispatch officers who are appropriately trained in interacting with people in crisis or with behavioral health disabilities when a police response is appropriate. They will ensure that allegations of officer misconduct are fully, fairly, and efficiently investigated, and ensure that the disciplinary system is fair, consistent, and provides due process. And in addition, the city and BPD will establish a community oversight task force, as the mayor mentioned, to recommend reforms to the current system of civilian oversight. They will ensure that officers who have the great challenging jobs every day receive the equipment and technological upgrades and guidance and support that they need to do their jobs safely and effectively. And it will ensure that BPD performs a staffing study to ensure a sufficient number of officers and supervisors. Going forward, we will need the ongoing support and engagement of this entire community, from officers to residents to city officials. This is your city, and this is your police department. As I said back in August, and as the Attorney General and the Mayor have said, real and lasting reform is not going to happen overnight. It's going to happen over time as we work together to change cultures and fix systems and reform practices. Many people in the Baltimore community have already been asking us kind of what happens next. And today, we just filed the consent decree in federal court, and together with the city and BPD are asking the court to make the settlement a court order. And when we did, both the city and the Justice Department asked the court to hold a hearing and provide an opportunity for the community to share its views on the decree. Once the court approves the decree, the next step will be to select an independent monitor to provide technical assistance to the city and BPD and assess their compliance with the decree. And we will engage in a process that is transparent and provide opportunities for public input into that process. We have come a long, long way, and let me be clear, Baltimore has not stood still during this process. Instead, BPD immediately began making improvements, and this has been, I will say, a real and engaging partnership, and I'm grateful. It's been a real and engaging partnership with all of the parties who have been bringing their ideas to the table, and with the leadership in this city, including Mayor Pugh and Commissioner Davis, with the engagement of this amazing community, and with the input of Baltimore police officers and leaders, from union officials to line officers to command staff, I know the Baltimore Police Department can be a model for the rest of the nation. And I know this because we have seen it happen in other communities around the country over the last several years where we have been engaged. There's no question that this is hard work. But given our experiences in many other cities, I firmly believe that with focused, measurable, and detailed reforms, when they're implemented effectively with the kind of support and commitment by the leaders of this city and all of the committed stakeholders and community members, these reforms will restore community trust and advance officer and public safety. Thank you very much.
So we will thank you, everyone, and I want to acknowledge our state's attorney is here. There are so many groups and organizations that are represented. I won't go into all of that, but we're also here to entertain a few questions. Congressman, I know that you're going through something right now. I don't know if you want to say a few words.
I'll be very brief. Is that all right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me say this. I want to thank you, Madam Mayor, and everybody who has been involved in this process. You know, one of the things that I say to my staff, Madam Mayor, every day is what can we deliver to our constituents? And this is a gift, hopefully, that will keep on giving for years and years and years. Because it gives our young people and so many others in our city and our police department an opportunity to work together to reestablish that trust that you talked about, Commissioner. And I want to thank every single person, because when we're dancing with the angels, this decree will hopefully bring that kind of trust so that our people will be able to work together. And last but not least, let me say this, that, you know, so often people spend a lot of time pitting the police against the neighborhood. I've said it many times. Our neighborhoods and our community need the police, and our police need the community. Anybody who knows anything about fighting crime knows that. And so I'm excited about this moment, and I want to thank you again, Madam Mayor, for everything you've done, and the entire team, and you, Madam Attorney General. Thank you for coming to Baltimore over and over again and saying, and on behalf of our entire federal delegation, we thank you.
Thank you. Jane? Yes, of course.
Process going forward during the last week of the administration, the Obama administration. So the appointment of the independent monitor will be made by whom from the Department of Justice?
So I'm actually, thank you for that question. I think process is very important here. And I'm going to have Vanita Gupta give some specifics on that as well. This has been, as we've discussed, a long and iterative process, and it will live on past this administration, because it really is for the city of Baltimore, and we know that Baltimore will pick it up and carry it forward as well. As we've mentioned, the consent decree was filed in court this morning. The next step is for the judge to order the hearing that has been discussed to allow for community input of the document itself. But I do want to just make one point about that. We want that community input because it's a continuation of the community input we've had throughout this entire process. We've all been to meetings, we've received input, letters, documents from community members, and a lot of that, frankly, so much of that fueled the negotiating phase as well. So the community input is there, but it continues, and now the formal part of it begins. Once we receive all of that input, the search for the monitor begins. And that's a process, again, that the Justice Department will continue to stay involved with. I'm going to have Vanita give you some specifics on that.
The monitor process is going to begin quite immediately. The Justice Department will be putting out a request for applications. We will have an open and transparent process, and then we will be working with the city to identify the eligible candidates from that pool. There will be an opportunity for public input into the monitor selection process. Ultimately, the monitor, we will be making recommendations to a federal judge who has the consent decree, and the federal judge will have the ultimate authority to appoint the monitor. But it will be, as the Attorney General said, a vetted process and a collaborative process with the city.
Question.
Madam Attorney General, we were talking to a woman from Baltimore earlier who had lost family members to violence in the city. She's skeptical on if this reform will actually change violence in the city, on if other people won't experience what she's experienced. How would you address that skepticism?
Well, first, I would offer every sympathy for her loss. And the fact that it's shared by so many thousands of other families does not diminish it for her. Because losing any soul in a city diminishes the whole city. I think that this agreement, particularly as it focuses on providing training and equipment to the police department and making sure that they have the information and the tools that they need to both fight crime and engage the community in that process, will be helpful going forward. And I actually talked to people like this lady also who've had these grievous losses and who do want to know, is an agreement like this going to make a difference? And what I say is, when we look at other cities where we have worked on not just community trust, but also strengthening the community's participation in law enforcement and law enforcement's responsiveness to the community, we do see positive results in crime. We do see that. Now, obviously, violent crime has a host of roots. And so that's why we're also working with cities across America on those root issues as well. Firearms, drugs, the heroin opioid epidemic. We're also working with cities, including Baltimore, on those issues as well, where we can bring in federal resources, we do, where we can work with our local law enforcement partners with whom we work on all of those aforementioned issues. We also do that as well. So what I would say to that lady is, again, this consent decree is going to empower the community, and it will also strengthen the police department in their pure crime-fighting role, as well as the role that engages the community in that. And with that, we hope that we will have a reduction in crime in Baltimore, but more importantly, an increase in the participation of the community in this entire process.
What kind of measurables are in the consent decree? And Madam Mayor, how will the community task force, how will those numbers be presented?
Do you want to go first? Or? Okay. Well, with respect to the measurables, again, I will have Vanita address some of those specifics there as well. But the monitor will be working with the police department, with the community. There will be a series of requirements that the police department and city have to attain, and there will be reports given to the judge on a regular basis. Do you want to add anything to that?
We have currently in the consent decree a set of outcome measures that are used to benchmark kind of ongoing reforms and progress with meeting the terms of the consent decree. Once a monitor is put in place, the monitor will also work with the police department, the city, and the Justice Department to further elaborate on those outcome measures and produce reports. These reports from the monitor will be public, so all of the community in Baltimore will have access to those reports to assess and understand the progress that is being made along the terms of the consent decree.
There actually is an outline as to how people are to apply, because it will be an open process where individuals across the city can apply to be a part of that task force. We do want to make sure that it's geographically represented. It's not a large task force, but we want geographically, and we want it to be inclusive of the entire community. And as soon as we get all of that information, you'll see everything will be online and available, and we'll probably announce that process as well.
With the new administration coming in next week, what power, as the Attorney General, what power will the new Attorney General have to undo the work that you've done?
Well, I think what we're seeing today is an example of, frankly, the ongoing relationships that the department has forged over the course of several years and several administrations with cities and police departments in these situations. This agreement will live on. It is court enforceable. There will be an independent monitor, and it will live on as a document of the court and as a binding agreement between the city and the Department of Justice. We also have obligations under this consent decree as well in terms of information, training, and materials that we are to provide to help the city and the police department as well. And so this agreement is binding, and it will live on.
I think you should also mention that everybody assumes, because you're leaving, that everybody at the Justice Department is leaving. But
so not the case.
So not the case. And many of the members that are on the negotiating team remain as well. Am I correct?
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Thank you.
I think this question, please.
Madam Mayor, how long do you suspect it will take to reform the Baltimore Police Department?
Well, let me just say that there is a review process in place. I know that after 2 years, we take a look at where we are, and then again in 5 years where we are. I think what the Attorney General has said, and even the Commissioner and our Congressman, this is not an overnight process, but that's why community engagement is important. But again, the technology and all the tools that are necessary will be made available. And that's why I mentioned earlier the conversation that I had with my congressional delegation is important.
Hi, everybody.
Because we didn't look at this from a cost perspective, but we realize that we need additional resources. And I can tell you that we've gotten phone calls from foundations at just reaching out. The other day, I got a commitment from the Ford Foundation, I believe it is, for $1 million for this particular activity. So we know that resources are going to be made available to us, and we hope that in this effort that we'll see, we become the model. I mean, that's our goal, to become the model in the nation. Well, let me just say, a lot of this is around training and technology, but also setting up the monitor. We do have an idea what that piece is going to cost, but we're still looking at the technology. We want the best. And again, as I said to the congressional delegation, I'm not interested right now in what that price tag is. I'm more interested that we get the reform tools, mechanism, and process in place.
Commissioner Davis, you have a hot team set up for the homeless community. How do you plan on engaging some of the grassroots community to be a part of that with the homeless individuals in certain encampments? How do you plan to put that, implement into the degree?
So I'm glad you mentioned our hot team, our homeless outreach team. We stood them up a couple months ago. And there are 3 officers who are dedicated full-time to reaching out and helping people. And the connections that they've made with families and other city and government services has been amazing. It's amazing what 3 dedicated people with a capacity for humanism can do. And these 3 officers have been featured in the local media, and I'm so proud of their work. And that's the type of work we need to duplicate throughout the city with any group of folks, quite frankly. I met the other day with my LGBT community, a committee I meet with them monthly. So it's important for us to reach out to not only underserved communities, but to groups who feel disenfranchised from law enforcement, and we're committed to doing just that, and in fact, we are doing just that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, you said you have an idea what the training and technology improvements will cost. Can you share that?
No, I'm not quite sure. I've seen costs that can go between 9, 13, 30. I mean, we don't know exactly what that cost is going to be. But here's what we do know. We're committed to doing whatever.
All right, folks, we do have now coming up for you next on the Fox 10 News Now stream, a White House event talking about organizational transformation.
I was detained at security for a half an hour in the beginning, so yeah, the security it works in here. So I have had the opportunity to have conversations. I believe the event is being hosted at the behest of Secretary McDonald, and I want to thank you very much for bringing us together. Yeah, it's terrific. It's terrific. We have Secretary Pritzker, who has done ridiculously varied, awesome things. She has, I mean, it's actually mythical. But the number of companies she started and been successful in, and the range of them is, I think, immortal. And then you decided to come and do your first active service, and so way to use a warm-up job to do it. And have done extraordinary things at Commerce, and it will be a pleasure to talk with you about that. But a rock star in everything you touch, so I'm not going to say I hope your personal life isn't good, but it would be karmic if you had at least something going on there. And then next is Beth, who is the Acting Director of Office of Personnel Management, which I think there are 2 things to just consider about that. There are 2 million federal employees, 250,000 new hires every year, and I believe Beth gets to call the snow days. So that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot on that. And then Administrator Bolden, who my sons are 9 and 5, and Administrator Bolden, you are the most important person in the world in terms of that. They have a lot of questions that I'll ask you offline in terms of that. But also you run an organization that is the number one. The employees have the highest level of engagement, year after year after year, and it doesn't matter if you're doing a transformation or not. Employees have the number one level of engagement, and you have been on every single side of it. You have been an astronaut of incredible consequence. You have led this agency, and not just to do what it does, but then I suspect in your spare time you do things like make planes a lot better, which is great. So we haven't, yeah, but really like cleaner, quieter, safer planes, they're coming because he has weekends. So we have an unbelievable opportunity to think about transformations. And so I have some questions that are really just meant to get the juices going, and then after having had conversations and reading so much about you, I know the best thing I can do is get out of the way. But I will start with you, Secretary McDonald. And the first question I have is, or the first comment is that you talk a lot about principles, not rules. I could have used one at the front gate. But in seriousness, what occurred to me, what happened to me at the front gate was because we need those rules. And you want, and I love it, you aspirationally want us to be guided by principles. So I'd like to hear about why you think in an organization like the VA that has hundreds of thousands of employees and is so distributed, how you think principles could possibly work, and why not just make exquisite rules?
That's a great question, Francis, and one that I love my colleagues' comments on. You know, by definition, government is a rule-based organization. In fact, we have a building with, you know, several hundred people in it, with a big dome on it, where all they do is make rules. And what you find is... Which building is that? What you find is when you create a rule, you have an unintended consequence which you may not have anticipated. The best customer service organizations in the world, and I use USAA as a classic example, are principle-based. Why? Because the employee can't guess every situation they're going to have and then have time to look in the rule book to figure out how they should behave. So at VA, we have been juxtaposing two situations. One situation was in Spokane, where one of our employees, frontline employees, gets a call from a veteran with a broken foot, says, I need help getting into the building. The employee says, I'm sorry, there's a rule here that says I can't help you, call 911. He calls 911, fire truck, EMT come, carry him 100 meters into the building. It seems to me that good customer service, if that were your mother, is that what you would do? No, you would go out and help them come into the building. You juxtapose that with what happened in White River Junction, Vermont, where one of our nurses, Sharon Levinson, noticed her veteran missed an appointment. Not unusual for a mental health appointment. 20% of mental health appointments are missed across the industry, not just VA. And she was worried, though, and she knew this person. She got in touch with the VA police, got in touch with the county police. They went out and looked at the house. There was no footprints in the snow. They broke into the house and discovered he was wedged between furniture, unconscious, on his way to death. They put him in the hospital, revived him, and he's healthy today. We need to be, if we're going to succeed in our vision to become the #1 customer service organization of the federal government, we've got to be principle-based rather than rule-based.
As a follow-up to that, I guess if you broke into the house and he was watching TV, you would need to not consider that a failure and not have anyone get in
Exactly.
trouble, right?
It's a great point. One of the biggest barriers to creating a principle-based organization is the leadership. You have to have trust between the leadership and the employee. The leadership has to have the back of the employee. So if they make that decision and they discover they're wrong, you celebrate that. And I think John, who was on the previous panel, actually had a case early on in his transformation where the employee tried something and it failed, and he promoted them. And that's a great way to get the point across.
And I think when he called him into the office, the employee was pretty sure he was getting fired.
Get fired,
Yeah,
of course,
yeah,
of course,
and,
yeah.
Instead getting, does the rules versus principles resonate to others? And if so, would be delighted. That it seems like it does for you.
Yeah, just press it down.
I got it, you know, it's a real challenge, as the Secretary was describing, because as Bob was describing, I know, I've been trying to get them to call me Beth at OPM, it hasn't really succeeded. When you're operating at the scale and complexity of the federal government, it is hard in a place that is very disparate. Of the 2 million people, 85% of them don't work in Washington, D.C., so they are out in the country, defending the country, serving citizens. You've got to figure out how you can do that in a way that you've got that confidence and have their back. I know at OPM, we spend a lot of our time and energy not just telling people to follow the principles and the rules, but trying to get people to follow the real rules, not the rules that have been sort of adapted over time forever. And so you've got to get that mindset right and in partnership and make that work.
Please.
Yeah, what I would say is, you know, absolutely principles versus rules, because you can't rule make for every instance. That's crazy. And second, it limits the thinking of your employees. And ultimately, what you really want is the folks working for you to be, entrepreneurs, organizational entrepreneurs, and to understand where you're trying to take the organization, and then have their own ideas about how to get there, and in fact, help you be clearer about how we might actually achieve and accomplish the objectives. And we did that by doing a strategic plan, and saying, you know, we're about 5 things. And then what was amazing, you know, we said we're about trade and investment, we're about innovation, about environmental intelligence, data, and organizational excellence. And what happened was, I didn't define what those things meant. Our teams did, and what happened is we had a cross-department group come together and say, if we're gonna do organizational excellence, we have serious problems with acquisitions, financial management, human resources, and information technology. They came together and said, at our executive management team, we want to address those problems, and we're having them in, you know, whether it's at Census or at the Patent and Trademark Office or at International Trade Administration. I mean, we run 12 agencies that are rather disparate. They're all customer-facing, but they're all very different. But they had a common set of problems. And they then proposed to me, they wanted to create a shared services platform. And then they devised it, and they came and said, here's how we'll share the cost among ourselves. And so we've ended up with this enterprise-wide delivery model of these services. It took us almost 18 months plus to get Congress to buy into it.
So
Because
you were all ready.
we were ready, and we've been sitting, and we in fact hired the head of the, we got someone very senior who ran shared services at Accenture to say they wanted to come in and run this thing. And we spent 18 months, it took us 18 months for Congress to get it, that this was, you know, how we could be a much more customer-centric approach to delivering internal services to our department. And we're not as large as what, you know, what, certainly not the VA. And, you know, we're like 46,000 employees. So we're small relative to a lot of other organizations, large on an absolute scale. But the point that was just made that I think is really critical is when your employees take a risk to come to you and say, here's how we think we can do this better, if you're not prepared as a leader to back them up, then you will shut down that kind of entrepreneurship for a very long time. And, you know, you can ask, I asked questions, I wanted to understand the business plan, I wanted to know how we were gonna pay for it, how we're gonna do it. You can ask, but at some point, you've got to let the organization own itself. The other place where having the backs of your employees is when dealing with challenges. So how do you get our employee base, the federal employee base, to take risk? There's no upside for these folks to do it, and yet for us to try and run good organizations, you need the person who's gonna walk out on the sidewalk and help the poor person. You need someone to take a risk, use their common sense. How do you get them to tell you they have a problem? So you know, when I was in the private sector, I used to say, you know, as the leader, if, let's say someone didn't directly report to me, as a courtesy, they would let me interview the person before they were gonna get hired. And I would say, you wanna know how to get fired here? And they'd look at me like I was crazy, and I'd say, 2 ways. First, lie, cheat, or steal. You're out of here. And the second is keep a problem to yourself, right? Because what happens with problems? They get worse. They don't get better, they get worse. And so I tried to bring that concept to the federal government. If you have a problem, the worst thing that happens is the secretary reads about it in the newspaper. The best thing that can happen is the earlier you bring it to our attention, I promise you, you get extra resources to deal with your problem. And so then what happens is you as a leader and you as a senior management team, you've got to be prepared to back up that promise. So someone comes and puts a real problem and dumps it in your lap and says, here's the problem. And of course, in the federal government, everybody wants to run the other direction. Not on my watch, didn't happen, let's cover it up, blah, blah, blah. And instead, we said, oh, okay, that's a problem. Let's put more resources to try and solve that problem. And you have to and then you can't play the blame game right out of the box. You've got to really instead say, how are we going to solve the problem? Then diagnose how it happened.
May I ask, how much did your knowing perhaps that you weren't going to be in government for the long term give you the liberty to do that?
That had nothing to do with it, because basically, these problems tend to blow up fast. The resolution of them takes a long time, but they tend to get worse and become you can't let them just sit and hope, oh my God, I've only got 24 months left, and hopefully nobody notices this problem. It's gonna you better deal with it. And so then, but it's been really interesting to watch the organization respond to the idea of principles, not rules, and willingness to have their backs. And you have to demonstrate it by actually, when they come and they say, I have this great idea, we want to do, enterprise-wide services, to say that, that's not nuts, let's figure out how we can do that really well.
Yeah, and the history is littered with leaders wanting enterprise-wide services and try to push it down, and the organisms reject it. So I think it's quite clever that you set the conditions for it to be asked for.
We just set the aspiration, we wanted organizational excellence. We want to beat NASA too.
We do too.
We all do. But
That's
so.
adorable.
It's true. Everybody does.
But you know what? And you know what?
Charlie sets a high bar.
And Charlie, go Charlie, because
Yeah,
the
you
more,
bet.
the higher his bar, the more it helps us to say, hey, why can't we be that? Right? And so then your own team says, okay, we want to do, here's an idea how we could, reduce frustration, increase employee engagement, and, have better scores.
So Charlie, let's just go right to it. What's the, aside from the fact that, if you're an astronaut, there aren't a lot of other places to work. What is it that creates such incredible employee engagement year after year, decade after decade?
Well, one thing that helps is we're a mission-oriented organization. Bob and I, both being military, we know what that means. The military is like that. They have a mission to do, so that really helps. But that doesn't make for employee engagement. We have a number of, when you talk about principles instead of rules, we live and work in space now for 6 months at a time, minimum, for a crew member. And so, unlike the old shuttle days when I flew, where you had something every 5 minutes on your plan for the day. So there was no flexibility. You followed the rules, the flight plan. Today, it's impossible to do that for a crew, because a crew that launches today, 4 weeks from now, may be working an experiment that just happened to come into play. So we teach them basic principles for, okay, if you're going to do this kind of experiment, here's some things you might think about. And then we put them in touch with the ground so they can get help. But the big thing is we encourage failure. We have a philosophy that says fail early, fail smart, or smartly, I guess, to be appropriate. For my mother was a librarian, so I want to make sure I say that right. But it is because we depend on technology to advance. If we don't develop new technologies, we're not going anywhere. We're sitting on the ground. And the only way you're going to do that is to be willing to take bold risks, and every once in a while fail. So that's why we say fail early, fail smartly. What you don't want to do is fail when you're getting ready to put a human being on the vehicle. We don't count risk the same in every case. If we're just sending cargo to the International Space Station, for example, we rely on commercial entities today. NASA does not provide transportation from Earth to space, and we never will again. When we phased the shuttle out in the summer of 2011, we did it because the president said, look, previous presidents said they wanted to do this, nobody put the money on it, I am, and so we started developing or facilitating the success of a commercial space launch industry. And so we now have two companies, Boeing and Orbital ATK and SpaceX, that carry cargo. A third company, Sierra Nevada, is about to join them. We have two companies, Boeing and SpaceX, that are now building crew modules that are going to carry our astronauts to space, hopefully not this year, but next year if all goes well. So right now, we're relying on the Russians. We can't do that if we aren't willing to take risk, if we aren't willing to watch them and help them and give them the room to fail now and then. And, you know, we've had failures on the part of all of our commercial enterprises. So I think that's one thing that allows us to do what we do.
Yeah, please.
But, and to do that, being a customer of this enterprise, right? We're a customer at NOAA where we send our satellites up, but we use the NASA facilities, and in fact, we hand over the operations often of our satellites for the first period of months to NASA. The other thing that has to go on is we have to have transparency between departments, so that, and that creates opportunity for your employees to, we have to set a tone of what kind of engagement we want. And we have to, so it's not just your own organization, it's also what's the culture and what is, and how do you get those two cultures to work well together, so that we can, so that we can both be successful. So you make the transition to the private sector for vehicle launch, and we as a customer need to go right there with you. And that was, we just had a big launch that was hugely successful. But, you know, you think about it, that took years and years to happen. And I think the success was because our two cultures were also very similar. So it becomes more and more important, as I see it, in the federal government, to where we have one kind of approach. You can't afford anymore to have, like, the military be over here and have their approach and the Commerce Department over here, because the overlap of things we're doing together is greater and greater.
It's interesting, and then I'm going to go to you, Beth, that many of the units, it grew up in silos, and now they have had to develop the ability to partner, and that there's this real partnership, which frankly many organizations struggle with. And so what you're saying is that we need to do it, and indeed we have evidence of doing it quite well. It's beautiful.
And, you know, when you're thinking about doing what Penny described about working across, and we think about either OMB or OPM, we are trying to create some set of rules, because actually Congress mandates that you have to write rules, and when they pass laws, you have to write regulations. It is about trying to find the right balance that enables you to have sufficient commonality, but recognize that, like, the VA is very different from NASA, is very different from Commerce, the Department of Education, the Department of Agriculture. They're different between each other's and inside, too, right? Commerce is a great poster child for that. And so this is part of saying, how do you do this in a collaborative way? We are running with all these folks' teams a program now about trying to get folks to use the flexibility in the hiring system that works within the merit system principles, right? It's called Hiring Excellence. I brought my favorite book, right? Mythbusters, because people think they have to follow rules that actually don't exist.
It's true.
But
She only brought one copy, but yeah, and you just.
I got more in my briefcase.
And this is, now I understand, Penny, why you're so successful. You'll
No,
be
but-
leaving with the one copy.
So, but we went through and we did.
Or we have the most hiring problems.
We've got a big collaborative process that said, what are basically the 7 lessons we learned? And in the implementation process, we said to the agency, here's the 7 lessons and the X practices that work. 3 categories, 7 lessons. You come back and tell us which one is most important to your agency. How are you going to focus on that one? We're not going to tell you to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You pick 2, and by the way, if you need an extra one, add another here can come in, and you can do that instead. So you're trying to find some consistency, because agencies work together, but enough flexibility to do that. And that is, getting that balance right is really, really, really important and not so easy to do.
In our conversations, and in the previous panel, we talked a lot about communication. You have perhaps the most interesting communication challenge, in that the VA is often liked by one group of people more than another group of people at any moment in time. And I don't know that it's predictable which one it is. So you always have someone who needs magnificent communication. How do you handle that?
Well, you're right, Francis. The communications challenge at VA is very difficult, because no matter who's in charge of the government, there's always a political opposition. And in our case, there's a political opposition called the Concerned Veterans of America, which is a group of people funded by the Koch brothers, who think that if you can demonstrate that VA doesn't work, that then you can eliminate the Affordable Care Act, and there's no risk of nationalized health insurance, because VA is, in a sense, the poster child for this group, libertarian group, of nationalized medicine or integrated medicine. So you've always got that opposition, and even though the data says 86% plus of veterans prefer going to the VA, VA is a healthcare system, and people do die in a healthcare system. So anytime something negative may happen, it can be publicized. Another thing that happens is the crisis was publicized in 2014. The way Congress and government works is you have something called the Inspector General, you have the Office of Special Counsel. They start doing studies, and then they publish them over time. So even Richard Burr, a senator, said to me, he said, "You don't want this job." He says, "As long as you're going to be there, some study is going to be published about what happened 3 years ago." So while you're in the midst of transformation, you've got agencies of government publishing studies about 2014 or 2013 or 2012, which show up in the news as if it's current news. So the communications challenge is immense. There's no question about it. And as we all know, when you lead a transformation, the thing that you can't possibly do enough is communicate.
And it's interesting, as you spoke about your journey, that I almost felt like you would need, whatever everyone else needs, you need 2x of it in terms of
or even
capturing-
10x.
Or even 10x.
Yeah,
of it in
yeah,
terms of
no
capturing-
question about it.
and capturing the frame. Beth, you get to sit in the purview of seeing across all of these organizations, and you have said to me, and you had no irony in your voice when you said it, that the U.S. government wants to have the world-class organization everywhere it goes. And I was so moved by it, I had goosebumps, I was great, and then I went and had dinner with my family, and I told them that. Good. And then they just started telling me about their experiences. And none of them were positive. So how do we, you just have to be that when you're the leader? See, I think you really believe it. Like you would, so just help square the difference from, we go to the DMV.
DMV is not the federal government.
Help me, go there.
No, I'm quite seriously.
It's a myth, it's a myth.
It's a myth. No, but so I will tell you, having moved here from California, I have gone to the DMV. The DC DMV's ability to service you online, I just sold my car. I never had to put a foot in the DMV. I could do the whole thing online. I sent them a photo. I sent it in. I was done. By the way, that is not the federal government. That is the DC city government, who's done a terrific job with the DMV. And so there is this myth of things, and it's hard. You are, comparing this to at least my fellow former corporate context here. Think about a corporate context where today you are planning your budget for 2 years from now. You don't know what money you have to spend for the rest of this year. You don't know what money you are going to get for next year, and you're supposed to predict what you're going to need 2 years from now to a pretty granular level. In a corporate context, you would find a way to adapt through that, and when you had a problem somewhere, you would be able to move the funds to deal with that. I know, because
You wouldn't tolerate it in a corporate context.
that is not how things work here, because Congress controls the budgets, and that's their job. So it is just a very different context, and it operates at scale. There are lots of things the federal government does very well. The data that Penny's Department of Commerce provides to every single person in this room when we look up the weather on our iPhone, that is the federal government every single day. The vets who go to Bob's hospitals and get state-of-the-art care for the injuries they've suffered in combat, that's the federal government every single day. I see it, I believe it. It is not that it's perfect. If you call, the retirement line for former federal employees at OPM is too long when you call. I know that. It would be nice to have some money to fix it. But there is lots of stuff that works, and in fact, when it works, no one wants to write anything about it, so hence we have a small problem. But my colleagues, I know, feel as passionately about this as I do, so.
Yeah, I mean, I would say a couple of things. You know, one of the biggest challenges coming from the private sector into government is this issue that you've got all these, this control. There's not a lot of trust in your flexibility to move money around and move resources or move people around so much. Oh my God, you just want to move one person to do, instead of doing this, do that, because that's more effective, and actually we have an issue here. It's like, it is so complex and too difficult, and that's where trust has broken down. And the idea that, you know, certainly for Bob and I mean, you're a customer service facing organization of the highest order. We're of a different order, but I would argue the weather's equally as important, or as is getting a patent or a trademark, as is getting help to, you know, sell your goods abroad, or needing a license if you have dual use goods. I mean, these are basic services that we provide. But there's so little flexibility. It's really extraordinary, frankly. And the idea that you're going to, so for example, you were talking about steel right before this. So, you know, in the last 3 or 4 years, the surge in steel dumping is massive, right? And we want to get out, you know, and we do enforcement in that. But to add people took us, you know, a couple of years. And so it's because you're planning a budget for 2 years from now, if you're lucky that you have a budget. Budgets are better than no budgets, for sure, in terms of, well, because you have greater clarity, at least for 12 months. You know, having arrived right before the shutdown, and being open is better than shutdown. You know, I say that just because you're dealing in a sort of alternative universe when it comes to management. It's different, and I'm not critical of the fact that there are more stakeholders. Government should have more stakeholders and more process, and it shouldn't move at the speed of business. Except that we can't afford in a time when our digital technologies are changing the realities on the ground so quickly. We need to have greater flexibility. The other issue I would make is around reorganization. So our department's not, you know, President Obama called for reorganizing the way the federal government deals with American business. We have 16 different agencies that have some responsibility for businesses large and small. They are not all under the Department of Commerce. In fact, probably a third of them are someplace else. I will tell you that whether it's domestically in our innovation agenda, the idea that my job is to promote entrepreneurship and innovation, but the Small Business Administration has the money to help finance that is crazy. It doesn't make sense. I'm not saying merge SBA with some other part of commerce, but I think there should be an overarching Department of Business. So imagine the following. I'm sitting next to Satya Nadella from Microsoft. I said, what if Microsoft hadn't reorganized in 45 years? What kind of company would they be? We've got a company where we're going to market against, around the world, against the Chinese, the Japanese. I mean, we've got huge global competition. And XM is off first. It's not funded and not operational, or I guess it's maybe funded, but they effectively neutered it because they don't have a board and they don't have a quorum. But we don't have, 85 other countries in the world have an XM. Plus, it's an independent thing, so it's doing its own thing over here, as opposed to being aligned with, you know, a more coordinated fashion. So it's
even more remarkable what you've been able to accomplish, quite honestly, when you hear the nuance and of the constraints and see who is attracted and retained in the government and in.
And I think part of it is you know, President Obama set a tone of that we're a team, right? And that we have each other's back, and we absolutely have disagreements about things, but we're trying to solve for common, you know, we're trying to acknowledge everybody's equities and trying to solve for common solutions, like we did with NASA, or we've done with, you know, the intelligence community when it comes to the US-EU Privacy Shield so that we could keep doing $290 billion worth of digital trade with Europe. I mean, so it depends right now on kind of the team, but it doesn't really make organizational sense. But, you know, they didn't give it 24 hours of opportunity up on Capitol Hill when the president proposed this it was before my time, 4 years ago. And I think it's crazy. We're at a distinct disadvantage globally.
If I ever had a problem, I would want you to advocate for it.
Well,
Passionate.
I'm sorry, I don't want to, I think a number of things. Number one, the diversity of experience of this group is eye-opening relative to the ability to see the differences in the way government operates and how we can change government to operate more like Penny's business or Beth's experience. I'll give you an example. We've had some issues on being able to hire and retain certain people. Beth was able to identify a way we could add to what was in the rule book, and we fixed the situation. Had Beth not had her experience at McKinsey, maybe that wouldn't have come up. So how can we encourage more people not in government to enter government, rather than just having people who are in government forever? I think that's something certainly I'm trying to do, is pitch to our colleagues who have had other experiences to come into government. It's a fulfilling mission.
It also seems that, I think in the past, it probably was you almost feel like you're making a lifetime commitment. And I know that, Beth, you've thought a lot about how to do this as a tour of service. And my sense is that will make the pool enormously wider.
I know we've worked with everybody here around this one, right? In the exit memos that we all wrote to the president, right? I talked about sort of some of the things I think are important going forward. And this idea of people moving in and out, people move around when they do jobs. Like, that is the world we live in. And so how do you create an opportunity that is a accepted path? There's been a bunch of terrific things that this administration's done. The Presidential Innovation Fellows, I know you've had ones at NASA, ones at all of those places, right? Great opportunity for people with real innovation experience, technology talent to come into government, put those things to work. In theory, they're here for a year. About half of them have stayed. Beyond that, the chief technology officer at VA, who's been a phenomenal leader of, transformation to improve service to our veterans, is a former presidential innovation fellow. We're doing the same thing with data. We're trying to do the same thing actually at senior levels. I don't think there's a shortage of people who will do this. And I will tell you, for me personally, for all of the things where I say it's really hard to get things done, when you get it to work, it works at scale, it touches people's lives, and it's completely worth every moment you spend doing it, even though it's a challenge. And that's what these people find when they get here. It's not without its frustrations, but you can really make a difference. And a little bit of talent with people who are ready to receive it can change things.
So, Charles, one of the things that we haven't yet touched on, but it is the need to have a really accurate diagnosis before we can come up with a creative and clever prescription. And because you're known so well for all of the good things, can you offer us an illustrative example of a place where you needed a really accurate diagnosis?
We generally don't need a really accurate diagnosis, or we wouldn't go anywhere. We have learned, I always kid, and I'm kidding, okay? I don't want anybody to take this seriously, but I always tell people, I went to the Naval Academy and I learned to draw a graph with one data point. That's a joke, for those of you who didn't get it. But in space flight, particularly when you're talking about human space flight, we've been flying humans to space since 1960s. You are not going to get a statistically relevant set of data points when you're flying. Now we fly 3 people per launch every 3 months. We used to fly 7 people on the space shuttle, and a lot of flights was 9 a year. You multiply those numbers and add them all up, that is statistically irrelevant. So we have to make cosmos. My very best friend, one of my very best friends, Sergei Krikalev, with whom I flew my last space shuttle mission, is now the head of human spaceflight for Russia, for Roscosmos. That's when you get things. The military is incredible, because in the military, you form friendships with people that you used to think you hated. When I was told that I was going to go back to Houston, I was in D.C., and they said, we need for you to go back to command a space shuttle mission. I said, what is it? And they said, well, it's going to be the first joint Russian-American mission. I said, forget it. I have no interest in flying with any Russian. I trained my whole life as a Marine to kill them, and they trained to kill me. And my boss said, hey, calm down. He said, I have 2 guys in town. I'd like for you to meet them, and then come back in the morning and give me your opinion. Sergei Krikalev, with whom I flew, was civilian. Incredible engineer, spoke fluent English. The guy who ended up being the backup, Vladimir Titov, was a MiG-21 pilot, had trained to do exactly what I said, spoke not one word of English. The 3 of us had dinner. What we talked about that night was why we wanted to make the world better. We talked about our kids and our families, and we talked about what we thought we could do to make a difference. And I went in the next morning and I said, I'm in, because I think we can make a difference. So, you know, we've got to find ways to identify the people with whom we think we can work and then make it work.
I think an academic parallel is Harvard and Stanford. But we've moved beyond that ability.
Francis,
you are slightly terrifying to me. I don't know if anyone has ever said that to you, but just the resting state. I believe, I've heard that to be true, but holy cow, as a resting state, is it just me? I just want to make sure I'm all tucked in it.
Francis, can I say that the systems or the laws of government need to keep up with
Yes.
this change, right? I give you one example.
Although I actually think that you're going to lead this. You have to activate before the laws are going to follow.
Well, you have to activate to get the laws
Yeah.
to follow,
Yeah.
but we talked about the importance of faster cycle budgeting. Well, first of all, getting a budget, but then faster
Yeah.
cycle budgeting. I give you an example. Sunday, I'm going to Omaha, Nebraska, because we have a group of investors there who want to help us build a new VA hospital. They want to give us money. I don't have the authority I didn't have the authority to accept that money. I had to write a new law and then work to get Congress to pass it. And of course, I wrote it in a general way so I could do this in more geographies around the country. And when the law got passed, it was written for Omaha only. So, you know, how do we get the laws to match
Yeah.
the flexibility and agility that we need in order to better serve
Yeah.
our customers?
I'm pretty sure by influencing who is making the laws and who runs for those offices. But that's an academic's perspective, who I told the first group, you didn't hear it. I'm an academic, I don't do anything. I just inspire others to do things. I would love, if there a question from the group that you have burning inside of you? Please, let me bring this microphone so you can hear.
I'm curious, we're just a week away from a bit of a transformation here in the country, and all of your organizations will see the executive suites empty out. So how do you prepare your organizations for that, empowering those below you to lead through that transition and
Can I
transformation?
go first?
Mm-hmm.
We've been preparing for it for a year. Because I had decided that I didn't care who came in, I wasn't staying. That I was gonna stay with the president that brought me in, and when he left, I was leaving. And I'm privileged to have a person that I think is one of the most incredible civil servants in the country, a guy named Robert Lightfoot, who's our chief operating officer, if you will. He's my associate administrator. I started kind of feeding things to him and say, hey, get a team together and help us prepare how we're going to make the transition. How are we going to deal with the transition team that comes in from whichever candidate wins? Our hope was, and it didn't work, was that we would be able to talk to 2 transition teams. I think all of us planned for that, and it didn't work because nobody had a transition team until after the election, and then so we had what we had. But still, we stuck with the plan, and we're just trying to be welcoming and engaging and showing them what we have accomplished and telling them, I tell them that I'm doing I'm very fortunate in that we don't do anything that lasts a year or 2 years or sometimes 5 years in NASA. So a lot of our journey to Mars began 2 bushes ago, when you really look at it. And each incoming administration changed it, sometimes drastically, but.
That's an
they're only-
awesome new unit of analysis, 2 bushes ago.
Yeah, two bushes ago.
Yeah.
And actually, it started way long time ago, like with an Eisenhower, but
So
we're continuing
you have
that.
someone, you feel like you have continuity, and I know it was just announced yesterday, you have pretty gracious continuity. I'm wondering, do you also have as gracious of continuity, or is there?
I've met my successor. In fact, I spent several hours with him last week, taking him through what I thought were the things I wish someone had told me when I took this job, and also the concerns that I had in terms of organization. And then we had done kind of an analysis. I put together a 25-page document from me to my successor, in addition to I can't give it to him till he's confirmed, but it's, I walked him through most of it, including, here are the things, the red flags and things that that really I'm worried in the first 6 to 12 months could be challenges. And our department is so broad in its, we don't do the same thing everywhere. I mean, we just have so many different things that we do. So I tried, and I also laid out where I thought there were opportunities for quick wins for them to establish themselves. So that's on the side of working with the incoming transition. I think our transition's gone pretty well so far. At least that's the feedback I'm constantly asking our
One of the definitions of leadership that we hold dear is that leadership is about making others better as a result of your presence, which you have all done. But the second part, which is probably more important, and having it last into your absence. That's a direct attempt to make it better in the past absence. And I would just contrast it with, there are some ambassadors that leave their posts and clean out everything, including the Rolodex and everything, because private information might be more valued than the setting the next person up for success. And so I just want to highlight that's a lovely example.
But that's only one side of the equation. So then the question is for our I call our careers professionals, because they've made a decision, this is their profession. I've actually gone to every single department and met with the careers and talked with them about who and what they are and what they have accomplished, and about what, trying to give them confidence that they know. The truth is you come in as a secretary in a political team, in an organization that's as diverse as ours, there's no way you can get your arms around everything without working with the professional staff that are there. And so what I've told them is, look, you know your job. You know how to do standards. You know how to do the census. You know, it's okay that you're going to have new leaders. They want you to be successful. And so to give them some confidence and courage in the transition about persevering with their work and keeping their eye on the ball. Because our ultimate customer is really the business community. That's our biggest stakeholder. I mean, we obviously have the White House and we have the Hill and think tanks and all these others, but it's the business community that's the biggest beneficiary of our services. And so give them the confidence to do what they do, which is what, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes, but we're trying.
As a person who's, got in some ways oversight over 2 million, what's...
Well, so we're in a little, just factually at the moment, in a different position. We do not have a director named, and that is not unusual. That person in the last 2, party to different party transition arrived once in April and once in June. So for the career team at OPM, a period of uncertainty is not unusual. I think, like Penny said, we focused on a couple things. We have a whole series of things we're doing at OPM that are highly operational and nonpartisan. Strengthening our cybersecurity being one example, continuing to work on background investigations, making sure federal employees' health insurance gets processed. the guidance I've given to my team is very similar to yours, which is one, they have the expertise and, you know, having arrived here from outside, there are some quirky, unique, specific things you need to know to understand how to operate these processes in the federal government. They need to use their voice to provide that expertise, because people frankly don't even know what they're missing. Secondly, as I told them, and we have a chief management officer, sort of akin to what Robert Lightfoot does, that we created actually. We did this in thinking about transition. We didn't have that role at OPM, who will lead the agency. She's terrific. She's worked in the agency. She's a phenomenally collaborative, effective leader. And the marching orders I have given to my team, besides use your voices, you know what work needs to get done. And, you know, before I walk out of the door, I want to see your work plan through the rest of the year. I'm not going to be here to make you do it, but like, those are all the meetings I have between the rest of this week and next week. I want the whole thing spelled out, because as my team will tell you, I love people's work plans. And they've got them, and they're smart. They will adapt to new policy priorities. But in the meantime, we got to do a better job answering telephone calls or whatever it is we need to do.
So I want to take and I take this, I'm struck how perishable this moment is, right? We're going to be, the floor are going to evaporate. I mean, not, but you know what I mean. And so please make it good.
Jerry Mann, Department of Agriculture. Charlie, I hope I'm not putting you on the spot, but one thing I've been really impressed with is your use of, in procurement, of curated communities. And it's just a great story. I was wondering if maybe you'd share some of what you've been able to do.
Well, I mean, I gotta make sure I understand, oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're used to having people.
I'll give you one example. So we're in food, and so we have to measure what people eat. And
Got you.
Got you. Space station.
Yeah.
And the way you're able to go out and tap into literally millions of coders.
Exactly. And what he's talking about is we have a crew on space station that's there for 6 months, and you got to feed them. And unlike the shuttle, where a crew was able to pick out their menu for, if they were going for 7 days, then we put 14 days worth of food on. You can't do that on station. So we go out to industry today, and that's, when I say industry, I don't mean like big companies. Frequently, it's mom and pop or other kind of organizations to look for new ways to present nutritious food and the like, and use them. We go to universities and colleges where they're teaching people to become chefs and food service specialists and the like. And then we have a food lab at the Johnson Space Center that you may have had an opportunity to visit, that we try to bring in the Department of Agriculture and others so that we can take it, again, we leverage what you do every day. And we fly experiments for you, like you want to look at a particular seed to see, you know, is it going to germinate in this environment better than that environment? So we try to take advantage of that. I don't know whether that's exactly what you were talking about. Yeah.
We have time for one last question in honor of the time here, please, and let me give you that. You have been a very positive presence the entire time.
Thank you. So the leaders before talked about profitability and how it was often connected to resourcing and enriching the teams that they led. My question to you is, in the public service space, it often seems as if investing into those that fuel the work every day is secondary to the external service delivery. So how do we create a culture that inspires people to raise their hand to say, yes, I want to work for government? Because in doing so, I feel as if that government is able to invest within me.
May I give a very, very quick answer? I entered after a crisis, and during a crisis, what's typically happens in a company or in government is the one thing is the organization shuts down, training goes away, development goes away, and because of the way it works in Washington, because of the conventions that occurred where organizations did bad things, doctors weren't allowed to attend professional development opportunities, and even when we were asked to come speak about our innovations, we didn't go. So not surprisingly, nobody knew about our innovations. So what we did was we purposely called out as our second transformational strategy the need to invest in our people. And it was very simple, and this is the connection I would draw for you, is you have no hope of being the very best customer service organization in the federal government if you're also not the very best place to work. If you compare the two lists in the Wall Street Journal or Fortune magazine of the best places to work and also the best customer service, they're the same. They have to be, because who is it that serves those people? So we put a big effort on to train, to develop, to do succession planning. We're not there yet. We've had to change the head of HR, but we're moving in the right direction, and that's important. The recognition that you can't achieve customer service without investing in people is important.
Please.
Yeah, I'll echo what Bob said and just add a little of our own flavor, which is training is something that I think is underinvested in the federal government in general. And so we've made it a new priority. So for example, in our International Trade Administration, we created something called the Commercial Diplomacy Institute. And what I would say is this is where leverage comes in. We've now been leveraging not other, third parties who are willing to come in and teach. We're leveraging not just individuals, but organizations. We've now got companies that say they will take our people for 6 months to a year and train them in their organizations. So partnership becomes really, really important to execute on that. To do that, we need more authorities to do that. And one of the funny things is we happen to have a partnership authority that exists at part of the department. And I have one senator wants to keep shutting down that little agency because they don't get it. And I said, no, we have special authorities there that allow us to partner with the private sector and leverage. And I said, and in fact, there's no appropriated money there. It's all third-party money funding all of this. So, but this gives us flexibility. Well, no, I just need to shut it down because I need to show that I shut something down, and that's kind of little and hard to describe, and it's not very sexy, so nobody's going to come out in favor of it. That is just ridiculous because it's not just about training, but it's also about flexibility to be entrepreneurial in government so that we can take advantage of organizations that want us to be better. The third thing I would say in terms of training is I really have made the argument, and God knows Beth has heard me say this over and over. We do not have the technology talent that we need in the federal government. We are at a disastrous point. And so the Presidential Innovation Fellows is a godsend, but it is not a sufficiently large enough program. It's phenomenal. I'm not picking on it. I love it. What we need to do is we need to go out to large technology companies and explain to them why it would be in their best interest to have people come and work in the federal government for a year or two. We've got to make our environments attractive enough that folks feel like if they come here, they will get unusual experiences that they couldn't otherwise get in their own organization. And one thing I would say, why I know that's true, is we're totally under-resourced. I don't care what your mission is, you're never going to have as much resources as you want. So what happens is we have young people doing all kinds of stuff that in a private sector they would never get the opportunity to do at the stage of the career that they're getting to do it. And so that's what we have to sell. We have to sell experienced learning. And what we need to do is figure out mechanisms that allow, where a company says, you know what, that's in my best interest to send, my budding young 27-year-old or 28-year-old who knows how to code or knows IT or something like that, or knows marketing or whatever. They're going to get an experience and they'll come back and our company will be better off. We need more of that.
So, by the way, so I agree with everything Penny said. We need to do that. Some of that requires Congress giving us permission. They have now given the Defense Department in this year's National Defense Authorization Act permission to do more of that. They restored an old authority, but we need that permission. And we've argued for doing that and also for finding other ways to scale the equivalent of the Presidential Innovation Fellows Program. There's another mythbuster about hiring digital services folks. Because the one thing that I think we've all seen is when you can convey to people the impact they can have, they get it. The U.S. digital service folks, we are no shortage of people who have signed up. It's how do we do that? And how do we make it happen without it being a slow and painful process that you're exhausted by?
Well,
And so that's
also
what we
where
need to do.
they're not losing a career trajectory.
Absolutely.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
That's why I think business is ultimately our partner in this.
Absolutely. I
Because, you
completely
know,
agree with you.
because why would I step off my career at a company unless I, for some reason, it's just not the average person that will do that.
No, but we've looked at this in cyber. We've been doing this cyber human capital stuff, including with NIST and the part of commerce that works on that. And one of the themes in the cyber human capital plan is to find a way to do this, because frankly, we need those tools from the federal government, but the state of the art is here. And so how do you, and our cyber defenses with the private sector are completely intertwined. So this will serve the government well, it will serve those companies well, it will serve the economies well. We need that fluidity back and forth.
So I want to end where we began, and in deference to everyone's time, which is that first, this wouldn't have happened without you. No, you're looking to the next. So, but deeply for bringing this group together, for including me for most of it. I'm grateful, and to the audience. It was a really, you didn't have to, and it was to create courage and inspiration and perhaps some practical tips, and I think accomplished. And so thank you very much for that graciousness and generosity.
Thank you to everybody for coming, and especially thank you to my colleagues Penny and Beth and Charlie and John and Joe and
in this conference is constructive and balanced.
Constructive
And balanced.
balanced, how so?
Well, I think, in terms of, we've said this before, we don't want to certainly see anything come up that attempts to impose a solution on Israel. We want to see a constructive approach. And now I'm not trying to predict that this is going to go one way or the other. I'm just saying we need to be at the table, and we need to be part of that discussion to ensure that that our concerns with regard to whatever emerges on a two-state solution is aligned with our ideals or our concerns.
Are you saying, you're saying then that the Secretary, the administration more broadly feels obliged to go to protect Israel from a one-sided statement? Is that?
I think we just, again, I think we feel obliged to be there, to be part of the discussions, to help to make them into something that we believe is constructive and positively oriented towards getting negotiations back up and running, and doesn't attempt to in any way kind of dictate a solution or.
Right, I just, I don't know, it's a little bit
Yeah.
odd to hear you say that you want to be there to make sure that it's not one-sided, because critics of the administration, including the man who has been nominated to succeed Secretary Kerry, have been very critical of the administration's most recent actions, just the abstention at the UN on the Security Council resolution, and then the Secretary's speech, saying that they say that it was a betrayal, that you stabbed Israel in the back, and now you're saying that you want to go to this conference, or you feel like you have to go to this conference in order to protect Israel from a one-sided result. Do you see that there's a bit of a dissonance there?
I'll attempt to respond to several different aspects of that question. First of all, we stand by our abstention. We've made very clear the reasons why we did it, that it wasn't, we believed, one-sided against Israel, that it did, in fact, call out Palestinian actions that are also run counter to what are ultimate goal is, which is a two-state solution. And I don't want to relitigate that now, but we stand by that decision. Also, I don't want to attempt to, forgive me if I was trying to, if I sounded a little bit too negative about this conference. I think we just want to be, anytime there's this level and this type of gathering, I think it's important that the U.S. be at the table, and certainly the Secretary feels this way, given the importance of the issue, and as I said, his level of engagement on Middle East peace. And I think he wants to be there to ensure that U.S. interests and concerns are addressed. I don't want to. I'm not trying to prejudge the outcome of this.
Well, I mean, you would acknowledge, though, that those U.S. interests and concerns that he is there to preserve and seem that they're going to change significantly after next Friday at noon, right?
Again, though, I mean, I don't think that, just because we're in the waning days here doesn't, I think, allow us to abdicate our responsibilities.
All right. One, French officials have said that one reason that they want to have this now and have it before the inauguration is to send a message to the incoming administration. And they have suggested that in whatever document this conference produces, in the final document, that there could be a reference or a warning about to the incoming administration about moving the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Is that something that this administration is prepared to support if it does in fact come up?
I mean, first of all, our position on moving the embassy to Jerusalem hasn't changed and is very well known.
Yeah, but
secondly,
you can concede.
Secondly, I don't want to also deal with what may or may not come out of this this conference. I think we just have to wait and see. Let's wait and meet and see what comes out of it. We're not going in there with any kind of intent to in any way box in the incoming administration. Again, our goal writ large with the new administration coming in is to be helpful in the transition. That said, we've been very clear on where we stand with that issue.
But just the two very
please, go
brief
ahead.
things on that. You would concede, though, that that longstanding position of yours on the embassy, if you judge by the statements that have been made by the president-elect and members of his team, is going to change on Friday, right?
Again, that may very well be the case, just
Okay.
judging by what he has said publicly.
Secondly, to take it out of the realm of the hypothetical and perhaps put you more on the spot in a position where you actually can't duck the question because it is a hypothetical. Would the United States block an attempt to include a warning about moving the embassy in the final statement?
Still technically a hypothetical.
No, it's not.
Look, Matt, and I'm not trying to.
distinctly avoided using the word if. That means that it is not
It's
a
conditional, I guess, would. Look,
Will
I
the
don't want to
United States-
attempt.
How about, forget
Yeah.
about would.
Will the United States block?
The administration, will Secretary Kerry, speaking on behalf of this administration, block an attempt to warn the incoming administration against moving the embassy to Jerusalem in a final document that is produced by this conference?
I think Secretary Kerry, as of others in this administration, have been very clear on their views about moving the U.S. Embassy, relocating the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, and the possible implications that could have on Palestinian and Israeli peace, but also on tensions writ large. I am not going to attempt to either characterize what may or may not come out of this conference before they've actually met, or prejudge it, or to attempt to say that this is something that's going to come out of it. I think we've been very clear on where we stand with regard to relocating the embassy. But I'm not going to I'm not going to in any way affirm some of the actions that may come out of this conference. So let's let it happen.
It's going to be interesting when I ask you the same question on January 23rd. longstanding position as well. But I'm not sure I understand why it
Oh, the
is
different
that you can't, why you can't say that you would or wouldn't block it.
I just, partly, Matt, look, it's not, I mean, we know what our position is.
But you have evinced two competing ideas here. One is that the administration's longstanding position and previous administration's longstanding position is that moving the embassy would be a bad thing.
Correct.
And at the same time, you said, take that, one. Two, the incoming administration, the president-elect and his team have said that that's not their position, that they're going to move it and that it's gonna happen. And then you also say, part two of this is that you don't want to do anything to box in the incoming administration. So if you want to do number two, I don't see how you
The only thing I'm saying, Matt, is that we
cannot block, how you can stay true to
there's only
number
one president at a time, and
Yes.
as of January 20th, there's going to be a new president. Till the end of this administration, it will be our policy that relocating the embassy to Jerusalem would be a mistake, yes.
So does that mean that you would not see a document that comes out of this that warns the incoming administration against moving the embassy? You would not see that as boxing them in?
Again, it depends on what the document looks like and what comes out of this. That's partly my reluctance, is I don't know what's going to come out of this meeting.
Right.
I think what we want to see come out of the meeting, if I could put it this way, try to put it a little bit different manner, but, you know, we want to see come out of this meeting is constructive and balanced.
Going into the meeting,
Yeah.
would you be willing to support a warning to the incoming administration
I
that
don't have an answer for you on that.
All right.
Yep.
Well, to follow up on that, given that you feel that you're obliged and you need to be at the table, what exactly is the Secretary's message to the meeting going to be? Don't do anything rash, wait for the new administration, talk to them, what exactly
Sure.
would you see as his advice?
Well, again, I feel like so much of this has already been, I mean, the Secretary's views on where the Middle East peace process stands and the challenges that are facing it are, as we all know, very public. You know, coming out of his speech a couple weeks ago. I think, you know, that, as I just explained to Matt, he's going to Paris to participate in this conference because he believes it's worth our while to have a seat at the table when any large group of leaders, his counterparts, are sitting around to talk about the future of the Middle East peace process. To make sure, as I said, that U.S. views are expressed and heard. I just don't want to prejudge the outcome of this conference. We just don't know what's going to come out of it. I think we're looking for, and we've said this many times about this Paris conference, because it's been, frankly, talked about for some time, is that we just want to see whatever comes out of it to be constructive and balanced and not try to prejudge any kind of outcome.
Is
And
there
so, yeah, please.
I mean, the way you put it now, I mean, is there what exactly is your concern? That they could rush off and impose things that might change the dynamic without a proper conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, the Secretary just wants to make sure, I mean, we've been very clear, and it was talked a lot about in the context of this abstention from the UN Security Council resolution, you know, that we don't want to see any action.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Hope you all are having a great evening. Mary Kate is coming up next for you. I'll see you guys all tomorrow for one more time this week here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
everybody. Sorry about that. Welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and I will be taking you into the next few hours here. Let me pull up something else for you guys. Bring this over. Welcome to the Fox News Now stream. Thank you for joining me. Let me give you guys a live look of the Capitol building right now while I get all these top stories set up for you guys here on the stream. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for joining me here tonight. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. I will be taking you into the next few hours here on the stream. I'm just opening everything up right now. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Love having you guys here in the chat. Love hearing what you have to say. I'm reporting live here for you guys. We have a lot of top stories to take you to tonight. Obviously, we've been streaming all day the Mike Pompeo hearings, and yesterday and the day before that, we were streaming the Jeff Sessions hearings. So those hearings can go on for hours, but they're always exciting to see as we watch them live together, and they get asked these questions. Some of them they can prepare for, and some of them they simply can't. So those are always sort of interesting to watch. But let me take you guys to some other stories here on the stream. I'm going to get you guys all caught up on the news tonight. So let's pull this up here. Oh, and did you guys see today the Joe Biden tribute, a surprise tribute to Joe Biden? He teared up. It was really emotional. If you missed it, head to the video section on our YouTube page and you can check it out there. Let's pull this up here. Our reporter Liz, she's a great reporter here at Fox 10, got to report on a very fun story today, talking about donuts. You guys know I love to talk about food here on the stream. So in this segment, she reports live, and she gets to eat some donuts and try some new donuts. And I just love this segment. So I want to play this for you guys, and let me know in the chat what you think. It's pretty short, so we'll take you to some other stories shortly here.
We all love coffee.
We do.
And donuts. They
Go
work,
together like
right?
peanut butter and jelly. So, I didn't know that there was a Dunkin' Donuts right down the street.
I think it's brand new,
Okay.
right? That's what I'm hearing. So Liz is down there, and they're raising money and selling. I love how they put the cream and the sugar in there for you, and they make it so sweet and so creamy.
I know. Dunkin' Donuts coffee is the best. We drink it a lot on the road, don't we, Brian? Yes, we do, Brian, photographer. So now we have one even closer to the station. We're at Central and Adams. Paul, you own this place. When did you open?
We opened last week.
Okay, and why downtown?
You know, we saw what was going on downtown, particularly all the renovations and the energy, and we just felt after about 10 years of looking that now's the time to be downtown.
We agree. And so far, so good. We're going to go inside in a second. It's really, really busy. I'm sure it's been like this all week.
Yes, it has. It's been very, very good.
Okay, Paul, thank you so much. And Cuppy, you look awesome. Let's go inside. I want to show you guys. There's so many people in here already, and there is a good cause associated with all of these donuts. And who doesn't love that? This is Sophia. Sophia with Make-A-Wish. How old are you, Sophia?
6.
Do you love donuts? Mm-hmm. So tell me what your wish was, and where'd you go last year?
To go to Disney World.
And did you have such a good time?
Mhm.
What was your favorite part?
Going to go see Cinderella.
Oh, and she was so nice to you, I'm sure.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And you had cancer, didn't you? But not anymore?
No.
Oh, are you excited about that?
Mhm.
Fabulous. And Holly with Make-A-Wish. This is so special. What is Dunkin' Donuts doing to help you all out?
Dunkin' Donuts is having a special for us, their grand opening. So it's 50-cent coffee, medium coffees, or iced coffees, and 100% of the proceeds comes to us because we're a completely philanthropic organization.
So every donut that is bought here, all of that money is going to you and to little Sophia.
Every coffee.
Every coffee.
Coffee.
Right. Okay, good. Thank you.
50-cent medium, iced, and hot coffees.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And Sophia, thank you. Enjoy that. That looks really, really good. And hey, we have some more people to show you over here. Here, come on over here. We have some more Make-A-Wish friends. I want to introduce you to my friends over here. Hi. We're live. What's your name?
Salma.
Salma? That's a microphone.